was concerned, and his longevity. The creative aspects of Mao's Marxism in both theory and practice began to be stressed with growing frequency. What mattered was the creative fusion of the universal truths of Marxism-Leninism with the concrete conditions of China. Since China was poor and blank, such a combination of truth and the concrete circumstances of the poor and the oppressed, contained in it lessons of universal validity for Asian, African, and Latin American countries striving, as the Chinese put it, to overthrow the yoke of capitalist imperialism. The Russians had grown fat and indolent, flabby as revolutionaries go, more concerned with filling their larder than helping others rid themselves of hunger and colonial oppression. The reforms which they initiated in their own country and passed off as orthodox Marxism-Leninism, were in reality, so argued the Chinese radicals, revisionist refinements, poor imitations of capitalist marginal balancing, more concerned with rationalizing a semi-opulent status quo than with forging ahead in the true tradition of communist revolutionaries. In their obsessive concern with refrigerators and printed dresses, the Soviets had lost their communist vision and hence their right to speak for the world's rural proletariat. Khrushchev's communism, the Chinese remonstrated, is indeed goulash communism, the communism of the American way of life, and communism seeking credits from the devil. 171 The great nuclear and industrial power at the disposal of the Soviets was being misused and squandered in futile material pursuits, in talking up to the great of this world, and talking down to the poor. Even without ideological refinements, the Soviet economic model had, in the eyes of the Maoists, become irrelevant for China because it was a model of a relatively industrialized, semi-developed country calling itself socialist, and not a blueprint for breaking out of destitution. It had too much to do with consumption and too little with revolution in production. It was becoming too cost-oriented, too complex and delicate an instrument, and too refined in its tools to serve as a plan for revolutionary transformation in the world's underdeveloped regions. It lacked a lot. In these circumstances, the revolutionary peoples of the world, including first and foremost the Chinese people, would be well advised to strike out independently, to rely on their own resources, and bear in mind the experience of China immortalized in the theoretical writings and creative thoughts of Mao Zedong. The moderates within the Chinese party, those old-line bureaucrats and party bosses, were wary of such arguments not because of any but because they were apprehensive of the staggering magnitude of going it alone in economic construction, and because they sensed the importance of scientific and technological borrowing in a world of rapid change. 172 They were suspicious of charisma applied to economic development, of inspirational slogans allegedly materializing in millions of bare arms, unsupported by modern machinery and the reasoned calculation of the odds. They feared a break with the Soviet Union, that is, with the only significant foreign supplier of both commodities, capital and brain power. They were willing to accept a measure of revisionism, adapted to the concrete conditions of China, as the necessary price for China's orderly emergence from the grips of poverty. In this they miscalculated the tactical virtuosity of the radicals and imperfectly appraised the precise nature and mobilizing potential of nationalist sentiment in China. 17.3 The operatmen were temperamentally predisposed to take Marxism at its word, that is, scientifically, they tried to understand its laws, economics, and logic. The Maoists, more in tune with China's psychological makeup, sought out the symbolic meaning of Marxism, its vision, promise, ritual, and its subjective impact on the mass of practitioners faced with occult forces. 174 China's, or more precisely, the Chinese Communist left's disillusionment with the scope of Soviet economic assistance, the Soviet developmental model, especially with the revisions operated on that model after the death of Stalin, and the quality and purpose of the Soviet Union's international socialist leadership was enhanced by the events of October-November 1956 in Eastern Europe. The Chinese left interpreted the Polish and Hungarian revolts, the first contained within a communist framework, the second almost breaking out of that framework, as the inevitable result of Soviet revisionist policies. China adopted a dialectical attitude toward these events, supporting the Poles and urging armed Soviet intervention to stem what it considered to be a counter-revolutionary tide in Hungary. Such an attitude seems to reflect the position of what has been described as the moderate elements within the Chinese Party, preoccupied as these were and continue to be with the retention and protection of the monopoly power of the Communist Party. At the same time, however, the policy accommodated the leftists, concerned with big power chauvinism and what they viewed as the Soviet Union's propensity to meddle in the internal affairs of fraternal countries. Overall, the Polish and Hungarian events of 1956 constituted a considerable embarrassment to the Soviets and provided China with the first opportunity to make its voice heard in matters of European policy. Ever so discreetly, the events also weakened the position of China's moderates who, in spite of many qualifications, saw in the continued leadership of the Soviet Union a not undesirable phenomenon from the standpoint of China's socialist construction. Khrushchev's party difficulties after the Polish Revolt and the Hungarian Revolution, the anti-party struggle of mid-1957, and his domestic economic problems, tended to strengthen the hand of the Chinese leftists who, for all their dialectical acrobatics, were consistent in viewing revisionist experiments as detrimental internally and externally to the cause of socialism. In the late summer and early autumn of 1957, at the very time that the wave of radicalism was once again rising in China, the Soviet Union successfully launched its first intercontinental ballistic missile and orbited its Sputnik. The interpretation put on these achievements by the ascendant radical faction in China was that thenceforth strategic superiority had passed from the United States to the USSR and that, therefore, the time had come for a more aggressive communist policy in support of national wars of liberation, even at the risk of a wider, possibly nuclear, conflict. Mao's thesis that the atomic bomb was a paper tiger was resurrected. 175 The bluff of the imperialists had to be called, whatever the risk. Now was the time to settle accounts with the capitalist camp once and for all. The Soviets were unimpressed. A close look at the awesome might of modern weapons did not allay, but on the contrary, sharpened Soviet apprehensions. The atomic bomb, the Soviets later lectured the Chinese, does not draw class distinctions, it destroys everybody within the range of its destructive power. 176 The corollary to this line of reasoning, 1. Moreover, that catered to the Soviet Union's leading socialist power ambitions and her fears of a rocket-armed, unpredictable, and wayward neighbor, was to do everything possible to keep too many inexperienced hands from fingering the nuclear trigger. In the meantime, the Chinese kept up the pressure. On October 15, 1957, a high-level Chinese military delegation reportedly obtained from the Soviets assurances of help in the development of China's nuclear military capacity. The Soviet promise was probably designed to improve the climate for the impending meeting in Moscow of 64 communist parties. But the meeting, November 1957, went rather badly for the Soviets. The declaration of the Moscow meeting, not subscribed to by the Yugoslav delegates, bears the marks of Soviet authorship and Chinese influence, the latter especially with regard to internal problems of the international communist movement. It contains references to intensified struggle against opportunist trends within the movement and to the main danger of revisionism or, in other words, right-wing opportunism, which as a manifestation of bourgeois ideology paralyzes the revolutionary energy of the working class and demands the preservation or restoration of capitalism. 177 Mao Zedong, who attended the meeting, demanded equality of treatment for China at the pinnacle of international communism. The east wind, he lectured the assembled delegates, prevails over the west wind, meaning, as the Chinese press explained, that the superiority of the forces of socialism over those of imperialism, the forces of national liberation movement over those of colonialism, the revolutionary forces over the reactionary forces, the forces of peace over those of war, has become ever more marked. In the struggle between the truth of Marxism and the fallacies of the bourgeoisie and all other exploiting classes, either the east wind prevails over the west wind or the west wind prevails over the east wind, and there is absolutely no such thing as equality before the truth. 178 Some people, wrote Teng-Tu, see chapter 11, have the gift of the gab. They can talk endlessly on any occasion, like water flowing from an undimmed river. After listening to them, however, when you try to recall what they have said, you can remember nothing. As chance would have it, my neighbor's child has recently often imitated the style of some great poet and put into writing a lot of great empty talk. Not long ago he wrote a poem entitled Ode to Wild Grass, which is nothing but empty talk. The poem reads as follows. The venerable heaven is our father. The great earth is our mother. And the sun is our nanny. The east wind is our benefactor. And the west wind is our enemy. Although such words as heaven, earth, father, mother, sun, nanny, the east wind, the west wind, benefactor, and enemy catch our eye, they are used, to no purpose here and have become mere clichés. Recourse to even the first words and phrases is futile, or rather, the more such clichés are uttered, the worse the situation will become. 179 The November 1957 Moscow experience gave the Soviets a jolt from which they never quite recovered. In 1958 they apparently reneged on their nuclear promise to China and put forward unreasonable demands designed to bring China under Soviet military control. 180 What these unreasonable demands were, may only be guessed at. On second thoughts, the Soviets probably suggested to the Chinese that the best solution was to have Soviet nuclear-armed units stationed on Chinese territory. The suggestion was, according to the Chinese, rightly and firmly rejected by the Chinese government. By June 1959 there was no further question of Sino-Soviet nuclear cooperation. At that time, June 20, 1959, the Chinese say, the Soviet government unilaterally tore up the agreement on new technology for national defense concluded between China and the Soviet Union in October 1957, and refused to provide China with a sample of an atomic bomb and technical data concerning its manufacture. 181 About that time, August 1959, Defense Minister Piang Taihui, who pinned his hopes for the modernization of China's armed forces on Soviet help and opposed the Army's involvement in economic construction, was fired. See Chapter 11. With him went a whole anti-party group, including the Army's Chief of Staff, Huang Keo-cheng. 182 In conformity with the stress on self-reliance, the Chinese set up their own Institute of Atomic Energy and launched a program of nuclear weapons development. In an ungentlemanly outburst of proletarian levity, Nikita Khrushchev opined that the development of nuclear capacity costs so much money that the Chinese might have no money left to make trousers with. Foreign Minister Chen Yi assured a group of Japanese visitors in October 1963 that China would make nuclear weapons, with or without pants. 183 The initial cost of a nuclear development program has been estimated at about $130 million a year, and to reach a French type, 1968, strike capacity might cost about $1 billion per year, or about 25% of China's estimated defense outlays. Such magnitudes are not beyond the reach of sans-culottes, provided, as Mao would phrase it, the spirit is willing and the priorities are right. In her development of nuclear capability, China profited from the services of American-trained HSCN and some 80 other scientists educated at American universities. CN returned to China from the United States in 1955 and was soon thereafter named director of the Institute of Mechanics of the Academy of Sciences. 184 In October 1964, a year after Soviet scientist Klotko predicted that it will be a long time before China joins the nuclear club, 185 The Chinese exploded a uranium atomic device. The event was hailed by the Chinese press as a major contribution made by the Chinese people to the cause of the defense of world peace, and an example of what could be done by relying on one's own efforts. 186 As the ideological and practical wrangling went on behind the scenes, occasionally bursting into the open, the Chinese leadership launched the Great Leap Forward, in one respect a declaration of economic independence from the Soviet Union. At first the Soviets were taken aback. They were shortly to be dumbfounded by the rural people's communes and the ideological rider attached to them. By late 1959 they had sorted out the evidence, gathered their wits about them, and drawn pessimistic conclusions regarding the leap's meaning and future. The Soviet soul-searching and initial disarray are clearly revealed by the trade figures, Table 8-6. Caught by surprise, the Soviets stepped up their exports of industrial raw materials and capital equipment, especially complete plants in 1958-60, Table 8-7. Complete plants, which in 1957 accounted for about 20% of Chinese imports from the USSR, rose to 26% in 1958, 42% in 1959, and 46% in 1960, then dropped to 21.5% in 1961, and a mere 3.8% in 1962. 187. According to the Soviets, deliveries to China of metal cutting lathes. 186. Nona, Peking, October 16, 1964. Cf. Chapter 9 below. China is manufacturing atom bombs in order to liquidate them. CHNY, important remarks at a press conference attended by Chinese and foreign correspondents, Peking, FLP, 1966. 187. USSR Ministry of Foreign Trade, Vneshnyaya Torgovlya SSSRZA 1955-1959 Godi, Statistikeski Spornik /IBID, 1961. Foreign Trade Statistics of China's Trading Partners. Soviet aid for 47 additional large projects was agreed on at short notice in August 1958. Another 78 projects, worth $1.25 billion, were added to the list in February 1959. Cf. Table 9-8 below. Rose from 280 units in 1957 to 738 in 1958, drilling machines from 129 to 296, tractors from 68 to 2,656, trucks from 284 to 20,595. Exports of machinery and equipment to China in 1958 constituted 40% of total Soviet exports of those goods, and 50.2% of Soviet exports to China. There was also an increase in Soviet sales to China of iron and steel rolled products, pipe, and aluminum. In return, the Soviet accepted meat and meat products, rice, ores, and concentrates, non-ferrous metals, fruit, and manufactured consumer goods. 188. As the leap progressed and regressed bouncingly and apparently without rhyme or reason, the Chinese at very short notice asked Moscow for stepped-up deliveries of all kinds of equipment which the Soviets had not earmarked for export in their long-range plans. Not only that, but Peking, with fraternal insouciance and a disregard for the rules of the planning game, kept changing its orders and specifications and demanded now this, now that alteration in previously concluded agreements and protocols on economic, scientific, and technical assistance. 189. Centrally planned economies of the Soviet species are not geared to that kind of elasticity, they typically suffer from supply rigidities when it comes to sudden and unforeseen changes in demand, and not infrequently when it is simply a question of planned and foreseen demands. Such economies are not well prepared to respond to foreign demand shifts, as seen in the constant grumbling by domestic firms and consumers that unwanted goods are being forced on them, and by foreign customers that revision of long-term contracts in response to changed circumstances is almost impossible. Thus, even though the Soviets may not have been overly enthusiastic about China's new ventures into independent neoplanning, their reticence about revising scheduled supplies and technical cooperation contracts was, to a considerable extent, a function of the very nature of their centralized command economy. But there was, of course, in addition to such objective irritants, the subjective annoyance with having to feed China's declaration of economic independence, and growing reluctance to aid and abet irrational socialist behavior. The Soviets later argued that they became upset by a turn that had become apparent in the development of the Chinese national economy in 1958, 190, and which in essence consisted in the disregard by the Chinese of Soviet advice on how to be a good communist. As the figures in tables 8-6 and 8-7 show, by mid-1960 they had worked themselves up to a level of exasperation at which the only course open to them was to stop the whole thing, which they proceeded to do. They had, no doubt, hoped that a drastic reduction in Soviet supplies and other measures to be discussed presently, would teach the Chinese a lesson in the meaning and nature of socialist planning and in the modalities of fraternal cooperation. The decline in Soviet economic assistance did, indeed, hurt the Chinese badly, but the psychological lesson which the Soviets' draconian measures were meant to convey to the Chinese romantics apparently did not sink in. On the contrary, it merely supplied the radicals in Peking with a persuasive explanation for the 3 years of hardship. The foreigner, fraternal or not, could not be trusted. The lesson which the Chinese leadership drew from the incident was that the Soviets had violated the principle of mutual assistance between socialist countries and had used their experts as an instrument for exerting pressure on fraternal countries, butting into their internal affairs, and impeding and sabotaging their socialist construction. 191. The Soviet Union's allies in Eastern Europe followed the example set by the USSR, if somewhat grudgingly, and with a lag. 192. In mid-1960 the Soviets abruptly withdrew their scientific, economic, and military experts from China, blueprints, technical specifications, and all. According to the Soviets, for some time prior to this withdrawal, the Chinese refused to listen to the experts' advice, tried to indoctrinate the experts with the ideas of Mao Zedong, and placed them in conditions excluding the possibility of normal work and humiliating for their human dignity. 193. The last years of our specialists' stay in the CPR, Suslov told his listeners in February 1964, coincided with the Big Leap policy, which unbalanced economic development and led to violation of accepted technical standards. The Soviet specialists could not help seeing the dangerous implications of this policy. They warned the Chinese organizations against violating technical standards. But their advice fell on deaf ears. Due to the fact that the recommendations of the Soviet specialists were ignored and that the Chinese officials grossly violated technical standards, large breakdowns occurred, some of them involving loss of life. This happened on the building site of the Sinancian hydropower station, where thousands of tons of rock crashed down because technical requirements were disregarded and work on the project was considerably delayed. At the Sinfengtian hydropower project the dikes burst and the pit was flooded for the same reason. In both cases there was loss of life. Furthermore, beginning in 1960 the Chinese authorities began indoctrinating the Soviet specialists, trying to incite them against the Central Committee of the CPSU and the government of the USSR. Soviet specialists were placed under stricter surveillance, searches of personal belongings became more frequent, and so on. According to the Chinese, 1,390 experts were involved in the exodus. This step, which was to bedevil Sino-Soviet verbal exchanges for years to come, resulted in the scrapping by the Soviets of 343 contracts and 257 projects of scientific and technical cooperation. 194. The Soviet withdrawal had, according to the Chinese, inflicted incalculable difficulties and losses on China's economy, national defense, and scientific research. 195. On the other hand, following the collapse of the Great Leap adventure, the Soviets agreed to fund over a 5-year period $320 million of outstanding Chinese short-term debts and offered China $46 million to still hunger by importing 500,000 tons of Cuban sugar. Subjective reasons for withdrawal from the Great Leap. 1. Opposition within the party. Throughout the Great Leap Forward, the forces of opposition to reckless advance were not dormant. The wind would not let the trees remain quiet. In the revolutionary torment of the Great Leap Forward, the handful of capitalist roaders in the party also jumped out, and from the side of the rightists or from that of the extreme leftists, opposed Chairman Mao's proletarian revolutionary line. 196. While unable to directly influence the course of events, the opposition argued its case in party councils, possibly had a hand in Mao Zedong's proposal that he would not stand as candidate for chairman of the People's Republic of China for the next term of office. 197, i.e., in his removal from the headship of government, and generally bided their time, rightly estimating that the logic of things would eventually prove them right. As Liu Shaochi put it mildly in September 1959, there have been controversies between different views within our party on the questions of distinguishing between the two types of contradictions, the Big Leap Forward, and the People's Communes. 198 The Dizzy with Success communique of the 6th plenary session of the 8th Central Committee of the Communist Party of China, December 10, 1958, is a most interesting document. Read carefully with due allowance for the communist manner of voicing reservations and qualifications in Aesopian terms, pointing at the mulberry bush and reviling the locust tree. The communique suggests a deep malaise within the top leadership, a continuing muted struggle between the two philosophies of socialist construction. Although, unlike the earlier proposals, Chapter 7, the communique's chief authors are radicals and the whole tenor of the document is that of elation and the promise of great things to come, there creeps into the text a sour note, a reminder of the need for balance, careful planning, and effective central control, and a warning against the dangers of fanaticism in economics. 199 Here are some examples. What appear to be the moderates' qualifications have been underscored. It is necessary in carrying on socialist construction in 1959 to continue to oppose conservatism, do away with blind faith, strictly carry out the party's general line for socialist construction, continue to carry out the policies of simultaneously developing industry and agriculture, heavy and light industries, national and local industries, and large enterprises and medium-sized and small enterprises, of simultaneously employing modern and indigenous methods of production, to continue to carry out in industry the policy of achieving an all-round forward leap with steel as the key link and the policy of combining centralized leadership with a full-scale mass movement. At the same time, it is necessary to endeavor to put economic planning on a completely reliable basis, and to maintain suitable proportions between the various targets in accordance with the objective law of the proportions of development of the various branches of the national economy. To bring the 1959 National Economic Plan to realization, we must continue to oppose conservatism, get rid of blind faith, and advocate boldness in thinking, speech, and action, go all out, aim high, and defy difficulties strategically. In the meantime, we must pay full attention to difficulties tactically and pursue a good, solid, style of work that displays energy, perseverance, and ingenuity, fix targets in a forward-looking way, and take measures that will more than guarantee their fulfillment, insist on careful calculation of the facts, proper arrangements, and practical inspection, guard against exaggeration and oppose concealment of shortcomings. Economic work must be done in an ever more thoroughgoing way and made to conform completely or as nearly as possible to reality. The plenary session also pointed out that to carry out the plan for 1959, it is necessary to persist in putting politics in command, to rely on the masses, and to continue to follow the mass line and organize mass movements in construction. The economic plan for 1959 worked out in the light of the above main targets will be a great leap forward plan. 200. Superficially, this is orthodox Maoism, boldness verging on recklessness in strategy, caution, and careful calculation in tactics. Yet there is enough incompatibility and contradiction here, too many qualifying clauses, for it to be the product of unanimity. One may presume that the drafters of the communique had had an unenviable job. 201 Also, it would not be the first nor the last time in the annals of communist prose that dissent and passive resistance were couched in terms of implied agreement with the leader's philosophy. On January 4, 1967, Mao reportedly admitted that the December 1958 Dizzy with Success Central Committee meeting was anything but a dizzily successful event. He had found himself in a minority and had been compelled to give up the presidency of the Republic. The following April, Liu Shaochi was elected president of the National People's Congress. For some years afterwards, Mao, in his own words, was treated by his opponents, especially Liu and Teng Xiaoping, like one of their parents whose funeral was taking place. 202 Passive resistance by the opposition, in whose hands, after all, rested the implementation of many leap policies, seems to have been quite important. Deputy Premier Tian Chenlin, for example, was later, 1968, accused of having, during the leap years, given orders blindly and of fanning the wind of pompous prolixity to interfere with Chairman Mao's proletarian revolutionary line. In September 1958, after earlier opposing the wholesale popularization of the deep plow, Tian allegedly ordered that the plow, Mao's favorite, be adopted in the whole country within 1 month, otherwise you'll have to answer for it. In 1960 he ordered that 2 million paddy transplanters invented by the masses be produced right away. Since these had not yet been extensively tested or properly designed, they brought about great losses. 203 The imperialists and bourgeois elements said that the radical general line was impossible. They asserted that greater and faster could not go together with better and more economical, as this would amount to keeping a horse running while giving it no feed. The right opportunists within our ranks, echoing them, also said that it was impossible. But we firmly replied that it was possible, because we place our reliance first and foremost on the creators of history, the mass of the people. One of the fundamental reasons why some people in our party have fallen into the bog of right opportunism is that they do not recognize the active role of the mass of the people in construction. They oppose the building of socialism by way of mass movements which, they say, is no more than petty bourgeois fanaticism, which would only bring greater, faster, but not better or more economical results, and would cause more loss than gain. The right opportunists seized on individual, temporary defects in the work and, without making any analysis, exaggerated them freely in order to achieve their goal of negating the big leap forward and opposing the general line. 204 A handful of dissatisfied right opportunists in the party reflected the resistance of a section of bourgeois elements and a small number of well-off middle peasants to the victory of the socialist cause. They frantically attacked the party by taking advantage and exaggerating shortcomings which were hardly avoidable and had already been overcome. They carried on factional activities to oppose the correct leadership of the party's Central Committee and Comrade Mao Zedong. They dubbed the vigorous mass movements petty bourgeois fanaticism, and the big leap forward left adventurism. They claimed that the people's communes were founded too early and were in a mess, that the making of iron and steel in a big way had resulted in more loss than gain, panic-stricken and nonplussed in face of certain local and temporary imbalances which could hardly be avoided in the big leap forward. They labeled such imbalances disproportions in the national economy as a whole. The 8th plenary session of the 8th Central Committee held in Lushan in August 1959 utterly smashed the attacks of the right opportunists inside the party and forcefully repudiated all their absurd arguments. 205. In the April 1, 1967 issue of Zhenmin Jipao, Liu Shaochi was ordered to answer publicly 8 questions put to him by the leftists. Question 5 read, why, in the period of the 3 years of hardship, i.e., 1959 to 61, did you join the chorus with freaks and monsters within the country and poisonously attack the 3 red banners general line, Great Leap Forward, People's Communes, and promote the revisionist line of the 3 freedoms and 1 contract and the 3 reconciliations and 1 reduction chapter 9 below? Liu denied having opposed the 3 red banners and shifted responsibility for the 3 reconciliations and 1 reduction onto an individual comrade. In his self-criticism of October 23, 1966, Liu allegedly admitted that the 3 reconciliations and 1 reduction ran counter to the general line and were formed on the basis of a wrong estimate of the domestic and international situations. 206 It has been suggested that the opposition, never quite out of the picture, pressed its case at a Central Committee meeting in Lushan in July 1959 before the opening of the 8th plenary session of the 8th Central Committee, August 1959. It was in the course of that meeting that Defense Minister Piang Taihui criticized the Great Leap Forward and the People's Communes, arguing that the suffering they caused brought the country to the verge of a Hungarian, 1956, type revolt. In his confession extracted from him in the course of an interrogation in custody from December 28, 1966 to January 5, 1967, during which he tried to commit suicide, Piang said that in an open letter addressed to Mao on July 13, 1959, shortly after the Lushan meeting, he had written that the Great Leap Forward of 1958 had its losses and gains, mainly losses. In reality the increases were somewhat lower than what had been announced, he added in the confession. He also criticized the sending of tens of millions of people to make steel as a frenzy, which Mao, who immediately called Piang on the carpet, interpreted as meaning petty bourgeois frenzy. 207 The major points at issue between the party's sloganers, Maoists, and the bureaucratic pragmatists, established bosses, are summarized in Table 8 to 8. The pragmatists' case takes longer to recount. Radicals, the power of the idea. Moderates, the power of the apparat. 1. Politics must be in command of economics and all other work. Economic construction relies on calls which grip the imagination of hundreds of millions of working people and who are thus transformed into an immense material force. 3. 2. Economic construction calls for the mobilization of the masses on a gigantic scale and reliance on the creative enthusiasm and inventiveness of the broad masses of peasants and workers, especially the poorest among them. It is more important to be read than expert. Science is not a mystery which the peasants and workers cannot grasp quickly. Aided by the beacon of Mao Zedong's thought, the masses can learn rapidly. 1. Politics, while important, cannot be substituted for economic calculation based on a knowledge of objective, Marxist, economic laws and on a keen appreciation of technological and resource constraints. Leaders must combine revolutionary enthusiasm with business-like sense. They must be able not only to put forward advanced targets, but to ensure the realization of the targets. They must not indulge in empty talk and bluff. The targets we put forward must be those that can be reached with hard work. Do not lightly publicize as plan that which is not really attainable, lest failure dampen the enthusiasm of the masses and delight the conservatives. 1-3 We should talk about political truths, but they must be affirmed by science. 0. 2 The primary task of a developing country is to form experts who are loyally read. Mass movements, while ideologically and psychologically necessary to break down the barriers of tradition, must be handled with circumspection lest they get out of hand and turn into anarchy. The reservoir of mass enthusiasm is limited and must not be squandered. Inventions and innovations should come primarily from experts and should first be tried on a limited scale. There is much to be said for pure research. There is danger in mass research applied rashly and indiscriminately. Given the shortage of educated men capable of producing inventions and innovations, the less than perfect readiness of some experts should be tolerated while efforts are made to correctly remold the needed brains. The techniques of ideological remolding are there for the asking, but their effective use requires time, patience, and a subtle application of reward, praise, and fear. 3. Class struggle continues through 3. Class struggle while not calmed socialist stage and should be used to push society forward. The revolution is permanent. It must constantly renew and purify itself. Completely dead, and undesirable class sentiments, even though potentially dangerous in the superstructure of society, are not the distinguishing characteristic of the socialist stage. Spontaneous capitalist tendencies are checkmated by the socialist ownership of the means of production and distribution, and the power of the Communist Party and state. Left and right deviations can be handled through re-education of the deviants. The socialist state is sufficiently strong and well established to tolerate within itself politically and economically powerless dissenters who may be useful to the communist cause. They should be won over to communism, united with wherever possible, remolded rather than beaten down. They should be fed, should do farming, and form themselves through labor so that they will be made to change their thinking. Those who have not been executed should be considered as mankind. The radicals, the power of the idea. Moderates, the power of the apparat. 4 Poverty equally shared is a source of strength and a virtue in a country like China building a communist future. Poverty and blankness are dynamic qualities. On an empty page beautiful things can be written. 5 Moral incentives to production are ideologically superior to and economically more effective than material incentives. Material incentives carry with them the danger of capitalist restoration. Definition of a correctly thinking socialist must be flexible. Some statements have been changed back and forth for scores of years, yet they still present problems. 6.4. China's poverty is a source of her weakness domestically and internationally. While recognizing the revolutionary potential of destitution, poverty should not be idealized during socialist construction. The aim is to eliminate this drag on the achievement of a happy and prosperous communist future, not to glorify it and confuse it with the goal of socialist construction. Asceticism is a painful necessity, not the aim of socialism and communism. It should be alleviated to the extent possible and practicable during the long march toward communism. 5. Even socialist men respond to material incentives, which should become the main prods to production and productivity. Moral incentives, exhortations, praise, medals, citations, honors, and the like, and moral disincentives, public denunciations, self-criticism, struggle sessions, forced labor should be combined with, but not replace, increases in real wages. 1. It is not incorrect for the socialist man to try and better himself materially, so long as he does this within a general rise in living standards shared by all and approved by the party and state. Radicals, the power of the idea. Moderates, the power of the apparat. 6. The mighty surge toward a communist society is U-shaped. Disproportionalities and an occasional absence of internal consistency and balance in economic construction are the necessary ingredients of the dialectical movement forward and upward. Ideologically, periods of tension alternate with periods of relative relaxation. The building of socialism and communism proceeds by twists and turns. This is normal and necessary. G. Communism is not a lot of hungry men sitting around an empty table in perfect equality. 6. Progress toward a communist society is not a surge willed by subjective thought, but rather a long-term and unspectacular daily solving of intricate practical and theoretical problems. It must take full account of objective economic laws, especially of the law of value. Things should not be sold below cost and, by implication, cost should be carefully calculated, and the law of planned, proportional development of the national economy. One should distinguish between revolutionary upheaval in overthrowing the old society and the need for a measure of stability in socialist construction. The one is primarily political, psychological, and military, in a guerrilla sense, the other reflective, calculating, and scientific. A major claim of Marxian socialism is to have abolished capitalist business cycles and the anarchy of the market. It is a disservice to the cause of socialism and communism to replace bourgeois business cycles with politically induced economic ups and downs, and capitalist spontaneity with the anarchy of political thought parading as Marxism-Leninism. The destruction of feudalism, capitalism, and capitalist colonialism and imperialism calls for strength of will and the barrel of the gun. Radicals, moderates, the power of the idea, the power of the apparat. 7. Changes in the relations of production should as a rule precede and not follow changes in the material productive forces. Communes, for example, can be established even though agriculture has not yet been mechanized. In the course of the socialist transformation of agriculture, every change in the relations of production inevitably promoted further growth in the productive forces. 1.1. 8. Speed and quantity are of the essence of economic construction. So is organizational bigness at the local level. Construction demands other qualities and means scientific thought combined with strength of will and perseverance in the attainment of attainable objectives. 7. Changes in the relations of production must take careful account of changes in the material productive forces. Collectivization and communization of agriculture, for example, should not be introduced rashly on an insufficiently developed productive base. To do so is to discredit socialist and communist institutional arrangements and hamper rather than promote the development of the material productive forces. 1.8. Socialist construction is a long drawn-out process. There exist objective limits to the pace of advance, and these limits should not be rashly violated, lest the result be disruption of production. Excessive preoccupation with quantity at the cost of quality and consistency must be shunned. Organizational bigness is not an absolute virtue. Size of enterprises, farms, etc., should be determined on the basis of eco. Radicals moderates, the power of the idea, asterisk, the power of the operant. 9. Reliance on one's own resources, especially raw muscle, national genius, ability, and energy are primary, foreign aid and the importation of advanced capital equipment and models of economic development are secondary. J. 10. If a section of the party's leadership shows revisionist, right opportunist, and rightist inclinations, and if it is impossible to dislodge the rightist villains, it becomes correct and legitimate to take power away from these people by, for example, administrative decentralization, or if this fails, by making recourse to extra-party forces, i.e., popular movements organized and directed by the left leadership. A revisionist communist party must be destroyed. K. Nomic calculation and related to the opportunities which it provides for effective central control and supervision. 9. Self-reliance is important but insufficient to break out of underdevelopment. Measures should be taken to learn from advanced, fraternal, socialist countries in such matters as technology, science, and planning methodology. While one should not give in to erroneous foreign ideological models of either left or right, one should strive to preserve the unity of the socialist camp. 10. The party is absolute and sacred and must not be rebelled against. Disagreements within the leadership must be settled behind closed doors, resolved on the basis of democratic centralism, and not carried beyond the party's ranks. 1 Table 8-8, continued. Radicals moderates, the power of the idea, the power of the operant. 11 Problems of war and revolution, socialist economic construction in the concrete conditions of China, and all other problems have been dealt with and solved by the invincible thought of Mao Zedong. Reference to Mao Zedong's thought should be made at all times. 11 Problems of war and revolution, socialist economic construction in the concrete conditions of China, and all other problems have been dealt with and solved by the invincible thought of Mao Zedong. Reference to Mao Zedong's thought should be made at all times. It is also useful to study Liu Shaoxi's How to Be a Good Communist. A subtle distinction should be made between Mao Zedong's pre-1949 writings which creatively developed Marxism-Leninism, and his later pronouncements, which amounted to ex post justification of certain policies in terms of ideology, legitimizing phase. In order to smash the attacks of modern revisionism, we should first of all seek instructions from Marx, Engels, Lenin, and Stalin, conscientiously study their works, and grasp this incisive weapon, Marxism-Leninism. We should also make a serious study of lessons provided by teachers by negative example, including writings of modern revisionists, those of Bernstein, Koski, Plekhanov, and other old-line revisionists, as well as imperialist evaluations of modern revisionism. We should also, of course, read the writings of modern revolutionary Marxist-Leninists. In this way we should be able to make a comparative study and see on each question now under controversy. This is, I think, a method of study which links theory with practice. This is the Leninist method of study and the common char. Radicals, the power of the idea. 12 Populationism. People are China's greatest asset. The more of them, the better. Population control is a bourgeois fallacy, a Malthusian error that should be rejected. A socialist system is capable of accommodating any rate of population increase. The more people we have, the better, faster, greater, and more economical will be the results of our socialist construction, said Hung Ch7 in the midst of the Great Leap Forward. In 1961 Mao Zedong wrote, "It is a very good thing that China has a big population. Even if China's population multiples many times, she is fully capable of finding a solution. The solution is production. Of all things in the world, people are the most precious. Under the leadership of the Communist Party, as long as there are people, every kind of miracle can be performed." 0. 13 In national defense, man is primary and weapons secondary. The relations between officers and men, the army, and civilians. Moderates, the power of the apparat. Characteristic of left and right error is the belief that the Chinese Revolution could be directed by relying on subjective imagination of the moment, or merely adducing isolated quotations from certain books. 1.1.12. Birth control. The rate of population increase should be tailored to China's food-producing ability. A rate of population increase which substantially outstrips the capacity of agriculture to supply increasing amounts of food will cancel out any apparent gains in production and productivity. Promotion of planned childbirth is the established policy of our country during the socialist construction period. p. 13 A modern army is first and foremost a professional body. Modern equipment is of the utmost importance. There is little room for table 8-8, continued. Radicals, the power of the idea. Moderates, the power of the apparat. Must be democratic, i.e., collective, politics must be in control of the army and pure professionalism must be curbed. Army personnel should take part in economic construction. The army is a form of mass organization of the people. It should be supplemented by a mass people's militia. The army's strategy and tactics should draw on the rich experience of China's guerrilla and mobile warfare, i.e., protracted war waged by the people. Q. C. Ellis Joff, Moscow, and the pages 13-15. Egalitarianism and the guerrilla-type informality between officers and men, unity of command. For purposes of training and discipline, ranks, titles, honors, conscription, and special rules and regulations for entry into the officer corps are needed. The Army's direct participation in labor should be held to a minimum. The usefulness of mass militia should be carefully re-examined in the light of changing conditions of warfare. In the nuclear age, the first blow is decisive. It throws considerable doubt on the theory of protracted war. Chinese Army, FEER, April 2, 1964. 3. In 1958-60 the opposition probably counted among its numbers Liu Shaochi, Chairman of the People's Republic of China since April 1959, Vice Chairman of the Central Committee of the CPC, Member of the party's Politburo, Zhou Enlai, Premier and Member of the Politburo, CHN Yun, Deputy Premier, Minister of Commerce during the Liberal Interlude, Chairman of the National Construction Commission, and Member of the Politburo, Li Fuchun, Chairman of the State Planning Commission, Li Xianyan, Minister of Finance and Member of the Politburo, Po Ipo, Chairman of the State Economic Commission and alternate member of the Politburo, Teng Zihui, Deputy Premier, Teng Xiaoping, the party's General Secretary, Shuaimu Chiao, Director of the State Statistical Bureau, Piang Tei, Minister of Defense relieved of his duties in 1959 and replaced by the leftist Lin Piao, Chang Wentian, Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs. Huan Kao Cheng, Army Chief of Staff, Lu Tingyi, Director of the Propaganda Department of the party since 1948 and alternate member of the Politburo, Piang Chen, Member of the party's Secretariat and Mayor of Peking, Liao Luyan, Minister of Agriculture, and Ma Yin-Chu, President of Peking University, relieved of his duties in April 1960. Of these, the most adroit were Zhou Enlai, Li Fuchun, and Li Xianyan. They not only managed to adapt themselves to the rapid shifts in line, but, as of 1969, survived the traumatic experience of the Great Proletarian Cultural Revolution, Chapter LL. 210. 2. Opposition within the country. Economic development through great leaps is for those who like excitement, but the excitement wears off and apathy sets in. It is fairly obvious, yet it can stand repetition that one cannot ask for night and day toil from even the most ideologically fired up masses without at some point meeting the payroll. The Great Leap did not meet the payroll, and the predictable result was widespread resentment and passive resistance. In some instances passive resistance turned into open rebellion by the masses. The tragic case of Tibet merits at least passing notice. Trouble had been brewing in Tibet ever since the Little Big Leap of 1956. In February of that year major uprisings occurred in the eastern part of the country. They were dealt with savagely, so cruelly, in fact, that the outside world, still reeling from the horrors of National Socialism, refused to believe that Marxian socialism could be capable of similar conduct, Stalin's bloody record notwithstanding. Leaders of the revolt were put to the torture, they had boiling water poured over their heads, they were dragged to their death behind horses, they were stabbed and mutilated. The threat of genocide only helped to stiffen Tibetan, especially Kham, resistance. Beginning in September 1956 and for some months thereafter, the liberal interlude in China proper, the Chinese authorities relented a bit and agreed to postpone the Great March towards socialism for 6 years. But the interlude was brief. Another wave of terror coincided with the inauguration of the Great Leap Forward. The Tibetans once again found themselves fighting for their very existence. 211 The Chinese military command in Lhasa invited the Dalai Lama to attend a cultural show at its headquarters on March 10, 1959. Suspecting a kidnapping attempt, about 10,000 Tibetans surrounded the Dalai Lama's summer residence in Norbulinka to prevent their leader from attending the function. 2 days later fierce fighting broke out in Lhasa, in the course of which an estimated 1,000 Tibetans were killed and thousands more were deported to forced labor camps. The monasteries of Sira, Drepung, and Ganden were shelled by Chinese artillery and the first 2 destroyed beyond repair. On March 15 the Dalai Lama escaped from his palace and after a perilous journey arrived in India on April 18 where he was granted political asylum. 200 members of the Dalai Lama's bodyguard who had been left behind in Lhasa, were disarmed by the Chinese and publicly machine-gunned. Chinese troops conducted a house-to-house search in the capital city, where arms were found, the whole family would be taken out and shot on the spot. At the very time that these events were taking place, Prime Minister Nehru went on record as saying that in his view what was taking place in Tibet was a clash of minds, not a clash of arms. The Great Leap Forward, 1958 to 6335. Rationale behind the leap. Retrenchment and recession. When the radicals looked at the record of 1957 and compared it with that of the previous year 212, they had reason to be fretful. The retrenchers, liberalizers, and opponents of reckless advance were indeed in the process of righting the disproportions, distortions, and inflationary pressures generated by the socialization push of 1955 to 56, but while doing this they neglected speed, that most important question confronting China since the victory of the socialist revolution. What the radicals saw is shown in Table 8 to 9. A slowing down in the rate of advance was, of course, implicit in the task of correcting the various imbalances, reviewed in Chapter 7, and in cooling down the economy overheated by the leap of 1956. The trimming of investment was, for example, a measure consciously taken by those at that time responsible for the conduct of economic policy. 213 The increase of 62% in state capital investment in 1956 occurred at the very time that for incentive reasons it was necessary to raise worker and peasant incomes. The result was inflationary pressure and shortages of construction materials. The inflationary pressure was aggravated by the financing of agricultural investments by bank loans. The increase of over 88 million mao in area sown to grain crops and cotton in the single year 1956 together with the rush irrigation job meant that much of the sown area was not properly taken care of. The per mao yield of grain and cotton declined that year. In 1957, therefore, the sown area was reduced and per mao yields of grain crops and cotton rose substantially. The sharp drop in two-wheeled double-share plows supplied to agriculture reflected the belated correction of a mistake made earlier. Large stocks of these plows were lying around unused in the countryside and the peasants could not be persuaded to use them. It could, therefore, be argued that the retrenchment and recession of 1957 were the result of earlier policies conducted under the percentage growth in national income over preceding year. 4.6 14.0 Combined gross output value of industry and agriculture, index numbers, preceding year equals 100. 107.8 116.5 gross output value of industry, including handicrafts, index numbers, preceding year equals 100. 111.4 128.2 gross output value of agriculture, index numbers, preceding year equals 100. 103.5 104.9 state revenue from agricultural tax collections, millions of current UN. 2,970 2,965 state expenditures on economic construction, millions of UN. 14,910 15,910 increase in total investment in capital construction, index numbers, preceding year equals 100. 93 159 increase in investment within the state plan, index numbers, preceding year equals 100. 90 162 investment in agriculture, forestry, water conservation, and meteorology, millions of UN. 1,190 1,190 investment in building, millions of UN. 460 650 investment in prospecting for natural resources, millions of UN. 300 400 investment in transport and communications, millions of UN. 2,070 2,610 investment in trade, millions of UN. 340 760 investment in heavy and light industry, index numbers, preceding year equals 100. Light industry. 117 179 heavy industry. 104 156 investment in capital construction in national minority areas, index numbers, preceding year equals 100. 99.1 175.5 new productive fixed assets, index numbers, preceding year equals 100. 117 143 output of wheat, million caddies. 47,349,600 output of coarse grains, million caddies. 105,300 106,800 output of tea, 1010. 2,232,410 output of cocoons of cultivated silkworms, thousands of 10. 1,360 1,450 cultivated area, thousands of mil. 1,677,450 1,677,370 sown area, thousands of mil. 2,358,660 2,387,590 increase in irrigated area, thousands of mil. 43,090 118,700 area of transformed waterlogged, low-lying land, thousands of mil. 51,730 84,640 area under preliminary water and soil conservation, square kilometers. 51,543 73,650 afforest area, thousands of mil. 65,330 85,850 output of cotton yarn, thousands of bales. 4,655,250 output of cotton cloth, millions of meters. 5,055,770. Increase in volume of retail sales, index numbers, preceding year, 100. 102.9 117.5 increase in total amount of means of production supplied to agriculture, index numbers, preceding year equals 100. 88.1 131.2 water wheels supplied to agriculture, thousands of units. 247 619 two-wheeled share plows supplied to agriculture, thousands of units. 733 1086 walking plows supplied to agriculture, thousands of units. 97 1022 sprayers supplied to agriculture, thousands of units. 541 1180 commodity price index numbers, nationwide, average prices of the preceding year equals 100, wholesale prices 100.999.5 retail prices 102.2 100.0 purchasing prices paid for agricultural products 105.0 103.0 retail prices of industrial products in the countryside 101.2 total volume of import and export trade, millions of UN, */ 10,450 10,870 increase in number of workers and employees over preceding year, thousands of persons. 276 5,154 increase in engineering and technical personnel, index numbers. Preceding year equals 100. 110.5 130.5 index of net earnings of rich peasants and former landlords, net income of poor peasants equals 1.000. Rich peasants 0.975 0.902 former landlords 1.100 0.962. Banner of politics first. The radical elements within the leadership did not, however, see it that way. They blamed the 1957 situation on rightist and right opportunist thinking and cited the quantitatively modest performance as one reason for the reversal of policy which, they argued, had to come at once. Although the relatively liberal interlude was too short-lived to produce the healing results expected of it by its sponsors, it is reasonable to argue that behind the quantitative performance there was some qualitative progress. 214 to argue thus is, however, to meet with incomprehension on the part of those to whom the most important indicator of economic progress is rapid increase in quantity irrespective of internal inconsistencies, quality considerations, and optimal plan variance. The notion of optimality, consistency, and balance was not part of the Maoist economic lexicon. Speed, quantity, and the ability to solve intricate resource allocation problems by resort to political slogans and mass mobilization were the core of the radical faction's economic philosophy. It may be presumed that one of the reasons behind the launching of the Great Leap Forward was therefore the left wing's dissatisfaction with the pace of economic advance during a period when the radicals' influence on economic policy was on the wane. The sins of the radicals were visited on the moderates. They were accused of slowing down the rate of economic growth through their excessive caution and lack of revolutionary pep, whereas it would, in fact, have been more correct to ascribe the relative sluggishness of the economy during the liberal interlude to earlier economic excesses. Re-emergence of social stratification in the countryside. The party's left wing has at all times feared that the former oppressor classes would try and stage a comeback and that too great an emphasis on differential material incentives would lead to the emergence of new social strata and of a new bourgeois bureaucrat mentality, especially among the intellectuals, scientists, technicians, cultural workers. The rural liberalization measures of 1956–57, private plots, free markets, gave the ideologues scant reason for rejoicing. According to sample surveys carried out in 1956 and 1957, see Table 8–9 and Chapters 3 and 5, the net earnings position of former landlords and rich peasants relative to poor peasants improved in 1957 compared with 1956. The per capita net earnings of former landlords, rich, and middle peasants rose, in the case of former landlords quite substantially, while those of poor peasants declined, from 61.3 to 60.2 UN. The spread between the highest and lowest paid state employees, bureaucrats and technicians, was said to have been 28:1 in 1956. In 1958 it was apparently reduced to 20:1. It is sometimes said in defense of the Great Leap Forward that it did stimulate the production of certain key commodities. Output was increased, it is argued, in some cases very substantially. In 1956 the planners had set a number of targets for 1962, which they considered realistic in the light of the resources that China could supply from domestic sources during the period of the second five-year plan. They were maximal targets. After the figures for the first five-year plan were in, Some of the 1962 targets were raised, others were lowered. It would seem that the planners were approximately right. After all the fuss and furor of the Great Leap and 2 years of readjustment, needed to bring a semblance of order into the economy, production of key commodities in 1962 was roughly where the planners had originally said it would be, Table 8 to 10. Unemployment and underemployment. Unemployment, estimated by some Western economists at about 32 million male non-agricultural workers in 1957, was certainly an important motivating factor in the decision to launch the labor-intensive Great Leap. Unemployment is thought to have increased between 1952 and 1957. In addition, underemployment in 1957 could have been as high as 35 millions. 2151 of the objectives of the leap, was no doubt, to reduce existing unemployment and underemployment and to provide jobs for new entrants into the labor force. 215 Nairuan Chen and Walter Galenson, The Chinese Economy Under Communism, OPCIT, pages 45 to 46. Chen and Galenson seem to ascribe the decision to launch the Great Leap almost exclusively to that consideration. 97961 to 65 The policy of readjustment, consolidation, filling out, and raising standards. In 1961 China's Khrushchev Liu Shaoxi openly clamored. Our economy is approaching the brink of collapse. I propose to call the present a period of emergency. One unable to cope with the bouncing forces they had unleashed, the party's leftists began to bow to the inevitable in the summer of 1960, and discreetly retreated behind a smokescreen of face-saving semantics. The People's Communes were still being declared Chinese socialism's greatest contribution to the transition from socialism to communism, but they were, in fact, changed beyond recognition. Confronted with the threat of famine, it was neither the production brigade nor the production team, nor even the work group, but the individual peasant household which became the mainstay of China's agriculture. In 1961 the fixing of production quotas on the basis of households was not only openly discussed in theoretical terms, but seems to have been the common practice in at least one Guangdong Xi'an. In some localities the practice survived well into 1965. To the mass movement of peasant technical and scientific innovation, popular mechanics, was still said to be surging ahead. In fact, it was being controlled, trimmed, and supervised by experts. The local industry explosion of 1959 was contained, and water conservation was put on a different, less rash, more rational basis. The period 1961 to 65 is one of caution and moderation in socialist construction. There is much solid achievement, not very spectacular, but real. However, the relatively moderate walk-slow policy implemented during that time was constantly being challenged by the forces of the left, first in the realm of ideology, Socialist Education Chapter 10, later in the fields of government and economics. The period ends with yet another apocalyptic upheaval, the Great Proletarian Cultural Revolution, the apotheosis of the political will, the humiliation, rout, and temporary destruction of the bureaucratic moderates. It has been noted in the preceding chapter that the disorganization, mass exhaustion, food problems, and strains generated by the Great Leap Forward led to a rethinking of the whole leap concept, a strengthening of the moderates' hand, and finally a reversal of policy. The process of change was gradual, beginning as we have seen with the Commune checkup of 1958 to 59, gathering momentum with every drought, flood, and bad harvest, and culminating in Li Fuchun's March 1960 report on the draft economic plan for 1960 and Piang Chen's call in June 1960 to grasp agriculture and make of it priority number 1. 3. In July 1960 a campaign to help the countryside was launched in Liaoning, Kirin, and Heilongjiang. It soon spread to the whole country. A spate of articles extolling the new line of agriculture as foundation and industry as the leading factor in socialist construction, followed. 4. At the 9th plenary session of the 8th Central Committee, January 14 to 18, 1961, the forces of opposition to reckless advance seem finally to have carried the day. The communiqué issued at the conclusion of that meeting said that a rectification campaign would be launched among party personnel who lack sufficient understanding of the distinction between socialist ownership by the collective and socialist ownership by the whole people, of the three levels of ownership in the people's communes, and of the socialist society's principles of exchange of equal values to each according to his work and more income to those who work more, all of which the party had repeatedly publicized. 5. It was now the turn of leftist codders and leftist opportunists to be rectified. Although the communiqué also promised a rectification drive against landlords and bourgeois elements who engaged in sabotage of the economy during those difficult times, it hastened to add that their numbers were exceedingly small. In fact, a process of removing rightist labels was already in progress. In November 1960, 260 leading rightists had been declassified and relieved of that brand. In September 1961, 1,100 rightists in Shanghai and 317 rightists and local nationalists in the Xinjiang Uyghur Autonomous Region were declassified, and 370 more were rehabilitated in December. 6. This reversal of judgments continued through the greater part of the period 1961 to 62. 7. The Ninth Central Committee session formalized what had already been aired for some time. A new economic policy was officially announced. It was given the rather cumbersome name of readjustment, consolidation, filling out, and raising standards, readjustment of the pace of socialist construction, consolidation of existing agricultural and industrial enterprises, filling out, or reinforcement, of weak links in the production process, and the raising of quality standards. Although everyone present at the meeting officially subscribed to the new course in a display of unshakable unity, the leftists were later to accuse their adversaries of having altered the content of the slogan to retrenchment, closing down, suspension, amalgamation, and transfer of enterprises, see below. Beginning in December 1960, a series of secret documents began to be issued for the guidance of the party's codders in the field. 8. Together, these documents constitute the charter of the new economic course. Some of them were later, 1968, denounced by the Maoists as revisionist black goods for the restoration of capitalism. The most important of these were 35 articles of handicraft policy, issued by the State Council in December 1960. 60 articles of the bylaws, draft, for rural people's communes, issued by the party's top authorities around May 1961, 70 articles of cultural and educational policy, issued by the party probably in May 1961, 80 articles on the management of the agricultural machinery f. Industry, July 1961, 60 articles on the management of enterprises of agricultural mechanization, July 1961, 70 articles of industrial policy, issued by the party's High Command in December 1961, 10-point directive, draft, for the party's policy in the countryside allegedly prepared by the party's Secretary-General Teng Xiaoping in opposition to a 10-point directive on the same subject authored by the party's left over the signature of Mao Zedong. 29 articles on the status of accounting personnel, adopted by the State Council in November 1962. The substance of the various articles emerges from the discussion of the new course which follows. A short version of the articles was given by Zhou Enlai on March 27, 1962 in his 10 Tasks for the National Economy. 9. These included retrenchment of basic construction, the sending of urban workers to the countryside, and the development of the economy in the order of agriculture, light industry, and heavy industry. The articles, except those on accounting personnel, were probably thrashed out at a closed-door session of the Supreme State Conference held shortly before the March 1962 meeting of the National People's Congress. By the 10th plenum of the 8th Central Committee, September 1962, the new policy appears to have been firmly in place. However, it was precisely at this time that the left launched its counter-offensive. In 1962, at the 10th plenary session of the 8th CCP Central Committee, the great leader, Chairman Mao creatively developed the Marxist-Leninist theory of class struggle, made the great call "Never forget class struggle," and sounded the bugle for an all-out counter-offensive of the proletariat against the bourgeoisie. 1-0 The counterattack took the form of 1. A socialist education campaign with Chairman Mao's thought as core and Chairman Mao's good soldiers as model. 2. Industry should learn from Taching. 3. Agriculture should learn from Takei. 4. The whole nation should learn from the People's Liberation Army, its spirit, its regulations, its history, and its Spartan way of life. The economy was more or less in shape again, and it was time to experiment with emotional political economy once more. 1-1. Outline of the new economic policy. As explained by the New Year's editorial of the party's theoretical journal Hung Cwi, the new policy of readjustment, consolidation, filling out, and raising standards meant that it is necessary, at this time, to make suitable adjustments in the altered relations between the various branches, consolidate the great gains scored by the productive forces and production relations in the course of these developments and changes, enrich the content of newly developed undertakings, and raise the quality of those new things that need further improvement. 1-2 In short, it was necessary to clean up the mess. Two interesting features of the new approach to economic development were, a reversal of the accepted communist sectoral priorities, i.e., heavy industry, light industry, agriculture, adopted by China from 1953 through 1957 and implicit in the Great Leap in spite of all the furor about agriculture. 1-3 De-emphasis of the hitherto overwhelming concern with quantity and speed, except during the liberal interlude, 1956-57, and a concern with the quality of output and the market orientation of production. This was made clear in Zhou Enlai's statement in December 1964 that the plan for national economic development should be arranged in the order of priority of agriculture, light industry, and heavy industry. The scale of industrial development should correspond to the volume of marketable grain and the industrial raw materials made available by agriculture. 1-4 Choose summing up of the new economic policy contains, it will be noticed, one other point which loomed prominently after 1962, the importance of the National Economic Plan, with emphasis on control through economic accounting, and hence of the professional planner and expert. Comprehensive central planning had become impossible during the Great Leap Forward and had to be rebuilt piece by piece. 1-5 Only after 1962 was it possible again to think in terms of a centrally conceived, centrally enforced, national economic plan. The methodological guidelines for the new course were, thus, gradualness, a modicum of intersectoral balance, the rate of industrial growth was to be determined by and coordinated with the growth of marketable grain and industrial raw materials made available by agriculture, an appreciation of the overwhelming rural realities of China's society, and a new understanding of quality as an important dimension of economic growth. 1-6 However, as had been mentioned earlier, hand in hand with the policy of prudence, moderation, realism, and restraint went a renewed assault from the left on the citizens' political consciousness under the name of Socialist Education, Chapter 10. Launched in 1962, at the very time that the new economics was beginning to bear fruit, the Socialist Education Campaign, with its emphasis on rebirth through correct, Maoist, political faith, was aimed at preventing the essentially revisionist economic policies from seeping through into the realms of culture and politics and turning into the much-feared Soviet-type revisionism after the disappearance of the present generation of Chinese leaders. Both in its intensity and the shrillness with which it was pursued, contrasting sharply with the concurrent matter-of-fact economic policy, the Socialist Education Campaign revealed the anxiety with which China's aging leftist leaders viewed the possible future course of events in the country, and the continued suspicion in which they held the rising generations of technocrats, engineers, and other experts. 1-7 The main guideposts of the new economic policy may be summarized as follows: Agriculture is the foundation of economic construction. 2. Industry is the leading factor in that construction. 3. Economic construction must be guided by a central plan. 4. Quality is an important dimension of economic growth. Scientific and technical education is crucial to economic development and socialist construction. 6. Self-reliance is the cornerstone of economic development and socialist construction, but does not exclude learning from foreigners, especially in the fields of science and technology. 7. In foreign trade, the policy is one of leaning to all sides, i.e., diversification of trade partners. 8. The rate of population increase should be slowed down. 9. CLS struggle should be attenuated, a much disputed objective. Agriculture, the foundation. In proclaiming agriculture to be the foundation of economic construction, the aim was to make sure that the rapidly growing population be adequately fed, that industry receive the needed raw materials of agricultural origin, that the export trade be supported, and that the recurrence of the 3 bad years be prevented. 1-8. Priorities. While trying to achieve a balance among the various subsectors of agriculture, dovetailing them into one another, the following priorities were to be respected. 1. First place was to be accorded to grain output. Grain is the foundation of foundations. 1-9. 2. Grain output was to be geared to livestock raising, especially pigs. This was expected to yield quick returns in the form of meat, material incentive to farmers and urban workers, and manure, both helping to increase grain yields. 3. Raw materials for industry, especially cotton. 4. Export crops, rice, oil seeds. 5. Sideline production on private household plots, especially fruit, vegetables, poultry, oxen, pigs, tomb trees, silkworms, essential oils, bamboo, native paper, fisheries, wooden farm implements. In short, the farm sector was expected to furnish both a larger quantity than hitherto and a greater variety of commodities for domestic consumption and for export, and in this way secure funds which could be plowed back into grain production. Since, as we have repeatedly pointed out, the Chinese Communists have refrained from publishing output data after 1959, scattered, local, percentage reports aside, the figures in tables 9-1 and 9-2 have to be taken with a liberal dose of skepticism. It will be seen that in spite of rather wide variations in the post-1960 estimates, there seems to be general agreement that food grain output from 1957 through 1965 stagnated at or near the traditional plateau of 180 to 200 million tons. All estimates agree that output in 1959 through 1962 was below the 1957 level. A breakdown of the estimates is given in Table 9-2. Modalities. In order to reach the objective of diversified agriculture with grain as the leading link, i.e., increase the quantity and variety of marketable agricultural products, the following policies were implemented during the period 1961 to 65. 350. 1961 to 65, the policy of readjustment. The mystique of the communes was, however, preserved. This has already been discussed in Chapter 8. To recall, a. The communes were sharply reduced in size. In 1958 the number of rural people's communes was given as 26,578, the number of communized households as 123,250,000, and the number of households per commune as 4,637, cf. Table 8-5. In October 1964 the number of communes was given as 74,000 with an average of 1,620 households per commune. 20. The reduction in the size of communes was not uniform throughout the country. It would appear that commune size was reduced mainly in mountainous and national minority areas. In Guangdong, for example, the number of communes remained the same, while in Guangxi it jumped from 1,000 in 1958 to 20,000 after 1961. 2.1. b. Efforts to feed-rate all communes within a county were abandoned. c. Most communal mess halls were closed. Where these were retained, membership in them was made voluntary. d. Encouragement of communal small-scale industry was dropped. e. Private plots of commune members were reintroduced, and household sideline production was encouraged. The plots were not to exceed 7% of a production team's land. Commune members were permitted to reclaim small plots of wasteland, provided they adhered to state regulations and obtained clearance from commune authorities. The produce of private plots was to be exempted from compulsory sales, and crops produced on the plots were not to be counted in estimating the peasants' grain retention standards before liability for compulsory sales was calculated. 22. In practice, however, this was usually violated. Private plots of commune members were to be exempted from the agricultural tax. However, in May 1962 the produce sold on rural trade fairs, below, began to be taxed on entering the market, on sale, or on entering a warehouse. Since much of this produce came from private plots, 2-3 the tax exemption was inoperative in practice. As state pressure on private plots mounted toward 1964-65 and the spare time available to adult commune members for private plot activities shrank, more and more work on the plots tended to be done by children under 16. Subsidiary production of livestock, especially pigs and poultry, fruit, vegetables, wood oil, other oils, silk, sugar, and tea accounted in 1965 for about 1/3 of the total value of commune output and contributed importantly to China's export trade. More than half of China's hard currency sales to Hong Kong and West Germany, and about 1/3 of the country's exports to Britain consisted of raw or processed products of subsidiary activity. Much of this activity was private in the sense of originating in the team members' household plots. For example, 80% of the pigs and almost all the poultry raised in China came from private plots. However, most piglets were bought from communes and sold live or as pork to rural supply and marketing cooperatives or other procurement agencies of the state at state fixed prices. During the Cultural Revolution, 1968, it was alleged that in 1962 the private grain harvest in Yunnan was bigger than the collective, that in 1961-62 more than 20% of communal land was given over to the private sector in southwestern China, that some peasants earned more than 1,000 yuan out of private cultivation, and that even in 1964 there was more private than communal cultivation in Queichao and Sichuan. During the bad years, 1959-61, private plots in Yunnan allegedly represented 20-50% of cultivated land. In the Huaxing commune near Shanghai, experiments with family production quotas has apparently been authorized by Lu Xiaochi, while Tao Chu experimented in Guangdong with land distribution to individual families according to their labor capacity, the so-called production responsibility system. 2-4 Private intercropping on communal land was said to have been encouraged in Queichao by Party Secretary Chia Chaiwan. By 1963 emphasis shifted to collective, team, brigade, and commune level. Sideline activities and warnings were once again being issued about capitalist tendencies inherent in private sideline occupations. 2-5 Primary markets in rural areas were revived in the fall of 1960, although the state attempted to exercise control over transactions in these markets by fixing the upper limits of price fluctuations and establishing on-the-spot supervision over market activities. 2-6 Grain, cottonseed, and other oilseeds were not to be bought and sold on these markets. By the spring of 1963 further restrictions were imposed on the rural trade fairs to curb undesirable manifestations of spontaneous capitalism. What seems to have happened was that the more abundant supply of vegetables, eggs, poultry, fruit, and other products of private plot activity had induced some peasant households and not a few people in the towns to turn to full-time trading and hawking, the rural fairs providing them with convenient and legitimate places of business. The 1963 regulations tried to stamp out this trend and prevent people from deserting farm work for full-time trading. Aside from ideological hostility to the rebirth of market mentality, there was a practical motive behind the move. To supply the rural fairs, commune members gave more attention to their private plots than to the growing of wheat and rice which the state wanted for export and industrial development, and which it bought from the communes at low prices. There wasn't too much living to be made out of socialism, quite a bit, and then some, out of peddling. Since to supplement their income, production teams and brigades were also allowed to sell the products of their sideline activity on these markets, they tended to neglect production for the state in favor of subsidiary production for the market. The uneasy coexistence between collective and private economies was sharply felt by the local cottars harried from above and pressed from below, often yielding to corruption, and closing their eyes to gross violations of socialist morality on the farms. G. The three-level of ownership system was consolidated. Originally, ownership of assets was vested primarily in the production brigade, corresponding roughly to the former Advanced Agricultural Producers Cooperative. In time, the tendency was to vest ownership increasingly in the production team, roughly equivalent in terms of size to the former Elementary Agricultural Producers Cooperative. H. Tractors, other agricultural machinery, and large tools, the ownership of which was vested in the communes during the leap, were taken away from the communes and returned to the newly revived state machine tractor stations. By the end of 1962, according to the Maoists, 88% of such commune-owned assets had been so transferred. The November 1962 Central Committee opinion on readjusting and improving the work of tractor stations, inspired, according to the Maoists, by the capitalist Roder Tien Chen Lin and his minions, stated that when many tractor stations were changed to commune-owned and commune-run regime, the original set of rules and regulations was abolished, the utility of machines was decreased, and damage was serious. 27. The problem had become more intractable with the transfer of accounting functions to production teams. At present, Liu was alleged to have said, "The peasants can't do it, the state has to do it." In the initial stage, it is up to the state to run tractor stations. 28. Rural supply and marketing cooperatives, which in the fall of 1958 had been transformed into supply and marketing departments of the rural people's communes, were after mid-July 1961 re-established as independent entities subject to state supervision. J. The production team, 20 to 30 households, became typically the planning and accounting unit within the commune, i.e., it planned output within the general directives laid down by the state, and dealt with income and expenditure distribution. 29. The production brigade ran enterprises jointly owned by the production teams, and organized team cooperation. The commune, through its executive committee, nominally, elected by the whole commune membership, organized interbrigade cooperation, ran major water and soil conservancy works, operated some repair workshops and livestock farms, and was the lowest unit of government in the countryside. The communes financed themselves from brigade contributions and from state grants and loans. Frequently the planning of output quotas was devolved by the team onto work groups or tsoyetsu, roughly corresponding in terms of membership to the former mutual aid teams, small teams, xiaotui, or even onto individual households. The devolution of effective grassroots authority over production and finance onto the production team did not go unnoticed or unopposed by the party's left wing. In an article entitled Questions and Answers on Class Struggle, published in the Canton Nanfang Jipao of August 24, 1963, the proponents of permanent revolution, sharp class struggle, and bigness of local organization argued that facts of real life prove that in a production team where the leadership is held by the upper middle peasants, influences of spontaneous capitalism will raise their heads, the party's policies and measures cannot be carried out fruitfully, and abandonment of agriculture in favor of commerce, speculation, and manipulation are grave. In those teams where the upper middle peasants hold the upper hand, the leadership is likely to be usurped by the landlords and rich peasants, who would then stage a counter-revolutionary comeback. This is what we must especially guard against. 30. From 1963 onward, production teams were required to show they were 5 good, that is, good at 1. Executing the party's policies, 2. Promoting political education, 3. Carrying out the tasks of collective agriculture and collective sideline production, 4. Operating thriftily and industriously, and 5. Fulfilling the tasks assigned to them by the state. 3.1 The architects of the Great Leap Forward were even more disturbed by the growing tendency to assign output quotas to work groups of about 10 households each, or even to individual households. Believing as they did that more progressive property relations evoked higher output and greater productivity, cf. Chapter 8, they saw in the assignment of production quotas to ideologically lower organizational units a retreat to the pre-socialist years 1949-52 and a betrayal of the revolution. Those in charge of the new economic policy, on the contrary, held that in China's conditions, the proper care and management of the soil called for small basic units of organization, at least in the pre-mechanization, pre-chemicalization era. Socialism in such a context would mean not much more than the setting of feasible output targets, which via material incentives, the center would then try and induce the small units to reach. 3.2. The radicals' bienniar was the 3 assignments and 1 reward, which they considered to have been particularly revisionist and capitalist-roading. 3.3 The 3 assignments were, 1. Physical output, 2. Production cost, and 3. Consumption of manpower by production teams or lower units. The reward was for any achievement over and above the centrally assigned quotas for output, cost, and manpower utilization. In the eyes of the radicals, the revisionism of the 3 assignments and 1 reward rested in the heavy reliance on material rewards for such allegedly capitalist-roading pursuits as cost reduction and manpower economy. There was, they thought, too much crass calculation of profit and loss in it, too much fussing over abstract economic laws and the propensity of men to respond to real income gains, too little attention to the creative possibilities of correct political faith and the mountain-moving strength of inspired peasant masses. Another poisonous weed, according to the leftists, was the 3 self and 1 assignment allegedly promoted from 1960 through 1962 by right opportunists, revisionists, and other top persons in the party taking the capitalist road. The policy consisted of, 1. Giving up commune land to individual households, 2. Setting up free markets, 3. Giving more responsibility to enterprises in the handling of their own profits and losses, and the assignment of production quotas to households. 3.4. The abortive attempt to introduce the free supply type system of income distribution was abandoned. 3.5 Piecework wages based on assessment of work points for given tasks, Ping Kung Chifeng, were reintroduced, and in general, the emphasis was once again on material incentives to production. 36 To reduce the income of commune members, cautioned an editorial in Nanfang Jipao, December 3, 1963, would dampen their production enthusiasm. As a matter of fact, at that time the commune members' production enthusiasm must have been quite damp already. The mood soon spread to the rural cotters, whose discouragement expressed itself in the so-called 3 opinions, namely that production on high-yield farms had reached a plateau, in ordinary places there was little room left for output increases, and in calamity-stricken areas it was next to impossible to raise production. 37 The calculation of work points and work days by semi-literate and arithmetically disadvantaged cotters was difficult at the best of times. It became extremely elusive in the years following the Great Leap, when peasant pressure was brought to bear on the cotters while various rectification campaigns left the cotters fearful and confused. Their position in the village was unenviable, trapped as they were between democratic centralism and spontaneous democracy. There must have been much abuse of socialist legality, a good deal of corruption and dissimulation. With peasant cupidity sharpened by concessions, the urge to engross, to corrupt officials and for officials to be corrupted, and the urge to pay less attention to the collective economy must all be growing in strength, wrote one observer in 1961. The shrewd peasant, for example, knows that it was his attitude to work in the past 3 years, his refusal to be hurried into a collectivized world, which helped to produce these pleasant concessions, private plots, rural fairs, team accounting, etc. It is extraordinarily difficult in any case to turn peasants with a long tradition of family unit farming, either as owners or tenants, into socialist farm laborers. The institutional and organizational changes are not difficult to effect, the difficulty lies in getting the correct response to the change, so that production does not decrease too drastically and morale slump. 3/8. Around 1964 the central planning and judiciary organs finally got around to checking up on the financial deals and target reporting of the production teams, and the investigation apparently disclosed numerous irregularities in which the rural cotters were implicated. The tightening up of central control over the teams actually began in early 1963 when thumb-twiddling brigade-level cotters were transferred en masse to the team level, there to live with the toilers and do some useful work for the state. By mid-1964 the Socialist Education Campaign, Chapter 10, inaugurated in 1962 as an antidote to the alleged economic revisionism of the new course, suddenly veered toward the rural technical, administrative, and supervisory cotters who were accused of corruption, extravagance, and negligence. The practical cause of the rural cotters rectification campaign, launched in earnest in September 1964, seems to have been the state's failure to supply the countryside with cheap goods, especially textiles, with which to mop up the peasants' increased purchasing power derived from free market sales and rising state procurements. 3/9 Although the main problem was that there were not enough consumer goods to go around, there is ample evidence that the commercial network was caught by surprise when confronted with a sudden increase in peasant purchasing power. Xi'an-level state wholesale bureaus, and the basic-level supply and marketing cooperatives and state trading corporation outlets got bogged down in bureaucratic red tape, stocked up on producer goods rather than on small consumer items which they thought bothersome and unprofitable to handle, failed to communicate, and shifted blame from one level and form of organization to another. A subsidiary cause of the rectification drive was the ancient problem of communication between the center and the provinces, the rural cotters siding with and abetting economic localism, an exercise rendered all the easier by the rough correspondence of the basic rural decision-making unit, the team, with the old Chinese village. A major point of conflict mentioned by Nanfang Jipao on December 26, 1964 was the inaccurate allocation of work points to the peasants by production team officials and falsification of team production accounts, which underrated the team's production performance and resulted in produce hoarding at the team level. This was perhaps inevitable in view of the policy of devolving local capital construction responsibility on the teams, brigades, and communes. Team leaders were also accused of competing in the construction of offices and other bureaucratic prestige amenities for themselves. According to secret Chinese military papers captured by Kamba guerrillas in Tibet in late summer 1961, many local cotters were charged with murder, rape, extreme cruelty, and serious misuse of mass line tech. 40 MQUES. In pursuance of the four withs, judicial cotters, including high officials from central judiciary organs, were sent down to the countryside and instructed to investigate 41 abuses of socialist morality by 1. Eating, 2. Living, 3. Working, and 4. Discussing together with poor and lower middle peasants. In this way, by encouraging the rural proletariat to pour out its woes into the ears of representatives of state power in the course of door-to-door comradely chats with poor and lower middle peasants, lax and corrupt cotters could be rooted out and all manifestations of spontaneous capitalism nipped in the bud. 4. The four clearance movement was intended simultaneously to 1. Correct cotter corruption in respect of financial affairs, 2. Work points, 3. Accounts, and 4. Storage of produce. 4. The three fixes and one substitution involved the assignment of rural cotters to 1. Fixed labor bases, 2. At which they had to report at fixed hours, 3. Work for a fixed length of time each day, and as for the substitution, learn the jobs of regular workers so as to be ready to replace the regular workers whenever necessary. The whole fixes and substitution program was to be administered and supervised by officials of high rank directly answerable to the center. In 1965, government organs at all levels reportedly had sent between 1/3 and 1/2 of their personnel to squat at a point in the countryside and take part in field labor. 4. Poor and lower middle peasant associations, dormant since New Democracy days, were reactivated for the express purpose of helping central organs supervise and report on local rural cotters. The associations, which comprised financial supervision groups, usually operated through production brigade party branches. Team members were encouraged to report their grievances directly to those organs, bypassing team-level authorities. Throughout 1964 and 1965, congresses of poor and lower-middle peasants' representatives were held all over China. More and more often they called for a new great leap forward in agricultural production and a new upsurge of socialist consciousness. 4-5 In the spring of 1964, a movement of comparing, learning, overtaking, and helping, originally applied in industry, was extended to the agricultural front. The objective was to break down local barriers to the flow of technical and innovational information, a problem besetting all command-type economies. One ominous result of the 1964 rectification drives was the dismissal in December of that year of Vice Premier Teng Zihui, who from 1953 to 1959 headed the party's Rural Work Department and up till October 1962 was director of the State Council's Office of Agriculture and Forestry. Teng was a staunch advocate of a cautious and pragmatic approach to economic development and is believed to have opposed the LEAP policies of 1955-56 and 1958-60. Stress was put on local conditions and feasibility rather than on grandiose schemes divorced from reality. The communes and their constituent units were instructed to correctly handle the relationship between themselves and the state in conformity with the slogan of linking one's family with Tiananmen. In the new political context, this meant that the communes, brigades, teams, work groups, and households were to pay attention to and strictly obey central directives. To link one's family with Tiananmen was to integrate cultivation according to local conditions with the fulfillment of state plans for grain, cotton, and other key commodities, and the sale to the state of the stated portions of the products of subsidiary occupations. Emphasis on maximizing the area of high and stable yields in respect to staple crops. During the period 1961-65, diversification of agriculture with grain as the leading link was interpreted primarily as concentration on existing high-yield areas, especially on state farms, rather than on ambitious land reclamation. While there was plenty of reclaimable wasteland, estimated at over 1 million square kilometers, the decision was taken to consolidate what was already under the plow, leaving major land reclamation projects to a later date. State investments in large water conservation projects, electric power plant, soil improvement, local transportation, and state agricultural loans were to be directed into areas where highest returns could be expected. 4-6 Elsewhere, the communes and their constituent units were to rely on their own resources. The areas of high and stable yields were to benefit from the development of electrically powered irrigation schemes. The favored areas included the grain and cotton growing districts of Hopei, Hebei, Anhui, Honan, Shanxi, and Shenzi, the rice districts of Guangdong, especially the Pearl River Delta, Jiangsu, and Zhejiang, and the vegetable farms in the neighborhood of large cities. Electrically powered irrigation areas in 1962 comprised some 3.4 million hectares out of a total cultivated area of 106.7 million hectares. The total capacity of pumping stations in that year was said to have been 20 times the 1957 capacity. The Pearl River Delta project reportedly had 200 irrigation stations and 300,000 kilowatts of power. About 40% of the vegetable farms near Peking were said to have been irrigated by electric power in 1962, and about one-third of the wheat and cotton land in Hopei. Rather than build new power stations, the policy appears to have been to construct transmission lines from the cities using existing power sources. The projects were financed mainly by central and local state authorities, with communes paying for small equipment and purely local power generating stations. The area of farmland irrigated by mechanical pumps was said to have doubled between 1961 and 1965. There seems to have been some trouble with equipment maintenance and repairs. 4-7 Part of the trouble was due to the over-intensive use of pumps and shortage of lubricants, and to the absence of product standardization. Too many different types of pumps were being produced, many factories set up during the Great Leap were closed down, leaving users of their products without replacement parts, and in general producers did not turn out spare parts in sufficient quantities, a phenomenon shared by most command economies and traceable to defects in enterprise success indicators. In the areas of high yields and on experimental farms, attention was given to the development of new plant strains adapted to local soil and climatic conditions. Among the reported innovations were a typhoon-resistant rice plant, strong-rooted, tough-stemmed, and high-yielding, an early ripening rice plant, which reportedly ripened before the onset of the summer monsoons in the south, a tall-stemmed rice plant, the ears of which could be kept above the water level during flooding, and disease-resistant cotton strains. In this as in other matters there was a new willingness to learn from abroad, especially, it would seem, from Japan. 4.8 Most of the rice plants used around Wuhan, Nanking, and Shanghai, for example, were imported from Japan. 4.9 The areas of high and stable yields were also to benefit from the development of light transport suited to local conditions. The big success story of the period 1961 to 65 was in the area of chemical fertilizers, pesticides, and insecticides. 5.0 The new course placed agricultural chemicals high on the list of priorities. After 1960, the chemical industry became one of China's fastest growing industrial sectors. For one thing, the bulk of industrial imports was in support of the chemical industry, especially of its agricultural component. 2 fertilizer plants, each with a capacity of 300,000 tons per year, were purchased in Italy, and other installations were bought in Japan, Britain, and the Netherlands. New chemical fertilizer plants were commissioned at Wuchang, at a cost of $25 million, and Canton. China's preoccupation with agricultural chemicals is understandable in view of the following data, Table 9-3. A number of qualifications should be mentioned. 5.1 First, the high level of chemical fertilizer application in Japan and the Netherlands is in part attributable to the high per hectare population density, the intensive use of chemicals compensating for lack of arable land. Second, China uses more manure crops, and livestock fertilizer per hectare than chemical fertilizer. The use of these is limited in Japan by the small size of farms and the high proportion of land used for planting. Third, the lack of fertilizer is compensated for to some degree in China by the use of rotation systems, which is much less the case in Japan. Even so, the level of fertilizer use in China is low, given the known deficiency of Chinese soil in nitrogen, phosphate, and potash. The Chinese themselves estimate that they need a minimum of 250 kilograms per hectare, or some 20 million tons of chemical fertilizer per year. This compares with an estimated 1966 domestic production of about 6 million tons plus imports of between 2.3 to 3 million tons, most of them from Western Europe and Japan. Increased application of chemical fertilizers cannot be carried out in vacuo. For example, more intensive per hectare use of chemicals in rice cultivation calls for the prior development of rice strains capable of absorbing and withstanding high rates of fertilizer input. 5.2. 3. Agricultural extension and experimental farms. The popularization of modern farming practices was to be based on persuasion through example rather than on force and mass emulation. A nationwide network of agrotechnical stations was established, the purpose of which was to evaluate the economic viability of existing farming practices in given areas, the development of modern techniques of field management, rational close planting, 5.3 plant protection and seed selection, and the training of agrotechnicians. The results were tested on experimental plots set up within the area of a production team and compared with the results obtained from nearby control plots farmed like the rest of the fields. The stations were under the direction of agronomists, and work on the experimental plots was done by veteran farmers under the direction of the specialists. Production team members were invited to visit the plots and compare the results. It was hoped that seeing being believing, the farmers would voluntarily adopt the new methods and plant strains. It is difficult to say how far this expectation materialized in practice. Truly voluntary adoption of modern methods of cultivation by tradition-bound farmers, especially where traditional methods of cultivation had for years been officially encouraged, is unfortunately not a matter of merely seeing and believing. It hinges on whether the adoption of modern farming practices benefits the farmers in personal terms, that is, in terms of increases in their real income. This in turn depends on whether the state is willing to allow peasant money incomes to rise with the adoption of modern farming methods, whether the inputs are available, and whether the rising peasant money incomes can be translated into consumer goods. There is implicit in the process some conflict between the state's accumulation needs and the peasant's desire for a higher standard of living now, and there is also a danger of potential income, hence class, differentiation in the countryside. 5. The experiment is Bucarinistic in conception and vulnerable to attack by those who hold socialist planning to be imperative rather than indicative. 4. Agricultural mechanization. Agricultural mechanization, as we have seen, chapters 3, 5, and 8, had been the subject of bitter controversy in the party's couloirs ever since the time of New Democracy. Marxist dogma about which comes first, the development of the material productive forces, broadly, technique, or higher relations of production, organizational structure, was combined with scraps of economic theorizing about the desirability of changing existing labor/capital cost parameters by introducing new technology in bulk, and the contribution of tractors to raising per acre output. There was uncertainty about the relative merits of mechanization and semi-mechanization and about the advantages of technical borrowing, derived development, from abroad. On the whole, the bureaucratic moderates opted for widespread, but controlled, semi-mechanization and supervised, quality-controlled tool improvement, with mechanization, large and medium-sized machines, being pushed in established grain-producing areas. Out of a total tractor stock of 100,000, 15 HP units, in 1962, the wheat and cotton growing areas of Hopi had 10,000 tractors, the wheat, corn, cotton, and potatoes growing area north of the Hawaii about 800, the Northeast 28,000, Heilongjiang 20,000, the farms around Peking 1,000, and the Pearl River Delta 1,000. Most of the tractors in the North and Northeast were concentrated on state farms where between 60 and 70% of all farm work was reportedly mechanized. In 1964 China was said to have had 2,000 large mechanized farms, some of them over 20,000 hectares in area. 36 of these farms were in Heilongjiang. 5. Mass research of the kind practiced during the Great Leap was opposed after 1960, expertise, careful testing, and prudent popularization of mechanized farm tools were insisted upon. In line with this, the bureaucratic moderates liquidated one by one Mao's county and special district mass research institutes. Out of several hundred of these institutes set up during the Great Leap, only 92 were left by 1961. 5. Instead of spreading scarce tractors, combines, and other machinery thinly over the whole country, they proposed setting up 100 key mechanized counties, most of them in proven grain-producing areas. To assure machine maintenance and proper servicing of existing machinery, they sent out work teams to the countryside to train and educate the peasants and established a trust, the Chinese Agricultural Machinery Corporation. 5. In 1964 the China Tractor Internal Combustion Engine Spare Parts Corporation was set up, and a year later the China Tractor Internal Combustion Engine Industrial Corporation. These took over more than 100 agricultural machinery enterprises from the localities and operated under central direction through 8 regional branch corporations. Given the Soviet unwillingness to supply China with agricultural equipment, the bureaucratic moderates proposed to look elsewhere for prototypes which could be copied at home. Until 1964 they bought patents of liquid pressure equipment and portable gasoline engines from France and Japan. U-650 tractors and spare parts were purchased from Romania, as well as 25 HP and 50 HP Ziter tractors from Czechoslovakia. Liu Shaoxi was alleged to have said in 1960 that now that the Soviet Union won't give us the techniques, we can import some techniques from capitalist countries. The Northeast should copy the Soviet Union, North China should copy West Germany, and South China should copy Japan. 5. It has been shown in Chapter 5 that the over-intensive use of agricultural machinery during the Great Leap, the shortage of spare parts after 1960, and the neglect of maintenance resulted in a substantial drop in China's tractor stock in 1961. In 1962 the number of tractors, 15 HP units, was in the region of 100,000. Assuming an annual domestic production of 40,000 standard units, and ignoring depreciation, the tractor stock in 1965 may have reached and possibly exceeded 220,000 standard units, still a drop in the ocean. One of the limiting factors was steel. The production of one tractor calls for about 2.5 to 5 tons of steel of some 400 different varieties. The production of one truck requires about 600 different specifications of steel. Even in 1965 steel output was probably not much more than 11 million tons, and problems with special steels were still being encountered. These problems were traceable to continuing shortages of such raw materials as nickel and the absence of sufficient quantities of precision finishing equipment. 5-9 varying amounts of ordinary steel were imported from Japan, rolled, pressed, and galvanized steels were bought in Germany, Britain, and France, and some steel products in Eastern Europe. Most of the imported steels apparently did not go to the agricultural machinery industry, but rather to the chemical industry. The 1961-65 policymakers interpreted mechanization and semi-mechanization flexibly and in a broad sense. They were not obsessed with ambitious ideas about tractors dotting the countryside, nor were their ideas riveted to unreachable time schedules. Insofar as tractor production was concerned, they stressed variety geared to local topographical conditions and the requirements of the particular job to be done. During this period at least 6 types of light, heavy, medium, and small tractors were trial produced, ranging from the 100 HP red flag used in land reclamation to the 7 HP, worker peasant, tractor suitable for use on small plots, vegetable gardens, orchards, and in hilly areas. But mechanization meant to the policy makers much more than this. It implied the introduction of mechanized power to drainage and irrigation projects in watered paddy fields and to well irrigation schemes in key pastoral areas. It involved the provision of light transportation in the main producing regions, and above all it meant the replacement of human power with grindstones, flails, simple threshers, huskers, tillers, harrows, multi-share plows, sowers, and so on, i.e., semi-mechanization. 60 To help the farms in this task, some 25,000 farm tool workshops, employing more than 800,000 people, were established under the Second Ministry of Light Industry. These workshops were in addition to the 1,500-odd machine tractor stations servicing the more mechanized farms in the north, northeast, and near the larger urban centers. In 1965 alone the tool workshops were said to have turned out 1.3 million tools of more than 100 different varieties. All in all, under the heading of mechanization, the difference between the Great Leap and the 1961-65 consolidation and filling out periods consisted in a shift of stress from social to technical reform, and b. a shift in control over mechanization and semi-mechanization from the local to the central level with an emphasis on quality. The bureaucratic moderates brought the relations of production down to China's existing level of agricultural technology, that is, to the team level. They then proceeded to gradually raise the level of technique through incremental improvements in tools and methods of production. 2. Industry, the leading factor. Priorities. Under the new economic policy, the role of industry, and of transportation and commerce too, was envisaged primarily as aid to agriculture. The growth of the national economy must be based on 60 In the first half of 1962, 40,000 semi-mechanized implements and 20 million small farm tools were reportedly produced. In 1965 a billion small and medium-sized agricultural tools was said to have been turned out, using 1 million tons of steel. 1961-65, the policy of readjustment 367. Agriculture. Only when agriculture has been restored and developed, will it be possible to harmonize relations between industry and agriculture, gradually improve the people's livelihood and promote further industrial growth. 6.1 All departments and trades should orientate themselves to serve agriculture and the countryside. The Department of Heavy Industry should, in the first place, provide increasing amounts of machinery, chemical fertilizer, insecticides, fuel, electric power, irrigation equipment, and building materials to agriculture, and at the same time provide more and more raw and other materials to light industry. To meet these demands, it is essential to speed up the development of heavy industry, and first and foremost of the basic industries still further. 6. To notice that just as in agriculture, the priorities set down for industry were coordinated with the growth pattern of the economy as a whole. They reflected a renewed preoccupation with internal consistency, balance, and feasibility. 6.3 They did not soar in the realm of the daring and the fanciful, and did not grip the imagination. But neither did they offend reason. Briefly, the scale of priorities within the industrial sector was to be as follows. 1. First place was to be accorded to the development of light industry and handicrafts. These supplied the countryside with articles of daily use, i.e., concrete material incentives to production, small farm tools and implements, and building materials. Light industry was also an important foreign exchange earner. By 1963, a gradual shift from light to heavy industry, transportation, and communications could be detected, probably linked to the renewed stress on defense. 2. With regard to heavy industry, a demand-oriented policy was adopted. The placing of heavy industry at the bottom of the list of priorities did not imply a neglect of that sector. It merely related heavy industry's investment requirements to the needs of agriculture and light industry. The demands of heavy industry were no longer to be absolute as they had tended to be for a while under the first 5-year plan. Marx, it was recalled, had said that constant capital is never produced for its own sake, but solely because more of it is needed in spheres of production whose products go into individual consumption. 6.4 Or as Po Ipo put it, heavy industry itself needs continuous expanded reproduction, but the aim of such expanded reproduction is to promote expanded reproduction in other branches of the economy and the expanded reproduction of means of consumption. 65 The policy objective of industry aiding agriculture presupposed the development of such heavy industry branches as chemicals, special steels, agricultural machinery, irrigation equipment, electric power, and so on, all of which, in turn, presupposed the development of steel production, and particularly special steels. The following guidelines were to be observed. Overinvestment in certain manufacturing branches of heavy industry, example steel, was to be corrected through the application of a number of measures, described under modalities below. 2. New investments in heavy industry were to be primarily directed toward the extractive industry, but even here the investment was to be selective. Among the branches picked for priority treatment were coal, petroleum, iron ore, certain non-ferrous metals, raw materials for the chemical industry, other than petroleum, example sulfur, phosphates, and timber. The idea was to correct the imbalance between processing and extractive branches of heavy industry. Geological surveys and prospecting were to be pushed ahead, with special emphasis on the search for phosphoritic rocks, pyrites, and kyanite, for the chemical fertilizer industry, arsenic, limestone, and fluorspar, for the insecticides industry. 3. Those departments of heavy industry directly serving agriculture, example chemicals, agricultural machinery, were to be next in line. 4. Next came those departments serving light industry, example rolled steel for farm implements, tubes, angle and flat bars for drainage and irrigation machinery, high quality and special steels. Investment in steel began to rise modestly in 1963 and the upward trend continued since that time. In 1963 the Anshan Steel Works completed a dozen new construction projects, but most of them seem to have been designed to help increase the production of raw materials, iron, limestone, magnesite. However, even in 1964 the imbalance in steel capacity and raw materials supply, especially iron ore, which was at the root of the 1961-62 retrenchment, was still worrying the industry. defense industries, including nuclear development, appear to have been accorded a relatively high priority, at least since 1964. By the end of 1968, China had successfully exploded 7 nuclear devices. 6.6 Table 9-4 summarizes the estimated performance of Chinese industry during the period 1961-65. Figures for 1957-60 have been added for comparison. Modalities. The way in which industrial priorities were interpreted in the course of the new economic policy may be summed up in the following way. 1. A moratorium was declared on the front of capital construction, especially in certain manufacturing branches of heavy industry, 1961-62. This seems to have been particularly true of steel in the years 1961 and 1962. The 70 Articles of Industrial Policy, above, p. 344, ordered a halt to basic construction except for specifically authorized projects. 6.7 The retrenchment was justified by supply bottlenecks created by insufficient development, reckless exploitation, and low-quality output of China's raw materials base, the deterioration of the country's steel-producing machinery, especially of large precision equipment, the decline of supplies of machinery and replacements from the USSR, and the shortage of technical personnel consequent on the withdrawal of Soviet experts. During the Great Leap years, equipment had been used mercilessly with little heed given to repairs and maintenance. The drastic reduction in Soviet supplies of spare parts lent additional urgency to the problem. As late as 1964, the imbalance between steel manufacturing capacity and raw materials supply was, as we have mentioned earlier, still besetting the industry. According to one Western estimate, the rate of investment, gross investment as proportion of gross national product, declined from 43.7% in 1960 to 21.6% in 1961, and 21.3% in 1962, the latter being roughly comparable to the investment rate in 1953 and below that of 1957. 6.8 The drop in the investment rate, according to Wu, was 67% in 1960-61 with a recovery in 1961-62. 6.9 Another estimate points to a 1961 drop in fixed investment demand of between 46 and 54% as compared with 1959 for agriculture, small-scale heavy industry, light industry, Soviet-aid heavy industry producing goods for heavy industry itself, and modern transport and communications. 7.0 Residential housing construction was also cut down, especially in 1960-63. One Western observer commented in 1964 on the many abandoned construction sites he saw in Peking and other Chinese cities, with expensive construction equipment rusting on the sites. 7.1 From 1949 through 1958 about 1,000 kilometers of railroad track were added every year, 22,000 kilometers of track in 1949, over 31,000 kilometers in 1958. Between 1960 and 1962 annual additions did not exceed 800 kilometers, rising to about 1,300 kilometers a year after the latter date. In 1964 China's total railway network was about half that of India. The most important railroad project completed between 1958 and 1963 was the line to Urumqi, the capital of Xinjiang. The original plan was to extend the line to the Soviet border where it was to link up with the Soviet line to Alma-Ata. 7.2 The plan never materialized. Between 1959 and 1965 about 100,000 kilometers of highways were built, mostly for military purposes in Xinjiang, Tibet, and Inner Mongolia. 2. The moratorium on capital construction was to be accompanied by appropriate filling out of existing capacity. This involved completing essential projects and establishing a proper balance among the various types of equipment within an enterprise, equipment maintenance and repairs, neglected during the Great Leap years, economy in the use of raw materials and fuel, multipurpose utilization of materials, development of efficient business accounting procedures, and more rational use of labor and management. These as well as the careful testing, scientific appraisal, of innovations and advanced experiences and their coordination with the production requirements of individual enterprises were part not only of the filling out drive, but of the new appreciation of quality as a significant dimension of economic growth. Proceeding from the productive capacity of the existing equipment of the various industrial departments and the various links in the production process. The present task is to fill up the gaps and achieve a proper balance. 7.3 For example, filling out in the coal industry, which supplied 95% of China's fuel consumption, meant strengthening the formerly weak links in the production process such as tunneling, coal dressing, safety, and transport. Local transport during the leap having been overcharged, coal was apparently piled up at the mine heads. 7.4 The machine industries were urged to supply the major coal centers such as Fushan and Tadung with pneumatic shovels, rock drills, high-pressure water pumps, crushers, vibration screens, hoists, belt and scraper chain conveyors, shuttle cars, drainage pumps, lamps, and ventilators which had not been delivered in sufficient quantities and qualities in the past. The timber industry was directed to increase its supply of pit props to the mines. In the meantime, concrete supports were introduced as a substitute. To ease the strain on the railroad transportation network, some factories were moved near to raw materials sources. The raw materials factor was also taken into account in the location of new enterprises. However, the policy was interpreted empirically and frequent warnings were issued to the effect that it should not be overdone. As with agriculture, the major emphasis was on consolidating areas in which advanced enterprises were already located. 3. Appropriate filling out of existing capacity was to be accompanied by the closing down of plants which suffered losses under the economic accounting system, Osrisket. Most of the Great Leap's backyard furnaces were axed out of existence. Numerous small coal mines, fertilizer plants, homemade power generating stations and other baby plants were dealt with in the same way. Where profitability under the economic accounting system could be achieved through amalgamation of individual plants, this was done. The trend throughout the period was to concentrate on the technical improvement and, after 1963, expansion of the larger enterprises and mines, and wherever possible to substitute medium-sized local industries endowed with some mechanical power for the labor-intensive, small-scale creations of the leap. During the Great Leap years, coal production from large and indigenous coal mines was said to have been as shown in Table 9-5. No official figures for coal output have been released since 1960. Notice the officially admitted drop in the output of large, i.e., modern, mines between 1959 and 1960, due no doubt to tunneling, transport and equipment problems, also flooding, that is precisely to those problems which the post-1960 filling out policy set out to remedy. 7.5 As was mentioned in Chapter 8, much of the coal produced in indigenous and small mines was probably unusable for industrial purposes. The post-1960 estimated decline in coal production, Table 9-4, may thus be attributed to a. the difficulties plaguing the large mines, and b. the closing down of most indigenous and small mines, including many do-it-yourself strip mines. Already in 1959-60 the number of local pits and workers had been reduced by 80% and 70% respectively. After that date indigenous and small mines were ruthlessly weeded out. Where technically possible, these mines were subjected to a process of amalgamation and technical transformation. In Kwangtung, for example, only 280 technically transformed small mines remained in 1963 out of some 3,000 created in 1958. 764. To help agriculture, industry was to practice the so-called 3 don'ts and 4 musts. The 3 don'ts referred to industrial construction in the countryside and reflected the need to conserve arable land and scarce peasant housing. Good fields were not to be used for industrial purposes, nor were private homes to be demolished or families evicted. The 4 musts instructed industrial planners to support such projects as increased the availability of water for agricultural use, extended agricultural electrification, the supply of manure and pig wash. The fight for every inch of land is in essence a question of attitude toward the guideline of taking agriculture as the foundation and industry as the leading factor. 7-7 in Tientsin, for example, 1962, all land which had earlier been taken from the local production teams for industrial construction was returned to them. The Shixingshan iron and steel plant was instructed to return 2,000 out of the 3,000 mao of farmland requisitioned by it in 1958 in the Henan, Hopi province. A similar transfer was reported in the case of the Liangshan iron mine in Jiangxi. 5. Workers were not to be recruited from the countryside for a period of 3 years. This applied both to urban industrial units and local governments. A movement to transfer large numbers of redundant workers from the cities to the countryside was launched. 7-8. The massive exodus from the land during the first 5-year plan and the Great Leap was to be contained. By 1960-61 industry was evidencing an inability to absorb the masses of unskilled workers flocking to the cities, while the countryside suffered from a lack of technicians and more generally from the unwillingness of educated youth to stay on or return to the farm. 7-9 Between 1961 and 1965 about 40 million young people were said to have returned to the countryside, not without considerable prodding. Of these, 20 million were sent back in the winter of 1960-61. 80 While some leaders saw the massive population transfers primarily in economic terms, others, the leftists, saw it almost entirely in a political light. The Maoist ideologues were becoming increasingly concerned about the revolutionary stamina of the successors to the revolution, believing that life in the cities, the modest worldly comforts furnished by the workers' state, and the absence of revolutionary tempering of the young in bitter class struggle conspired to render the new generation less fit than had been the old to take over the reins of leadership. The expert knowledge which had to be given the young for economic reasons, if nothing else, was suspect. It tended to fill the youngsters' heads with all manner of ideas that had little to do with the people's cause. It made them put on airs, imitate their teachers, many of whom had been educated in the West and never quite remolded, and it gave rise to widespread revolutionary flabbiness, the first manifestation of revisionism. In spite of heavy doses of Marxism-Leninism injected into the curriculum, the young showed signs of caring more about their own personal careers and comforts than about the long-term lot of humanity and the fate of revolutionary transformation. By sending them in large numbers to the countryside, especially to the more remote, pioneer regions of Xinjiang, Inner Mongolia, and Hainan Island, one could kill 2 birds with 1 stone, help agriculture and help the youngsters' socialist consciousness. 8-1 If a high school graduate refused to accept the job assigned to him in the countryside, he would not be offered another, and, in addition, would lose his residence status and with it his ration card. How much the more or less forcible transfer of young people from towns to country helped agriculture is an open question. Indications are that the youngsters were often despised and harshly treated by the peasants and, in turn, gave back as much as they received. At the first opportunity, they filtered back into the cities, a trickle that became a flood during the Cultural Revolution, especially from 1966 through 196. 8-2 According to one source, the youth find it difficult to grasp the complex revolutionary process, and are all too prone to relax into ease and comfortable living. It is therefore necessary to strengthen their revolutionary education, temper them in class struggles and in the struggle for production, and teach them how to rough it in simple living conditions. One of the best places to give them this needed education and tempering is in the countryside. 8-3 Their education could be combined with manual labor, and some of the physical discomforts of the pre-evolutionary era duplicated for the simple reason that they had not yet been removed. In Shanghai and other large cities, recruitment stations for so-called social youths, school dropouts, restless, and unemployed school graduates, high school graduates unable to enter college, were set up in 1963-64. According to Zhenmin Jipao of March 20, 1966, evasion of the educated youth to the countryside order was rampant. Some intellectual youth sent to villages to do farm work have been found to have entered rural farm labor schools for selfish motives. They hoped that with education they could have opportunities of getting assigned to work in government organs or enterprises and become cadres. Their hopes were dashed on the first day they entered Gyeongsu Labor University. They were told that they would have to return to the communes where they had come from after completing the prescribed terms of study. Opposition to the movement apparently also came from parents reluctant to see their children sent for long periods of time into the wilderness of Sinkiasing and Inner Mongolia. Thus the objective of preventing the re-emergence of China's age-old problem of social alienation of the intellectuals from the laboring masses was to be attained by making the educated young engage in the dirty work of shifting muck and manure. 841 Explanation for the sudden increase in illegal entries into Hong Kong in late April and May 1962 is that it was engineered with the connivance of local authorities in Kwangtung Province. 85 Caught between food shortages and new urban dwellers who dragged their feet about returning to their villages, or who once back on the farms made a nuisance of themselves, the authorities took the easy way out. They made it possible for people to leave China for Hong Kong, thus at one and the same time solving the problem of preference for city life and shifting some of the burden of feeding their citizens onto the colonialists. The colonialists, however, refused to cooperate. They put up extra fences on the border, caught about 80% of the refugees, sent them back to China, and informed Peking of their displeasure. By May 24 the center seems to have rectified the local cadres, returned refugees were jailed, for 5 to 10 days, and the illegal crossings of Hong Kong's land frontier were stopped. That, however, was not the end of Hong Kong's refugee troubles. With the closing of the land border, there sprang up a lucrative business of transporting Chinese refugees who had earlier entered Macau, some 60,000 in 1962 alone, in junks to Hong Kong. The Hong Kong authorities estimated that instead of the normal yearly inflow of about 40,000 people from China, half of them legal entrants, arrivals in 1962 would total about 120,000. Together with Hong Kong's natural population increase of about 100,000 per year, this additional burden was bound to put great pressure on the colony's resource balance. Cf. Chapter 8. In order to keep down its wages and benefits expenditures, the government began in 1962 to relax and make controlled exceptions to its rule of not recruiting unskilled labor from the countryside for 3 years. A system was introduced under which peasants were recruited on a temporary or contract basis to perform unskilled jobs in industry at rates of pay below those of unskilled urban workers, while industrial workers formerly employed in such jobs as coal mining, loading and unloading at ports and on railroads, lumbering, and so on, were sent to the countryside. The policy known as the worker-peasant system was unpopular with both categories of workers, especially the urban laborers sent down to the rural people's communes. Frequently the transfer was made just before the laborer qualified for pension benefits. By leaving his regular job in state industry, he automatically lost his state pension and medical benefits rights, and found his wages substantially reduced. On the other hand, farm workers sent to industry under temporary contracts did not qualify for benefits. They also felt discriminated against since they were receiving lower pay than the regular industrial workers for the same job. Tension between regular workers and worker peasants mounted. The worker peasants were resented by the unskilled and semi-skilled urban laborers since they represented a threat to the latter's continued urban employment and living standards. The system originally instituted as a retrenchment and anti-inflationary measure was extended in 1964 and 1965 increasingly for ideological reasons, i.e., as a way of eliminating differences between town and country, practicing economy while grasping revolution, and training workers in the ethic of left communist asceticism. It was quite simply a policy of exploitation. There is little doubt that it contributed to widespread worker unrest and economism in 1967–68, chapters 11 and 12. The Maoists at that time blamed the Laoists for the policy, but themselves showed no inclination to change it. 866. Enterprise managements were forbidden to transfer skilled workers without central approval. Shop foremen had to be notified whenever skilled workers were to be transferred. An instruction to that effect was issued in 1963, perhaps to prevent over-enthusiastic left-leaning local cotters from exerting pressure on plant managements to make wholesale transfers of workers to the countryside. In fact, after 1963 the politically minded left-wing cotters were in the saddle again, and the old red versus expert controversy was fanned once again. The increased influence of the left cotters was countered more or less successfully by placing many factories under ministries, the idea being that technical and administrative experts at higher levels could check or undo some of the damage wrought at the plant level by overly ardent militants. 7. Modern light industry, with textiles as the leading factor, was to be promoted as a source of domestic state revenue and a major earner of foreign exchange. 8-7 Just as China's steel industry was hampered by shortages of coal, iron ore, limestone, and timber, so the country's main source of material incentives and major earner of foreign currencies, the light industry, especially cotton textiles, was, at least until 1964, beset by cotton production problems. Given the limited area of land suitable for agricultural use, especially irrigated area, the question of how to allocate land and other inputs between food crops and cotton faced the policy makers early in their attempt to readjust, consolidate, and fill out. As with food crops, the difficulty was partially resolved by recourse to imports. Raw cotton was imported from Uganda, Tanzania, the United Arab Republic, Sudan, Pakistan, and Mexico. It was processed in Shanghai and other centers, and re-exported in the form of cotton fabrics to Hong Kong and Southeast Asia. The imported cotton was, except in the case of Mexico, in part payment of Chinese credits. A beginning was also made in developing artificial and synthetic fabrics, but by 1965 this branch of industry was still extremely modest. In 1964 about 20 million meters of synthetic fabrics were produced. The first synthetic fiber plant was built by the East Germans, the first polyvinyl alcohol plant was imported from Japan in 1963. In that year also woolen textiles began to be stressed, a measure intended to relieve pressure on the cotton textiles industry. An upsurge in the construction of new cotton and wool textile mills took place after 1964. In 1965 over 1.4 million spindles were reportedly added, the trend continuing into 1966, when over 2 million people were employed in cotton textile production. 8. Development of selected industrial branches. Following an initial period of consolidation, attention turned to the development of a number of relatively new industrial branches, particularly nuclear energy, chemicals, and petroleum. Nuclear industry. In September 1958 China's Soviet-designed 10,000 kilowatt experimental heavy water reactor and cyclotron went into operation. It reportedly produced 2.5 kilograms of plutonium per year. By 1960 the plutonium-producing industry comprised, in addition to the Peking plant, 2 other reactors located near Baotou, Inner Mongolia, both equipped with Chinese-made, up-to-date electronic equipment. A gaseous diffusion plant built with Soviet assistance near Lanzhou produced uranium-235 needed for the development of H-bomb capacity. The cost of the Lanzhou installation may have been as high as $1 billion. The plant was powered by a large hydroelectric station on the Yellow River and probably consumed a very substantial portion of the country's total electric power supply. By 1961-65, the policy of readjustment. 1966 China was believed to have had about 40 nuclear reactors, including one of 2,000 kilowatts at Peking's Tsinghua University. Most of them were built entirely by the Chinese themselves, without foreign assistance. Components for elaborate machinery of the nuclear industry were manufactured domestically by small workshops, some of them reportedly family-sized, on a sort of putting-out system. 8. The money cost to China of exploding the first atomic device in 1964 was in the region of $200 million. By the time of the second test, May 1965, the cost may have exceeded $1 billion. 8-9 On October 27, 1966 China fired a guided missile with a nuclear warhead at least equal in size to the atomic bomb dropped on Hiroshima in 1945. The missile is believed to have had a range of at least 1,000 kilometers. The nuclear industry absorbed the best of China's scientific brains, many of them, as we have shown earlier, foreign-trained. 90 The Chinese Communists considered the sort of brain drain away from economic development well worthwhile. Nuclear development was placed under the Central Committee's Military Affairs Commission, since 1959 presided over by Lin Piao. Atomic scientists were spared the worst excesses of the politics-first approach to research, but were not altogether immune to mouthing sessions and other therapeutic seminars in proletarian consciousness. With a per-head annual income of less than $70, China in 1965 was well on the way to acquiring the destructive capacity of nations whose per capita income was in the $3,000 range. 9.1. Chemicals. Because of the shortage of raw materials, production of chemicals, including agricultural chemicals, tended during the period to be concentrated primarily in a relatively small number of large industrial centers where industrial waste products such as natural gas could be readily utilized. The Great Leap policy of erecting labor-intensive, native plants all over the country, gave way to one favoring large, mechanized, integrated factories which were frequently used in a labor-intensive way. 9.2 The new policy of stressing high-yield chemical plants was not rigidly dogmatic. Medium-sized plants located in high-yield farm areas were tolerated so long as they passed the muster of economic accounting. Some native plants were combined into medium-size installations and equipped with machinery. Until 1965, agricultural chemicals were accorded priority over other subsectors of the industry. 9.3 Next in line came synthetic fibers and chemicals serving as replacements for raw materials normally furnished to light industry by agriculture. By 1965 a gradual shift of investment resources toward chemicals serving the steel, machine tools, and other branches of heavy industry could be detected. China's main chemical fertilizer producing plants are located at Nanking. Ammonium sulfate, annual capacity over 400,000 tons, Kirin, nitrogenous fertilizer, a new plant at Wuchang near Shanghai, first stage capacity 100,000 tons per year of ammonium sulfate, Canton and Kaifeng, ammonium sulfate and synthetic ammonia, Lanshao, Qintang, and Fushan. There are also many medium-sized plants with capacities of several tens of thousands of tons per year each, including about 100 phosphate fertilizer factories with a total capacity of about 2 million tons, 1965, and many small nitrogenous fertilizer plants. In 1961 these nitrogenous fertilizer factories Petroleum. The petroleum industry, important both for agriculture and defense, began to be stressed after mid-1996. 9.5 The problem was made more urgent by the decline in Soviet sales of petroleum products to China after 1961, and the leverage which the USSR could exercise on China's defense posture by varying the amounts of highly refined fuel supplied to China in times of national emergency. This is shown in Table 9-6. After 1962 China began stepping up her petroleum products purchases from Romania. 9.6 By 1965 imports of petroleum products may have amounted to some 2 million metric tons, probably about half of this amount being purchased from the Romanians, who also supplied China with drilling rigs and refinery equipment. 9.7 Small quantities of petroleum products were supplied by Albania during this period. Refinery equipment has also been bought in Western Europe. In spite of continued products imports, the Chinese announced in 1963 that they were basically self-sufficient in oil. The statement, reported at the end of 1965, does not mean very much by itself, given the rather elastic notion of self-sufficiency and the relatively low consumption of petroleum by China. There is enough evidence, however, pointing to a keen interest in increasing the domestic production of petroleum and enlarging domestic refining capacity. The major producing areas are located at Karamai, Xinjiang, Yunnan, Zhejiang, Nanjing, and Taching, Heilongjiang. 9-8 The Taching oil field was discovered during the Great Leap Forward, and production from the field was first reported in early 1964. The field's exact location has not been revealed, although taching was to become one of the symbols of the socialist spirit during the Socialist Education Campaign of 1963-65, Chapter 10. After 1965, the proportion of China's total output of crude oil accounted for by taching was believed to have progressively declined with the discovery of new fields at Zhengli, on the eastern coast, and of another field on the Guangxi-Guangdong border. Crude oil production in 1966 was estimated at about 11 million metric tons, to which taching contributed an estimated 3 million tons. Refineries are located at Lanzhou, annual capacity about 3 million tons, Nanking, Shanghai, capacity of about 1 million tons per year each, at Karamai, in the northeast, 2 refineries including one at Taching, and at Tishansu in Xinjiang, capacity about 500,000 tons per year. There are also several smaller regional facilities with refining capacities ranging from 300 to 300,000 tons per year each. Pharmaceutical industry. The pharmaceutical industry, which had known rapid development during the first 5-year plan, was expanded after 1960 to produce a wide range of antibiotics, including aureomycin and penicillin. In 1965, China independently developed a drug for treating certain forms of schistosomiasis, snail fever. 9-9 Keith Buchanan reported that infant mortality in China was said to have fallen from 200 per thousand before the advent of communism to less than 40 in some areas around 1965. Although Buchanan's figures may be regarded as somewhat questionable, the trend he describes is probably right. 1009. Return to handicraft producers' cooperatives and more elementary cooperative arrangements. It will be recalled, Chapter 8, that during the Great Leap Forward there was a rush to transform handicraft producers' cooperatives and the still remaining handicraft supply and marketing groups and cooperatives into ideologically higher organizations. In practice, this meant that the cooperatives were amalgamated into larger units, factories, run by local state authorities, or into commune-run workshops. Within the local state and commune control organs, party cadres had the most say in policy making. The cooperative's former supervisory organ at the central level, the Central Handicrafts Administrative Bureau, established in 1954 directly under the State Council, was in March 1958 placed under the Ministry of Light Industry, and shortly thereafter seems to have lost control over handicraft development at the local level. In 1958 and early 1959, local handicraft administrative organs responsible to the center were disrupted, sometimes discontinued, at times merged with commune party organs. By May 1959, only 13.3% of the more than 5 million members of the former handicraft cooperatives, mostly producers' cooperatives, were reportedly still working under the old institutional setup. The remainder were mostly employed in newly established handicraft factories under local state administrations, where these managed to survive, or under commune authorities. The new units were urged to turn out capital rather than consumer goods, thus further worsening the consumer goods supply situation in the countryside and contributing to the economic crisis of 1960-61. In October 1961, the Central Handicrafts Bureau, renamed Central General Bureau of Handicraft Industry, was revived and again placed under the State Council in an attempt to give handicraft development some sense of direction and to strengthen central control. The Bureau was once again abolished in 1965 and replaced by the Second Ministry of Light Industry. Central economic control, however, was not made into a fetish. The guiding principle was to be empiricism. Already in 1960, Xuehemuchiao, in explaining the 1958-59 rush toward ownership by the whole people without a fully developed technical base, sounded a note of caution, which was to become the basis for the new economic policy. The passage is worth quoting at length, not only as an instance of the new empiricism, but as an example of dialectical exercise. That some of the handicraft cooperatives quickly changed over from collective ownership to ownership by the whole people was a natural trend, and was beneficial to the development of the national economy. But it did not necessarily follow that all handicraft cooperatives in China should be transformed at once. Handicrafts in China, with their long history and rich variety, are an indispensable and component part of the national economy. With regard to ownership, various forms will need to exist for a fairly long period of time. With the exception of those large mechanized or semi-mechanized cooperatives, which with the consent of their members were turned into state factories, the rest were allowed to remain under collective ownership as cooperative factories or cooperatives, and, under the direction of the state sector of the economy, continued to expand all the advantages of collective ownership. In the meantime, under the direction of the state sector, individual operation of certain handicrafts was allowed to remain as the situation demanded. All this was favorable to the development of production and the improvement of the people's living conditions. Although it is a natural tendency for certain handicrafts to adapt themselves to mechanization or semi-mechanization step by step, there will still be many things which will remain handmade for many years. Therefore, a long-range view must be taken in formulating policies for handicrafts. The principle of making overall plans and comprehensive arrangements with due regard being given to all parties concerned should be applied. Energetic measures for expansion should be taken on the basis of preserving the original variety, quantity, and quality of products, so that the constantly rising needs of the whole society may be satisfied to the maximum. 101 This involved piece of dialectical jargon was simply intended to say that the great leap changes in the handicraft sector were a big mistake stemming from errors inherent in one of the party's red banners, the general line for socialist construction. 102 The basic error consisted in the leftists' belief that a change in ownership structure, property relations, would automatically bring about an upsurge in technique, production, and productivity, and that a high tide of counter-inspired enthusiasm was the only precondition for the change in ownership structure. Many handicraftsmen absorbed during the leap into factories were now urged to take up their old occupations and hire apprentices. 103 The supply of some key raw materials, example steel, pig iron, timber, to the handicrafts was to be included in the state plan so as to ease the raw material supply situation in the handicraft sector, but on the whole, the revived cooperatives were expected to buy their materials directly from the peasants. Private individual handicrafts were praised and promised that they could continue to exist side by side with state and cooperative handicraft workshops for a long time to come. In fact, it would appear that after 1960 and until 1965 the function of cooperatives in urban areas may have been reduced quite simply to supplying individual craftsmen with capital, distributing materials, and maintaining reserve and welfare funds, with family units being responsible for production, accounting, and marketing. In the rural areas peasant craftsmen seem to have been absorbed into the production team's system of income distribution. Individual handicraftsmen who carried on their work at home and sold their output for cash were obliged to pay the team a fixed amount of cash for each working day. In return, they were credited by the team with an equivalent number of work days. The amount of cash payments made by the artisans to the production teams was normally 50 to 100% greater than the value of the work days with which they were credited in exchange, because the value of a work day was, in the case of those not engaged in crafts, a net payment, i.e., net of taxes, deductions for accumulation, welfare funds, etc., while artisans' earnings from the sale of their output represented free market prices. 104 Particular attention was given during this period to traditional arts and crafts which had a long history of excellent reputation abroad. In 1965 to 66 200 different lines of arts and crafts products were exported, including porcelain, pottery, articles of straw, rattan, bamboo, and willow splits, carvings, furniture, drawn thread work, lacquerware, cloisonné, and jewelry. About 180,000 full-time workers and 1,700,000 part-time workers were engaged in making these products in 1965. 105 In 1958 the number of handicraft workers, presumably excluding peasant part-time craftsmen, was given as 1,456,000, compared with 6,560,000 in 1957. The decline was probably due in large part to a change in definition concurrent on the merging of handicraft cooperatives with local state enterprises and commune industry, but also to migration and lack of replacements. In 1962, full-time crafts men were said to number nearly 6 million, 20 million if part-time peasant craftsmen are included. The 6 millions figure was repeated in 1964. 106 About 60% of full-time craftsmen were said to have plied their trade in urban areas in 1961. The decentralization measures put into effect during the Great Leap, the breakdown of the central statistical apparatus, the disappearance of such remnants of market control as still existed in 1956–57, and the excitement that seized local authorities from 1958 through early 1960 meant a diminution in the ability of the center to control the course of events or even to know exactly what was happening on the economic front. 10.7 One of the objectives of the new economic policy was to bring back central planning and reassert effective central control over the economy. According to official Chinese Communist sources, in 1957-1952 price basis, 46% of the gross output of all industry emanated in enterprises subject to central control, and 54% in locally controlled enterprises. In 1959, centrally controlled enterprises produced only 26% of total industrial output in value terms, 1952 price basis, and locally controlled enterprises 74%. The center retained formal control of about half the heavy industrial output in the latter year, but in view of the breakdown in communications between the center and the production front, this control was probably less effective than the figures suggest. 108 The reassertion of central control over industry and agriculture after 1960 was not intended to be a return to the bureaucratic Sen 106 cited by Audrey Donathorn, OPCIT, p. 222. 107 Agricultural crisis and the Soviet withdrawal of assistance aside, the collapse of marginal efficiency of capital in 1960 could have been avoided if there were sound or reasonable planning. Comingly, China's Industrial Development, 1958-63, OPCIT, p. 21. The difficulty with this formulation is that both the agricultural crisis and the Soviet withdrawal of assistance were due in part to the lack of sound or reasonable planning. For an interesting study of the comparative experience of centralization and decentralization in China and the USSR, see Dwight H. Perkins, Centralization versus Decentralization in Mainland China and the Soviet Union, Annals of the American Academy of Political and Social Science, Volume 349, September 1963, pages 70–80. 1. 8 In the column Evening Chats, Peiqing Wanpao, June 22, 1961, the editor of Frontline, Tengtio, using a historical simile, wrote, by the reign of Empress Dowager Mingsu, the Sung government was growing daily more corrupt. There was no intelligent and capable prime minister at the top with responsible assistants to take charge of personnel and administration, while the local officials lower down did exactly as they pleased. This was later, 1966, condemned as a malevolent denigration of the Central Committee of the party, and a malicious denunciation of party cadres at various levels. Trial control of the first 5-year plan period, but rather to the decentralization principles of November 1957. These principles, it will be recalled, Chapter 7, attempted to combine central supervision through economic accounting with relatively wide freedom of action at the enterprise level. It involved first and foremost the reduction in local party control over economic activities and the vesting of financial, administrative, and other functions in banks, enterprise financial officers, managers, professional administrators, and technicians. The local party men of the Great Leap years were to give way to red technocrats. The Agricultural Bank of China, for example, revived on November 12, 1963 as a means of central financial control over agriculture, was placed directly under the State Council. In a takeover experiment launched in February 1965, the bank was instructed to take charge of the financial and accounting work, including assistance in income distribution and preparation of statistical reports, of communes and production teams, and thus become in effect the principal instrument of state control over the countryside. Already in 1964, the bank supervised state allocations to state agricultural enterprises, rural capital construction units, communes, and teams, in addition to its normal function of extending interest-bearing loans and advancing funds for procurement, the latter repayable without interest. 109 The takeover experiment added to this list credit extended to state farms, processing plants and land reclamation organs, tractor repair and assembly plants, and improved strain cotton ginning plants. Simultaneously, reflecting perhaps pressures from the party's left, bank officials were to go down to the farms, immerse themselves in poor peasant culture, and develop political organs at the Xi'an level and above. In this way, the organizationally oriented method of asserting central control in preparation for the Third Five-Year Plan, due to begin in 1966, was wedded to the ideologically oriented policies pervading the Four Clearance movement. Every move of the bureaucratic technocratic right was matched by a parallel move of the extreme left. In March 1965, the State Council resurrected the State Capital Construction Commission, reportedly abolished in 1958, to oversee, on behalf of the central planning authorities, capital construction projects throughout the country. Earlier, the party's 6 regional bureaus, which had been abolished in 1954, were reconstituted under the Central Committee to strengthen leadership over regional affairs. The regional bureaus, it would appear, were until 1965 the strongholds of anti-Maoists. 110 Their strength derived from their close links to the Central Committee, about 60% of whose members were purged in 1966–67, their influence over regional military affairs, and the persistent parochialism of rural China's outlook, with the resulting tendency to seek guidance from leaders recruited locally. As long as the Central Committee and regional party secretaries were operating on the same wavelength, the center could exercise far-reaching influence over local affairs. When the balance of power at the center shifted in favor of the faction unacceptable to local party officials, the center found itself temporarily checkmated at the regional level. During periods of strife within the Peking leadership, the party's regional apparat was able at least for a time to isolate itself from the center and to continue operating in defiance of central instructions, but with reassuring protestations of loyalty. Between 1964 and mid-1966, the muted tug-of-war between the left and right wings of the party central was translated at the regional party level into a struggle to take over the key regional bureau positions, usually those of the first secretary. The left wing's candidates for positions of regional authority were army men loyal to the Maolin Piao line, the right wing's candidates were party professionals sympathetic to the bureaucrat line of Liu Shaochi and his followers. In early 1966, for example, 9 out of the 13 military district commissarships were held by first provincial secretaries considered sympathetic to the authoritarian moderate Liu line. The first political commissars of the Qingchu and Shenyang military regions, for example, were held respectively by Li Qingchuan, first secretary of the party's Southwestern Bureau, and Sun Zhenkaung, first secretary of the Northwestern Bureau. On the other hand, between 1964 and mid-1966, some commanders of China's 13 military districts, generally considered sympathetic to the Maolin line, were appointed to regional party bureaus secretaryships, and hundreds of thousands of Maolin army men infiltrated the middle and lower echelons of the party bureaucracy. Factional sympathies at the regional level were, however, difficult to determine over time, since both military men and party professionals tended to change positions swiftly in response to their evaluation of the shifts in the power balance at the center, the prospects of this or that faction, and judgments regarding the political sentiments prevalent in the region. At the center, the Maolin people could, after July 18, 1966, count on the army's central leadership. At the regional level, reliance on military commanders was somewhat more problematical. At the center, the Liu bureaucrats could until July 20, 1966 count on most professional party men. At the regional level one could never be quite sure. At the center the party's left commanded the gun. At the regional level the party's right frequently commanded the gun. At both levels the party and the gun had the uncomfortable quality of being of two minds, ready to switch sides whenever the wind changed. While all this was going on, the state of the economy demanded unified leadership. The unfolding of mass movements for production increase and economy in implementation of the mass line must be combined with the increase of centralized, unified leadership. All comrades on the industrial front must conceive of the nation as an integral body consisting of many coordinated parts, subordinate the special interests of these individual parts to the common interest of the integral body, and always consider the interest of the integral body first. 111. A note on internal security. Whatever the differences between the party's left and right conceptions of central economic control, there was at all times agreement on policing the citizenry, that is, on keeping individual citizens under effective and permanent group surveillance. The question was never one of the utility of the police, but rather one of who was to control the police at the center. 112 Chinese citizens were not required to carry identity cards. However, each person had to be registered with the local public security office or police substation, Pai Chuso, as part of a household on a register of persons, Hukao Pu. The register carried the household's current and past addresses, as well as the name, age, sex, profession, education, and current place of employment or study of each member of the household. The register took the form of a booklet, one copy of which was kept by the security organs, the other copy being issued to the household. The copy retained by the security organs was supplemented from time to time by other information obtained by the police regarding individual members of the household. Such information was not disclosed to the individuals concerned. The household's booklet served as the basis for the issuance of food rations and purchasing cards, and was also used to keep track of the citizens' movements, i.e., it served as a form of the Soviet-type internal passport. Any citizen setting out on a trip likely to take him away from his permanent place of residence for more than 2 days was required to notify the local public security office of the date of his departure, his destination, the reason for his trip, and the date of arrival at his destination. Visitors to the household were not allowed to stay in the household for more than 3 days without reporting to the local security office in order that their names could be added to the host household's register. The visitors were required to explain the reason for their visit, give the intended length of stay, and other relevant information. At least before the upheaval of the Cultural Revolution, chapters 11 and 12, evasion of these regulations was difficult. Street committees as well as individual informers kept the security office informed of households' activities, movements, visits, and so on. Minor crimes were dealt with swiftly, the punishment ranging from admonishment to imprisonment or forced labor. Fines were a rare occurrence. Serious crimes, theft, robbery, murder, were punishable by heavy prison or forced labor sentences, frequently by death. Death sentences were often passed at mass rallies, immediately followed by execution. There has been no Ministry of Justice in China since 1959, and few political cases were referred to the courts, except where court trials would serve educational propaganda purposes. Political crimes and ideological deviations were considered the most serious type of transgression. Punishment ranged from forced labor to death. Persons who had committed minor crimes or were crime-prone were placed under surveillance by street committees, neighborhood and local police organs, their record being communicated to their employers. Voluntary confessions and recantations by those who had erred were encouraged and frequently cited as examples of patriotism and enlightened class consciousness. In 1960 the public security organs comprised about 1.7 million men, not counting street committees and other groups engaged in part-time security work. The local urban police substations, Paishuso, usually consisted of 10 to 15 men, their jurisdiction extending over 10 streets. The substation was responsible to the Fenchu or divisional headquarters, which controlled a number of substations, and was in turn controlled by a higher organ, the Kunganshu. The renewed emphasis on quality as an important dimension of economic growth took on various forms. It was not limited merely to the quality of physical output, but covered the manner in which planning was carried out, the way of managing enterprises, economic accounting, and so on. Re-evaluation of technical innovations. Introduced during the Great Leap Forward. Many of the technical innovations produced during the Great Leap were rigorously tested, scrapped, or rationalized. The testing probably included some type of cost-benefit analysis, certainly a more stringent control over scarce raw materials inputs. Thus, for example, the Shanghai generator works, which had been a Stakhanovite during the mass innovation movement of 1958-60, found upon checking up on its inventions that the new mechanized and automated production lines introduced in 1959-60 suffered from over 100 quality problems. 113 New rules on inventions and innovations, supplanting the provisional 1954 regulations, were promulgated in October 1963. They reflected the new spirit of strict testing, relevance, and quality. In time, however, the movement for quality control came in for sharp criticism from the party's factory cadres, who objected that the experts who strictly enforced technical and other standards were irresponsible, extravagant, and dogmatic. 114 By 1965 the pressure for mass innovations was on again. Even in 1963, at the very time that the new rules were being prepared, Chen Yongkang, a peasant with no formal education but a gift for inventing yield-raising techniques for rice, was being lionized in Peking. After spending some time at various research institutes where he lectured the professional agronomists, Chen was rewarded with a demonstration plot near Suqiao, which in 1963 alone was visited by over 90,000 peasants. Information flow. During the Leap's mass emulation drives, learn from, catch up with, and outdistance the advanced, stress was put on competition. Among workers' teams, workshops, mines, enterprises, and communes, with little regard to quality or cost, or how the catching up and outdistancing fitted into the general pattern of the economy. In other words, the important thing about emulation was its dialectic. What was important was to catch up with and surpass those with the highest reported output, quantity in the abstract, in spite of much talk about more economical results. After 1960, even though the vocabulary remained more or less the same as before, emphasis shifted to the cooperative aspect of emulation, to learning from the advanced and, more importantly, to the advanced sharing their success story with the backward. Catching up came to mean not only increase in the quantity of output, although that was important enough, but good quality in both goods and working style and attention to cost reductions. 115 Enterprises were urged to work out in concert administrative and technical measures which would ensure both mass initiative and strict regulation of work coupled with unified interlocking control. 116 Pressured into coming up with spectacular quantitative results, state enterprises in almost all communist countries are, as a rule, shy about sharing their technical and managerial secrets with other state enterprises, ownership by the whole people or not. This poses acute problems of technical and other information flow in the economy, more formidable, in fact, than those experienced by imperfectly competitive market economies. 117 The post-1960 drive for communist cooperation pacts, that is, formal exchange of technical and other information among state enterprises, was intended to stimulate the flow of information within the economy while strengthening the center's control over industrial activity and promoting quality and cost consciousness on the part of managements. 118 The communist cooperation pacts were supplemented by so-called hook-up arrangements whereby advanced factories, mines, trade, and transport enterprises, as well as schools and research institutes lent support to their laggard colleagues in agriculture and industry under the slogan, like two melons on the same vine, workers, J. and peasants are brothers. 119 Although drawing on a practice which dated back to the Great Leap and beyond, The hookup was intended to serve the objective of modernization and rationalization of small and medium-sized enterprises rather than, as used to be the case, merely assuring the advanced enterprise the needed raw materials flows through hardly disguised vertical integration. The idea now was for the advanced plants to train badly needed skilled workers in the less advanced factories and farms, carry out time and motion studies, or at any rate something resembling such studies, and to help decide whether on balance the less advanced enterprise was worth saving. Teams from provincial factories were sent to work with shifts and sections in Shanghai and other urban enterprises, and the same was true of repair teams from the rural people's communes. 120 The movement was launched in Liaoning province in early 1960 and by mid-year enthusiasm for providing aid to agriculture through the hookup gripped workers throughout the country. 1213 variants were known to exist. 1. A single advanced industrial plant set out to aid one or more rural people's communes or industrial enterprises. 2. Several advanced plants were organized into a group which adopted one or more communes or enterprises. 3. Going beyond municipal boundaries, groups of plants and mines hooked up with communes or enterprises in other municipalities where industry was not so well developed. 122 In Shanghai more than 1,000 factories reportedly established links with 172 rural people's communes in 11 suburban counties and sent 2,000 workers to give regular help to the communes. Chongqing sent 36,000 technicians and 80,000 workers to its protégés in the countryside. 123 Trade departments in towns, transport enterprises, and schools followed suit. 12.4 For commercial enterprises the hookup implied exerting oneself in prompt purchase, active sale, brisk business, and liveliness without chaos. 125 Whether the hookup movement was, in actual practice, as widespread and voluminous as the official reports made it out to have been is not clear. One Western visitor to China noted in 1964 that few of the factories he visited had sent workers to the countryside in spite of the barrage of official propaganda on the subject. 126 In the absence of foreign scientific and technical assistance, information flows and correct readiness were to be promoted by a vigorous combining of the three. Like the movement of youth to the countryside, the 3-in-1 combinations represented an effort to raise the technological level of the masses and prevent the emergence of a meritocratic class structure. The combining was to be achieved in several ways. One variety consisted in closely associating workers, political cadres, and scientific technical personnel in any given task. The fusion of revolutionary muscle and intellect, of theory and practice, could also be achieved through combining the efforts of college teachers, scientific and research personnel, and workers. Alternatively, the 3-in-1 combination could comprise intellectuals, workers, and members of the People's Liberation Army. The combining of the three also meant, in some cases, the combined efforts of specialized enterprises, medium-sized plants, each specializing in its own line, were urged to work in planned harmony so as to adequately supply more than one major assembly plant. 127 Whatever the sociological merits of the movement, it seemed to have hampered rather than promoted production. In the last analysis, the political participant in the three tended to be more equal than the other two, and not always the best informed. In practice, what it all boiled down to was the shifting of scarce engineering and other qualified personnel in response to ideological criteria, and the remolding of obstreperous intellectuals through contact with the harsh realities of proletarian earthiness, in spite of governmental injunctions to the contrary. In fact, the 3-in-1 movement looks very much like the brainchild of the party's left, a way of getting in on what the experts were up to, and it foreshadowed the three-way alliances of later great proletarian cultural revolution fame. Chapter 12. Market Research. In the absence of prices responsive to changes in consumer preferences and of producers responsive to price changes, an attempt was made to find out what consumers wanted and did not want by organizing enterprise visiting teams composed of leading cadres, technicians, and workers. These teams called on department stores and individual consumers to get their views at first hand. In 1960, Shanghai Light Industry Enterprises organized 2,000 such public opinion polls and held 500 exhibitions, quality contests, concerts, presumably to test the quality of musical instruments on the public's eardrums, for the express purpose of giving the public an opportunity to pass judgment on the quality of the products. Trade organizations, too, initiated customers' delegates conferences to find out how to improve their work. 128 handicraft cooperatives sent investigating teams to the communes and came back with voluminous information about defective farm implements. 129 Given the continued real, as distinct from formal, importance of quantity of output indicators in enterprise plans, such ad hoc and essentially bureaucratic excursions into market research may not have had as much effect as had been anticipated. Trademarks. In 1962, factories in some of China's major cities, example Shanghai, were instructed to identify their products by trademarks and other imprints, a measure intended to encourage the production of better quality goods. The trademarks were to bear the name of the factory and of the factory's sales agent, state commercial undertaking or the state network's joint state-private agent, and covered a wide range of consumer goods. In the case of perishable items, example canned goods, photographic materials, the date of manufacture was also to be displayed. Where the goods did not lend themselves to trademark stamping, their places of manufacture and sale were to be identified on the packaging. Trademarks on such goods as sewing machines, bicycles, and radio sets were in existence before 1962. The 1962 instruction appears to have been intended to revive their use after a lapse of some years and to broaden the range of goods bearing such marks. Advertising. Commercial advertising was introduced after 1960 in the form of hand-painted billboards, ads in magazines and newspapers, and movie projections shown before each show. Greater care was given to the aesthetics of store window displays and the appearance of retail stores. State advertising companies were set up to handle this activity. Economic analysis. Economic theory in the conditions of socialism had been the subject of a wide-ranging discussion during 1956 and 1957. For a time during the Great Leap, economic analysis was swamped by sloganeering, but it was not totally eliminated. 130 The discussion picked up again in 1961 and continued until 1966 when it was stifled completely by the ritualistic repetition of Maoist slogans. The revived debate was part of a general, although hotly contested, loosening up of control over thought. Symptomatic of this very relative intellectual liberalization was the flowering of learned symposia, meetings of immortals, and forums sponsored by the so-called democratic parties. Chapter 2, much talk of carrying forward the policy of letting all flowers bloom and all schools of thought contend, and the reappearance on the intellectual scene of such venerable figures as Ma Yinchu, former president of Peking University, who in April 1960 had been dismissed as a rightist. Truth was thenceforth, once more, to be arrived at through open if controlled discussion. 131 The main figures in the 1961-65 debate on economic theory were on the reformist side the economist Yang Qianpai, Ho Qianchang, Chang Ling, and Sun Yefang. 132 The main exponents of the opposing viewpoint were Dai Yuanshen and Chai Qianhua, but the number of economists opposing Yang Qianpai and the other reformists rose rapidly with the years. The economic discussion of 1961-65, while conducted on a theoretical level and within the Marxist analytical framework, had important policy implications. Its major preoccupation was with finding an objective scientific standard for the efficient conduct of enterprises, industrial as well as agricultural, and for rational central planning. While mainly concerned with the micro-problem of enterprise efficiency and enterprise pricing policy for individual goods, it touched also on the macro-problem of the rules for social investment which central planning authorities should observe. 133 From a political standpoint, the search for objective rules of economic conduct challenged the position of politics as the guide of economic action, that is the voluntarism of the Great Leap Forward and other experiments in pure Maoism. V. Scientific and technical education. This subject is discussed in Chapter 10. Here it need only be mentioned that in addition to a new stress on the quality rather than the quantity of educational input and output, the Chinese during this period used foreign economic exhibitions held in China as sources of technical and scientific knowledge. To selectively learn from the made-to research reports for internal circulation which he had prepared probably in October-November 1961, and to a draft of a book on the socialist economy. It is probable that the research reports for internal circulation contain the substance of 3 lectures delivered by Sun to the Shanghai Economic Society, October 1961, the Nanking Economic Society, October 21 to 22, 1961, and the Department of Economics, Shanghai Fudan University, November 4, 1961. 2 drafts of the proposed book are known to have circulated before August 1961. It is possible that these drafts were closely related to the research reports. Speculations on the general outline of such a manual are already to be found in Sun's 1959 article on value. They were perhaps inspired by the discussion in the Soviet Union of a new edition of the standard economics textbook, Politicheskaya Ekonomia, Uchebnik. Foreigner, were he socialist, fraternal, revisionist, capitalist of the intermediate zone, i.e., economically developing and politically non-committed, or imperialist became for a while the duty of every citizen. The Chinese people's latent ability is enormous. For centuries that ability had been frustrated by foreign ideological models, which, incidentally, the foreigners had discarded at home, and by homebred philosophies, whether Confucian or Maoist. From time to time the thirst for knowledge unencumbered by normative ballast reasserted itself, such was the case during 1961–63. 6. Self-reliance. We advocate regeneration through our own efforts, wrote Mao. We hope there will be foreign aid, but we cannot count on it. We rely on our own efforts, on the creative power of the army and the people. 134 The Soviets were gone, and almost everyone who could possibly have helped, elected, for one reason or another, not to do so. The result, backed by centuries of isolation and illusion, was an inward turning upon one's own resources, self-help and self-reliance, as laudable as they were inadequate to the enormous tasks facing the country. Primary reliance on one's own resources is commendable in that ultimately the job of development cannot be shifted to any significant extent onto foreign shoulders. Too much looking outward may sap a country's will, and undermine its resolve to bear the sacrifices which development entails. It has been argued, for example, that U.S. Public Law 480 imports may have adversely affected India's determination to bring about much-needed agricultural reforms. Extensive borrowing of foreign technological and economic models may not only be inappropriate to the borrower's economy, but can stunt the growth of native inventiveness, and, by its demonstration effect, raise the level of consumer aspirations above what the economy is at the moment able to provide. The doctrine of self-reliance hinges on the postponement of the revolution of rising expectations. It is part and parcel of a broader philosophy of austerity. On the other hand, failure to make use of foreign technological and scientific advances, to benefit from some measure of derived development will tend to bring about much wasted effort, a rediscovery of things long since known elsewhere, an artificial restriction of developmental inputs. The Chinese government's greatest fault, wrote one observer, is its failure to maximize the input of foreign sources available for Chinese development, partly out of an innate cultural suspicion of foreigner, partly out of the extraordinary pride and sensitivity of a people who still, emotionally, live in their middle kingdom of antiquity, and partly out of ideological zeal which led Mao to break with Russia. In a world in which India is receiving about $1,000 million a year in foreign aid, China is bravely attempting the road of self-reliance. Unfortunately, it is contrary to every fact of modern life to suppose that Chinese development can successfully be promoted from the sidelines of the world technological race. 135 Chinese communism, like its Soviet predecessor, is a ruthless vehicle of modernization, but it is a vehicle which runs on its own narrow tracks, blinds drawn. The thesis of self-reliance, reiterated many times since 1960, was justified on the doctrinal ground that the objective laws governing the development of things were those in which the internal factors played the decisive dialectical role. Nationalistically, the guideline of self-reliance gives full expression to our confidence in the great strength, wisdom, and talents of the people and our confidence in their ability not only to liberate themselves, but also to build a good and happy life with their own hands. 136 Internationally, it is a manifestation of great power chauvinism to reduce the economy of another country to that of a dependency in the name of economic mutual assistance. International cooperation must be built on the basis of self-reliance. 137 From the standpoint of practical realities, the Chinese after 1960 had little choice but to fall back on self-help and learn from the foreigner only to the extent allowed by the state of their hard currency holdings and by the willingness of non-communist countries to enter into a dialogue. Virtue was made of necessity with plenty of precedents drawn from Chinese communist history. Some comrades, remarked Po Ipo, think we should offer Khrushchev a medal for the spur he gave to our self-reliance. 138 The danger of the self-reliance approach to economic development is that it may foster latent chauvinism and slip into a rejection of all things foreign. The Chinese have not been able to avoid this. In moments of nationalistic euphoria they denounced not only foreign models but also the achievements of their own pre-communist past. This, however, was not the case in the period 1961 to 65. During that time the thesis of self-help was interpreted plastically in two main ways. In the first place, it meant belt-tightening and asceticism in the early revolutionary tradition. Strict economy is essential to the long-range national construction and necessary for the revolutionary process. It is also very important currently as we have to get prepared for war and famine. 139 Industry and frugality were praised as proletarian virtues, and their practice was said to represent true proletarian style. 140 The emphasis was on economizing, on retrenchment and revolutionary parsimony. But over and above all this there hovered at all times a more subtle notion of poverty as a permanent characteristic of true revolutionaries, a long-term rejection of the gloss and glitter of affluence, inimical to the very substance of the communist vision. Perhaps the distinction between the left's and the right's interpretation of the self-reliance doctrine was that the former saw it as the very cement of the new society, while the latter regarded it as a temporary expedient forced on the leadership by circumstances some of the left's making, some not. The bureaucratic moderates were more inclined to grant the hypothesis of the common human desire for a better life now, and were more sensitive to the practical difficulties involved in trying to sustain the revolutionary elan by appeals to the nobility of asceticism. Poverty to them was a necessary evil, not a foundation on which to build the new society of the future. Secondly, self-reliance was not to be confused with autarky. On the contrary, it fitted in quite well with diversification of markets and sources of supply, and with selective foreign aid to friendly or neutral countries. The policy of self-reliance is, of course, not a policy that calls for isolation and rejection of foreign aid. However, such economic cooperation must be founded upon the principle of complete equality, mutual benefit, and comradely assistance. As taught again and again by Comrade Mao Zedong, the correct relationship between self-reliance and foreign aid must place primary emphasis on self-reliance and secondary emphasis on foreign aid. The people must not look outward, extend their hands, and depend upon other people. 141 Up-to-date chemical plants, airplanes, electronic equipment, refineries, and other installations were imported from the West and Japan. Foreign engineers were invited to come and teach their counterparts how to operate the new equipment. In 1964 alone, 71 different varieties of tropical plants were introduced from 12 countries and acclimatized at the South China Subtropical Crop Institute's experimental botanical gardens. 142 reports on the attainment of the self-sufficiency objective during the period must be interpreted cautiously. For instance, the 1963 claim of self-sufficiency in the main in regard to petroleum may simply have meant that all domestically produced crude oil could be domestically refined. It in no way suggested that domestic supplies of petroleum were adequate either to meet industrial and transportation demand for products or to serve the needs of future development. In fact, at the time the claim was made, China imported about 2 million tons of petroleum products from the USSR, Romania, and Albania, and discreetly explored the possibility of buying petroleum from Algeria and Kuwait. 143 There is no doubt, however, that during the years 1961 to 65 the Chinese did design and develop by themselves many types of equipment until then imported from abroad, including blast furnaces, synthetic ammonia plants, and some electronic equipment including analog computers for designing and analyzing automatic control systems. In 1964 domestic industry reportedly supplied 90% of the forgings and rolled stock used, as compared with 57% in 1957, and 90% of machinery and equipment, compared to 55% in 1957. In 1964 for the first time China began producing rolled steel railway wheels and wheel rims, a 12,000 ton, working pressure, forging press capable of forging 200 to 300 ton steel ingots into heavy machinery parts, steam and water-driven turbines of 50,000 and 72,500 kilowatts respectively, large mobile cranes, of 350 tons, oil refineries with a capacity of 1 million tons of crude per year, fertilizer plants producing 100,000 tons of nitrogenous fertilizer a year, diesel locomotives, and vertical coal shafts. 144 All the teaching apparatus in middle schools and college science departments visited by geophysicist C.H.G. Oldham in 1964 were Chinese-made. However, advanced scientific equipment in research institutes had been imported from the USSR, East Germany, Czechoslovakia, Japan, Holland, and Britain. 145. 7. Foreign trade, leaning to all sides. The economic new course, for all its insistence on self-reliance, regarded foreign trade as a component part of developmental policy. To promote it, a General Office for Economic Relations with Foreign Countries was established in 1961. The total volume of trade rose steadily after 1961, reaching roughly $4 billion in 1965, or about $5 to $6 per head of population, a figure lower than that for India or Pakistan. The importance attached to foreign economic contacts during this period, in spite of the modest total and per capita volume, was in contrast to Soviet hesitations on this score at a roughly similar stage of the Soviet Union's economic development. The common denominator of the new policy was balanced diversity, which had three main implications. The first was the termination of the 1949-60 policy of leaning to one side, i.e., toward the Soviet Union and other communist countries, Table 9-7. By 1965 China had repaid all debts to the USSR, some $1.7 billion in all. The last loan extended by the Soviets to China was in 1961. Soviet exports to China dropped from $954.5 million in 1959 to a low of $135.2 million in 1964, and imports from China fell from $1.1 billion to $314.2 million in the same period. 146 China's trade turnover with the Soviet Union in 1959 represented about half of the country's total trade turnover. By 1964 this had dropped to 13%. In 1959 China's share in the total trade of the Soviet Union was about 20%. In 1964 it was less than 4%. A year later China moved from 6th to 9th place among the Soviet Union's trading partners. China's 1964 trade with all communist countries was about 35% of her total trade. In 1957 it had been over 60%. Thus, both from the point of view of indebtedness and current trade, the former policy of leaning on socialism to build socialism had come to an end. 147 The decline in Soviet exports to China until 1964 may be explained by three considerations. 1. The unwillingness of the Soviets to sell certain potentially strategic goods as, for example, petroleum products, aircraft and aircraft components, cobalt, etc. 2. The disruption of Soviet plant, machinery, and industrial equipment sales in consequence of the withdrawal of Soviet experts and blueprints from China in mid-1960, Chapter 8. 3. China's attempt to save on imports from the USSR in order to help pay off her debt as rapidly as possible. Underlying it all was China's reluctance to depend too heavily on the USSR for economic goods since, in Chinese eyes, such dependence tended to imply repayment in political goods. Rodong Shinmin, organ of the Central Committee of the North Korean Workers' Party, in its issue of September 7, 1964 raised a further issue joyfully reproduced by the Peking Review 11 days later. In rendering aid in the rehabilitation and construction of factories, the Soviets furnished us with equipment, stainless steel plate, and other materials at prices much higher than world market prices and took away from us scores of tons of gold, quantities of valuable non-ferrous metal and raw materials at prices much lower than world market prices. The work of the Soviet-sponsored Council of Mutual Economic Assistance was described by the Chinese as an attempt to oppose the independent development of fraternal economies. What the Russians were really after, Peking said, was to reduce these economies to suppliers of raw materials and outlets for Soviet finished goods. The departure from the policy of leaning to one side was especially marked in the case of machinery and equipment, including complete plants, and petroleum products, Table 9-8. In this instance, however, the decreased reliance on the Soviet Union was not made good to any significant degree by machinery and equipment or petroleum products imports from non-communist countries. This was due in part to the investment cutback in China in 1961-62, in part to problems involved in obtaining long-term credits outside the communist world, and, to some extent, to the strategically sensitive nature of such items and the resultant reluctance of some Western governments to permit large-scale trade in such goods. The import substitution effect was presumably another significant factor contributing to the continuing decline in Chinese machinery imports. 14.8 The one exception was machinery and equipment for the chemical fertilizer industry. Imports of machinery and equipment from non-communist countries constituted about 10.1% of China's total imports from those countries in 1959, and only 6.5% in 1964. Total imports in 1959 from the non-communist world were about $695 million in 1959, and $1.08 billion in 1964. By 1965 China had trade relations with 125 countries and regions, including South Africa, to the great annoyance of most African countries. 40 of these had signed intergovernmental trade agreements with Peking. In other cases trade was carried on through informal channels and so-called friendly firms in the partners' countries. These were firms with which the Chinese chose to deal, usually through the Chinese Council for the Promotion of International Trade, because of the firm's friendly attitude toward 148 answering Soviet charges of unresponsiveness to offers of plant and machinery. The Chinese in 1964 asked the Soviets whether without the technical specifications and advice needed to put the machines and plant to work they expected China to buy the machinery merely for display. People's China expressed in the firm's absence of commercial relations with the United States or Taiwan. Frequently the Chinese bent over backward a bit, when they needed equipment unavailable elsewhere, they were willing to deal with dummy-friendly firms, knowing that the parent enterprise carried on a lucrative business with the United States and Taiwan. Between 1950 and 1965 the Council for the Promotion of International Trade held 25 economic exhibitions and participated in 67 international fairs in 40 countries. In the same period 11 foreign countries held economic exhibitions in China. The second major implication of the policy of leaning to all sides was the stabilization of the pattern of exports and imports. Large-scale purchases of food grains from abroad became a regular feature of the new course, amounting to about 5.5 million metric tons per year, Table 9-9. A million tons of imported wheat cost the Chinese $50 to $60 million in hard currencies, so that the annual expenditure on this item ran into some $275 to $330 million. In 1964 the average freight rate per metric ton was $15.50. The grain exporters, Australia, Canada, Argentina, France, West Germany, extended short-term credits, from 6 to 18 months, to help finance shipments, charging an average annual interest rate estimated at 5%. Total drawings on grain credits from 1961 through 1964 amounted to $874 million, gross, and $191 million, net, i.e., drawings minus repayments. 149. Grain imports represented about 40% of China's annual total imports in value terms, the remainder being accounted for by purchases of chemical fertilizers, jute, cotton, industrial plant and equipment, especially for the chemical fertilizer industry, precision. 408. 1961-65, the policy of readjustment. Instruments, spare parts, means of transportation, and communications equipment. The Western exporters of these goods extended credits to facilitate the transactions, up to 18 months in the case of fertilizer, up to 5 years in the case of machinery and equipment. Some 13 plants bought by China during this period from Japan: polyvinyl alcohol fiber, acetylene generating, condenser manufacturing, Britain, synthetic ammonia, polyethylene, polyester resin, instruments, West Germany, crude oil cracking and olefin separation, acrylonitrile, air liquefaction, cold strip steel rolling, Sweden, porous silica, Finland, Austria, the Netherlands, and Italy, petroleum refining, were financed in this way. Following a deterioration during the Great Leap Forward and its immediate aftermath, the balance of payments situation was improved in 1963-64, Table 9-10. The improvement was due in large measure to substantial earnings from commodity exports. Even so, China's international financial position at the end of the period was still precarious. Gold and hard currency reserves in 1964 were only 2/5 of total merchandise imports compared with the 1957 situation when they were equal to total merchandise imports. Notice the heavy expenditure on freight and insurance, $365 million in the 5 years 1958-62 and $145 million in the years 1963-64. Much of this consisted of outlays on ship charters. China's fleet was too small to carry all the goods traded, particularly food grains purchased in distant countries. 150 Hence resort was and continues to be made to foreign vessels flying Greek, Italian, French, Dutch, West German, British, Lebanese, Swedish, Norwegian, and Japanese flags. The use of Soviet and East European ships on the China run fluctuated with the political climate. In 1965 China had chartered about 400 ships, totaling 1.4 million tons, some 80 of them in Britain, and another 40 in Scandinavian countries. A number of chartered ships consisted of big bulk carriers and grain-carrying tankers of up to 30,000-ton cargo capacity each. 151 The Chinese drove a hard bargain in a charter market made tight by Soviet bids for ships to carry wheat purchased in Canada and by bids from other quarters to carry grain shipments to India. For the Chinese foreign aid effort was to show the recipients, the Western imperialists, and the Soviet revisionists that the facts did support these declarations. There was, and is, in China's foreign aid ventures an element of Sino-Soviet competition which came out most clearly in the economic bidding for the favors of such underdeveloped communist countries as Outer Mongolia, North Korea, North Vietnam, and Cuba, but was present in almost every other instance. 153 Since China was still poor and underdeveloped herself, the foreign aid vihish she gave to others represented for her a burden that was lightened by the expectation of political dividends, careful husbandry of the amount and type of aid extended, and a meticulous selection of beneficiaries. Yet in spite of all the care taken in the selection of foreign aid recipients, there have been surprises and disappointments, example Indonesia, Ghana, Burma. The pattern of aid which has emerged since 1961 comprised the tying of assistance to the delivery of Chinese goods and services, long-term interest-free or low-interest loans, and the selection of those aid projects that tended to have the maximum growth impact on the economy of the recipient country. The political timing of loan or grant offers was carefully chosen. Although small compared with the aid programs of Western industrialized countries and the Soviet Union, China's foreign aid effort has been gradually expanded in some of the world's most sensitive areas. Tables 9 to 11 and 9 to 12 show the record from 1956 to 1968. The following comments on the various items in tables 9 to 11 and 9 to 12 may be useful. 1. The general principles of China's foreign aid policy were set out for foreign consumption by Zhou Enlai in Bamako, Mali, in January 1964. This so-called 8-point charter insisted that aid should always be mutual, never unilateral, and that it should be without preconditions or privileges which could adversely affect the national sovereignty of the assisted country. Further, economic aid granted by Peking was to take the form of loans free of interest or at nominal interest rates. The avowed objective of such loans, stated point 4, was to place the assisted countries on the road to independent national development and not to make them dependents of China. 154 The projects financed by the Chinese government were to be those which required the least investment for the quickest results in order to rapidly furnish the governments of the recipient countries with increased revenues. The equipment supplied by China at world market prices was the best she could produce. Deliveries were accompanied by guarantees to replace any equipment which did not fit the agreed-on specifications. Technical aid was rendered for the purpose of supervising the use of Chinese equipment until such time as the recipients acquired the needed expertise to carry on the job themselves. Finally, experts sent by China were to lead a life the level of which was no higher than that of local technicians. Chinese experts, stated point 8, claimed no privilege, nor did they expect to enjoy any advantage. These were lofty ideals, easily formulated but often quite unworkable, especially in the instance of a country which repeatedly proclaimed that politics must take command of economics and not vice versa. 155 As often happens, the actual implementation of these guidelines was less lofty and pure than the statement of intent. At various times, but especially from 1966 onward, Chinese personnel in some aid-receiving countries, example Burma, Egypt, Nepal, Cambodia, acted arrogantly toward their hosts and allegedly interfered in the host country's internal affairs. Anti-Chinese riots erupted in Indonesia, Ceylon, and Burma. In 1967 the Chinese embassy staff, technicians, and teachers in Burma organized and encouraged provocative actions against that country's government, Peking openly calling for the overthrow of the Burmese head of state. China also encouraged the Peking-oriented Communist Party of Burma, White Flag, to bring this about. In the ensuing anti-Chinese riots in Rangoon, over 100 Chinese residents were killed. 500 Chinese technicians were expelled from the country. During the Cultural Revolution in China, chapters 11 and 12, Peking attacked Kenya's Minister of Economics, Tom Mboya, branding him an imperialist puppet. In June 1967 Kenya expelled the Chinese ambassador and recalled its representative from Peking. The Chinese also took sides in the Yemen civil war. Chinese technicians, for example, accompanied Republican troops sent to relieve Sana'a in February 1968. They helped make the breakthrough possible by throwing a steel span across a damaged bridge at a critical moment. China also trained Kenyan citizens as fighter pilots, without the knowledge or consent of the Kenyan government. The operation was conducted under the cover of the African National Union. 156 Without the knowledge or approval of the Kenyan government, Chinese arms were shipped to Uganda through Kenyan territory in May 1965. President Bourguiba of Tunisia accused China of inverted racism and an uncontrolled folie de grandeur. 15-7 The government of the Central African Republic broke off diplomatic relations with Peking, January 1966, charging China with the establishment of political indoctrination centers and military training camps for dissident elements on the Republic's territory. Similar charges were leveled by the new governments of Ghana, February 1966, Dahomey, January 1966, and the existing governments of the Congo, Niger, Rwanda, and Cameroon. Where Chinese efforts have been effective, they have centered precisely on the strict rigid literal interpretation of the 8-point charter. The old Japanese formula of cheap and good has been used with notable success in displacing Japanese products from the Yemeni market and in causing problems for Japanese tea in Tunisia and Morocco. Japan and Hong Kong have had to compete hard with Peking sewing machines, bicycles, textiles, and other light industry products, example cement, in much of Southeast Asia. Chinese technical assistance, where it has been least resented, has tended to concentrate on teaching the local people how to combine traditional, labor-intensive, and modern, capital-intensive, methods in such areas as irrigation, water conservation, road and trail building, rice cultivation, and public health. 2. The Chinese have been inclined to promise more than they could reasonably be expected to deliver at the present stage of their development. Their foreign aid commitments are notoriously overextended, with unwelcome repercussions on the integrity of their word. On occasion it was not so much a question of exaggerated promises, as of finding mutually acceptable goods that could be used to exhaust the credit lines which China had placed at the disposal of her various partners. As a rule, Chinese assistance was tied to the delivery of Chinese-made goods and services which at times were just not there. At other times China found it difficult to deliver the agreed-on items precisely when needed and according to definite specifications. This was particularly true in 1966–67 when the Cultural Revolution excesses resulted in delays and confusion at Chinese ports, accompanied by the harassment of foreign ships' crews. It is estimated that of the almost $1 billion pledged by China in loans and grants, only about one-third has actually materialized. 158. Population restraint. Before 1949 little was known about the demographic picture of China. There had been no systematic population census, and estimates of population movements were based on sample surveys carried out occasionally and rather haphazardly. The impression obtained from such surveys was that for centuries the increase in population was erratic, suggesting relatively stable birth rates and fluctuating death rates. 159. In 1953 the Communists, with Soviet help, carried out the first fairly scientific population census in China's history. Over 2.5 million enumerators were quickly trained, questionnaires were prepared, and after some 9 months of work the results were published on November 1, 1954. They showed a total population of 583 million and indicated a birth rate of 3.7% and a death rate of 1.74%. That is, a net population increase rate of 2%. In spite of many faults, the 1953 census was probably the best one could hope for under the circumstances, and it provided a basis for better and bigger censuses to come. 1609 came, however, at least not before 1970. The census should have been repeated in 1963, but was postponed because of economic recession. In 1964 a nationwide count was carried out. It was less systematic and thorough than the 1953 census and the results were not made public. The 1953 figure is generally accepted as a fairly reliable point of reference, although there has been some argument about the degree of under- or overstatement. It would appear probable that the figure is conservative and that the natural rate of population increase may be somewhat understated. 161. The Chinese Communists' attitude toward the natural movement of population has shown wide swings from all-out populationism to all-out birth control and back again. These swings are not unrelated to changes in the locus of power within the leadership, the bureaucratic moderates leaning toward family planning, and planning in general, the leftist ideologues toward populationism. The moderates tend to view the problem pragmatically, that is, in terms of per capita food availabilities and the progress of agriculture. The ideologues see it more in terms of the productive powers of the people, and together with Marx, Engels, and Lenin dispute the existence of a universal, invariable law of population. 162. According to the latter position, population headaches are the results of incorrect relations of production, i.e., the wrong sort of institutional arrangements, like capitalism, and not of any natural tendency for population to outgrow the means of subsistence. Given a socialist transformation of the relations of production, the population problem is taken care of by an unprecedented release of productive powers. Until recent years, this view was also held by most Soviet demographers, at least in their published writings, but of late a shift toward a more empirical approach to the problem has become noticeable. 16.3 The academic community in China has been divided on the subject roughly along ideological lines. Those like Ma Yinchu, who urged population control, never openly admitted that socialist China could one day find herself unable to feed her people. Population restraint was advocated as a means of enabling people to live better. It would protect the health of mothers, take a load off the mind of fathers, and give the children a better opportunity to get educated. Between 1953 and 1968, China's population probably rose by over 200 million. China is a very young old country, bursting with energy. There is no need to worry, therefore, about the number of socialists, but rather about their quality, health, and welfare, and the practicalities of coping with hundreds of millions of restless youngsters. By 1980, given the estimated present rate of increase, between 2 and 2.5% per annum, China's population will be about a billion, roughly the same as the total population of the world 100 years ago. 16.4 Unless the population tide is stemmed or the stagnation of agricultural output broken, or both, the vile, loathsome mockery of nature and of mankind which Malthus described and Marx denounced may yet rear its head. At the very least, the problem of urban housing and education will become well nigh unmanageable. The zigzag course of Chinese communist population policy since 1949 may be summarized as follows. From 1949 until the results of the census became known to the leadership, late 1953, the leaders' attitude toward population growth followed the predictable Marxist ideological pattern: the more socialists the better for mankind. Legal abortion was abolished, the importation and manufacture of contraceptives prohibited, and apprehensions about the population resource balance were dismissed as so many counter-revolutionary ulterior motives. The figure of 583 million mouths must have come as something of a shock to all but the most incorruptible ideologues. At the National People's Congress of 1954, the thesis of population control was broached for the first time. Then, toward the end of 1956 and through 1957, Chapter 7, an all-out birth control campaign was unleashed, crude and, one would think, offensive to the Chinese peasant's respect for a large family and to his sense of decorum. Socialist realism was applied to the discussion of the process of procreation. Illustrations were displayed on village walls. Voluntary sterilization and abortion were legalized and performed virtually free of charge. What the effect of the campaign was on the rural population is far from clear, but there are indications that it was resented and achieved little or nothing. It may have had some effect in the cities, but here again the facts are obscure. In July 1958 the birth control campaign came abruptly to an end. The more people we have, wrote Hung Chi, the better, faster, greater, and more economical will be the results of socialist construction. 165 Unrestrained populationism was again in vogue, spurred by a rapidly developing labor shortage. Voices advocating family planning were not altogether stilled, but they cried in the wilderness. 166 Populationism collapsed with the leap. Beginning in 1962 and through 1965, official attitude veered toward population control with a difference. Although contraceptive methods, voluntary sterilization, and legalized abortion, if advised and permitted by a recognized physician free of charge, were reintroduced, and birth control clinics reopened, the emphasis was on the postponement of marriage and the spacing out of children. Students on state scholarships, for example, were not allowed to marry before graduation. In 1963 clothing rations were raised, but the rise was tied to population control. Those marrying after the age of 30 were to receive an extra ration, while the fourth child in a family was to be allotted no coupons at all. In Shenzi, 1964, mothers were given maternity supplies, extra food and clothing rations, for the first 2 children only. Young people who intended to marry at the minimum legal age, 18 for women and 20 for men, see Chapter 3, encountered opposition from the labor, youth, or party organization in the place where they worked or from residents' associations in the district in which they lived. Since the marriage registry required recommendations from such organizations or associations before registering a marriage, opposition from these groups could effectively prevent the marriage from being legally sanctioned. In his interview with Edgar Snow, Zhou Enlai made specific reference to the need to learn population control techniques from Japan. 167 Zhou also reflected sadly that there was strong reluctance among men to undergo sterilization since others will tell such a man that he had been castrated, that he has become a eunuch. To restrict sterilization to women would be socially undesirable, since it would create an inequality for women. The press, as one, extolled the wisdom and revolutionary virtue of not marrying before the age of 30 for men and 25 for women, and of having not more than 2 children. Symbolic marriage postponement heroes were born. Wang Chuan, for example, the reluctant bride, put off her marriage 3 times for production and study, whereby she correctly handled the relation between marriage, work, and study, and obtained very good results in the spare time engineering university. Since all good things come to those who wait, Wang Chuan had gloriously attended the Shanghai Municipal Conference of Advanced Collectives and Advanced Workers in Industry and Other Fields. 168 Those who did not conform to the model were denounced. Thus, in a letter to the Peking Kung Zhenjipao, a young reader complained that since a number of women apprentice workers in the 17 to 18 age group in our factory appear to be obsessed with their mating problems most of the time, their technical progress has been badly affected. The post-1960 population control policy was probably aided by the frequent separation of families consequent on large-scale transfers of urban workers to rural areas and the stern disapproval of extramarital relations. Also, many workers in China's factories lived in dormitories, their wives remaining in the villages. The confusion and relaxation of discipline during the Great Proletarian Cultural Revolution, especially between 1966 and 1968, with millions of youngsters out of school, roaming the countryside and invading the cities, may have put a wrench in the family planning policy, but this is no more than a guess. The second wave of urban-rural transfers, late 1968 to 69, with its accompanying breakup of families, probably helped the cause of birth control again, but at that stage it was not clear what the official policy on population was, or, for that matter, who the officials were. It would seem that on this very personal question of marriage and sex, the communist state has come up against a passive resistance, which it does not quite know how to handle in those moments, at least, when it has a population policy. Where bluster, crudity, and decorous persuasion have failed, a long-term, perhaps very long-term change in the people's outlook may yet succeed. Such a change will probably have to await a more widespread urbanization and a substantial increase in living standards, neither of which is on the horizon at this time. 9. Attenuation of class struggle. The bitter cold of the north wind will soon come to an end, wrote Teng Tao in 1962. In its stead a warm east wind will blow and a thaw will soon set in on this earth. A period of readjustment and consolidation is one of emergency. The credibility gap has to be closed, confidence restored, disproportions righted. The old methods of mass mobilization no longer work or work less effectively than before, and recourse has to be had to inducement and persuasion. One has to call on all classes in the nation to join in the task of reconstruction. 169 It is especially important to use the abilities and expertise of men whose enthusiasm for socialism is somewhat below par. Battered and frightened, they have to be brought back into the national fold, reassured and comforted, convinced that their less than perfect socialist awareness is now acceptable to the workers' and peasants' state and to the proletariat's vanguard party. The proof of acceptable ideological remolding, they must be told, resides in their willingness to harness their talents and their energies to the solution of immediate economic, technical, and scientific problems. The nation of peasants and workers is harsh but forgiving, always ready, in times of emergency, to extend a friendly and helping hand to those of its sons who had erred, or intended to err, or who did not intend to err at all, but were convicted of erring all the same. Since alternatives are exiguous, the prodigal sons, as a rule, respond enthusiastically to the offer of class reconciliation. They know they will regret it later, but when one is born into the wrong class and stuck with congenital ideological deficiency, one lives for the fleeting moment. One is even flattered by the attention, glad to contribute to the common will, vindicated for a while. During the period 1961 to 63, but especially during the emergency of 1961 to 62, the economic policy makers took the stance of class reconciliation, giving semi-reformed class enemies the benefit of the doubt. A high-class intellectual, Liu reportedly said, can replace 100 worker peasant cotters. We should not be too particular about them. 170 It has already been shown that the moribund democratic parties were once again whipped into shape and told to discharge their united front duties. At first they met in self-examination, breast-beating sessions as was their habit, but soon began circumspectly to offer advice. Intellectuals, less than read experts, scientists, and technicians found themselves deluged with satisfying work. Wu Han, the historian and vice-mayor of Peking, called on the intellectuals with misgivings in their hearts to go into action. This door must be broken through, he wrote, February 25, 1961. Those with little ability to verbalize their thoughts, the middle and once rich peasants, went about their private plots quietly, traded their produce on the newly reopened free markets, and made life hard for the local cotters. Since about 20 to 30% of their income was derived from the plots, including most of their cash income, their attitude to the production teams, brigades, and communes was often quite formalistic, that is, indifferent. Unable for the time being to do anything very much about it, the state reciprocated with more leisure time, spring and harvest festivals, rice transplanting festivals, dancing, boat and horse racing, firecrackers, and other light diversions. Photographers were sent out to the communes to take pictures of team leaders, grinning amidst their outsize melons and trailing vines. 171 Shanghai supplied the countryside with 1,200 kinds of cosmetics, including deluxe sets of 28 pieces such as Twin Sisters Eau de Cologne, lotions to rid a fair face of freckles, cold cream packed in little oyster shells, and other bourgeois appurtenances. 172 The United Front, not heard from during the Grand Leap, was resurrected and declared to be a magic weapon of the Chinese people for winning victory. 173 Members of the correct classes were urged to unite with the national bourgeoisie while resolutely struggling against them within the elastic bounds of Mao Zedong's truth about contradictions among the people. Mao's one divides into two was interpreted by some influential party ideologues as two combines into one, thus providing a theoretical justification for a lessening of class tension. 174 Overseas Chinese, especially those with substantial foreign currency savings, were warmly welcomed home. Harried by newly emergent, fiercely nationalistic regimes in Southeast Asia, overseas Chinese were given special privileges in their native land, allowed to hire household help, provided with newly built apartments, settled in farming colonies in Guangdong, Fujian, Guangxi, and on Hainan Island. Their children were accepted in China's schools more readily and with less discipline than the children of residents without foreign currency savings. Thus encouraged, the reconciled class enemies turned against their benefactors. They waved the red flag but in their hearts, we are told, harbored the white flag of reaction. They had ulterior motives, as the saying goes, and should not have been trusted in the first place. After the September 1962 plenary session of the Central Committee, the watchful and ever-vigilant masses began to suspect a plot. Their collective will embodied in their party's directives, they launched a counter-offensive, a massive socialist education drive based on the premise of class conflict. With each passing day the revolutionary wave mounted, incorrect thoughts were chopped off, and the prodigal sons were once again cast out into the darkness. 175/ The process of revolutionary rectification, sponsored by the party's renascent left wing, is described in the next chapter. But it was not enough. Better was never quite good enough. There was always the nagging suspicion that plots were being hatched in dark corners and that the people's power was being undermined by monsters and ghosts. The flood of socialist consciousness rose to unprecedented heights until it burst all barriers and overwhelmed the nation and the party, the people and the government, in the apocalypse of the Great Proletarian Cultural Revolution, Chapter 11. The struggle between revolutionaries and alleged counter-revolutionaries was, according to the left, a life and death struggle, a relation of one class oppressing another. There can be no other type of relation, such as a so-called relation of equality, or of peaceful coexistence between exploiting and exploited classes, or of kindness or magnanimity. 176. The period 1961 to 65 was one of sharply defined contrasts, caution on the one hand, fire and brimstone on the other. In economics a mild revisionism dominated the scene, an attempt to calculate and to plan within the bounds of a relatively conservative estimation of what was possible. The result was solid if unspectacular progress, with an occasional flourish, nuclear development, chemical fertilizer production. But all this advance took place against a background of revivalist exhortation, to the accompaniment of much ideological drumming. While the country, like the Peking opera, went through elaborate and carefully executed motions, the great leapers in the wings carried on something fierce. By 1963 the off-stage noises all but drowned out the on-stage dialogue. A year later, the extras invaded the stage, argued with the directors, rewrote the lines, and generally lowered the tone of the proceedings. While the going was rough, 1961 to 62, the theme was reconciliation and empathy, a great collective heaving together, forgive, forget, bloom, and contend. Wearied by the physical and emotional outpourings of the Great Leap, the players were saved by the unobtrusive arrival of reason, stern and unbending, but not given to manic depressive cycles. Nursed back to health, the participants in the great drama of socialist construction were again goaded into exultant pirouettes and bitter class struggle between the two roads. Up till 1964, percentage production successes were generally attributed to the new course. Beginning in 1964, however, production comparisons were made with the last pre-leap year, 1957, the eve of China's great upsurge in national construction, the implication being that the 1961-63 achievements were based on the Great Leap Forward. The period of retrenchment was played down and merged into a single whole, a single stage of red banner growth. The so-called Socialist Education Campaign, SUCHing, was, as we have noted earlier, designed to prevent the essentially revisionist economic course from taking over the nation's superstructure of ideas, its left socialist culture, and its ascetic, guerrilla-type politics. Its targets were the young successors to the revolution's power holders, bureaucrats, technocrats, party codders, the intellectuals, middle, upper middle, and surviving rich peasants, profession-oriented PLA officers, and others. The negative hero was revisionism and economism, the lure of material rewards. Revisionism, said the campaigners, was attended by a host of hangerson, devils, and monsters with ulterior motives, wily, always ready to inject poison into the minds of the people. The whole drama was orchestrated by American imperialism and its lackeys, the Soviet revisionist clique. Confronted with such cunning class enemies, the people had to be alert, vigilant, and politically impregnable. Otherwise the revolution would be undone. Prepared during the September 1962 10th plenary session of the 8th Central Committee, at which Mao Zedong urged his colleagues not to forget class struggle, and launched in the spring of 1963, the Socialist Education Campaign gathered momentum with each passing year. In 1966 it merged with the Great Proletarian Cultural Revolution, Chapter 11. 2. But the educational campaign and its successor the Proletarian Cultural Revolution did not until 1969 manage to take over the economic base of China's society. The leaping was on the whole confined to the cultural and political superstructure. The economic policies and reforms initiated during the period of readjustment, consolidation, filling out, and raising standards quietly continued on their course. The description given of them in Chapter 9 applies, in the main, to the years 1961 to 69. There was of course some disruption, but no economic leap forward or backward, no labor mobilization campaigns comparable to those of 1958 to 59, no fundamental alteration in the institutional arrangements of the country's economy. After reciting Mao's thoughts, the peasants went back to their production teams and their private plots, perhaps wiser, perhaps less so. The commune remained very much what it had been under the relatively moderate post-1960 regime. There was some reorganization of enterprise management, but in the last analysis the managers still ran their factories, harassed by revolutionary committees and other politico-managerial formations to be sure, but not replaced. The socialist education campaign of 1963 to 65, a prelude to the proletarian cultural revolution, comprised a number of sub-campaigns. These form the subject of the present chapter. Asterisk. Campaign against class reconciliation as permanent feature of socialist society. One divides into two versus the two combines into one controversy. The negative hero of this campaign was Yang Xianchen, a party intellectual, full member of the party's Central Committee since 1959, and head of the party's higher school until September 1961. Yang had spent about 15 years in the Soviet Union, from the early 1930s till the end of World War II. Except for this blot, his credentials were irreproachable. Yang's mistake was that he set about reinterpreting Mao Zedong's thesis on contradictions contained in the famous 1937 essay and in Mao's equally significant paper of 1957. The manner in which this reinterpretation was handled and the conclusions drawn failed to receive Mao's approval. We do not have the original text of Yang's philosophical speculations on contradictions, any more than we have the original text of Mao's dissertation on the same subject in 1957. Yang's formulation was apparently contained in a series of lectures and discussions which Yang conducted at the party school around 1961. From 1961 until early 1964 the issues raised by Yang's theory were hotly debated at the school, finally finding their way into print in May 1964. At that time the Kuangming Daily carried an article by two of Yang's students who outlined what Yang had taught them. By November more than 100 articles, letters, and comments on the subject had been published. The issue had been thoroughly aired. Mao's interpretation of Mao's thoughts on the subject emerged victorious. Yang disappeared from view. Quite apart from the substance of the problem, the fact that heretical views were being disseminated by people in high party positions and trust, convinced those who saw treason and subversion behind every mulberry bush that they had been right all along. The enemy was always lurking in dark places. Revisionism had made inroads into the very vitals of the party state, and hence the thesis of permanent class struggle and revolutionary vigilance was not only correct but indispensable. The substance of the problem was this. In his work on contradiction, Mao repeated the Marxist tenet that everything in the world contained contradictions. With this position Yang agreed. Next, according to Mao, the contradiction inherent in things took the form of a division of one into two. The two contradictory aspects of the whole were brought out into the open where they struggled, each tending to assume the nature of the other. The result of this struggle of opposites was the emergence of a new entity, a synthesis whereupon the dialectical process was repeated. Right struggled with wrong, revolution with counter-revolution, proletarian thought with bourgeois thought, socialism with capitalism, and so on. The essence was permanent struggle, permanent revolution, the dynamo of history. The unity of opposites was temporary at best. Opposites could be united only under certain specific conditions. 3. Thus, For example, one might have to ally oneself with the middle and rich peasants in order to resolve the main contradiction between oneself and the landlords. One might unite temporarily with national capitalists to wipe out foreign, bureaucrat, and comprador capital. One could join up with the Kuomintang to defeat the Japanese aggressor. But the unity of opposites was never permanent. The most important thing about contradiction was the division of one into two, not the subsidiary and ephemeral combining of two into one. Yang thought otherwise. Admittedly, everything in the world contained contradictions, one split into two. However, the most interesting and significant thing about the two sides of the contradiction was what they had in common rather than what separated them. One had to carefully pick out the elements that each side had in common with the other, relegate the differences to the dust heap of history, and reunite the common aspects of the whole. Unity rather than division was the natural order of things. At their origin all things were one. Divided, things were naturally impelled to seek reunification. The essence of the dialectical process was the quest for unity, a permanent striving for oneness and reconciliation that was neither relative nor conditional. In short, the basic issue in dialectics was that two combine into one, smoothly and without struggle. Such a view of the historical process made life a little richer and more humane, a little less bitter and hectic. One could learn even from the revisionists and the bourgeois, work with them hand in hand without fear of contagion, so long as one distinguished that which complemented and joined from that which separated and could not be united. Yang was defeated and his ideas were declared to be noxious weeds of bourgeois and revisionist humanism, counter-revolutionary and anti-socialist poison. They were, claimed Yang's opponents, the imitations of the shoddy goods peddled by Soviet revisionists who, like Fedosiev and Maidan, babbled about the overcoming of opposites through their uniting, and held that under socialism dialectical opposites, contradictions, turn into differences, and differences merge into unity. For people have come to realize, wrote one exponent of permanent class struggle, that class struggle will exist for a long time in socialist society, and the struggle to promote proletarian ideas and eliminate bourgeois ideas in the ideological and cultural fields will be protracted, complex, and have its ups and downs. It is, therefore, necessary for us to continue steadfastly to follow the direction pointed out by Chairman Mao Zedong and take class struggle and the struggle between the socialist and capitalist roads as the lever in our hard and protracted endeavors if we are to carry the socialist cultural revolution to victory. 5. As the cracks in the party and government and the mass organizations widened, the People's Liberation Army with its long revolutionary tradition emerged as the one relatively cohesive element in China's society, especially after the purge of Piang Te Huai and his group, 1959, and their replacement by the left-leaning Lin Piao. The Learn from the PLA campaign, a multi-faced mass emulation drive, represented the left's growing dependence on the army, which became more marked during the Cultural Revolution, chapters 11 and 12. There is an old Chinese saying that the three calamities plaguing people are flood, drought, and soldiery. The communists, as we have shown in chapter 2, made sure that the last of these plagues should be quickly disposed of. The People's Liberation Army was to become a microcosm of the socialist moral order and of proletarian discipline. Their efforts in that direction yielded impressive results. Repeatedly the army was subjected to strictly enforced campaigns for the attainment of the four firsts, putting men before weapons, ideological work before routine political work before other work, and living examples before theoretical, bookish knowledge. From 1963 onward, conferences of officers and men on this subject multiplied. During the first 5-year plan period, on Soviet advice, the PLA was progressively professionalized along Soviet lines. China's experience in the Korean War convinced many high-ranking officers that the old concept of a democratic mass army cum militia geared to protracted people's war could not stand up to the challenge of modern military technology. In February 1955, a set of regulations on the service of officers was adopted. The regulations classified officers according to professional specializations, set up stringent criteria of entry into the officers' corps, geared to professional rather than ideological competence, abolished the supply system under which officers and men were paid primarily in food and clothing, with a little pocket money for decorous diversion, and substituted for it wages differentiated according to rank and specialization. In effect, the regulations radically altered the formerly classless character of the army so as better to prepare the PLA for modern combat. In the summer of 1955, military conscription was introduced. In the autumn, ranks and military titles were instituted. 6. Those elements in the party who watched the growing professionalism of the army with misgivings, launched in 1956 a counterattack in the form of a rectification campaign, the objects of which were to curb the trend toward professionalism in the army and stress the old virtues of military classlessness. The drive picked up momentum during the anti-rightist campaign of 1957 and reached a peak in 1958. After 1960 the campaign ebbed. In 1961 the bureaucratic moderates, technocrats, and professionals moved in again, this time to reduce the PLA's involvement in economic construction and trim the buildup of the People's Militia, which had been stepped up during the Great Leap, autumn 1958, under the "Everyone a Soldier" slogan. In the meantime the left opposition seized the army's commanding heights by replacing Phang Te with Lin Piao and strengthened party branches at all PLA levels with its own men. The counter-thrust gathered force with the launching of the socialist education movement in 1963, party control over the army, the party must command the gun, was confirmed in February by a set of regulations concerning political work in the army. A system of dual command, party army, and the participation of the army in economic construction was restored. 7. In 1964 the duration of compulsory military service was extended to 4 years in the Army, 5 years in the Air Force and the Security Forces, and 6 years in the Navy. The politics in command slogan was given muscle by the multiplication and intensification of political meetings and indoctrination sessions. Not less than 30% of the soldiers' training time was to be given to political instruction. 8. The Learn from the PLA slogan was launched at a national conference of workers in industry and communications held in January, and published in Zhenmin Jipao on February 2, and militia forces were brought back to life. Beginning June 1, 1965, military ranks and insignia were abolished. The 1958 Officers to the Ranks movement, under which every officer was required to serve 1 month in the year as an ordinary soldier, was revived. In a speech celebrating Army Day, August 1, 1965, Vice Premier Ho Lung made it clear that all questions of major importance in the Army must be decided by discussion in the party committee, except in an emergency when a leader has to make a quick decision. In the perspective of the ideologues, the PLA had once again become the model of socialist organization, spunk, and spirit, which the whole nation was urged to emulate. The emulation drive assumed 3 main forms. I. The nation as a whole was to learn from the army as a whole. 2. Various groups in the nation were to learn from various sections of the army, and 3. Individuals were to learn from individual army heroes, moral Stakhanovs. The nation learns from the army. Emulate the 5 good fighters. In PLA terminology, the 5 good fighters were good in 1. Political thinking, that is, thinking like Mao Zedong. 2. Military skills. 3. The 3-8 working style. 9. 4. Fulfilling assigned tasks, and 5. Physical training. While the whole nation was to follow this general example, the 5 good was also reinterpreted for the edification of specific groups in the nation. For example, applied to rural commune members, being 5 good meant 1. Observing the laws and decrees of the government, 2. Protecting the collective, 3. Attending to labor, 4. Uniting with, and 5. Helping other commune members. In principle, various economic sectors, schools, research institutes, and so on, could set their own 5 good objectives of struggle in accordance with their own special conditions. 10. Regular study was often included as a 6th good. One offshoot of the campaign was the Invite the Five Good Veterans movement. Potential guests to a Village 5 Good unit were, 1. Veterans of the PLA, 2. Veteran Party members, 1. 3. Veteran Village Cotters, 4. Labor Pace and Quality Setters, and 5. Veteran Poor Peasants. The movement was part of a village education campaign described below. 1-2 In January 1966, following a conference on political work in the army, a campaign was set on foot to carry out Lin Piao's 5 points. These were, 1. Creatively study and apply the thought of Mao Zedong, 2. Carry out the 4 firsts, 3. Send leading cotters to basic levels, 4. Promote really fine, i.e., politically mature, commanders to key posts, and 5. Train hard to master close range and night combat. 13. Various groups in nation learn from sections of army. The Good 8th Company on Nanking Road. To counter bourgeois thought, strengthen collectivism, and oppose revisionism, various strata of people were urged to imitate the PLA Company, which had played a distinguished role in the liberation of Shanghai, and later patrolled the city's main artery, Nanking Road, successfully resisting the lures of neon signs, chrome, and loose women left behind by the retreating bourgeois imperialist forces. The company returned to its perilous Nanking Road assignment in the autumn of 1956, in the very midst of surging socialist transformation. It never once flinched or floundered. The company's men were honest. Up to the end of 1962 they returned 1,390 lost articles to the rightful owners, including 87 fountain pens. 14 They were frugal, saving over 80% of their pay. They were concerned about public property, protecting it and fixing it up without charge. They maintained high standards of personal, physical and moral cleanliness. Their exploits were immortalized in a play which, however, was withdrawn after a short but successful run because of minor ideological deviations in the script. 1-5 The Hardbone 6th Company. The Hardbone 6th Company was ideologically superior to the heroes of Nanking Road. The stories told about it were devoid of the personal touch and little acts of individual kindness associated with the Nanking Road people. By all accounts it was a rather prickish outfit, rigorously unbending in its ideology, proletarian determination, and political probity. It had been steeled in the furnace of revolution and had passed the 4 hard tests: psychological readiness for war, good soldierly style, good military technique, and strict political and military discipline. Other exemplary army units were added to the emulation roster from time to time. In 1966, for example, 11 such models were officially recognized. 1-6. Individuals learn from individual army heroes. The hero Lei Feng. The Learn from Lei Feng campaign was launched at the end of 1962, but did not really get in stride till February of the following year. 1-7 By 1965, having apparently done his job as model of Chairman Mao's good fighters, Lei Feng was relegated into the obscurity whence he had come. Lei Feng, the poor man's Mao, according to his official hagiographers, was born in 1939 into a poor peasant family in Hunan. His brother, when just 12 years old, was driven into a factory where he toiled like a beast of burden and finally died of consumption in his mother's arms. The mother thereupon hired herself out as a servant to a landlord, and was in due course raped by her employer. Filled with bitter resentment, she hanged herself. Lei Feng became an orphan. His father had earlier been buried alive by Kuomintang troops and Japanese invaders. Young Lei Feng, filled with hatred of the old society, labored to help his poor relatives by tending the landlord's pigs. The landlord's wife beat him on the hand with the back of an axe. 1-8 In August 1949 Lei Feng was liberated. Filled with hatred of his oppressors and exploiters, he brought living examples to the public trials of landlords. At one such mass rally he appeared with his scarred hand, and seizing hold of the landlord's wife, poured out his long pent-up fury on her. This was the first time he was educated in class struggle. There followed a life devoted to the people and the motherland, Lei Feng at all times brimming over with energy. He enlisted in the PLA, learned how to throw hand grenades with deadly accuracy, and in 1960 was admitted to the Communist Party. His knowledge of Chairman Mao's works increased with each passing day. He kept a voluminous diary, 200,000 words, in which, in the tradition of the world's great diarists, he jotted down every detail of his life, explored every cranny of his conscience. Comrade Lei Feng, born in hard times but brought up in a happy world, was a product of the party's cultivation. His examples are ready-made for everyone. 19 It was up to all young men and women to examine themselves daily with Lei Feng as the mirror. 20 Emulate his devotion to duty, zeal for hard work, uncomplaining endurance to hardships, hatred of the enemy, love for the people, selflessness, red expertise, firm class stand, frugality. All he left behind him were 4 copiously annotated volumes of the chairman's works, and devotion to Mao Zedong, whose writings he read, internalized, and knew by heart. On his tattered copies of the chairman's works, Lei Feng had written, "I will live and die for the people." Reciprocating, Mao himself had written out in his famous calligraphy the rousing slogan, learned from Lei Feng shortly after the young soldier had died for the people, killed by a falling telegraph pole in helping a fellow army driver back up a truck to one the hero Wang Qi. Wang Qi sacrificed himself for his comrades when a package of explosives was accidentally set off during training. This act of heroism took place on July 14, 1964, while Wang Qi, squad leader of a PLA engineering company, was helping drill militiamen of the Changlu People's Commune. Tu born in 1942 in Shantung province into a middle peasant family, the 23-year-old martyr was a member of the Communist Youth League. He had been elected a 5 good soldier for 3 successive years and twice commended for meritorious service. He became a soldier in the PLA in August 1961 and, as extensive extracts from his 100,000-word diary published in the nation's press show, was a highly conscious revolutionary, typical of the finest of the young generation in China today. 3 Wang's case history was all the more interesting and relevant since he had never been oppressed by class enemies and had to overcome his incorrect class background all by himself. Zhenmin Jipao in its editorial of November 8, 1965 called on all young people of China to emulate Wang Qi's lofty spirit of wholehearted dedication to the revolution. Fearing neither hardship nor death is a manifestation of the firmness, the fearless spirit, and the revolutionary heroism of the proletariat. It is a mighty spiritual atom bomb. Once this is in the possession of the revolutionary fighters, they will be ever victorious in the fight against the class enemy both at home and abroad, and in the course of socialist construction. Wang Qi used revolutionary theories as his guide to action and revolutionary heroes as examples to learn from. The word revolution was in his heart, the Chinese Revolution and the World Revolution. 4 Wang was fearless and noble, because he had fully mastered the 4 points of study. These were, 1. Resolutely carry out Chairman Mao's behests, 2. Obey Chairman Mao's instructions and fulfill all tasks assigned by the party, 3. Obey Chairman Mao's behests and keep in close touch with reality, and 4. Firmly act upon Chairman Mao's words to serve the interests of the people. The Chinese press cited concrete examples of the way in which the spirit of Wang Qi inspired assorted representatives of the masses to selfless effort on behalf of the people. The following is a typical instance. Li Qinshi, a night soil collector in Canton, was discharging his duties one night, when his flashlight fell into the municipal cesspool. To recover the flashlight which had been issued to him by the commune, Li slid down a bamboo pole into the pool and sank into the contents up to his knees. After splashing around for a while, he found the flashlight and proceeded to climb back up the bamboo pole. On the way, however, he was overcome by the effusions, and dropped back into the pool unconscious. By this time, a group of women night soil workers had gathered around, lowered a ladder, and raised the alarm. At once, night soil examiner Lu Pingchang arrived on the scene, went down the ladder, picked up the unconscious Li, passed him on to the women night soil workers, and overcome by the vile odors, succumbed and fell into the pool. While the now rescued Li was being resuscitated at the local infirmary, Lu lay in the cesspool unattended because in the confusion everyone had assumed that he had climbed out of the hole and gone to the municipal bathhouse for a shower. Fortunately, at this point, a middle-aged man came riding by on his bicycle, looked down into the pool, and at once realized what was going on. Without uttering a word he jumped into the cesspool, fished out Lu, and carried him back to safety. In spite of earnest entreaties of the bystanders, he refused to reveal his name, saying that it was a class job which anyone correctly inspired would do anonymously. Later, because someone slyly took down the registration number of the stranger's bicycle, it was discovered that the rescuer was a party worker in good standing. Li survived, but Lu died. The man on the bicycle was cited as an example of the Wang Qi spirit. 2-5 While Lei Feng and Wang Qi were the main heroes, there was also presented for the edification of the masses a cast of lesser characters, most of whom, like Lei Feng and Wang Qi, were assiduous diary keepers. Such, for example, was Mai Xiante, 2-6, a heroic young sailor who, in spite of head wounds, remained at his post during a 3-hour battle with ships of Chiang Kai-shek's pirate gang. Haider Azim, an Uyghur and a member of the PLA, was drowned while trying to save a young man during a flood. His example showed that China's minority nationalities could do noble deeds too, when filled with the spirit of Mao Zedong's teachings. Haider Azim had testified to that in a lengthy diary. Tiao Yulu 2-1 was a little different from the usual run of Maoist characters. He was a party functionary of middle age who ruined his health proletarianizing the agriculture of Langkao County. His sacrifice, he died of cancer of the liver, showed that older people in positions of authority could set the right example once they had correctly grasped the 4 points of study. With all the talk about counter corruption, the party apparat could point to Tiao as a symbol of probity and revolutionary devotion to the people's cause. Tiao's last words on his deathbed were addressed to Chairman Mao. They were words of thanks and of regret that death should cut short a man's service to the people. 2-8 Under his pillow there were 2 books, the selected works of Mao Zedong and Liu Shaoxi's How to Be a Good Communist. 2-9 Wang Qinshi, the Man of Iron, had the distinction of being one of the few heroes who were also alive at the time of their apotheosis. Wang had been a leading driller in the Yumen oilfields in Gansu province. He and his team went to the newly discovered Taching field, see below, production campaigns, and pioneered the battle to tap oil. He and his class brothers worked, ate, and slept in the open by the first derrick. 3-0 His determination and ability to take hardship so moved his landlady that she exclaimed, "You must be a man of iron." Whereupon the whole nation took up this honorable theme because it proved that by facing contradictions squarely and overcoming all difficulties in the way, the working class is both the maker and the master of history. 3-1 At the time of his elevation to the revolutionary pantheon, Wang was deputy director of the Taching oilfields, on a lecture tour of China. The workers say, Wang lectured, a loose screw, a rusty part, and a leaking valve are all results of wrong ideology. 3-2 Chairman Mao teaches us to work like an ox in serving the people. For the sake of the party and the people, I am willing to be an ox for the rest of my life. 3-3 Whereas the semi-mythical Lei Feng, wrote Izvestia on May 19, 1967, dreamed of becoming a little rust-proof screw, the ideal of Iron Wang is the humble ox. All my life I have wanted to be an ox, he is supposed to have said. 3-4 Campaign to spread Mao Zedong's writings in the countryside. 3-5 While Liu Shaoxi was promoting the distribution of some 12 million copies of his How to Be a Good Communist, an activity for which he was later to be censured, 3-6 The works of Mao Zedong were not lagging far behind. Mao's books had always been a good seller in communist China, but the real great leap forward in sales occurred after 1964. In the first 17 years of communist power, 1949 to 66, 10 million sets of Mao's selected works were published in Chinese, In 1966 and 1967 a total of 35 million sets was scheduled for publication. However, in 1967 the Central Committee considered the original plan inadequate and ordered 80 million sets to be published in that year alone. 37 In 1965 the Ministry of Culture commanded 9 publishing houses to print more than 12 million village compendia of the chairman's thoughts. Over 19,000 sales stations for Mao books were set up. Selected readings from the chairman's works were put out in special versions addressed to cotters, Collection A, and peasants, workers, and young intellectuals, Collection B. Translations were made into French, German, Spanish, Portuguese, Greek, Russian, Arabic, Swahili, and Braille. 3-8 As the campaign to popularize Mao's thought unfolded, accusations were leveled against various elements in the party, anti-party black gangsters, including the former deputy director of the Central Committee's propaganda department, Zhou Yang, for having allegedly sabotaged the publication and dissemination of the chairman's works. In 1962, for example, only 50,000 sets of the selected works were printed, while the subversive The Dream of the Red Chamber was issued in 140,000 sets. Only 72 tons of paper were used for printing Mao literature, and 7,500 tons in producing other books. 3-9 The outpouring in print of Mao's political philosophy and poetry, the countless millions of posters, streamers, pamphlets, and tracts must have put considerable strain on the paper industry. The pulping of Liu's works after 1966 and the destruction of the literature of the anti-party black gangsters must have helped some. Other measures taken by the paper industry to keep up with demand included the promotion of paper-making processes using rice and wheat straw, reed grass, sugar-cane bagasse, and bamboo. Wood represented only about 20% of the raw materials used in paper manufacture. 4-0 Between 1958 and 1965 at least a dozen paper mills were built. As experts in the field, the Chinese contracted to build a paper mill in Burma. From the standpoint of the promoters, the results of this massive Mao sales campaign were gratifying if judged by the human products publicized in the press. One such alumnus was described by a correspondent in the Soviet newspaper Pravda. His dispatch drew on Chinese sources. Little Xiu Hun, just 6 years old, 3 when the sales campaign got in stride, reared from infancy on the great ideas of Mao Zedong. Knew by the age of 4 1965 who is good and who is bad, was aware of what must be loved and what hated. At 5 1966 she began to study the works of Mao Zedong, and at 6 could declaim from memory 3 articles and more than 40 sayings of Mao Zedong. To reward her diligence she was taken on a tour of enterprises, educational establishments, and military camps in the city of Tsingtao. While looking at the lathes, grasping revolution, and promoting production, she was quoted by a Red Guard newspaper as having remarked that to think of one's family is dogmatism. On the train from Xinan to Tsingtao she conducted propaganda of the ideas of Mao Zedong among the passengers, to the general delight and edification of those present. In addition to these proselytizing activities, according to Pravda, foul words about Soviet revisionism poured from the precocious babe's mouth. 4-1 The children hate U.S. imperialism very much for its atrocious aggression against Vietnam. They positively support the uncles and aunts in Vietnam in their struggle against American imperialism for national salvation. 4-2 The Rural Cotter Rectification Campaign. Some aspects of this campaign had been described in Chapter 9, the 4 widths, 4 clearances, peasant associations. All that needs to be done here is to recall that the campaign was probably intended at first to correct real abuses and clear the channels of communication between the basic levels of party and government organization and the top planning agencies, but that it soon turned into an ideological remolding drive fueled by the fear of revisionism among peasants and lower-level cotters in the setting of economic advance. 4-3 The net effect of the campaign may well have been to make the cotters lose face vis and vis team and brigade rank and file, and so undermine the moderate bureaucrats' effort to clear the ground for the third five-year plan which was due to begin in 1966. The How to Spend the Other 8 Leisure Hours campaign. Launched in early 1964, the campaign set down the following guidelines for the constructive employment of leisure time by peasants, workers, young and old intellectuals, and soldiers. 1. Study Chairman Mao's works and read his poetry. 2. Engage in physical exercise every day. See below, campaign for mass revolutionary swimming. 3. Exchange stories of revolutionary uplift, study the people's misery under the old regime, and compare it with the happy present. 4. Have heart-to-heart chats with friends. 5. Clean up rooms. 6. Wash clothes. 7. Look after children. The 4 Anti-Campaign. A special case of the organized leisure drive was a 4 Anti-Campaign applicable to such folk festivals as the Lunar New Year, renamed Spring Festival, Dragon Boat, Harvest Moon, and the socialist holidays of New Year, January 1st, Labor Day, May 1st, and the founding of the People's Republic Day, October 1st. The idea was to cut down on time taken away from production, curb profligacy, and elevate socialist consciousness. These objectives were summed up in the blanket slogan of change old habits and customs, and replace old with new, which was also applied to literature and the performing arts. The 4 anti-drive consisted of 1. Anti-homage to deities, gods and Buddhas, lumped together with witchcraft and fortune-telling into the category of feudal prejudices. The ancient custom of paying homage to deities was to be replaced by the paying of respect to revolutionary families and revolutionary martyrs, gatherings of relatives to discuss production plans and ways of raising labor productivity, and by prompt return to work, bodies and spirits invigorated by the holiday activities. 452. Anti-gift giving, including mooncake giving during the harvest festival. The idea here was to stamp out bribery and corruption associated with gift giving to officials. 3. Anti-waste. This comprised a campaign against gambling, pawn shop borrowing, and bourgeois-inspired stretching out of holidays. 4-6 peddlers, small traders, and vagabonds who during the holidays tempted peasants and townfolk into games of chance, were registered and in time denied a license to ply their trade. Fortune tellers were put to productive work. Pawn shops were forbidden to extend loans except against articles of clothing, which were normally in short supply. The traditional 3 days subtracted from production by Lunar New Year celebrations were telescoped into 1 day. Transportation was furnished to the merrymakers by the state. Thousands of official storytellers, many of them high school pupils, spanned out over the countryside. Under the slogan of changing old habits and customs and replacing old with new, a campaign was launched in 1964 to change street names, the names of retail commercial establishments, food dish names vulgar and pleasant to the ears of the exploiting classes, and even hairstyles. If a barber is indifferent, said one report on a convention of Canton barbers, if he takes the attitude that he'll give you the haircut you want, so long as you pay for it, and trims the hair of the customer in a strange style asked for by the customer, then he is essentially using his hands to propagate bourgeois ideas. 4-7 Campaign to compile village histories. Party cotters, members of the Youth League, college students, high school pupils, and members of the PLA were dispatched to the countryside to help the peasants rewrite the history of their families, communes, and villages from the standpoint of class struggle and socialist construction. 4-8 Atypical history would cover past wrongs done to the peasants by landlords and rich peasants, the liberation of the poor from oppression by the land reform and subsequent collectivization, the superiority of the people's communes, and a comparison of past and present living standards made from a proletarian standpoint. The compilation of new village histories and organized storytelling did not always meet with unanimous approval. Some people apparently thought that the whole thing was irrelevant and a digression from proper business. 4-9 Rural social surveys. The basic research for village histories was done by college students who fanned out over the countryside, equipped with copies of Mao Zedong's Postscript to Rural Survey, collected data and other information helpful in demonstrating the superiority of the present over the past, of how class antagonism made the present possible, the need for continued struggle and vigilance, and the necessity of smashing revisionism, resurgent capitalism, economism, and pure professionalism. In the words of Zhenmin Jipao, July 1964, the surveys and village histories were to be the products of organizing reminiscence of bitterness and thinking about sweetness to stimulate class feeling. Politicalization of experimental plots and demonstration farms. The establishment of experimental plots and demonstration farms, Chapter 9, while apparently agreed to by all factions within the leadership, was viewed with apprehension by the left insofar as it stressed expertise divorced from politics. Beginning in 1965, this shortcoming began to be made good by a drive to extend the acreage of both plots and farms, democratize their management through greater participation of poor and lower middle peasants in research and decision-making, and by requiring agronomists, botanists, plant pathologists, and other experts to work in the fields part of the time. Parallel with this effort to solidify political and technical links went a renewed denunciation of private subsidiary activity and tighter control over rural markets. The high priority accorded to the development of areas of high and stable yields was questioned, and attention shifted to lands tilled by poor and lower middle peasants. Land itself took on the class status of those who worked it. Cultural reform. Reform of the Peking opera. Under the slogan "Replace old things with new," a frontal attack was unleashed on the classical repertoire of the Peking opera. The new society, it was argued, had to have its own artistic forms and creations rather than cling to decadent, Philistine art inherited from a feudal past. The criterion for judging a dramatic group or a theatrical worker, wrote the New China News Agency in a November 1963 release, is chiefly the extent to which they contribute to the service of proletarian politics. Instructions were issued to replace classical plays with plays on modern revolutionary themes, and appropriate pressures were exerted on the bureaucracy of culture to speed up the process. Until 1956 there were only a few plays dealing with contemporary subjects. 50 in 1960, according to one report. 97% of all the plays staged were classical. In 1962 classical plays represented 100% of all productions. 1964 was declared Year of the Drama, in the course of which the metamorphosis of emperors, kings, generals, prime ministers, talented scholars, and beautiful maidens into workers, poor and lower middle peasants, communist youth leaguers, and People's Liberation Army soldiers was to be accomplished. The process known as weeding through the old feudalism, capitalism to let the new socialism, communism emerge was crowned by the Festival of Peking Opera on contemporary themes in June 1964. In his speech at the inaugural celebrations, Lu Tingyi, then Minister of Culture, but subsequently purged, insisted that the greatest and most glorious task of revolutionary theatrical artists and workers is to educate the present generation and the coming generations, to be revolutionary forever. 5. All our literature and art, Mao had written, are for the masses of the people, and in the first place for the workers, peasants, and soldiers. They are created for the workers, peasants, and soldiers and are for their use. 5. From September 1964 through September 1965 many plays, motion pictures, novels, and essays were denounced as poisonous weeds and poisoned arrows. They included the film The Lin Family Shop, produced in 1959 by the Peking Film Studio. The movie had been adapted by Xia Yan, Vice Minister of Culture since 1954, from a novel by Shen Yanping, alias Mao Tun, written in 1932. Shen was relieved of his post as Minister of Culture in 1964, and Xia was dismissed in April 1965. 5. The charge leveled against the film and its authors and producers was that it glorified the bourgeoisie, vilified the working class, and preached class cooperation. Similar accusations were made against the motion picture Early Spring in February, produced in 1963, Nightless City, Laying Siege to the City, The Press Gang, produced by the People's Liberation Army Film Studios, Sisters of the Stage, Red Sun, Seniorly, Juniorly, and Oldly, allegedly showing socialism in a gloomy light, and others. 4 stage plays, Haijui dismissed from office, by Wu Han, see Chapter 11, Xie Huan, Li Huaniang, and Haijui's Memorial to the Emperor, staged respectively in 1961, 1956, 1961, and 1959, came in for special criticism during the Cultural Revolution, 1966. The main charge was that the plays made veiled criticism of contemporary people with ancient people and erred ideologically by eulogizing virtues that were above class. 5. There was a good deal of opposition to the proletarianization of the performing arts. Shen Shishada, a local party secretary, allegedly referred to the new plays as being crude and immature. 5. Lu Tingyi noted that in recent years there again appeared a host of ghost operas and other harmful operas on the Peking opera stage. This happened in Peking and also in other cities. With ghost operas appearing in the cities, the villages, too, had them. 5. Lu Xiao it was later alleged, hurriedly traveled north and south of the Yangtze and mustered the small handful of capitalist roaders within the party to wage desperate struggle against Chairman Mao's proletarian revolutionary line. 5. It was all part of a joint imperialist revisionist plot to undo the revolution. The revisionists, wrote Hung Chi, lavishly disseminate the bourgeois theory of human nature, humanitarianism, pacifism, and so on and so forth, and do their utmost to oppose revolution, attack the dictatorship of the proletariat, and besmirch the socialist system. 5. The new operas and plays, example The Red Lantern, Taking the Bandits' Stronghold, Raid on the White Tiger Regiment, Comrade You've Taken the Wrong Path, 6. were excellently staged and produced. Their somewhat limited and repetitious content apparently found grudging acceptance among theatergoers. 6. This was not reflected in box office receipts since most theater tickets were normally bought en bloc by factories, enterprises, and communes. The campaign for a new socialist literature picked up steam after the May 1963 session of the Third National Committee of the All China Federation of Literary and Art Circles. The do's and don'ts for revolutionary writers may be summed up as follows. Do. Portray positive heroes, the makers of history and masters of the new society. Write from the standpoint of Marxist ideology, in line with Mao Zedong's thinking, i.e., from the standpoint of permanent class struggle, and the struggle against revisionism. Enhance the vigilance of the masses. Depict the pre-revolutionary past objectively, that is, in dark colors. Be objective about the socialist present and the communist future, that is, paint them in bright colors, with the enthusiasm and boundless optimism which they deserve. Identify yourself with the broad masses of laboring people, describe their struggles and achievements in socialist construction and in the fight against revisionism. Eulogize the heroism and collectivism of the masses and the power of correct political thought. When necessary, use China's, appropriately edited, noble deeds of the past to enhance the picture of China's happy present and glorious prospects. As during the Great Leap, the due specifications began to wingly endless stream. Don't. Portray middle characters, people from among the masses who are neither good nor bad, and both good and bad, the positive and negative in one, the advanced and the backward combined, the strong and the weak all in one. Write honestly. Honesty in literature is a bourgeois and revisionist subterfuge intended to befuddle the masses. It is the honesty of the bourgeoisie, bourgeois humanism, subjectivism, pragmatism, pacifism, individualism, and pursuit of material gain which negate the existence of classes and class struggles by their appeal to human nature and all mankind. Prettify the past and criticize temporary difficulties of the present. To do this is to act from ulterior motives, and serve the cause of counter-revolution and reaction. Stand aloof from the laboring people and describe the fate of the individual, personal happiness treated in isolation, and the problems and tribulations of individual people unrelated to class stand. In the guise of relating stories of misdeeds from China's past, attack the present socialist order. Essays, poems, and novels made to flow from writers' pens in a seam. Encouragement of mass singing of revolutionary songs. The movement for cultural reform was, in one sense, part of the campaign to teach people how to spend the other 8, leisure, hours in a correct manner. In 1965 a campaign was launched to make people sing songs on contemporary themes in great numbers and, if possible, in unison. Through mass singing of revolutionary songs, the people's consciousness could be aroused, and all peoples of the whole world could be united to defeat U.S. imperialism. 2 of the 156 street committees in Shanghai's Yangshu Pu Ward, 122 had formed 164 choruses in 1965, with a membership of over 5,500 singers. 3 There was apparently some skepticism on the subject among the masses. Some thought the singing drive was just for fun. Others suggested that our cultural level is so low, we can't follow the musical notes accurately, we can't sing. Some objected to it because it meant an additional burden. 4 All these objections and hesitations were, however, cast aside. Having unified their thinking and coordinated their relations, the Cotters were able to solve the contradiction between mass singing and office work. 5 One of the ways in which the contradiction was resolved was by combining the campaign for mass singing with the campaign for organized newspaper reading. 6 Since the absolute majority of residents attend newspaper reading sessions at a fixed time and place, the promotion of mass singing has thus been able to find fixed time, place, and personnel to pick up practices. Fixed time, newspaper reading group members go into singing practices before and after their daily reading sessions. Fixed place, singing takes place wherever the newspaper reading session is held. Fixed personnel, newspaper reading group members are at the same time chorus members. 7 Some of the songs recommended bore the following titles: Song of the Housing Management Workers, Read Chairman Mao's Books, To Wear a Flower, Choose the Large and Red One, When Striking a Wolf, Use a Club, All Commune Members Are Flowers Facing the Sun, Chairman Mao is the sun in our hearts, Chairman Mao's works are like the sun, Listen to the word of the party. 8 In June 1965 Mao Zedong, then over 70, swam 3 times across the Yangtze River at Wuhan in order to demonstrate to the Chinese public, a. that he was in excellent health, contrary to rumors spread from time to time by various unidentified people with ulterior motives, and b. that swimming trains the body and strengthens willpower. Both qualities being important for national defense and socialist construction. To drive these points home, Mao wrote at that time his magnificent and powerful poem, Swimming, to the melody of Shui Tiao Khtou. 9 In 1957 he swam the Yangtze for the 4th time. And he said, people say the Yangtze is a very big river, actually there is nothing to be afraid of as regards its size. Isn't US imperialism very big? It turned out to be nothing when we rebuffed it once. 9 years later, when the party was again threatened by a handful of persons in authority taking the capitalist road, and when US imperialism and Soviet revisionism were more than ever showing their paper tiger teeth, Mao plunged into the Yangtze once more. Chairman Mao Zedong, our great leader, once again had a good swim in the Yangtze River, braving wind and waves, on July 16, 1966. Filled with great joy, the people passed the word, our respected and beloved leader, Chairman Mao, is very healthy. 7 Not only that, but the chairman stayed in the water 65 minutes and covered nearly 15 kilometers. Even the waters of the river seemed to be smiling that day. 2 Chairman Mao's example stirred up a wave of enthusiasm among the broad masses of the people who thronged both banks of the river. 5,000 of them plunged in at once, including 200 juveniles ranging in age from 8 to 14. Seeing Chairman Mao, the young pioneers enthusiastically shouted, "Long live Chairman Mao!" Beaming with warm smiles, Chairman Mao waved to them and said in an affectionate tone, "Greetings, children." 7-3. The result was that Nye Chang Hsin, a swimmer from the militia of the Hankow thermal power plant, became so excited that he forgot he was in the water. Raising both hands he shouted, "Long live Chairman Mao! Long live Chairman Mao!" He leapt into the air, but soon sank into the river again. He gulped several mouthfuls, but the water in the industrial city tasted especially sweet to him. 7-4 On July 16, 1967, to commemorate Mao's Yangtze swim, 500,000 Chinese men and women plunged into lakes and rivers and swam many miles. Some carried red banners, others placards bearing quotations from the chairman's works. All revolutionary sportsmen were urged to always carry a gun in thought. 7-5 *. Campaign for part work, part study schools, and for spare time education and research. What the Maoists called the struggle between the two roads was particularly acute in the field of education, where the need to build up a pool of scientific and technical manpower and the concept of meritocracy clashed with the extreme left's impatience, egalitarianism, and faith in the force of correct politics. Concentration on academic subjects, basic research, and on reflection undisturbed by immediate involvement in activism, had to contend with political pressures for the application of study to the solution of practical problems of the hour, the ideological imperative of propelling large numbers of the culturally underprivileged but politically elect up the educational ladder in the shortest possible time, and the Marxist-Maoist vision of eliminating the difference between mental and physical labor. What the party's left feared above all else was a love affair between awakened young minds and pure science to the exclusion of class content. In China's feverish atmosphere, the two approaches to schooling never quite found a common meeting ground. What could conceivably have been regarded as disagreement on techniques of teaching and curriculum development was, in the event, translated into rigid and mutually exclusive ideological positions, where reason could have arbitrated, emotion divided. Dialogue might have produced an interesting educational experiment; instead, dialectics produced conflict. Disagreement became deviation. Dissent in those circumstances was not seen as legitimate scientific questioning, but as a reprehensible activity stemming from moral turpitude and worse. The struggle between the two roads expressed itself in 1. Stress on speeding up the educational process and quickly raising the number of students at all levels, Maoist position, versus a more relaxed pace, smaller quantity, greater selectivity, and stress on the quality of scientific and technical training, which included borrowing from abroad, moderate bureaucrat and technocrat position. 2. Stress on the amalgamation of study and physical labor versus emphasis on regular full-time educational institutions, and 3. Stress on mass research by the untutored, versus emphasis on research by qualified experts, cf. chapters 3, 6, and 8. 7-6. 1. Speed and numbers. Table 10-1 shows the struggle between the two roads in terms of enrollments of full-time students in and graduates of institutions of higher learning. When the left was clearly in control, the enrollment figures showed a leap forward. Notice particularly the rise of enrollments in the Great Leap years 1958-60, and the subsequent retrenchment. Figures for primary and middle school enrollments are available up to 1958. The figures for subsequent years are estimates, Table 10-2. The number of middle and technical middle school graduates from 1949-50 through 1958-59 was about 7.5 millions. Between 1959-60 and 1964-65 the number of those graduates is estimated at about 22 millions. During the retrenchment period following the Great Leap and at least until 1964, less time was devoted in the schools to political instruction than during the leap. According to one report, only 1. Table 10-1. Enrollments of full-time students in and graduates of institutions of higher learning. Academic year. Enrollment, thousands. Index number, 1949-50-100. Graduates, thousands, 1956 to 57 403 344 56 1957 to 58 441 377 72 1958 to 59 660 564 70 1959 to 60 810 692 135 1960 to 61 955 900 816 162 1961 to 62 819, 850, 700 178, 180, 1962 to 63 820, 750, 700 200 1963 to 64, 680, 1964 to 65, 700. Table 10 to 2. Enrollment of students in middle and primary schools, thousands. Academic year. Technical middle schools. Enrollment. Middle schools. Enrollment. Middle and technical middle schools. Primary schools. 1956 to 57 812 5165 63,464 1957 to 58 778 6,281 64,279 1958 to 59 1,478,520 86,400 1959 to 60 12,990,000 1960 to 61 15,000 85,000 1961 to 62 13,176,000 1962 to 63 12,073,000 1963 to 64 11,576,000 1964 to 65 12,580,000 hour per week was spent in this way in the schools, 1 afternoon per week in research laboratories. Quite frequently political knowledge was to be picked up during the students' vacations. 77. The increase in the number of high school and university graduates confronted the regime with an employment problem of no mean proportions, especially during the 1961-62 recession. Apart from serving as a means toward raising the young people's socialist consciousness, the massive transfer of young people to the countryside after 1962 may have been intended by the bureaucratic moderates to help ease the unemployment and underemployment problem among urban youths. Socialist economies, wrote one student of the subject, gravitate toward unemployment, first in agriculture and later in industry and the government apparatus. The future alternatives are either to accept overt unemployment in the cities or to transfer underemployment back to agriculture or to the now growing tertiary sector. 7-8 The last of these options is not yet open to China. The massive transfer of youth to the countryside, while it might have helped solve the problem in terms of numbers, created as we have seen earlier morale problems among the young whose training, in most cases, could not be related to the jobs available. In 1967 Zhou Enlai complained that Canton was plagued by 30,000 youngsters who had taken advantage of the Cultural Revolutions, Chapter 11, injunction to exchange revolutionary experiences and return to the city from rural areas to which they had been assigned earlier. The number of such returnees in Shanghai was estimated at 60,000. 7-9 A report from Shanghai in July 1969 indicated that 600,000 jobless youths were roaming the city's streets. 80. 2 Full-time versus part-work, part-study schools. Part-time and spare-time education should normally complement rather than compete with full-time schooling. However, in China's ideological setting the two approaches were frequently cast in terms of contradictions of the one divides into two versus two combine into one type. During the 1963-65 period the steady expansion of universities, colleges, technicums, and other institutes of higher and middle-level learning was pushed in the midst of rising clamor for the development of ideologically superior schools in which mental and physical labor were combined. Liu's attempt to combine the two approaches was later denounced as a ploy to sabotage Mao's revolutionary line on education. Full-time education. 8-1 In 1961–65 full-time primary education usually began at the age of 7 and lasted 6 years. Secondary education comprised 3 types of institutions: middle schools, lower and upper, the term of study being 3 years in each division, normal schools for training primary school teachers, and professional middle schools, which provided specialized technical training. Higher educational institutions during this period numbered about 400, of which about 20 were universities, another 20 technical universities, and the remainder specialized institutes, agriculture, medicine, engineering, other disciplines and their various sub-branches. Part work, part study schools. 8-2 These schools, at primary, secondary, and higher levels, combined academic instruction with on-the-job training. They were first introduced by the communes in 1958 and provided agricultural-type education lasting about 3 years. After the collapse of the Great Leap, this type of schooling was deemed phasized for a time, only to be revived in 1964 as part of the socialist education movement. 8-3 At that time a number of regular secondary schools were transformed into part work, part study institutions. Varied in organizational forms, some of these schools were run by factories or enterprises either individually or jointly, some had regular links with factories, some were factory schools in one, some had their own small factories or farms, and some arranged for students to do whatever work was available, having themselves no definite places where physical labor could be done. 8-4 In the countryside, including pastoral regions, the schools were usually under the direction of the production brigades. 8-5 The syllabus included political affairs, Chinese language, mathematics, industrial or farming techniques, the last taking up about 40% of the syllabus time. In the rural schools the teachers were mostly young people who had completed their high school education and returned to the villages under the Back to the Soil program. They were paid on the basis of work points calculated according to time spent in field labor and on the basis of teaching time rates. The schools were given output quotas, like ordinary enterprises, the income from the sale of the products going toward the support of the institutions, primarily the payment of tuition fees. The student body was drawn overwhelmingly from among peasants and workers, especially the poor. Thus, for example, 90% of the students graduated from the Kwangtung Agricultural Technical School between 1958 and 1964 were of poor and lower middle peasant origin. In Kiangsu, 98% of the enrollment in rural part work, part study schools in 1965 came from that socio-economic group. 8-6 The graduates were expected to go back to the communes whence they had been recruited, and to serve as production team leaders, seed selection specialists, technicians, and research agronomists. In 1965 the enrollment in rural primary part work, part study schools was given as 17 millions. The combination of study and labor was later applied also to medical colleges. Students were invited into operating rooms and from handing instruments to the surgeons, were progressively allowed to make and close incisions, and finally to perform simple operations, long before graduation. After leaving such part work, part study schools, many young doctors were sent to the countryside where they trained commune health workers, or so-called barefoot doctors. 8-7 This was the culmination of a campaign to a. Send senior medical teams into rural areas for short periods of duty, 1965, b. Persuade urban medical and health personnel to settle permanently in the countryside, 1966. 8-8 There was apparently some opposition to the campaign. Ko Lin, first secretary of the party's Central Committee at the Chongshan Medical College in Canton and concurrently president of the college, and his deputy Lu Qiming, were accused during the Cultural Revolution, 1966, of having stubbornly opposed the Provincial Party Central Committee's decision to send 60% of the college's 1966 graduates to commune clinics and to transfer one-third of the college's personnel to the countryside. They put professional studies above politics. 8-9 Ko and Lu and their black gang allegedly held that the application of Mao's thought to medicine brought about calamities. If the following extract is representative of what went on, they may well have been right. A debate was held at the Public Health Bureau for Hozi district of Tientsin on the question of whether politics can cure disease. Some said during the debate that since touching oilfields gave prominence to politics, petroleum has been produced. Since decay production brigade placed politics in command, grain has been turned out. Thus, logically, doctors who put politics above everything else can cure patients. A woman cotter held that a patient who suffered from consumption could cause his lungs to heal if he were good in ideology and politics, and, therefore, happy. The arguments eventually narrowed down to the point that politics cannot replace skill, but must be given command over skill, and Mao Zedong's thinking must be given prominence. 9. The part work, part study system was, as we have noted, installed not without opposition. Some of the statements on the subject warned against haste, arguing for 5 years experimentation, 10 years popularization, the strengthening of leadership, the making of unified plans, and for consolidation of what had been achieved. 9. Spare time education. This type of education was distinct from the part work, part study schools. It was China's educational extension intended to give workers and peasants schooling after work. The importance of spare time education was stressed by a Central Committee directive of September 1, 1958. The intent was not only to help people learn to read and write or aid those who had left school, but to turn out a new type of read and expert, collectively minded individual from among the working people. Spare time education came to the forefront again after 1963. Schools of this type were re-established first in the urban areas and organizationally were of two kinds: labor academies and spare time schools run by factories and enterprises. The first type included the Kiangsi Labor Academy, founded in 1958 and, in 1964, comprising 1 college and 46 secondary schools with a total enrollment of 13,000 students, the Shanghai Spare Time Industrial University, founded in 1960, consisting, by 1964, of 83 classes and 7 branch schools with a total enrollment of 4,500 students attending 4 to 5-year courses in engineering theory and techniques, and the Kwangtung Spare Time Science and Technology University in Canton, founded in 1958, and having a 1964 enrollment of 1,300. 9. By the end of 1965, each province had 1 or 2 such academies. An example of the second type was the Tientsin Municipal Photographic Film Factory Spare Time School, founded in 1958. 9. Rural spare time schools were expanded following a state council decision on elimination of illiteracy, April 1965. Soon afterwards it was reported that nearly 10 million peasants were enrolled in some 10,000 such schools. 9. Between 1958 and 1962, according to one estimate, 9 million workers learned to read and write in such schools, more than 1 million completed the equivalent of primary education, 600,000 finished the equivalent of secondary education, and 15,000 finished higher education. 9.5. 3. The campaign for mass research. It will be recalled that mass research reached its peak in 1958-59 and that for some years thereafter it was in limbo, chapters 8 and 9. By 1964 it became fashionable once more, but the calls for everyone, especially the poor peasants and workers, to join the ranks of scientists and innovators, were more muted than before. The establishment of research and development departments in farms and industrial enterprises and of specialized research institutes under the Academy of Agricultural Sciences was, after 1963, accompanied by politically motivated mass and spare time research by workers and peasants on whom the left relied to keep a sharp lookout for any signs of wayward tendencies on the part of the specialists. 9.6. Production campaigns. The common denominator of the Maoist production campaigns after 1964 was, a. renewed stress on quantity of output, and, b. the contention that both quantity and quality were functions of thinking on a high plane, that is, according to Mao's precepts. Quantity, wrote Hung Chi, is to be increased in accordance with the standard of quality. Note the formal adherence to the quality imperative of the new economic policy. Now, however, comes a change in substance. Where does the high standard of quality come from? It stems from thinking on a high plane. What is thinking on a high plane? It is to hold high the great red banner of Mao Zedong's thinking. On the question of raising product quality, our socialist enterprises should take a path totally different from that followed by modern revisionist enterprises. Material incentive is the arch enemy of quality. The more bonuses and high wages are used as incentives, the more rampant will fraudulent practices become. As a result, product quality will drop. Once man's thinking has undergone changes, he is able to find all the answers. And only then can he create miracles. 9-7 There is in this a combination of belief in the corruptibility of man through creature comforts, especially of man in position of power over others, and an ardent faith in man's ability to redeem himself through correct thought allied to labor that is free of personal material aspirations. Quality checks introduced by the new course in 1961-63, Chapter 9, were replaced in 1964 by the single injunction to learn from the PLA and observe the four strictly carry out instructions of higher levels, fulfill production assignments, be concerned about the quality of products, follow the requirements of various types of work. 9-8 The philosophy that economics is the handmaid of politics, and politics is summed up in the thought of Mao, did not go down well with everybody. In the Hengyang Special District some cotters thought that shouting about politics was useless, production was the real thing. Others said, production cannot wait one night, but politics can wait a year. The correct answer to this incorrect formulation was that the theory that politics is good if production is good is actually substituting the production struggle for the class struggle, and covering up the essence of the problem with superficialities. Production must always be based on politics. 9-9 The two most important campaigns under this heading were, Agriculture learns from decay and Industry learns from lacking. The village of Takei, a production brigade at the time of the campaign, was situated in the Taihang Mountains, Shanxi Province. Its population was 83 families. In 1956 the villagers decided to wage a struggle against nature to overcome poverty. They pledged, work for 3, 5, or even 10 years to transform these hills. And if this is still not enough, following generations can continue until the job is finished. We are under the leadership of the party, we have collective resources, land, rocks, and manpower at our disposal. 100 Using simple tools, they cut into the mountains to build terraces and retaining walls, carried good soil from some distance, raised grain output year after year, and built a 70-kilometer-long canal in 5 years. In 1963 their fields were destroyed by floods. They began all over again. They had high ambition coupled with dauntless revolutionary enthusiasm and perseverance. Above all, they were determined to rely on their own strength. When their labors were ravaged by floods, they refused to accept state relief funds. In 1965 their story came to the notice of the authorities. Soon the whole country was learning from Takei. Advanced Takei-type communes, production brigades, and teams sprang up everywhere. 55 Takei-type farming units were featured at a special exhibition in Peking. Thousands of peasant representatives visited the terraced fields and vowed to catch up with and overtake Takei. If the whole country learns from Takei, what should Takei do? Takei must learn from the rest of the country. The question itself is good, the answer even better. 101 To the spirit of perseverance and self-reliance was added the quality of modesty. The campaign lasted about a year. The Taching oil field was developed between 1960 and 1963. The workers and staff at Taching, guided by the great red banner of Mao Zedong's thinking, studied Chairman Mao's writings and creatively applied his ideas in their life and work. As a result they burst the fetters of foreign conventions and blazed a path for Chinese methods in prospecting, developing, construction, and production. 102 In 1965 and the following year, Taching gave rise to an enormous literary output. At no time, however, was the field's exact location revealed. 103 Like decay, the Taching commune was made into a symbol of man's capacity to harness nature to his ends with only an idea, some simple tools, and class resolved to sustain him. The symbol flattered native inventiveness, rejected subservience to foreign models, and scorned faint-heartedness. Taching grew and prospered while all around retrenched, consolidated, readjusted, and filled out. A refinery was built in 18 months and oil gushed because the Taching men of iron relied on Chairman Mao's on practice and on contradiction, and on the concept of one divides into two. 104 Moscow's Izvestia put it this way: the workers bring the state quite large revenues and receive almost nothing in return. In other words, they work under conditions of maximally high returns at minimal wages. 105 Almost, one is inclined to add, as under Stalin in Russia. The unspectacular, unheroic, often plodding way in which the nation's economic affairs were conducted during the early years, 1961–63, of the new course was gradually replaced by ringing phrases and heroic gestures. Below the surface, as we have noted, the change was probably less significant than the press reports, speeches, and parades would lead one to believe. In September 1966 a campaign was launched to learn from drilling team No. 32111. The men of 32,111 were engaged in a test to shut in pressure in a gas well when a seamless pipe on the side of the well burst, causing an explosion and a raging fire in which 6 of the men died and 21 were seriously burned. 106 The heroism, selflessness, and dedication of the team members became the subject of a nationwide emulation drive. An apprentice worker of the 32,111 testified to the courage instilled in him in a moment of hesitation by a quotation from the chairman's treasury of revolutionary wisdom: "At the critical moment, Chairman Mao gave me his instruction, as if talking to me intimately: 'Young fellow, charge. Don't fear death.' 107 He charged, got badly burned, but accomplished his task." The quarrel between China and the Soviet Union was, as we have seen earlier, chapters 3, 8, due to many diverse causes, some of which went far back into the history of Imperial China and Russia, others into the early years of the communist movement in China, while others still, were of much more recent origin. For a while the dispute was carried on by proxy, China employing Albania to do the name-calling, 108 in the third person, that is mainly via Yugoslavia described by the Chinese as the very embodiment of revisionism, but also by reference to some people who were revisionist or dogmatist, as the case may be, and it was cast in fuzzy metaphysics. Between 1963 and 1965, however, the noise level rose sharply, the issues were more clearly defined, and the dispute shifted from ideological to more mundane issues of interstate relations. To an important degree, the differences between China and the USSR reflected the developmental age gap separating the two communist powers. To some extent they were symptomatic of diverse cultural backgrounds which a commonly shared but differently interpreted Marxist faith was incapable of reconciling. In an article entitled Why Khrushchev Fell, published editorially by Hung Chi on November 21, 1964, the Chinese summarized the reasons which, as they saw it, caused the downfall of the Soviet leader and which by implication were at the core of the Sino-Soviet dispute. 10.9 Some of these issues are taken up in greater detail below. A number of the ideological differences have been analyzed in earlier chapters. The various bad things which Khrushchev, this buffoon on the contemporary political stage, had committed were summed up in his vain opposition to the irresistible forces of history discovered and defined by Marx and Lenin. This historical trend, the Chinese wrote, is an objective law which operates independently of man's will and it is irresistible. Specifically, Khrushchev, and, as it transpired, his successors too 1. Railed at Stalin. In opposing Stalin he opposed Marxism-Leninism. 2. Sought all-round cooperation with U.S. imperialism, example in Cuba where his policy combined adventurism with capitulationism, see below. 3. Concluded the nuclear test ban treaty a pure swindle, see below. 4. Expounded the theory of the parliamentary road to socialism in capitalist countries. 110. 5. Expounded the theory and practiced the policy of peaceful coexistence of countries with different social systems and sabotaged the national liberation movements. For example, in the United Nations, elsewhere described by the Chinese as a paper tiger at the service of U.S. imperialism, he ordered his delegation to vote for the dispatch of forces to the Congo, opposed Algeria's revolutionary struggle by declaring it to be an internal affair of France, stood aloof from the events in the Gulf of Bacbo, the Tonkin Gulf incident. 6. Cooperated with Tito, the lackey of U.S. imperialism, this renegade. 7. Declared Albania to be his sworn enemy. 8. Harbored an inveterate hatred for the Communist Party of China and tried to subvert Socialist China in the following ways. A. By perfidiously tearing up several hundred agreements and contracts and arbitrarily withdrawing more than 1,000 Soviet experts working in China, see Chapter 8. B. By engineering border disputes with China as well as subversive activities in Xinjiang, see below. C. By backing the Indian reactionaries with military aid, see below. 9. Encroached on the independence and sovereignty of fraternal countries under the cover of mutual economic assistance, which in effect meant that the Soviet Union opposed the independent development of fraternal economies, trying to make these economies into sources of the Soviet Union's raw materials imports and customers for Soviet-made finished products. His model was the capitalist common market, which he tried to imitate in the form of the Council for Mutual Economic Assistance, Comecon. 111. 10. Carried on subversive activities against fraternal communist parties by a. Openly attacking these parties at Central Committee sessions and party congresses, b. Buying over political degenerates, renegades, and turncoats. 11. Violated the principle of unanimity through consultation among fraternal parties by a. Playing the patriarchal father party role, b. Convening illegal international meetings of fraternal parties to create an open split, see below. 12. Implemented a series of revisionist policies leading back to capitalism. These included, a. Abolishing the dictatorship of the proletariat in the name of the state of the whole people, 112, b. Alteration of the proletarian character of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union in the name of the principle of the Party of the Whole People, 113, c. Alteration of the proletarian character of the CPSU through its reorganization into agricultural and industrial branches. This reform was later rescinded by Brezhnev and Kosygin. D. Practicing 1,001 ways to switch back to capitalism under the cover of full-scale communist construction. E. Blind direction of Soviet agriculture and industry which caused great havoc. Khrushchev thought, the Chinese alleged, that he was the hero making history. History proved him to have been wrong. Territorial disputes. It was mentioned in Chapter 3 that there exist a number of outstanding territorial issues between China and the Soviet Union. Most of these had been put in cold storage during 1949-60, but they remained at all times politically explosive. China's unease about her minority subjects, especially those inhabiting regions adjacent to the USSR, led to a policy of both forced sinification and gentle courting, which did not always sit well with those wooed or Hannicized. During the 100 Flowers interlude of 1957, anti-Han demonstrations erupted in Xinjiang. Peking's dispatch of large numbers of ethnic Chinese to Xinjiang, Inner Mongolia, and Tibet was resented by the native inhabitants. In 1964, for example, the ratio of ethnic Chinese to Kazakhs in Xinjiang was 3:4, and the inflow of Hans continued unabated. By then the natives of Inner Mongolia were outnumbered by immigrant Hans. In the first 6 months of 1962, the Soviet Union and China exchanged harshly worded notes about frontier intrusions, especially in Xinjiang and next-door Soviet Kazakhstan. The Xinjiang border had been demarcated in 1860 by the Treaty of Peking, at which time the Russians extracted substantial territorial concessions from China both there and in eastern Siberia. More concessions by China followed in 1864. In 1871 the Russians occupied the whole Ili River Valley and 10 years later incorporated part of the territory by the Treaty of Ili. 114 in 1962 and 1963, as relations between China and the Soviet Union deteriorated, Kazakh uprisings took place in Xinjiang. The September 1963 revolt was bloody. According to Peking, the USSR had used its organs and personnel in Xinjiang to carry out large-scale subversive activities in the Ili region and enticed and coerced several tens of thousands of Chinese citizens into going to the Soviet Union. The Soviets refused to repatriate the refugees on humanitarian grounds. In reprisal, the Chinese ordered all Soviet consulates in Xinjiang closed. Taking a cue from communist practice in Eastern Europe, the Chinese cleared a broad zone on the frontier to prevent further escapes. Disturbances, however, continued on the Chinese side of the plowed-up strip. Soviet radio stations in Alma-Ata, Tashkent, and Frunze broadcast to their Kazakh and Uyghur brothers across the border, fostering, the Chinese alleged, secessionist sentiments. In its letter of February 29, 1964, the Chinese Communist Party's Central Committee accused the Soviets of frequent breaches of the status quo on the border, occupation of Chinese territory, and border provocations. More trouble erupted in Xinjiang in September 1964. In answer to Chinese accusations, the Soviets cited over 5,000 frontier violations allegedly perpetrated by the Chinese in 1962 alone, and charged that in a number of instances the Chinese attempted to develop some parts of Soviet territory without permission. In February 1964 Soviet and Chinese representatives met in Peking to discuss frontier problems. The talks were held in secret. Later it was learned that they broke down because, as the Soviets put it, the Chinese representatives showed that the achievement of agreement was not among the plans of the Chinese side. The Chinese delegation tried to question the historically established state frontiers that had been sealed by treaties. 115 The talks were to be resumed on October 15, the day after Khrushchev's fall and one day before China's first nuclear explosion, but the Chinese refused to take part in them, despite repeated Soviet reminders. Instead, according to the Soviets, the Chinese began to build airfields, roads, barracks, and military depots along the 4,150-mile Sino-Soviet border, glorified the aggressive raids of Genghis Khan, who was declared an emperor of China, lauded the Manchu Emperor Kangxi and Chinese emperors and feudals who pursued a policy of conquests. At the same time they denounced as unequal the treaties imposed on them by Russian czars and feudals. Chinese school texts and other publications were revised, and maps were published in which vast territories of the Soviet Union were marked as Chinese areas. On certain maps, depicting China at the pinnacle of power, the border line was drawn in such a way as to incorporate within China, lands in which almost all peoples of Asia and even many European peoples now live. 116 On September 2, 1964 Pravda reacted sharply to Mao's statement made a few months earlier to a visiting group of socialist members of the Japanese Diet, to the effect that the Russians had grabbed too much territory not only from China, but from Japan as well, Southern Kurils in 1945. And what, asked Mao, were the Soviets doing in places seized from the East Europeans in 1945? Such talk, Pravda argued, was not only unfraternal, but could have terribly dangerous consequences. China's provocative calls for frontier revision covered the Soviet Pacific coast, much of eastern Siberia, Kazakhstan, and Kyrgyzia, or about 1.5 million square kilometers of Soviet territory. Moreover, said Pravda, the Chinese would like to deprive Outer Mongolia of its independence and make it a Chinese province. In 1964 Chinese guerrillas reportedly infiltrated the Gobi Desert of the Mongolian People's Republic. To forestall any surprises, the leadership of the Communist Party of the People's Republic of Mongolia was quickly cleansed of pro-Chinese elements, and Chinese construction workers in Ulaanbaatar and along the 23-kilometer highway from Ulaanbaatar to the Nalekha coal mines were packed off home, 1964, with gifts and flowers. 117 In a series of articles published by the Soviet press, the Chinese party and government were accused of persecuting national minorities and of running a chain of corrective labor camps in which, among other things, opium poppies were cultivated and smuggled into Southeast Asia, cf. Chapter 3. The foreign exchange so obtained, about $500 million, was used, the Soviets said, for anti-Soviet doping. During the Cultural Revolution, Chapter 11, the Chinese were specifically accused by the Soviets of persecuting Tibetans, Uyghurs, Kazakhs, Mongols, Chuang, and others, forcing people to eat pork in clear violation of their religious beliefs, gerrymandering ethnic borders, forcing young girls to marry Chinese on the pain of death, and so on. In their attempt to sinicize every type of tribe, wrote Izvestia, April 2, 1967, the Maoists have in point of fact continued the assimilation policy pursued by the Kuomintang. The allegedly rough handling of minorities was linked by Soviet commentators to the Maoists' racism and anti-Sovietism. Preaching of racial hatred toward whites, Izvestia went on, which Peking addresses to the Afro-Asian peoples, does not hinder the Maoists from following a policy of intensive discrimination against the 50-odd non-white peoples populating China. Transfers of population from minority areas, the influx of millions of Chinese, the driving of local inhabitants into lifeless desert, the desecration of mosques, were cited as examples of Mao's great power policy and his flaunting of Leninist standards. Communist, May 1967. 118 Armed clashes between Soviet border guards and Chinese forces took place on several occasions in 1969. They were given wide publicity in the Soviet and Chinese press. The Sino-Indian Border War. On October 20, 1962, after a lengthy period of mounting tension and mutual recrimination, 119 Chinese armies in the Northeast Frontier Agency, NEFA, and in Ladakh moved against Indian forces, and in a month of fighting drove the Indians to the foothills of Assam. Badly mauled and outflanked, the Indian armies retreated in disarray, leaving the road to Calcutta open to the Chinese. The invasion probably took place without Moscow's being informed of it beforehand. At first the Soviets showed signs of indecision. Since 1955 Soviet foreign policy had been oriented toward courting India and establishing a zone of peace with India as the kingpin. The neutral stance taken by Moscow in October angered both Delhi and Peking. By November 5, in the wake of the Cuban Missile Crisis, the Soviet position had shifted distinctly in favor of India. A few days later Prime Minister Nehru announced that the Russians would build a MiG fighter factory in India. In the meantime the Soviets sent 4 MiGs to India in a symbolic gesture of support, and stepped up their exports to that country. On November 18, Czechoslovakia suspended its deliveries of munitions to China. Soviet moral and material backing for the Indian reactionaries, as Peking put it, was deeply resented in China and contributed to an exacerbation of the Sino-Soviet dispute. While Soviet economic aid to China in the 20 years since the Communists seized power came to about $1 billion, aid to India from 1954 through 1965 amounted to $1.02 billion. 120 The leadership of the CPSU, wrote the Chinese, has become increasingly anxious to collude with the Indian reactionaries and is bent on forming a reactionary alliance with Nehru against Socialist China. The leadership of the CPSU and its press openly sided with Indian reaction, condemned China for its just stand on the Sino-Indian border conflict and defended the Nehru government. 2/3 of Soviet economic aid to India have been given since the Indian reactionaries provoked the Sino-Indian border conflict. Even after large-scale armed conflict on the Sino-Indian border began in the autumn of 1962, the leadership of the CPSU has continued to extend military aid to the Indian reactionaries. As for their aid to India, here their ulterior motives are especially clear. India tops the list of newly independent countries to which the Soviet Union gives economic aid. This aid is obviously directed against communism, against the people, and against socialist countries. Even the US imperialists have stated that such Soviet aid is very much to our US interest. 121. Having achieved the strategic and political objectives they sought, the Chinese retreated to excellent jump-off positions in Nefa and Ladakh, no doubt content with the embarrassment they had caused in both Moscow and Delhi. China's territorial gains at the expense of India amounted to about 30,000 square miles. The Cuban Missile Crisis 122. Khrushchev's attempt to introduce nuclear missiles into Cuba, late October 1962, and his subsequent retreat in the face of swift American reaction, contributed to a further worsening of Sino-Soviet state relations. The disagreement over the paper tiger nature of nuclear weapons, which had always been there, came into the open in a spectacularly concrete instance. Soviet adventurism and subsequent capitulationism were linked by the Chinese to the waning in Russia of the revolutionary spirit under the impact of revisionism, and to the emergence of big power chauvinism, one manifestation of which was the attempt, jointly sponsored by the imperialists and modern-day revisionists, to bring within the orbit of Soviet U.S. talks all revolutionary struggles in Asia, Africa, and Latin America. The prairie fire of national liberation was to be extinguished by this unholy alliance of the two oldest members of the nuclear club. The leadership of the CPSU, wrote the Chinese in one of their letters to Moscow, has become increasingly anxious to strike political bargains with U.S. imperialism and has been bent on forming a reactionary alliance with Kennedy, even at the expense of the interests of the socialist camp and the international communist movement. An outstanding example was the fact that, during the Caribbean crisis, the leadership of the CPSU committed the error of capitulationism by submitting to the nuclear blackmail of the U.S. imperialists and accepting the U.S. government's demand for international inspection in violation of Cuban sovereignty. 123 Throughout November 1962, a vast campaign to support Cuba and denounce the United States unfolded through the length and breadth of China. Castro and his new brand of communism were urged to keep up their intransigence in the face of Soviet betrayal, an encouragement to which Castro, whose prestige had been shaken by the Soviets' rapid retreat, responded eagerly, but still within the limits of his income. After all, since 1960, Cuba had benefited from sizable Soviet economic assistance, amounting in the period 1960 to 65 to about $1.1 billion, including the dispatch of some 15,000 Soviet technicians and the training of 4,500 Cuban students in the USSR. 124 Every time the Cubans' neo-Trotskyite, caudillo-like, and anarchic propensities manifested themselves too glaringly, the Soviets began talking money. At a secret conference of Latin American communist parties held in Havana in November 1964, for example, the Soviet delegation reportedly warned the Cubans against Chinese-inspired and Cuban-tested guerrilla tactics in the underdeveloped countries of the hemisphere. The Eastern Europeans, to whom Castro owed another $1 billion, also put the Cubans on notice that no pledges of assistance could be made beyond 1964 unless more attention was given in Havana to socialist economic construction, which, in the first place, meant raising the output of sugar. 12.5 In 1965–66 the Chinese showed that, poor as they were, they could play the economic pressure game too. In 1965 they had sent 250,000 tons of rice to Cuba, that is, roughly double the amount sold in previous years. The increase, according to Peking, had been specifically asked for by Castro, and there had been no commitment to send this quantity of rice in exchange for about double the amount of sugar in subsequent years. In 1966 the Chinese offered to sell 135,000 tons of rice. In a long speech, Castro conveyed his bitter disappointment with this action, maintaining that according to his understanding China had agreed to exchange 250,000 tons of rice against 500,000 tons of sugar in 1966 as well. The drop in Chinese rice deliveries in 1966 necessitated a cut in Cuba's rice ration from 6 to 3 pounds per head per month. The Chinese denied the existence of any such agreement and described Castro's interpretation of the deal as groundless. It is probably true that China had more sugar than it could use. The 1964 and 1965 sugar harvests had been good, and needed rice both for storage against emergencies and to help North Vietnam. On February 6, 1966, Castro declared that China's action amounted to a brutal retaliation of an economic nature for purely political reasons. The Chinese retorted that Castro had added his voice to the anti-China chorus. The revolutionary honeymoon between the two countries was over, at least for the time being. Apart from the sugar for rice problem, there was also another area of disagreement. The Cubans apparently wished to use a 10 million pesos balance remaining from a 1960 Chinese loan of 60 million pesos to meet their 1966 trade deficit with China. The Chinese, however, would not go along, arguing that the loan had originally been extended for the purchase of complete sets of equipment and technical aid, and that it had to be used in that way to the last peso. Perhaps they would have relented had Castro shown himself more receptive to their arguments at the Tricontinental Conference held in Havana a few months earlier. Since, however, the Cuban leadership leaned over backward to listen to the Soviet revisionists, the Chinese had no choice but to take such measures as they deemed necessary, including the distribution of propaganda material among Castro's lieutenants. The Cubans found themselves rapidly embroiled in the Sino-Soviet quarrel, a situation which they neither sought nor enjoyed. The solution was to try the old remedy of self-reliance, which meant going out into the sugar cane fields and raising the output of the crop to at least 10 million tons a year. It was a hard blow to Castro's program of diversifying the Cuban economy and to his objective of freeing the country from dependence on a single crop. The Nuclear Test Ban Treaty. On July 2, 1963, Khrushchev announced that he was prepared to conclude with the United States and Britain a limited test ban agreement. 3 days later, after Khrushchev's well-publicized departure from Moscow, Soviet and Chinese government and party representatives met in the Soviet capital to try and clarify their differences and perhaps bring the conflicting viewpoints somewhat closer together. The meetings ended on July 20 at Chinese request, without achieving anything constructive. While these sessions were in progress, the Soviets hosted US and British test ban treaty negotiators. On July 25, after 10 days of negotiations, the test ban treaty was initialed in Moscow by the representatives of the United States, Britain, and the Soviet Union. By the end of the month, Peking had opened an all-out propaganda barrage against the treaty, calling the whole affair a dirty fake, a sellout, and a fraud. In the treaty, Peking saw an attempt by the Soviet Union in league with the Western imperialists to prevent China from obtaining atomic weapons, a manifestation of arrogant big power chauvinism and capitulationism wrapped in one. While Peking accused Moscow of joining an alliance against China, pure and simple, Moscow linked China with a bloc which, curiously enough, allegedly included Goldwater, de Gaulle, and Adenauer. There is no doubt that the conclusion by the Russians of the test ban treaty aggravated the Sino-Soviet quarrel by shifting it to the plane of interstate relations and by focusing attention on a narrow range of extremely sensitive issues of national security. Soviet attempts to read China out of the international communist movement. Before his sudden departure from power, Khrushchev had proposed to call a general meeting of the world's communist parties, the stated purpose of which was to air the movement's outstanding issues, the real object being to line up the various communist parties behind Moscow's position on doctrinal and policy matters and possibly to put China on notice of excommunication. China naturally opposed the convening of such a gathering with all the might and persuasiveness at her disposal. The difficulties which the Soviets faced in bringing the meeting about were considerable. Many of the communist parties of Western Europe were either opposed to the agenda or were hopelessly split between pro-Moscow and pro-Peking factions. Very much the same was true of the communist movements in Asia. Among the Eastern Europeans, the Romanians showed extreme coolness toward the proposal. Some others were fearful lest the putting of China beyond the pale of world communism result in a reassertion of Soviet hegemony. Khrushchev's successors, after a spell of reflection, decided to go ahead with the project. In March 1965, after some feverish behind-the-scenes discussions, a preparatory consultative conference was held in Moscow, attended by 18 parties, of which only 2, the pro-Moscow Indian Party and the Outer Mongolian Party, were from Asia. The meeting, according to Pravda, March 12, 1965, considered ways for overcoming disagreements and strengthening the solidarity of the world communist movement. All the fraternal parties declared their fidelity to the general program formulated at the 1957 and 1960 Moscow conferences, and their resolve to struggle for universal peace and the peaceful coexistence of states with different social systems. This was, from Peking's viewpoint, not quite in conformity with the facts. For one thing, Peking's interpretation of the 1957 and 1960 Moscow documents was, as we have seen in Chapter 8, at variance with the sense attributed to them by Moscow and the Moscow-aligned parties. The Chinese reaction was scornful in the extreme. The meeting was described by Peking as schismatic, illegal, and divisive, and ridiculed for being a gloomy and forlorn affair, neither fish nor fowl. During a trip to Tirana, March 1965, Zhou Enlai called it an extremely serious step to effect an open split in the international communist movement. Strategically, this action itself greatly helped U.S. imperialism, no matter how much empty verbiage the successors to Khrushchevism may pour out about unity against imperialism. 126 The explanatory letters sent by the Soviet Communist Party's Central Committee to the Central Committee of the CPC were called by Peking Orders No. 1 and No. 2 of the CPSU leadership. 127 The emaciated preparatory conference was to be followed by a full-scale meeting later in the year. This did not come about, however. The idea was revived in November 1966, but again nothing came of it. In February 1968 a series of preparatory meetings began in Budapest. A new date for a get-together was set for October 15, 1968. This was indefinitely postponed by the Soviet invasion of Czechoslovakia. After serious armed clashes on the Sino-Soviet border in March 1969, the Usheri River incident, the Soviets again began to work on their friends and allies. They recalled that in November of the previous year a date had been set for the plenary conference, May 1969, and they pressed for final arrangements. A 67-party preparatory commission met in Moscow in March 1969 and after much soul-searching decided to hold another preparatory meeting in May. The long-awaited general meeting was scheduled for June 5, 1969 in Moscow. 128 The whole history hardly squared with the Soviet contention that in today's conditions, the communist movement has found an excellent form of international solidarity. International conferences conducted in conditions of the full equality and independence of each fraternal party. 129 For their part, the Chinese argued that unity was possible only on the following non-negotiable conditions which they addressed to the Soviet leadership. 1301. Publicly declare that all orders for convening divisive meetings are wrong and illegal. Openly admit the error of illegally convening the schismatic meeting. 2. Publicly and solemnly admit before the communists and the people of the world that Khrushchev's revisionism, great power chauvinism, and splitism are wrong. 3. Publicly admit that the revisionist line and program adopted at the 20th and 22nd Congresses of the CPSU presided over by Khrushchev are wrong. 4. Publicly admit that all words and deeds of the leaders of the CPSU against China, Albania, the Japanese pro-Peking Communist Party and other Marxist-Leninist i.e., pro-Peking parties are wrong. 5. Publicly pledge yourselves to desist from the error of Khrushchev revisionism and return to the road of Marxism-Leninism and proletarian internationalism and the revolutionary principles i.e., as understood by Peking of the 1957 Declaration and the 1960 Statement. The Vietnam conflict. The war in Vietnam, which could have become a symbol of international communist resolve and cooperation, in fact, added fuel to Sino-Soviet rivalry and controversy. In addition to all the other points of conflict, Vietnam brought to the surface a more subtle competition for influence in Southeast Asia, a three-cornered struggle of new type empires, the United States, the Soviet Union, and China, to define the borders of their vision of the good life. This unspoken and perhaps even unformulated objective, this trilateral demarcation of the frontiers of conflicting perspectives on life, was also present in the Cuban Missile Crisis and the Indian Border War. But in Vietnam its contours were more sharply defined in terms of the psychological tensions, human cost, and material expenditures involved. On the ashes of classical empires, new ones had arisen, competing with one another by different means, confronting one another on the field of battle by proxy. In this triangular storm the Chinese, in spite of serious historical handicaps, posed as the defenders of Asia for the Asians, and not infrequently lumped together in the elastic definition of Europeans not only the Americans but all the peoples of the USSR as well. In a more constructive manner, the Chinese Economic Assistance Program to Asian and African countries, discussed in Chapter 9, pursued similar ends. Soviet, East European, and Chinese economic aid to North Vietnam consisted of grants, long-term loans, and swing credits in support of North Vietnam's recurrent balance of payments deficits. During 1958-60 foreign aid accounted for roughly 20% of North Vietnam's budgetary receipts, and for 18.5% in the 2 years 1961-62. 131 The proportion of aid to domestically generated revenue probably rose after the escalation of the Vietnam conflict in 1965. In 1962-64 about 35% of North Vietnam's foreign trade turnover was with the Soviet Union, up from just under 5% in 1955. The annual balance of trade deficit with the USSR was in the region of $20 million. Soviet aid after 1960 was spent mostly on large industrial projects. Chinese assistance was more concerned with light industry and transportation, while East European aid covered a wide variety of projects including transport, telecommunications, food processing, mining, power, construction, and light industry. Total grants and credits received by North Vietnam from communist countries in 1955 through 1965 came to $832 million, approximately half of this amount consisting of grants, most of which were extended in the period 1955-60. 132 There was a certain complementarity in all this, a socialist division of labor, which, however, revealed many cracks on closer examination. In pursuance of a declared policy of self-reliance, expressing, it may be presumed, a genuine desire on the part of the North Vietnamese to be independent of great powers, especially feuding fraternal ones, the recipients apparently tended to become increasingly sensitive about foreign aid with strings attached to them, whatever the origin. The result was a scorning of expert advice not compensated for by local expertise. In 1963 a Soviet specialist stationed in Hanoi confided in a Western correspondent that the North Vietnamese no longer permit us to get near the machines which we furnished them with. It is worse here than in China. 133 Chinese specialists probably got a similar reception. A similar surface complementarity and deeper conflict characterized Soviet and Chinese military aid to North Vietnam. In general, Soviet assistance consisted mostly of rocket and radar installations, anti-aircraft artillery, jet fighters, tanks, coastal guns, and warships as well as the training of personnel to man them. China sent assault rifles, carbines, machine guns, grenade launchers, and 81mm mortars, most of them Soviet-designed and Chinese-manufactured. The Chinese apparently also helped repair roads, trails, and bridges destroyed by U.S. bombing, and as a bonus urged the creative adoption of Mao's thought on military matters. 13 For both sides, however, eyed each other with suspicion. In the first place, there was the constant fear in Moscow and Peking that the other side might enter or might already have entered into some sort of agreement with the United States. Soviet Ambassador Fedorenko, the Chinese said, let the cat out of the bag when he linked up the situation in Indochina with the UN peacekeeping operations. 135 Soviet calls for unity among the socialist countries for the sake of Vietnam were branded by the Chinese as likewise a swindle, and by China's Albanian spokesman Hakha as a mere fraud. What the Soviets were really interested in, the Chinese thought, was to join in a love feast with the United States, exchange information, extinguish the fires of the people's wars of liberation, and work in common against communism, against the people, against revolution, and against the national liberation movement for the purpose of maintaining imperialism, revisionism, and reaction everywhere, against all revolutionaries. 136 Soviet policy was described by Peking as 3 reconciliations and 1 reduction, namely, 1. Peace with the imperialists, 2. Peace with reactionaries of various countries, 3. Peace with modern revisionists, example Yugoslavia. And as for the reduction, little support for and assistance to the revolutionary struggles of oppressed peoples and nations of the world. 137 For their part, the Soviets were anxious to find out what the American and Chinese ambassadors were up to in Warsaw, where they held closely guarded talks. 138 The Soviets, in fact, suggested that for all their inflammatory talk, the Chinese had agreed not to intervene directly in Vietnam in exchange for a United States promise not to invade China. 139 They made public the alleged 5 major crimes committed by Mao Zedong in international affairs, namely, 1. He frenziedly attacks the Soviet Union and other socialist countries. 2. He venomously attacks the Marxist-Leninist Communist and workers' parties of all countries. 3. He plans to split and undermine the national liberation movement in Asia, Africa, and Latin America, pursuing a policy of openly pressuring the developing countries of Asia and Africa. 4. He plans to provoke a U.S. Soviet and World War. At the Moscow International Meeting in 1957 he openly pressured for a nuclear war which would destroy from 1/3 to half of mankind. In documents attacking the World Communist Movement published in April 1960, he continued to call for a nuclear war, which could destroy the entire world. He constantly shouts that the atomic bomb is a paper tiger, that the hydrogen bomb is a paper tiger, that atomic and thermonuclear war is not terrible at all. He has already turned the Sino-Indian border into a major base from which he can stir up international tension and provoke military incidents between states whenever he wants to. He is trying to create a similar situation on the Sino-Burmese and Sino-Nepalese borders. 5. In the economic sphere he is severing ties with the world socialist system and transferring them to the capitalist camp. 140 Peking charged that the main purpose of Soviet military support for North Vietnam was to gain the right to have a say, control, and representation on the Vietnam question in the name of aid so as to strike a political deal with the United States. And, the Chinese added. So far, a great part of the Soviet military equipment supplied to Vietnam consists of obsolete equipment discarded by the Soviet armed forces or damaged weapons cleaned out of warehouses. 141 In a letter circulated by the CPSU among Western European Communist parties 142 the Soviets revealed that in 1965 alone, their military assistance to North Vietnam amounted to 500 million rubles, $550 million, and that this money was to have been spent on the latest military hardware and to pay for the training of pilots, artillerymen, rocket personnel, tank drivers, and so on. Soviet economic assistance to North Vietnam was reported to have risen from $47.6 million in 1964 to $75 million in 1965. But there was more trouble. The Soviets accused China of purposely hindering the rail transit of Soviet military materiel to Vietnam through Chinese territory. This was done, Moscow alleged, under the pretext that the papers for its transit had not yet been filled out and that the Chinese did not know whether Vietnam needs this war materiel. 143 In its issue of December 10 to 16, 1965, the Soviet magazine THIRD-WORLDISM reprinted a New York Times report to the effect that China had demanded from the USSR payment in US dollars for the transport of supplies across China to North Vietnam. This accusation brought forth 2 official Chinese protests, both of which were rejected by the Soviet government. 14 4 Soviet ships laden with munitions for Hanoi were, according to the Soviets, harassed and delayed in Chinese ports. Soviet planes flying military advisors and technicians to Vietnam were delayed at Peking Airport and made to refuel with all passengers on board. Although Soviet planes were allowed to fly over Chinese territory en route to Hanoi, Soviet requests for unrestricted rights to organize a full-scale airlift had allegedly been rebuffed, and each flight had to be specifically cleared by the Chinese authorities. After 1966, Soviet personnel on their way to North Vietnam through China were subjected to refined indignities by Mao's Red Guards and other, as the Russians put it, organized hoodlums. 145. Khrushchev's personality and that of his successors. The tone of the Sino-Soviet polemics has been extremely low. Policy issues and questions of ideological divergence were often discussed in gutter language spiced with personal abuse. The disregard for accepted canons of diplomatic usage must not, by itself, be taken too seriously. Revolutionary regimes are not rectory tea parties, and the public use of foul words seems to be a part of the joys of remaking the world. Even after 50 years of efforts to smooth out some of the rougher edges of the socialist new man's personality and to acquire a few of the graces of polite society, the Soviets are not averse to reverting on occasion to the primitive revolutionary seaman takes of their youth. To do otherwise would be to risk being accused of embourgeoisement by those to whom social transformation and proletarian manners are one. It would be to betray Lenin and even Marx in that founder's more irate moods. In addition to substantive issues, the Chinese found Khrushchev personally objectionable, and said so. Khrushchev, in turn, gave as much as he received. 146. Khrushchev's blander successors fared no better. One need not pay the discussants the compliment of reproducing the complete dictionary of fraternal abuse, but a few examples of the type of sentiments aired are instructive, if only as a symptom of the failure of Emily Post in Russia and China. In one of their many letters addressed to Moscow, the Chinese called Khrushchev a Bible-reading and psalm-singing buffoon. In another, he was described as a Kosky-type Philistine denounced by Lenin. A publisher's note appended to a Chinese edition of Khrushchev's speeches from 1942 to 1953 described the Soviet premier as a big conspirator, careerist, and double-faced hypocrite in all his ugliness. On occasion, Pravda, example September 2, 1964, compared Mao's expansionist claims to Hitler's drive for Lebensraum, and scorned China's highfalutin phrases about revolution. From time to time the Soviet press raised the specter of the Yellow Peril. In the famous Hung Chi editorial of November 21, 1964 entitled Why Khrushchev Fell, Russia's fallen leader was called an arch-schemer who put the noose around his own neck, dug his own grave. He was a buffoon on the international political stage, and a clown. His successors were no better. Their fine words only amounted to selling horse meat as beefsteak. Their actions were pure swindle. In a comment on the March Moscow meeting, Zhenmin Jipao, March 21, 1965, accused Brezhnev and Kosygin of having taken over Khrushchev's revisionism and splitism lock, stock, and barrel, and of having removed their former colleague not because they had any difference of principle with him, but because Khrushchev had become too odious and had been too stupid in some of his practices, and because Khrushchev himself had become a serious obstacle to the carrying out of Khrushchev's revisionism. The new Soviet leaders were peddlers of Khrushchev's shoddy goods, ready at a minute's notice to join in a love feast with the imperialists. Between October 1964 and August 1966, Brezhnev and Kosygin together with their associates were dubbed a gang of renegades, a reactionary hierarchy, a revisionist clique, fascist dictators, and much more of the same. Their domestic and foreign policy was described by Peking as a combination of heinous crimes and monstrous deeds. On July 16, 1967, Zhenmin Jipao called them enemies of the Soviet and the world's people, incorrigible renegades, and puppet emperors who have sold themselves to the US imperialist overlords. Brezhnev and Kosygin, like Khrushchev, are nothing but passing clowns on the stage of history. They will be drowned in the current of the people's revolution. The Soviets, on their side, sneered at Mao's Little Red Prayer Book, Izvestia, May 26, 1967, his crude egalitarianism, utopianism of the petty bourgeoisie, and arbitrary rule, and denounced the unbridled Mao Zedong hoodlums. The great power cult of personality, anti-scientific dogmatism, and Mao's vast reactionary military coup, the Soviets argued, had nothing to do with socialism as they saw it. Without compassion, Khrushchev sneered at the incompatibility of China's political ambitions and her poverty. At Split in 1963, he told an amused Yugoslav audience that in China 5 men share the use of one pair of trousers 147, and in 1964 entertained the Poles by saying that the Chinese leaders want to produce belts so that they can tighten their waists. 148 To regard poverty as an inevitable companion of the working people throughout the entire period of socialism, to exalt poverty as all but a blessing is to grossly distort the aims of socialist construction, to concede the progress of material culture altogether to capitalism, wrote Pravda, January 14, 1966. The most important task for a communist party, it continued, was the development of the economy in every possible way. The Great Proletarian Cultural Revolution, 1966–69, The Politics of Upheaval. The Superstructure and the Base. Foot. The Socialist Education Campaign of 1963–65 prepared the ground for the Great Proletarian Cultural Revolution. 1. The Education Campaign was, in a sense, a dress rehearsal for and a controlled experiment in cultural rebelling. The Cultural Revolution unleashed by the left-wing faction within the leadership, may be viewed as just another mass campaign, one more example of the way in which Chinese society has been governed since 1949. But it was both something more and something less than the earlier mass upsurges. Its scope was great. It lasted longer. It did not try to dissimulate the philosophical and tactical rifts that divided the leaders. It shattered the established structure of the party and state, bypassed the conventional lines of command, dissolved most of the existing mass organizations, closed down more than 500 newspapers and magazines, dealt a blow to the concepts of authority, professionalism, and elitism measured by conventional educational and achievement yardsticks, and took China out of Sinified Marxism-Leninism-Stalinism into the realm of Mao Zedong's vision of a proletarian left deviationist culture where utopian socialism, Proudhon-like anarchism, Trotskyite permanent revolutionary cleansing, and Lenin-type militaristic classlessness coexisted with the gun wielded by the army's left-wing command. It was the dialectical principle in action, supervised anarchy, contempt for rank and authority in the name of a new and stricter order, a downgrading of intellectualism in the cause of an allegedly higher and more ascetic thought, the destruction of the party for the good of the party, and of the state on behalf of state power, the ridding of the country of bureaucratic corruption, patronage, and nepotism by the expedient of appointing friends and relatives to positions of responsibility and trust, a revolution against the old, executed by the young in the service of aged leaders, against entrenched habits of thought for a fossilized belief, for the masses incarnated in the thought of a deified leader, on behalf of a clique. The Cultural Revolution was also something less than the earlier campaigns, especially the most important of them all, the Great Leap Forward, Chapter 8. At least until 1969, the revolution was largely confined to the superstructure of ideas and to the embodiment of those ideas in Chinese society's political power system. It was an enormous palace revolution, a bulversement of the communist establishment from the pinnacle of the Forbidden City down to the tiniest unit of government. It was very largely an urban phenomenon, the full brunt of it bypassing the countryside and hence 3/4 of China's population. 2. Unlike the Great Leap Forward, its short-run effects on the institutions of the economy appear to have been marginal. There was some disruption of factory and farm work, an overloading of railroad transport, delays and confusion at the ports, intermittent declines in exports, local inflation, buying sprees, commodity shortages, strikes, passive resistance by workers and managers in league with dissident local party apparatmen, fistfights, gunfights, and bloodshed. But there was no nationwide breakdown of the economy, such as occurred in 1959–60, no wholesale attempt to put the clock back to 1958 in the crucial matter of economic organization, no concerted attack on the peasants' private plots, no comprehensive great leap forward in production. There were, to be sure, vast movements of population into and out of the cities, exhortations to replace personal material incentives to effort with spiritual boosts inspired by the thought of Mao and personified by model heroes, army contingents, drilling teams, and rural people's communes. There were large-scale campaigns for flood control and water conservation and experiments with new forms of control over enterprises. All this, however, did not add up to a radical overturning of the postulates of the 1961-65 period of reconstruction, consolidation, filling out, and raising standards, although the investment priorities and developmental strategy of the period were put under severe stress. One gets the impression that beneath all the shouting and pushing, behind the high-flown slogans and ringing phrases, the teenage rampage, the blaring loudspeakers, and the endless repetition of homely parables from the chairman's selected readings, everyday life in the fields and to a lesser extent on the factory floor went on very much as usual. Granted that the usual in communist China tends to depart from the accepted notions of normalcy, it remains possible that at the basic level there was a remarkable resilience and an ability to adjust to the political hurricanes blowing from Peking. They don't bother very much about what happens in Peking and they don't care very much about who is in power as long as they leave them alone. People try not to get into trouble with the government. If you don't want to do something the officials tell you to, they come and question you, asking who told you to behave like that, and what are your real thoughts. They go on, and it's very bothersome and you can't get rid of them. 3 On September 16, 1967, Genmin Jipao remonstrated against the peasants' lack of revolutionary fervor, complaining that when urged to criticize China's Khrushchev, Liu Xiaochi, they pleaded illiteracy, leaving criticism to those able to read and write. According to the paper, their reaction was, "The Chinese Khrushchev is far from us, and his poison does not reach our little riverside hidden in the mountains. Why waste so much energy on criticizing him?" 4 people, wrote one eyewitness, hope that after this campaign cultural revolution they will have better officials, but they know they won't be perfect and in a few years there'll be another campaign to weed out the bad ones in the new lot. 5 The extent of the peasants' passive resistance to the Cultural Revolution is, of course, difficult to establish with any degree of certainty. This much, however, is clear: the great leap in the superstructure did not develop into another leap in the economic base, at least not by the end of 1969. Reasons for the Cultural Revolution. The Cultural Revolution was the culmination of a long drawn-out struggle between factions within the Communist Party and government machinery, a struggle fueled by divergent interpretations of Marxism-Leninism, different often incompatible ideas on developmental strategy, 6 foreign affairs, military policy, and international relations, varying emphases on the tactics to be adopted toward classes in China's complex society, and other issues of ideology and practice. The growth and gradual exacerbation of these differences have been traced in the preceding chapters. Until the latter part of 1965, factional quarrels were conducted with relative decorum within the framework of the Communist Party and state and according to the ground rules of democratic centralism. Society at large was not taken into the confidence of the infighters. Dissidents were disposed of quietly, behind thick walls of party secrecy. The weapons of combat were drawn from the communist establishment's armory of committees, carefully staged and controlled struggle sessions, personal intrigue, organized intimidation, and ritual self-examination. Only the final outcome was publicized, when suddenly an old revolutionary and faithful comrade in arms would accuse himself of improbable crimes against the party, against socialism, and against the people, or would disappear, or be declared an anti-party bad egg. With an occasional lapse, 7 The quarrels and the washing of unclean linen were exclusive affairs, X-type dramas reserved for ideologically mature audiences only, the populace being nursed on the illusion of the party's unshakable unity, its monolithic resolve and legitimacy sanctioned by the will of history. Communist tragedies were acted out by members of the elect company in regulation stage settings, in an empty house, the crowd roaring its approval in the streets outside. A chorus of mass organizations, blind and obedient, commented on the happenings, voicing in unison man's ineluctable destiny prescribed by Marxist history. Day after day, for years on end, the show went on in an empty theater. The Cultural Revolution shattered the mystique, thrust open the stage doors, let the crowd in, goaded it on to mount the boards, hopefully in support of the positive heroes, that is those in the limelight of Mao Zedong's thought. It was a desperate measure, risky, unpredictable, but satisfying to the masses whose frustration at being kept out so long, and anger with the actors and masters of their lives had reached a point of no return. The masses invaded the hall, rampaged, roared their hatred, ran amok of the play, only to find that they were still, after all, a part of the script, puppets in a vast dialectical drama. The active masses were young and naive, inexperienced, easily engineered, manipulated by this or that faction's invisible hand. The over-30s milled around in the city squares or lay down on their jobs in the villages on the theory that it was all the same but different, that they had seen it all before, and it was just not worth their while. As will be shown in more detail later, the novel feature of the Cultural Revolution was the resort by the left-wing faction of the leadership to methods of combat not prescribed by party manuals, its appeal for help to totally new, often obstreperous mass formations outside the party, its use of the army, and its attack on a recalcitrant party and government bureaucracy from outside. Caught by surprise, the right-wing faction tried for a while to wage the struggle according to the well-tested rules of inter-party maneuverings. It was hampered in this by years of left-wing infiltration and by its very tenuous hold over the mass media. The right's freedom of movement was restricted by its preference for settling disputes in camera and the difficulty of openly challenging the personality of Mao, the symbol of Chinese communism, the sanctified father figure, elevated over the years to godlike heights where it communed only with Marx, Lenin, and Stalin. Every trite saying of the helmsman had been invested with a depth of meaning, a wisdom, and a sanctity unparalleled in the history of secular leadership. Striking out at this awesome image of man-God was treason, apostasy, and a sure means of courting disaster. And so everyone used Mao, was vocally for Mao, filled with Mao's spirit, inspired by his thought, while pursuing ends the connection of which with the aged leader's philosophy was varied, sometimes doubtful, often non-existent. In one important sense, the Cultural Revolution was, therefore, a struggle for succession, a vast insurance operation against future perils. In spite of Mao's geriatrics-defying swims across the Yangtze, his powers were manifestly declining. His disappearance from the political scene was likely to be fraught with heavy consequences. One had to enshrine him, to disembody him, leaving only the pure spirit, so that Mao would live on in his bodily death. 8. It was necessary to prove beyond the shadow of a doubt that those who took over the helmsman's job after his physical disappearance were men anointed by him, chosen unequivocally to carry on his tasks. The names of the elect had to be embodied in party documents, repeated over and over again, engraved on popular memory. Others had to be relegated to outer darkness as enemies not just of the people, socialism, and revolution, but of the living Mao and his eternal thought. The slate had to be wiped clean of revisionists, indeed, of all accretions of the past, so that a new society could be built on Maoist foundations, distilled from Mao's thought. This new proletarian dictatorship was to be created ex nihilo, a procedure totally foreign to both Marxism and Leninism, and incompatible with the notion of the maturation of dialectical stages. The Cultural Revolution was also propelled on its wayward course by less lofty motivations. China's ageless tradition of localism played a part in shaping loyalties and in negotiations for positions of strength. Bargains were struck on less than noble terms, a web of competing intrigues was spread over the land. Regional loyalties were put to the test, bread and butter promises were made, the pros and cons of future personal advancement were carefully weighed. Nepotism and petty individual jealousies were rampant. As has so often been the case with great historical movements, the whisperings of crafty and vengeful womenfolk seem to have played an inordinately significant part in the proceedings. Mao's wife, Chang Qing, a small-time movie starlet of the 1930s, emerged as the spokesman for culture in the theater, opera, cinema, and literature, venting her hatreds against intellectual giants who had scorned her in the past. Small, wiry, homely, she imposed her petit bourgeois aesthetic standards on a whole nation, from the thoughts one could entertain to the dress one could wear. Her jealousy of the more refined wife of Liu Shaochi, Wang Kuangmei, was boundless. She must have savored, and probably inspired, articles and wall posters which described her rival as a stinking bourgeois apparition. 9. An article in Jiang's favorite aesthetic organ, Liberation Army Literature and Art, January 25, 1968, referred to Wang Kuangmei as China's Khrushchev stinking witch. Among the members of the Presidium of the Ninth Party Congress, which culminated 3.5 years of cultural uproar, April 1969, were the wives of Mao, Lin Piao, Ye Chun, Zhou Enlai, Teng Yingqiao, Kang Sheng, Xiao Yiu, and Li Fuchun, Tsai Chang. Mrs. Mao ranked 6th in the hierarchy at that time, Mrs. Lin 12th, having risen from complete obscurity. A colorless figure, Lin Piao's wife was distinguished mainly for yell slogans in support of Changqing at proletarian cultural affairs. Li Fuchun and his wife spent some time together with the Zhou Enlais in France in the 20s. Both Mrs. Mao and Mrs. Lin were picked for the 1969 Politburo. The great Maoist vision of a selfless proletarian society, incorruptible and resting on the dissolution of the individual in the masses, was being created in practice by tawdry little alliances and girls' talk behind the scenes. It was no less tarnished by the continuing presence within the company of utopia. Builders of men known to have opposed the Maoist line and whose survival must have hinged on either their ability to bend with the wind or on compromise deals struck with left-wing enrages. The enrages' delicate nose where questions of class genealogy were concerned, hardly squared with their own predominantly middle-class origins. Mao himself was the son of a small landowner, Lin Piao's father was a factory owner, Kang Sheng came from a wealthy landowning family in Shantung. The ideal was far removed from the reality, held together at gunpoint. Utopian ideals, Gillas, wiser for years of enforced confinement, has said, the aim of social perfection, are neither realistic nor ultimately humane in practice. 10. The problems of quantification and perspective. Ever since 1959, hard facts about China's economy had become extremely scarce. Official sources, as we have seen, dealt in generalities usually cast in percentage terms and cited only those instances in which success could be claimed. The situation deteriorated gradually in 3 respects. The amount of quantified information was reduced, sharply so after the autumn of 1965, reading between the lines of official publications became increasingly difficult as the press switched to set phrases, petrified prose, and an unending glorification of the person and mental accomplishments of the chairman and his close comrade-in-arms, Vice Commander Lin Piao. The major national newspapers and journals, repeatedly accused of treasonable practices, were purged of their top personnel, and often shut down, resuming publication only to be vilified for some other deviation. In August 1967, for example, there was no statistical reporting of any kind from 20 provinces, while percentage claims from regions under Maolin control were fragmentary, usually referring to particular counties, communes, brigades, or plants, and suspect. The editorial boards of the Peking Daily, Peking Jipao, Peking Evening News, Peking Wanpao, and Frontline, Ch'en, were dismissed on June 6, 1966. Publication of Frontline was discontinued in June, that of the Peking Evening News in July, and that of Peking Daily on September 3. Teng Tio, a former editor of Zhenmin Jipao, was denounced as chieftain of the Black Reactionary Gang, and accused of singing the same tune as Khrushchev. 11. The chief editor, Tang Pingchu, was dismissed in January 1967, half the staff was transferred to other jobs, and the offices of the paper were taken over by Maoist revolutionary rebels who quarreled and bickered and purged themselves ad infinitum. By mid-December 1966, almost all magazines published by government ministries stopped appearing. These included Chinese light industry, Chinese finance, rural finance, Shanghai machinery, economic research, even Chinese sports. Papers and periodicals put out by mass organizations met a similar fate, example Women of China, whose editor, Tung Pian, was denounced in July 1966, and the organ of the All China Federation of Trade Unions, Workers' Daily, closed down on January 3, 1967. The New China News Agency did not escape either. Its director, Xiang Fu, was criticized in January 1967 for allegedly having faked a picture of Mao Zedong showing Liu Shaoqi standing next to the helmsman at the October 1, 1966 National Day celebrations. In January 1967 Hu Qi, the agency's acting general manager, was detained by the Red Guards. Radio Peking, too, was declared a reactionary stronghold and taken over by Maoist groups in January 1967. Many newspapers outside the capital were accused of revisionist deviations, their editorial boards were purged, and in some instances the papers ceased to appear. Later, the export of provincial newspapers was banned, and foreign embassies in Peking, communist and non-communist alike, were not permitted to receive the provincial press. 1. The demise of the official press and the replacement of the already small variety of news by reprints from the Liberation Army Daily was accompanied by an explosion of wall posters, Tiat Sepao, put up by individuals and self-styled revolutionary groups and factions. The poster revolution scaled Himalayan peaks in the autumn and winter of 1966 and the first 6 months of 1967. The posters varied in content and reliability, ranging from the local, trivial, and petty to the sensational, national, and improbable. 13. For a time the world assisted at the spectacle of a few venturesome foreign correspondents surreptitiously jotting down and transmitting information on events in China garnered from graffiti scribbled on walls by juveniles. 14. To sort out the wheat from the chaff became the fascinating but difficult task of China watchers the world over. The problem involved not only judgment regarding the reliability of often contradictory information, but the spotting of mistranslations. Dealing as we are with the titanic struggle between two fragmented, emotionally exalted totalitarian factions given to secrecy and congenital terminological inexactitude, chameleon psychosis, a dialectical conception of life and of personal security, the following outline of what happened in China from the latter part of 1965 to the end of 1969 must be accepted as a first approximation. Chronology. The preliminary stage, 1963 August 1965. It is a workable assumption that the left-wing faction within the Chinese Communist leadership saw the collapse of their great leap forward as having been brought about by a combination of a. Insufficient ideological spade work among the masses, b. Opposition from inveterate rightists, right opportunists, revisionists, and more generally freaks and monsters who had sneaked into the highest offices of the party and government, and c. Bad weather. There was not too much they could do about the last, except urge continued efforts at flood control and water conservation. They seem, however, to have been persuaded that the first two factors were avoidable and could be eliminated with a dash of shuo fu tiaoyu, education by persuasion, and a spot of laodong kai tseo, correction through labor. They watched with growing apprehension the inroads into their vision of the new communist society made by the policy of consolidation and filling out, the spread of the three freedoms and one contract, the conciliatory attitude toward foreign revisionists, the apparent abandonment by China of the national liberation struggles in Asia and Africa, and the growing preoccupation of peasants, workers, and especially youth with personal advancement and material comfort. To reverse the trend, they inaugurated the Socialist Education Campaign, the primary purpose of which was to sweep away old habits and extirpate reactionary bourgeois ideas from the minds of the people, cadres, and government personnel at the middle and lower levels. The Socialist Education Campaign may be seen as an attempt to rectify the a. deficiency which the leftists thought had seriously undermined the Great Leap undertaking. 1. The sharpness and indecisive outcome of the conflict within the leadership on the subject of the place of socialist education in consolidation, filling out, and raising standards may be gathered from the fact that the Third Five-Year Plan, which should have started in 1963, by normal political count, or in 1961, by the Great Leap calendar of five-year plan fulfilled in 3 years, was not actually announced until 1966, and then only in the most general terms. The intent of the plan, as we have seen, was to continue the relatively moderate course initiated after the collapse of the leap, but it is unlikely that the plan ever existed in detailed form, or that, assuming its draft existence, it was consistently applied as a long-range guide to action during the succeeding years. The left's counterattack in 1963 had been carefully prepared. Lacking a reliable power base within the party and governmental bureaucracy, the left-wing faction began, as early as 1959, to seek control of the largest of China's mass organizations, the People's Liberation Army. They correctly surmised that in any future confrontation with opponents, entrenched in the bureaucratic apparatus and the managerial machine, the revolutionary left would need a reliable and convincing ally able to bring to heel, if need be, recalcitrant party and state. It was important for the party as defined by the left to control the gun, even at the risk of producing the opposite result, i.e., of seeing the gun control Mao's party. The ideology of the party's left was, after all, pervaded by the militaristic spirit of the Yan'an type, by a barracks-type classlessness understandable to the more reminiscences-prone veterans of the Long March, whose memories of the old days became increasingly one-sided as the years rolled by. 1-6 If the army of the 1960s could be filled with the spirit of the 30s, which was also that of the party's left, the contradiction between the party and the gun would be resolved. Operating on the same ideological wavelength, the new party and army would become one. Eventually the whole nation would become one with the party-army state. 1-7 While, 1960-62, the authoritarian moderates were taking over the regular party and governmental apparatus and tightening their grip on the established mass organizations of workers, youth, women, journalists, writers, artists, and so on, the left wing began to command the army. An editorial published on August 1, 1966 in the Liberation Army Daily, by then firmly in left-wing hands, referred to the three big struggles with representatives of the bourgeois military line who had wormed their way into the party and army. The first of these struggles took place shortly after the Korean War, 1953-54, and the issue was modernization versus the militant drifts concept of the armed forces. The second struggle took place in 1959 at the very moment that the Great Leap policies were showing signs of severe strain. The outcome of this second confrontation was the left-wing's takeover of the army's top leadership, an event crucially important for the future strategy of the left. Piang Tae-hwai, defense minister, and his chief of staff, Hwang Kyo-chen were, as we have seen, Chapter 8, replaced by the hardliner Lin Piao. The Leapers lost many key positions of political governance and economic management, retreating to an impregnable base area of the army whence counterattacks could later be launched. The takeover of the army was not, however, complete at first. The purging of the two persons in authority taking the capitalist road in the army foreshadowed later similar cleansing of the party's and government's top echelons, but at that early stage it still left on the middle level of the military establishment some regional commanders whose loyalty to the leftist cause could not be relied on. Even the new appointee to the post of Chief of Staff turned out to have been a capitalist roader. Lo Jui-ching, who shared this military post with his duties as Secretary of the Communist Party Central Committee's Secretariat, vanished from public view in November 1965, was finally purged in late July 1966, and reportedly committed suicide in January 1967. 1-8 This was the third big struggle within the left's base area, on the very eve of the launching by the left of its attack on the to them deviationist party and government. The preparatory stage, September 1965 to November 10, 1965. Between the second, 1959, and third, 1965-66, big struggles, the army was subjected to a series of rectification campaigns, presumably directed and staged by Lin Piao and his closest associates. As the army cleansed itself of bourgeois military and bourgeois political thinking, it was offered as a model of the new communism, a glowing example of Mao Zedong's thought. Chapter 10. Little by little Lin Piao emerged as the executor of Mao's wishes, and the most influential policy maker of the communist left. Early in 1965 he was promoted to senior vice premier. In May he proletarianized the army. Chapter 10. In October he circulated his Long Live the Victory of People's War, a 30,000-character composition that was soon hailed as the left's new communist manifesto, the most historic and revolutionary document of this era. In November he proclaimed his 5 points, a supplement to his 4 firsts of 1960. In December 1965 to January 1966 he organized a PLA conference on political work in the army, and in February entrusted Chiang Ching to conduct a forum on work in literature and art which called for a socialist cultural revolution in the army. 19. Between September and early November 1965, events raced to a climax. Mao's renewed call never to forget class struggle at the September 1962 meeting of the Central Committee encountered strong opposition from those who saw in the reminder the signal for a new leap forward and who, in view of the escalating Vietnam War, feared China's isolation, which the left's policies were likely to bring about. On January 4, 1967 Mao was reported to have said that in September and October 1965 the Central Committee surrendered to revisionism, and I thought that I could not put my ideas into practice in Peking. 20. It is presumed that at that critical moment he hurriedly removed himself to Shanghai, and for some months disappeared from public view. For much of September and all October Peking appears to have been left in control of Liu Shaoxi's bureaucratic moderate faction whose base of operations was the party's Peking Municipal Committee, the government ministries, the Peking military garrison, the municipal police force, the professionally inclined sections of the PLA's High Command, represented by Luo Zhuoqing, Wu Faxian, commander of the Air Force, Li Tsopeng, deputy commander of the Navy, and Liu Jian, political commissar of the Peking garrison. 21. Outside Peking, the situation was more confused. Indications are that the Liu faction found support in some of the party's regional bureaus, almost certainly in the southwestern and northwestern, and possibly also in the northern, and among some regional military commanders, example Wang Enmao in Xinjiang, Bulanfu in Inner Mongolia, and Ting Shengqian in charge of the Xinjiang Construction Corps. Stage 3, Purge of the Peking Municipal Committee, the propaganda apparatus, and the universities, November 10, 1965 to August 12, 1966. On November 10, 1965 a Shanghai paper fired the first salvo heralding a long and bitter battle between the factions. To outside observers the first burst of fire from the left appeared innocuous enough. It took the form of a sharp attack against the historian Wu Han by Yao Wenyuan, editor of the Shanghai Qifang Jipao and member of the Shanghai Party Municipal Committee. Tu Yao bitterly criticized Wu Han for having in 1961 written a historical play entitled Hai Zhui Dismissed from Office in which the Ming Dynasty official was portrayed as an opponent of a corrupt court officialdom, unjustly dismissed from office for his pains. The disgrace of Hai Zhui was, Wu Han implied, a trumped-up case, a plot hatched by the emperor's sycophants and hangers-on to discredit a noble and righteous servant of the crown. The play, wrote Yao elsewhere, directed its spearhead against the Lushan 1959 secret Central Committee meeting, with a view to reversing the decisions of that meeting. The clamorous message of the drama was that the dismissal of the upright official Hai Zhui, in other words of the right opportunists, was unfair and that the right opportunists should come back to administer court affairs, that is to carry out their revisionist program. 2-3 In short, the apparent innocuousness of the attack on Wu Han's 5-year-old historical play was deceptive for 2 reasons. Wu Han was a vice mayor of Peking, an influential member of the party's Peking Municipal Committee, and his play was interpreted in contemporary allegorically factional terms as a move against Mao Zedong's coterie. Hai Zhui, it was alleged, was none other than a thinly disguised Piang Te Hui. Hence, by extension, the play was directed against the helmsman himself. That the controversy was not about a deviationist piece of theater became evident in the course of the succeeding months, during which a full-scale offensive was launched against practically the whole leadership of the Peking Municipal Party Committee, the mass media, and the universities, all allegedly manipulated by the Liu faction. The revolution was reaching out for victims poised on the top rungs of the leadership ladder. It began to devour its own children. The higher his position, the greater his career, wrote the Liberation Army Daily. The higher his position, the more dangerous. Yao Wenyuan linked Wuhan to a gangster in run by Teng Tio, secretary of the municipal committee, alternate secretary, secretariat of the party's North China Bureau, former editor Ot Zhenmin Jipao and Ching Qian, frontline, and Liao Mo Sha, director of the Peking Municipal Party Committee's United Front Work Department. 2-4 The three were accused of propagating an anti-party, anti-socialist, right opportunist, and revisionist jumble of trash in some 150 articles published in the Peking Evening News, Peking Daily, and Frontline from 1961 onward, in columns entitled Evening Chats at Yenshan, Teng Tio, 2-5 and Notes from Three Family Village, Wuhan, Liao Mo Sha. On January 2, 1961, Liao wrote in the Peking Evening News that after the winter drums have sounded, the spring grass begins to grow. An all-out effort will begin in spring. This was interpreted as a call to revisionism in the wake of the Great Leap, an imitation of the Hungarian-type political spring, 1956, and the Soviet post-Stalin thaw. 2-6 There must surely have been persons in even higher authority who with ulterior motives and with treachery in their hearts abetted and protected the black gangster in of Wu, Teng, and Liao. They were soon exposed. After March 29, 1966, Piang Chen, the mayor of Peking, member of the Communist Party of China Central Committee and Politburo, secretary of the party's Central Committee Secretariat, vice chairman of the Standing Committee of the National People's Congress, vice chairman of the Chinese People's Political Consultative Conference, and first secretary of the Peking Municipal Party Committee vanished into thin air. On June 3, 1966, a laconic statement named Li Shuefeng, formerly first secretary of the North China Bureau, as the new mayor of Peking. A more direct attack on the former mayor followed on June 23. A photograph published in January 1967 showed Piang Chen wearing a huge placard around his neck, head bowed to the ground. In the small hours of December 4, 1966, Piang Chen was dragged from his bed by screaming Maoist youngsters, trembling in every limb and incapable of dressing himself, according to a Red Guard newspaper. On December 12, in company of Lo Zhuiqing and others, he was paraded before 100,000 youths in a sports stadium, and again on January 4 and 5, 1967. 2-7 A major charge leveled against him was that he forbade the Peking papers under his jurisdiction to reprint Yao Wenyuan's attack on Wuhan's play in November 1965, and had banned the distribution in the capital of all pamphlets printed in Shanghai and bearing the article. In February 1966 he allegedly prepared on behalf of the Central Committee an outline report which laid down the ground rules of literary criticism, insisting that debates of this kind were to be confined to the academic and aesthetic levels and were not to be used for political ends. Like the good operatic man that he was, Piang wanted such discussions to be conducted in camera, well out of earshot of the masses. At last the vigilant masses had found and dragged out the local top person in authority taking the capitalist road, Piang Chen, protector of the black gangster in, promoter of peaceful evolution into revisionism, patron of the revisionist Liu Ping, president of Peking University and secretary of the university's party committee, and of other devils and monsters who dared raise their hand against Mao and their voice against Mao's thought. There must, of course, have been other people in even higher positions of authority who were waving the red flag to oppose the red flag. It was only a matter of time before the revolutionary masses exposed them. Meanwhile the drums of the Liberation Army Daily were beating furiously. Between February 4 and April 5, 1966 the paper published 7 editorials outlining the strategy and tactics of the Cultural Revolution. On April 18 it called for a stepping up of mass criticism on the cultural front, and followed this up with other orders and instructions to the militants of the left. At the 20th meeting of the Standing Committee of the National People's Congress, April 14, 1966, Kuo Mojo, Vice President of the NPC Standing Committee and President of the Chinese Academy of Sciences, made a humble self-criticism in which he requested that all his political and literary works be burned. 28 A few weeks earlier, Xia Yan, Vice Chairman of the All China Federation of Literary and Art Circles, had been denounced for his book collected works on motion pictures. On several occasions in May, the Peking Daily, Frontline, and Peking Evening News published self-criticisms and confessions in an effort to stave off further attacks on them. "When we have finished reading your self-criticism," replied the Liberation Army Daily, "we cannot help breaking into laughter, as your Teng Tio put it." 29 On June 6 the editorial boards of all three papers were suspended, the publication of Frontline was banned, and a few weeks later the Peking Evening News ceased to appear. Like the Peking mass media, the Peking Party Municipal Committee tried the time-tested tactic of self-evaluation as a way to cool down the political temperature and stem the flood of criticism. It reorganized itself on May 25, but to no avail. On June 3 the party's Central Committee, or a section of it, was said to have issued an instruction to reorganize the Municipal Committee again. 30 While a Hung Chi editorial listed 10 crimes against Mao and socialism said to have been committed by the Peking Committee. 31 The reorganized committee, in turn, issued an order to reorganize the party committee at Peking University, which had been under verbal and physical assault since May 25. On that day, Wan Yuanzu and 6 others of the philosophy department at the university put up a big character poster denouncing the university's president Lu Ping as a bourgeois royalist, and with him the vice president, Qian Potsan, Piang Peiyun, deputy secretary of the university's party committee, and Sung Shuo, deputy director in charge of university affairs under the Peking Municipal Committee. 3-2 It transpired later that the authors of the original big character poster were not only correctly inspired in their literary zeal by Mao Zedong's thought, but actually commanded by the helmsman to start a massive poster offensive. Soon the poster writing urge gripped the masses, and the country was smothered by an avalanche of paper unprecedented in history. As time went on, anyone holding a position of authority was fair game for the wall literati. The poster attack on the university party machine was accompanied by left-sponsored demonstrations of the masses, shouting Maoist slogans, beating drums and cymbals, invading the premises, disrupting lectures, parading professors and administrators with placards proclaiming that they were anti-party intellectuals. Truckloads of high school students and workers were brought in, lecture halls were turned into dormitories, files were rifled, unacceptable books relegated to the consuming flames of the revolution, and finally the whole works was cordoned off and closed down in order that constructive destruction could have its day. Similar demonstrations were staged outside the municipal committee buildings. On June 18, it was announced that the system of admissions to schools and colleges would be revised in the direction of admitting culturally underprivileged but politically enlightened sons and daughters of workers, peasants, soldiers, and revolutionary martyrs. 3 schools and universities were to fold up until further notice, while the cultural yoke of the intellectual aristocracy was being smashed. The moratorium on learning gave students a unique opportunity to participate in street culture, exchange experiences, and broaden their horizons by doing. Or as exiled party member Wang Ming put it, Mao's policy was to prevent the younger generation of China from becoming knowledgeable people and turn them into a crowd of fools. 3 The entire Young Communist League was also reformed. Wang Qialu, the deputy secretary of the League in the Peking Municipal Committee, was fired, June 15, and the League's leading organs were disinfected of bourgeois revisionist and right opportunist germs. A similar fate befell Fan Xing, vice chairman of the All China Journalists Association, member of the executive committee of the All China Women's Federation, one of the 9 vice mayors of Peking, and director of the Peking Daily. These and other comrades, wrote Wang Ming from Moscow, were without foundation accused of counter-revolutionary revisionism, branded traitors and elements against the three elements opposing Mao Zedong, the party, and socialism, and subjected to cruel repression, persecution, and insults. Of these some were defiled, and others defeated, still others overthrown, arrested, killed, declared as deserving to be burnt alive, slandered, insulted or publicly humiliated. 3-5 Throughout June and July 1966 the public campaign against men in charge of basic party, governmental, and mass organization organs swelled to a furious pitch. Increasingly the attack came from outside the established communist organizational framework, from youthful masses transported hither and thither by trucks and trains, by mushrooming ad hoc rebels and other hitherto unknown formations. 3-6 From the time of the first big character poster it became progressively clear that the Maoist faction had resorted to the streets in order to smash their opponents entrenched within the party, the government, and the old mass organizations. The whole vast structure of communist power as it existed until then was shaken to its foundations, and for a time only the old names remained. Purged, emaciated, swaying, the old organizational empire crumbled, but never quite vanished. Mao, complained Wang Ming from the relative safety of Moscow, is smashing the Communist Party of China. He has smashed state organs of the democratic dictatorship of the people. 3-7 What seems to have been a minority faction, backed by an army that had been cleansed before, appealed to the frustrations, growing aimlessness, and resentments of China's numerically mighty youth. Sometimes it found grudging support from peasants and workers who surely enjoyed the sight of bureaucrat authority trampled underfoot. There was, however, a limit to worker and peasant support. Although the spectacle of men in possession of absolute power running for their lives, scurrying hither and thither with terror activating their limbs, humiliated by adolescents playing at adults, may have been entertaining to the makers of China's material wealth, they surely harbored a minimum of illusions about the authoritarian hand which manipulated the unruly, obedient youngsters. Slow to stand up in defense of established authority, they were quick to react when their daily rice was directly threatened. In spite of repeated left-wing threats that the Cultural Revolution was on the verge of invading the economic base, the turmoil was for years confined mainly to the superstructure. It was one thing for the leaders to execute improbable dialectical jumps, to squirm and perform leaps forward in political consciousness and ideological awareness, it was quite another to translate these into yet another revolutionary somersault in production relations. The revolutionary breakthrough in China's economy had to come from science and technology, and that was not what the cultural revolutionaries had in mind, in spite of their insistence on all knowledge gushing forth from one's ability to declaim passages from Mao's 3 much-read articles. 3-8 Reputations melted like mud-splattered snow in the spring. On June 30, 1966 Hung Ch stormed against Zhou Yang, vice chairman of the All-China Federation of Literary and Art Circles, alternate member of the party's Central Committee, deputy director of the committee's propaganda department, and apparently a sham leftist and a political thief, a big red umbrella which covered up all the monsters and demons, an appointee of the black gangster Lin Mohan. On January 3, 1967, Zhenmin Jipao accused him of having plotted for 15 years to depose Mao by a Hungarian-type revolution. For many years the guardian of Mao's thought, he was now declared number 1 demon in the kingdom of hell whose thought was smelly, long, and deep. 3-9 Less than 2 weeks before the Hung Chi attack, Chit Ung, Deputy Director of Culture and Propaganda Departments of the PLA's General Political Department, had been denounced in roughly similar terms by Zhenmin Jipao. After all these years there were traitors everywhere, Lin Mohan, for example, an accomplice of the Black Gang parading as Deputy Minister of Culture and Deputy Director of the Propaganda Department, and Lu Tingyi, Minister of Culture since January 1965, Vice Premier since April 1959, Director of the party's Propaganda Department since 1948, full member of the Central Committee of the Communist Party of China and of the Central Committee's Secretariat. Then there was Li Qi, Director of the Peking Municipal Committee's Propaganda Department, and Tian Han, playwright and reputedly author of The Words of the East is Red. 40 Lu Tingyi was replaced on July 10 by Tao Chu, former first secretary of the party's South Central Bureau and mayor of Canton, as head of the party's propaganda department. 41 But Tao Kai turned out to have been a double dealer after all. He waved the red flag to oppose the red flag, was uncovered, denounced by wall posters for building his own independent kingdom, attacked, December 29, 1966, and condemned at a mass meeting of presumably true revolutionaries, January 10, 1967. He was finally replaced by Wang Li, deputy editor of Hung Ch7. 42 There was really no knowing who was friend and who was enemy, so wily were the opponents of the revolution. Down came Ho Luting, director of the Shanghai Music Conservatory, Wang Xiaochuan, head of the propaganda department of the Kweichow Provincial Party Committee and chief editor of the Kweichow Daily, Sun Yefang, October 1966, director of the Economics Institute of the Chinese Academy of Sciences, Li Mengwei, chief editor of Yunnan Daily, the presidents of Xi'an, Nanking, Qingchu, Chongqing, and Wuhan universities, Wang Tingkeun, deputy director of the Peking Municipal Committees, Propaganda Department and deputy director of the Peking Daily, TAOPAI, director of the Propaganda Department, Kiangsu Provincial Committee, and hundreds more. Peng Kong, rector of Xi'an University and secretary of the university's party committee, was removed, according to the Shenzi Daily, quoted by Pravda on June 26, 1966, p4, because he said that if a man cannot climb a pole and another man reads him a quotation from the chairman, he still won't be able to climb the pole. Wang Tao, president of Tongji University in Shanghai, was made to mop his room and the school's corridors for the sake of exercise, while devoting the rest of his time to the study of Mao's works. Insofar as can be determined, until August 1966 the campaign against leading personalities in the party, government, and mass organizations was, with few exceptions, limited to name-calling and public denunciations in the press and, after May 25, 1966, in wall posters. Men were killed psychologically, not physically. Classroom work was disrupted and offices were lost. Arrests, however, were few. There was relatively little physical violence, probably much panic and deft footwork among office holders, and almost desperate bending with the chilling gust of ideological wind. All this lends weight to the belief that until August the opposing forces were very much in balance, the victims of the verbal denunciations being able to hold on to their persons if not always their jobs. 4-3 Based on Shanghai, after their setback at the September-October meeting, the Lin Maoists' first task was to discredit their opponents barricaded in the Peking party and governmental machine. 4-4 This appears to have been the meaning of the Shanghai Press and Liberation Army daily campaign of November 1965 through April 1966. The next task was to gain control of the Peking mass media and their overseer, the Peking Municipal Party Committee. To accomplish this, two generals loyal to the Lin Mao group, Yang Chengwu and Yang Yang, 4-5 were reportedly dispatched to the capital in May. In a way yet to be explained in detail, they took over the editorial offices of Zhenmin Jipao, fired the Lu men from the boards of the major Peking papers, seized the radio station and the offices of the NCNA, and saw to it that the clean UPS by the masses in the university were not interfered with by right opportunist stratagems. Taken aback, the Lu faction mounted an elaborate holding operation, using all the tools and tactics of the party's machinery. Officials under left-wing attack were advised to put up self-accusation posters and retreat to supervised work and study havens where they remolded themselves by reading the chairman's literary masterpieces and pondered the revolutionary ramifications of such immortal phrases as "in a class society everyone lives as a member of a particular class," and "in this world things are complicated and are decided by many factors." 46 work teams were dispatched by the party center to investigate the party and state organs under attack as well as their attackers, and find out what was going on in the schools. Members of the teams mingled with student extremists and non-students brought into the schools by army trucks, assured one and all that the party was mindful of their problems and ever attentive to their demands, promised reforms, and tried to channel the mounting wave of hysteria into approved channels. In the process they apparently tread hard on many leftist toes and waved the red flag while opposing the red flag. 4/7 Subsequently, in a last-minute attempt at participatory democratic centralism, large numbers of high party and government officials, including Liu and Zhou Enlai, toured the provinces, visited universities, press bureaus, party and government departments, explained the correct position as they saw it, were heckled and insulted by the audiences, and bit by bit lost the mystique and prestige of their exalted office. 4/8 All the while, Mao and Lin sat in seclusion on the Olympian Heights, watching the Tigers fight. 4/9 At the Central Committee meeting in August 1966, Mao Zedong opined that 90% of the investigating teams had committed serious ideological, political, and class errors. 5/0 The teams were trimmed at the end of July and jettisoned in August. The regular party's attempt to take over the Cultural Revolution by playing the rectification game according to democratic centralist rules had failed. By then the leading opérat men and opérat intellectuals had suffered a massive loss of face by means to which they had not been accustomed. In June Liu Shaochi, the leader of the majority opposition, apparently decided that the time had come to get rid of the chairman by the accepted procedure of summoning the right kind of plenary session of the party's Central Committee. 5/1 To accomplish this he needed cooperation from the party's Secretary-General, Teng Xiaoping, who accordingly became the object of assiduous courting by Liu's men. In the second half of June, Piang Chen, by then already ousted from the reorganized Peking Municipal Committee, reportedly toured the northwest and southwest seeking support for the impending coup among the members of the party's regional bureaus. 5/2 His mission met with some success. At the end of the month and in early July, Central Committee members began to converge on the capital from all over the country. These reportedly included Ulanfu, the leader of Inner Mongolia, Li Qianchuan, Polit. The Great Proletarian Cultural Revolution, 1966–69 501. Bureau member since 1958, and Li Pohua, Secretary of the Eastern Bureau. 5/3 On July 28 Mao, Lin, and their supporters arrived by air from Shanghai. Dissident sections of the army were brought to heel, and on August 1 the 11th plenary session of the Central Committee opened in Peking and struggled on for 12 days in a setting increasingly unfavorable to the Liu faction. 5/4 The meeting was packed with Red Guards and other representatives of the revolutionary masses who attended in the capacity of observers without voting rights. Their observation was intended to intimidate the anti-Maoist members of the Central Committee into adopting the Maoist line. 5/5 On the fifth day Mao, with his own hand, wrote a big character poster, "Bombard the headquarters," which foreshadowed the events of the eighth day on which the session adopted the so-called 16 points concerning the Great Proletarian Cultural Revolution. On August 12 the Central Committee issued a communiqué. To celebrate the event, a mass rally was held on August 18 in Tiananmen Square attended by over 1 million people. Major speeches were made by Lin Piao, Zhou Enlai and Chen Po-ta, all members of the left-wing faction. The chairman was there, smiled, waved to the jubilant masses, but did not speak. In the official listing of leaders at the rally, Liu Shaochi had dropped from his usual 2nd to 8th place, Teng Xiaoping retained 6th place, Lin Piao rose from 7th to 2nd place, Tao Chu, Chen Po-ta, and Kang Sheng emerged from relative obscurity to occupy respectively the 4th, 5th, and 7th places. Marshal Chu Tai dropped from 4th to 9th place, and Piang Chen, Piang Taihui and Liu Pocheng were not listed among the top 12. 5/6 Between August 18 and November 23 5/7 Mao met the masses 8 times in the square, reviewing a total of 11 million youngsters, or roughly half the university and high school students in China. Each time he waved and smiled, but did not open his mouth. Others spoke for him, his quotations spoke for him, his past deeds, but not the chairman himself. While the country screamed itself hoarse, the helmsman stood at the helm, or at any rate somewhere near it, and kept his counsel in awesome, distant majesty. When rumors began to circulate that he was a prisoner of this or that faction, senile, paralyzed, and sick, he would take a swim in the Yangtze, and the people would shout, "Our respected and beloved leader, Chairman Mao, is in such wonderful health. Long live Chairman Mao! A long, long, long life to him." 5.8 The 16 points and the Communique are instructive documents. 5.9 They suggest that although the plenary session had removed the immediate danger to the chairman's authority and had strengthened the hand of the left-wing extremists, the authoritarian apparat men were far from beaten. In fact, it must have become quite clear to the radicals that, do what they might, they could not win a decisive victory within the existing framework of party and state. If they were to carry the cultural revolution through to the end, as the saying goes, they would have to step up the assault on the party state from outside, use hitherto unexplored or insufficiently explored channels of class struggle, stir up the masses even more, and equip them with new organizational weapons. Trust the masses, rely on them and respect their initiative. Cast out fear. Don't be afraid of disturbances. Let the masses educate themselves in this great revolutionary movement and learn to distinguish between right and wrong and between correct and incorrect ways of doing things. Make the fullest use of big character posters and great debates to argue matters out. 6.0 The trouble, however, was that the masses were not homogeneous, that they bickered and quarreled among themselves as masses will, and that collective wisdom did not always work, because collective wisdom is a convenient abstraction the arithmetic of which has not been convincingly explored. In such a great revolutionary movement, it is hardly avoidable that the masses, especially youngsters, should show shortcomings of one kind or another. However, their general revolutionary orientation has been correct from the beginning. 61 To people endowed with progressive ideological insight, the question "Who are our enemies? Who are our friends?" presented no problems. But because the masses were frequently being misled by ideological pickpockets in authority, taking the capitalist road, there was confusion, and often real revolutionaries were taken for counter-revolutionaries. These evil persons in authority resorted to such tactics as shifting the targets for attack and turning black into white in an attempt to lead the movement astray. 6.2 They have puffed up the arrogance of the bourgeoisie and deflated the morale of the proletariat. How poisonous! 63 It was inconceivable that some masses should think differently from the right-thinking masses, unless they had been misled, stabbed in the back, led astray by rightists, demons, freaks, and monsters. At present this resistance is still fairly strong and stubborn. 64 There was much uncertainty about who was in charge, a possibility of repeated reversals in the struggle. All of which demanded revolutionary determination, daring, and perseverance. However, when there is a debate, it should be conducted by reasoning, not by coercion or force. 65 Criticism of anyone by name in the press should be decided by the party committee at the same level, and in some cases submitted to the party committee at a higher level for approval. 66 As regards scientists, technicians, and ordinary members of working staffs, as long as they are patriotic, work energetically, are not against the party and socialism, and maintain no illicit relations with any foreign country, we should in the present movement continue to apply the policy of unity, criticism, unity. Special care should be taken of those scientists and scientific and technical personnel who have made contributions. Example: nuclear scientists. Efforts should be made to help them gradually transform their world outlook and their style of work. 67 There is in the document an eye-catching dichotomy between revolutionary nonchalance and caution, between praise of the revolutionary young people, previously unknown, courageous, daring, vigorous, and intelligent, and warnings against youthful overexuberance attributable to the intrigues of elusive ghosts and monsters, between time-tested procedures for settling grievances, party bodies, and new cultural revolutionary groups, committees, and congresses. 6.8 Between disinfecting the cottars and distinguishing the good from the comparatively good, both from those who had committed serious mistakes but had not turned into anti-socialist rightists, and all three from the small number of anti-party, anti-socialist rightists, 69 between calls for a thorough educational reform beginning with simplifying complicated material plus short courses, and an insistence that the student's main task is to study, between petit bourgeois conceptions of culture and of knowledge, and fear that the cultural goings-on might leave China with only a spiritual atom bomb, the pillar supporting the heavens, that is, the red plastic-covered edition of quotations from Chairman Mao Zedong. 70 between grasping revolution and promoting production. If the masses are fully aroused and proper arrangements are made, it is possible to carry on both the cultural revolution and production without one hampering the other, while guaranteeing high quality in all our work. 71 For all its strident calls to usher in a new world, the decision is a compromise document, witness to yet another stalemate within the leadership. Compared with 1961-63 there is a redistribution of influence, the left renascent, semantically jubilant. There are only losers, but no real victors. 7-2. Stage 4, the Red Guards, August 1966 early 1967. This time, however, the Lin Mao left was not content to let matters rest. It had its opponents on the run, not defeated but in disarray. The big character poster at Peking University and the great indoor debates had shaken many a stout person in authority. I was confused, Liu Shaochi kept saying in his self-criticism. I was gripped by fear and confusion. I vacillated. An old Maoist military precept has it that when the enemy retreats the revolutionaries attack. If they do not attack, the enemy reforms and strikes back. Already in the last days of May, when truckloads of youngsters, mostly high school pupils, were brought in to orchestrate the struggle sessions against the university's party committee and the Peking Municipal Party machine, a new, rather loose formation began to emerge. It was given the name of Red Guards. Hungweiping, and its birthplace seems to have been a middle school attached to Tsinghua University. 73 While school was out for the duration, the youngsters played revolutionary hookah, tasting the joys of seeing how their mentors run. The left's calls for educational reform were to their liking. What was the use of cramming all that complicated verbiage that the academic authorities passed off as knowledge, when, after all the hard obstacles had been negotiated, one ended up in a people's commune doing a job that, as likely as not, would not have the slightest connection with one's training. There was also evidence that the treatment of students by party and school authorities had often been harsh and arbitrary. 74 One might just as well learn by heart the 300-odd pages of the chairman's sayings, and skip the rest. The decision of the 11th plenary session of the Central Committee said that many new things have begun to emerge in the great proletarian cultural revolution. The cultural revolutionary groups, committees, and other organizational forms created by the masses in many schools and units are something new and of great historical importance. They are an excellent bridge to keep our party in close contact with the masses. They are organs of power of the proletarian cultural revolution. 75 The Red Guards were at first thought of as one of these new organs of power. At the mass rally in Tiananmen Square on August 18, Mao put on a red armband, a magnanimous gesture signifying his approval of the Red Guard movement. By August 20 the urge to consolidate and expand this reliable reserve of the PLA, as it came to be called, gripped the masses of 8 to 20-year-olds. They began to converge on Peking, the center of revolutionary struggle, to see their leader and swap revolutionary experiences mainly by reciting in unison the chairman's words and waving the little red book. Classrooms, lecture halls, railroad stations, public buildings, and other places not directly relevant to the cultural cause were commandeered to house the youthful wayfarers, many of whom rapidly developed a liking for city lights and the exhilarating experience of power, and refused to go back whence they had come. The cost of keeping the Red Guards housed, fed, and mobile was to be borne, albeit reluctantly, by municipal and provincial authorities. The burden to Canton was estimated at 250,000 yuan per day, November 1966, not counting the cost of urban transportation provided free on presentation of a student card. In addition to food and free lodging, the guards were supposed to receive half a yuan per day while on active cultural duty. Under the banner of making revolution, the movement of young people to the countryside, which had engaged the energies of decision-makers for years, was being reversed. The slogan "From the commune to the commune" lost its meaning when the whole nation with Peking as its core became one vast commune. In intervals between their various cultural activities, the Red Guards were kept busy denouncing themselves, exploring by doing, finding out who was their enemy and who was their friend, and attending monster rallies in the square. Rally followed rally, with the chairman, decked out in an army uniform, passing the guards in review, waving benevolently, saying nothing. The sight of the helmsman, perched on top of an army jeep, surrounded by his close comrades in arms and followed by carloads of PLA brass indistinguishable from common soldiers, was enough to send the Red Guards rampaging through the dens of ghosts and monsters inhabiting the socialist superstructure. Probably apocryphal sayings of the chairman were sufficient to trigger cultural fads of phenomenal dimensions. "What is your name?" the chairman was reported asking a young Red Guard girl. "Ping Ping, civic virtue," she replied. "Your name Ping Ping," came the immortal advice, "is too feminine. Revolution cannot be carried out civilly. 76 You must. 507. Call yourself Yao Wu, be martial," which she did forthwith. And many thousands emulated her example. The Red Guards' cultural activities escalated from enmity toward everything faintly bourgeois and revisionist to attacks on specific capitalist roaders and revisionists in party and government offices, from innuendos to the naming of individual victims, from the general to the particular. In the course of this ascent, the movement developed splits, its rowdiness grew, and ideological commitments got enmeshed in a web of personal vendettas. The general rule seems to have been that admission to the ranks was to have been governed by a 5 pure classes test. Red Guard membership was open to children of workers, poor and lower middle peasants, soldiers, good party officials, and revolutionary martyrs, i.e., those who had suffered at the hands of the Kuomintang or the Kuomintang's imperialist overlords. 77 In actual practice, however, the descendants of bourgeois classes, of comparatively good party officials, and even of those who had committed serious mistakes without sliding into anti-party, anti-socialist rightism or right opportunism, were considered for membership, once they denounced their class origin and manifested convincing revolutionary zeal and proletarian vigilance. Given the intellectual maturity of the judges, the process of selection for admission into the elite corps, Mao's little stormtroopers, as the Soviets called them, was bound to generate frictions, intolerance, jealousies, in short, a teenage bedlam with which the old men at the top knew not how to cope. They had brought into being a sorcerer's apprentice whose feverish activity on behalf of the Maoist vision had in the end to be stopped by recourse to the timeless magic of the gun. The permanent ad hoc committee of children and adolescents lacked the organizational cohesion one generally expects of communist mass movements. An attempt to set up a central Red Guard headquarters ended in failure almost as soon as it was tried. There seems to have been a contradiction there. Between defiling some authority and accepting any authority, a defiance of social structuring when sponsored anarchy was so much sweeter. In opening wide the dam of pent-up youthful frustrations, the left-wing social engineers had underestimated the youth's propensity for playpen cruelty and overestimated the privileged young people's presumed drive toward an ascetic community of men and women bound by a common desire to see the world improved. Perhaps the leaders' memories had failed them. The noble aspirations of their own youth were given too much weight, the execution of those ideals through highly structured and repressive forms of social organization was seen as the aberration of a handful. From a perspective of half a century, the aspirations may have appeared purer and nobler than they actually had been. To give the totalitarian leftists credit where credit is due, one could argue that they fell victim to their wishful recollections. As adults brought up in a hard school, they were not far off on their demography, they appealed to the largest age bracket of China's society. Yet they seem to have erred in their estimation of the numerically superior youth's ability to unify and better the land. Given a free hand, the youngsters succumb to ideological frenzy. Nominally instructed but practically unrestrained by Chen Pota's Cultural Revolution group within the Central Committee of a party, which, they were told, was full of a handful of saboteurs, the revolution's first generation went on a simulated revolutionary spree, the likes of which had rarely been seen. Flapper girls, Hong Kong-type barbers, social youths, reactionary street names, intellectuals, standing on stools, wearing the white cap of humility, bowing to their pupils' demands, cleaning out restrooms, begging for forgiveness, were all subjected to a vast cleaning operation. Inspired by the thought of the greatest Marxist-Leninist of our era, 7-8 the builders of New China smashed the remaining church windows, insulted the few surviving nuns, 7-9 demanded that all personages of bourgeois background get out of Peking, ordered the better restaurants to serve only cheap meals, pushed old men and women through jeering crowds, dragged out art objects from private homes, smashed them and set them afire, made bonfires of books, 8-0 closed Peking's cemetery for foreigners, and renamed it anti-imperialist, anti-revisionist orchard, and generally, in the words of one Hong Kong observer, gave vent to an emotional pressure that existed in private households, in government offices, and, in fact, throughout the nation. 8-1 beating drums and singing revolutionary songs, detachments of Red Guards are out in the streets doing propaganda work, holding aloft big portraits of Chairman Mao, extracts from the chairman's works, and great banners with the words, "We are the critics of the old world, we are the builders of the new world." They have held street meetings, put up big character posters and distributed leaflets in their attack against all the old ideas and habits of the exploiting classes. Shop signs which spread odious feudal and bourgeois ideas have been removed, and schools tainted with feudalism, capitalism, or revisionism or which had no revolutionary significance have been replaced by revolutionary names. The service trades have thrown out obsolete rules and regulations. In Shanghai the Red Guards have taken down all the imperialist signs from walls and removed the bronze lions outside one of the big buildings. The revolutionary workers and staff of Shanghai barber shops have adopted revolutionary measures in response to the proposals of the Red Guards. They no longer cut and set hair in the grotesque fashions indulged in by a small minority of people, they cut out those services especially worked out for the bourgeoisie, such as manicuring, beauty treatments, and so on. In Lhasa, the city's streets have been bubbling with excitement. Carrying big portraits of Chairman Mao, displaying declarations of war on the old world, and beating drums and gongs, hundreds of Red Guards and revolutionary students and teachers of the Tibetan Normal School and the Lhasa Middle School took to the streets in a vigorous offensive to destroy the four old ideas, old culture, old customs, and old habits. They proposed that literary and art groups forbid the performance of operas and plays which reek of imperialism and feudalism. 8-2 Apparently the Red Guards did not limit themselves to beating drums, they beat people too, and were, in turn, beaten up by them. As the frenzy mounted, reports started coming in from the provinces of torture administered to party officials, example in Anhui, November 11, 1966, and of rising opposition to the youngsters' revolutionary tantrums, from workers, peasants, less exalted youths, party cotters, and others. In February 1967 and the following months, the Soviet press described the cultural activities of the Red Guards as organized violence and savage hooligan revelry. 8-3 called the PLA's reliable reserve pogromists who delighted in anti-Soviet bacchanals, talked of acts of banditry, farcical Hungwaping trials and hooligan escapades, Chinese thugs, witches' Sabbaths, and predicted that the Hungwaping will disappear, leaving only a faint smudge on the history of the 1960s. 8-4 In answer to which, according to the Soviets, the Chinese showered filth upon our people and its party. 8-5 On July 16, 1966, as a sample of things to come, Genmin Jipao referred to the Soviet leadership as a revisionist clique, a bunch of renegades, also a gang and a handful of renegades, more disgusting and shameless than Khrushchev. 8-6 The first peak of Red Guard's revolutionary exuberance was apparently reached in the 5 days of August 24 to 28, 1966. On the latter date, Genmin Jipao began to throw cold water on the youngsters. It called on them to behave properly, carry out the revolution through to the end by peaceful means, and learn discipline from the PLA. Immediately, posters began to appear acknowledging mistakes and excesses and vowing to reform, but the rampage went on. Mass rallies kept the guards busy, but also whipped up their thirst for more flesh and blood victims. On September 7 Genmin Jipao told the guards to suspend their activities and lend a hand with the autumn harvest, but apparently to no avail. On November 17 the guards were told that they could no longer live off the largesse of the party state, that they should stop coming to Peking and declog the railroads needed for economic construction and preparation for war. Nothing much happened. On December 5 the youngsters were ordered to get out of Peking by the 21st of the month, but they stayed. To lighten the burden on the railroads and temper the young people in the hardships of revolution, the guards were told by Lin Piao, November 3, to stage little long marches, the sort of thing their elders had done under much more adverse circumstances 30-odd years earlier. Groups of young people wearing red armbands, carrying flags and large pictures of Mao Zedong, reciting the chairman's words, and waving their little red books, could be seen marching hither and thither mainly toward Peking over country roads, making revolution. In October 1966 the campaign against the Four Olds began to lose momentum, the noise level subsided somewhat as the Red Guard searched for new revolutionary peaks to scale. On November 23 the Red Guard movement found something new to do. The fierce struggle going on at the top of the communist pyramid burst into the open. The Guard organization in Peking University published on that day a pamphlet calling for the dismissal of Liu Shaochi and Teng Xiaoping as leaders of the anti-party group. The demand was repeated in posters. The accusations leveled against the two top persons in authority were quite specific, detailing all sorts of alleged crimes committed by the accused as far back as 1945 and 1956. The information had clearly been leaked to the poster writers by other high persons in authority bent on getting rid of the two leaders. Other posters, December 26 to 27, revealed that Liu had made a public self-criticism on October 23 before a work conference of the party's Central Committee, and that his self-criticism, "I must have committed right-inclined opportunism," was superficial and insincere. 8-7 The self-criticism implicated Teng Xiaoping, Chen Yun, and others, and expressed repentance for sending out the work teams to monopolize the mass movement. "I was gripped by the fear of confusion, great democracy, rebellion of the masses against us, and uprisings of counter-revolutionaries. The big game hunt was on. It was open season on topmost party persons in authority who were by now deprived of their organizational foothold. 8-8 In June and July Mao's swimming fish dissidents without a regular organization, with only the authority of the chairman and the strong arm of the PLA to back them were caught by Liu's work teams. They were, in Liu's words, encircled and attacked. Branded as counter-revolutionaries, rightists, sham leftists, swimming fish, etc. 8-9 Now the reverse was the case, the swimming fish were pursuing the sharks. Arrests, seizures, kidnappings, Hung-Wei-Ping trials, public confessions and self-examinations by hitherto untouchable leaders followed in rapid succession. 9-0 Liu Shaochi and Teng Xiaoping criticized themselves at a Central Committee work session on October 23. Since this was deemed insufficient, Chi Penyu addressed 8 questions to the head of state and published them in Genmin Jipao on April 1, 1967. 9-1 Between April 3 and 10 3 mass rallies were organized in Peking to denounce Liu's alleged towering crimes, his rightist deviation, and the plot he had allegedly hatched up to bring about a capitalist restoration in China. Liu's answer to the 8 questions appeared on wall posters in early August. It, too, was judged superficial. On July 9 Liu made another self-examination and probably many more thereafter. In the meantime, the teenage Red Guards, ignoring probably unreliable authority, repeated pleas to go back home, roamed the streets screaming for vengeance. They held demonstrations denouncing Liu as the top party person in authority taking the capitalist road, the number one rightist and counter-revolutionary, and China's Khrushchev, accused Teng of being the number two party person in authority taking the capitalist road, and demanded that a special session of the National People's Congress be summoned forthwith to remove both number one and number two from their posts. The guards were ready to drag them out and do whatever was necessary to sterilize them in the heat of revolution. It has been suggested that Liu's and Teng's life was saved by the moderating influence of Zhou Enlai, whose access to Mao was probably equal to that of Lin Piao and the fiery Chang Cheng. Liu's wife, Wan Kuangmei, was subjected to refined indignities. She reportedly admitted having committed a multitude of political errors duly recounted by wall posters and ascribed them to capitalist influences and her bourgeois education. 92 In April and May 1967, many articles and editorials were published in leading newspapers, bringing to the attention of the masses more and more evidence concerning the crimes of the fallen leaders. 9-3 Piang Chen was arrested on December 4, 1966, paraded before 100,000 jeering adolescents on December 12. Lo Juiqing, caught by Lin's troopers in July, was rearrested by Mao's guards on December 20. On the same day, Liu Tingyi and Yang Shangkun, an alternate member of the Central Committee's Secretariat, were put under arrest. On January 3, 1967, it was officially reported that Zhou Yang had been put under lock and key. On January 4 and 5, Piang, Lo, Liu, and Yang were subjected to mass insults at Red Guard struggle sessions. They bowed their heads and humbly confessed their sins. Piang Taihui was caught in Jingshu on December 24, 1966. 9-4 On January 3, 1967, the Red Guards arrested Po Ipo, Vice Premier and Chairman of the State Economic Commission, who, behind the backs of the masses and under the cloak of socialist planning, had for years been laying the foundations of capitalism in China. They dragged him from Canton to Peking, and displayed him there before the masses as an example of a particularly vicious anti-party, anti-socialist, rightist counter-revolutionary capitalist roader. CHNP Xian, first secretary of the party's Shanghai Municipal Committee, was subjected to two self-examinations, both of which were declared sham, double-dealing, and filled with ulterior motives. Communist China's top strategist, leader of the 1934 Long March, Marshal Chu Tai, was toppled because he had been an ambitionist and was associated with Piang Taihui. However, Chu Tai re-emerged on January 25, 1969, no worse for wear, at a reception given by Mao for revolutionary fighters. Marshal Ho Lung was denounced for being an ambitious gangster. Yang Yang, a general, was reportedly fired for having tried to fire General Xiaohua. In January, the Cultural Revolution Group in the army was thoroughly reorganized. The leaderships of the Air Force and Army academies were condemned for having prevented cadets from demonstrating in support of Mao. Mao Zedong and his group, commented Prada, are launching new attempts to establish a dictatorship of personal power in the country. 9-5 The chief obstacles on this path, according to Prada, were the Communist Party and true communists who regard the party not as an instrument for establishing the arbitrary rule of a small handful of politicians. The Cultural Revolution was coming more and more to resemble a reactionary military coup. The fifth stage, revolutionary rebels, revolutionary violence, revolutionary committees, economism and factionalism, early 1967 August 1967. Having cleared the decks of top persons in authority taking the capitalist road, the Cultural Revolution began to tackle the economic base of China's society. At the time of the autumn harvest, Zhou Enlai had instructed the Red Guards to keep their reforming zeal away from the farms. But on December 26, 1966 and again on January 1, 1967, Zhenmin Jipao issued a call for the revolutionary takeover of factories, farms, mines, and other enterprises where rightists, right opportunists, and capitalist roaders allegedly held sway. The transition from the superstructure, i.e., the realms of party and government affairs and of cultural activity in the widest sense, to the economic base of China's society, that is toward seizure of the economic apparatus, from ideas about policy to the actual formulation of policy, was an important event in the development of the Cultural Revolution. Until that time, the effectiveness of Mao's thought had been tested primarily in realms that eluded quantification. After January 1967, it began to be tested in terms of tons of steel produced, bushels of wheat grown, in short, in terms of concrete economic variables. At that point, the Cultural Revolution began to directly affect the livelihood of the workers and peasants. It was no longer a power struggle at the top, which most people only read about in the papers and wall posters. The transition from superstructure to base was not smooth or even. There were orders and counter-orders, attacks and retreats reflecting the shifting power balance at the top, the strength of the opposing forces at the local level, time of year, example before or after harvest, and other factors. The revolutionary pendulum swung from the left to right as confusion and unrest grew progressively worse. There were signs that as the year dragged on, what remained of the center began to lose control over events in the provinces. The specter of national disintegration, civil war, and local warlordism once again haunted China. From the immense confusion of those times, it is possible to extract a number of guideposts. They are: 1. The emergence of the so-called revolutionary rebels; 2. Economism; 3. Strikes, sabotage, slowdowns in the economy and physical violence in the cities and the countryside; 4. The establishment of revolutionary committees based on three-way alliances, also called three-in-one combinations; and 5. Pervading it all, bourgeois and petty bourgeois factionalism. Revolutionary rebels. The Red Guards were used to knock down the established order, suspect all, overthrow all, and create a revolutionary ferment as a prelude to the takeover of power over the economy and politics of the country by the left faction centering on the Central Committee's Cultural Revolution Group and the Army's left-wing command. The Red Guards, however, consisted mostly of children who could hardly have been entrusted with the actual exercise of authority over the economy and state of affairs of the country. In spite of repeated attempts to bring the Red Guard movement under some sort of central control, give the movement an organizational structure, in spite of rhetoric about its being the emerging organ of proletarian power, it must have been clear to the sponsors that sooner or later the children would have to go back to school and that their usefulness as instruments of revolutionary transformation was strictly limited. They could destroy the old but could hardly be entrusted with running the complex machinery of the state or govern the economy. In the process of sweeping away the old superstructure of ideas and with it the men in charge of ideas, the Red Guards splintered into an incredibly large number of factions, trading insults and accusations, and wallowing in personal animosities that in time overshadowed issues of a higher, ideological order. The children's crusade had sooner or later to be brought to an end, and replaced by a crusade of adults. The instruments chosen by the Maolin group to bring about actual seizure of the economic apparatus were revolutionary groups consisting of revolutionary workers, peasants, and good cotters. They were to take over enterprises, offices, factories, mines, and farms in order to implement the Maoist economic program of grasping revolution and promoting production, emphasizing moral incentives, production leaps, self-reliance, income equality, and the creative wisdom of the unlettered. The name given to these revolutionary groups was Red Rebels, or more commonly Revolutionary Rebels. The rebels first came into prominence as agents of power seizure at the base, in early January 1967. On January 3, a communiqué by the Chinese Association of Revolutionary Rebels announced the seizure of the All China Federation of Trade Unions and of its organ, the Workers' Daily. That the revolutionary rebels were thenceforth to become the main agents of the Cultural Revolution, gradually displacing the Red Guards, became evident between January 9 and 20. On January 9, the Shanghai Workers' Revolutionary Rebel General Headquarters, consisting of no less than 31 revolutionary rebel organizations, issued an urgent notice informing the masses that they had taken over the party and municipal government of the city, thrown out many of the former government's decrees, and dealt a crushing blow to the reactionary bourgeois line. How much of what the urgent notice said was true to the fact and how much of it was bravura, is difficult to say. There were, in fact, 5 power seizures before power was finally seized, and even then no one was quite sure. Subsequent events in Shanghai and elsewhere lead one to think that the opposition to the rebels had probably been much stronger than the notice conveyed. 9-6 Anti-revolutionary rebels soon sprang up in the city and elsewhere, vying for influence. Rebels, all traitors, special agents, spies, black hands, capitalist roaders have put up the banners "Support the rebels," sneaked into the mass organizations, and turned out to be qualified rebels. 9-7 The policy was to do unto others lest they do unto you. Everyone had a 50-50 chance of being exposed as a villain, since by definition villains existed everywhere. On January 20 another urgent notice was issued, this time by an outfit naming itself the Shanghai Peasant Revolutionary Rebel Organization. It heralded the extension of the revolutionary rebel form of organization to the countryside. On January 11 the Maolin Group in Peking sent a message of greetings to revolutionary rebel organizations in Shanghai, and followed this up with a letter to poor and lower middle peasants and cotters at all levels in rural people's communes all over the country, February 20. Both documents conveyed the left's official approval of the revolutionary rebel way to communism. The message spoke of a new counterattack of the bourgeois reactionary line and of the brilliant example set by the Shanghai rebels for the working class and all laboring people. The working class and the laboring people, however, were not greatly taken by the rebels. Fearing for their livelihood and unconvinced by the ascetic philosophy of the Maoist left, they rebelled against the rebels. In fact, the emergence of the Shanghai Revolutionary Rebels organization culminated weeks of bitter strife between workers, many party cotters, and managers on the one side, and the heralds of the New World on the other. 98 Economism. The weapon allegedly used by the followers of the Liu faction was economism, an appeal to the workers' and peasants' understandable desire for an improvement in their living conditions threatened by the concepts and actions of the left. Taking a cue from Mao's reflection that we should support whatever the enemy opposes and oppose whatever the enemy supports, party and government apparatmen encouraged the workers and peasants to take advantage of the revolutionary ferment, travel a bit at the state's expense, go to Peking to present their case, push for higher wages, take in a little sightseeing on the way, and like the Red Guards exchange revolutionary experiences, rebel and take part in violent struggle. At the Malu People's Commune in Chaiting-Xian, for example, 900 participants in a production brigade meeting adjourned to go to the county seat and rebel in the party municipal committee. The deputy brigade chief was quoted as telling the peasants that it is more profitable to rebel in the municipal committee than to engage in production. Each person can get 6 big pieces of bread a day in addition to the opportunity for sightseeing. 9-9 The enemy, wrote Hung Chi on January 12, 1967, has deceived many people with their economism. They increased wages and benefits, gave out money and goods. They incited the workers to leave their working posts and to stop working. Railway communications were disrupted. This is economism, disregard for the interests of the state, sabotage of socialist ownership. 100 Having watched millions of Red Guards travel free on the railways, the railway workers decided to do the same. For 2 days the railway system of China came to a standstill. Sporadic strikes on the railroads continued through January, especially around Shanghai, where work stoppages in support of wage demands occurred ever since mid-December. Bloody fighting between railwaymen and revolutionary rebel groups was reported from the city on January 8, and admitted by Peking radio a few days later. Restiveness among railway workers erupted again in late summer 1967 and in winter 1967-68. 101 Although, as we have seen, the rebels claim to have taken control of Shanghai on January 9, fighting, strikes, and other disturbances continued until early February. On February 6 the Paris Commune-type committee was said to have been constituted to govern the unruly city. Several days later, the Commune was denounced in Peking wall posters because it had not been approved by Mao and because it represented dangerous federalism. It was reorganized shortly thereafter into a revolutionary committee. 102 On March 18 the Central Committee was still writing urgent letters calling on workers to resist, with the PLA's help, anarchism, selfishness, bourgeois small group mentality, economism and other evils, and to work 8 hours a day, reserving their free time for revolutionary cultural activity and on-the-spot exchange of experiences. 103 Apparently misled by rightists and other persons in authority, the workers had cut off Shanghai's water and electricity supply, extracted cash from relatively cooperative managements, went on a buying spree suggestive of loss of confidence in the currency, and hampered work in the port. 104 The revolutionary rebels' urgent notice of January 9 ordered the circulating funds of all government offices, organizations, and enterprises to be frozen. This was to be effected by the financial organizations at the municipal level and at all other levels under the joint supervision of the revolutionary rebel groups and the revolutionary masses. 105 The notice called on all Shanghai workers traveling throughout the country to stop exchanging revolutionary experience and to return to Shanghai immediately, so that the 1967 production plans can be overfulfilled. Krasnaya Zvezda, the organ of the Soviet Army, commented on February 28, 1967 that in rejecting the experience of the USSR and other socialist countries, the CPC leaders declared economic construction a secondary matter and have deprived their people of the prospects and great blessings socialism brings. The workers' natural and understandable demands for better living conditions, the paper continued, were regarded by Peking's leftists as the gravest crime, 100% counter-revolutionary revisionism, a dagger used to kill people without bloodshed. An opium that is poisoning the people. In a spell of forgetfulness of the Soviet Union's not-so-distant Stalinist past, Krasnaya Zvezda analyzed the material condition of the Chinese people in the following terms: the material circumstances of the Chinese people have deteriorated. Suffice it to say that in the past 10 years the real wages of workers in China not only have not increased, but have even declined. Many Chinese workers receive extremely low wages, subsist on wafers made out of chaff, are unable to replace their outdoor clothes, often cotton, for several years on end, and live in debt. New steps to reduce wages have already been taken in the course of the current cultural revolution. This was expressed in the abolition of bonuses for the overfulfillment of production assignments. 106 The preaching of a philosophy of poverty was combined with an adventurist economic policy. 107 One of the accusations made against Liu Shaochi was that in conversations with foreign guests he had babbled, the final goal of the Chinese Communist Party is to build up China, ensure that China will be an independent country and a sovereign state, and improve the livelihood of the people. What we mean by improving the livelihood of the people is to improve people's economic life and cultural life in the realization of socialism and communism. Liberation Army Literature and Art, Lin Piao's and / Changqing Semi-Monthly, combated this counter-revolutionary view of China's socialist destiny in its issue of January 25, 1968, in popular language. To improve the people's livelihood means to enjoy eating, drinking, playing around, and seeking pleasure. This is utterly absurd and reactionary. How can there be a communist society enjoying eating, drinking, playing around, and seeking pleasure? 108 Economism spoke more convincingly to the workers and peasants than all the fuss about the correct proletarian line in the opera. Even the model fighters of Taching succumbed to the lures of gain. On January 10, Zhou Enlai complained that 10,000 Taching heroes had let the oil gush unattended while they traveled to Peking to exchange revolutionary experiences. 109 Even a year later, the black wind of counter-revolutionary economism was still blowing strong in Hunan, Anhui, Hopi, Guangdong, and Inner Mongolia. The new revolutionary leaders of Inner Mongolia, for example, were said to have fallen prey to laziness, Some play poker or mahjong deep into the night. 110 Absenteeism, slackness on the job, and apathy became common throughout China. The attitude of indifference toward work persisted into 1969. In Zhejiang, farmers were getting ready for the Lunar New Year without heed to the country's enormous effort at the revolutionary transformation of the Four Olds. They kill pigs, buy fish, prepare the New Year's rice cake, arrange days of rest, visit relatives. One family was cited as having prepared 200 pounds of food for the celebrations. 1112 Ki, the hero of the Poppers Co-op and head of the Model Sipa Production Brigade, Sun Huixian, Hopei Province, distinguished peasant leader of a micro-decay, was found by an investigating PLA officer to have been really a local agent of China's #1 capitalist roader. When the Cultural Revolution began, he had said of the chairman's works, "What's the good of reading that stuff? Why not get more sleep?" He had also refused to give his donkey to the collective in 1952 and had sold chestnuts for private profit during the Great Leap. 112 reports from the countryside indicated strong resistance to endemic stoicism, the Red Guards, revolutionary rebels of all hues, and to the collective principle itself. Many peasants deserted their communes and traveled about the country exchanging revolutionary experiences, while allegedly taking part in violent struggle. Others began parceling out communal property among themselves, roughed up good, moderately good, and bad cotters alike, neglected tools and machinery, raided food stocks, failed to collect manure for the collective fields, sold livestock, seed, and farm implements on the open market, divided the proceeds among themselves, wrangled over land boundaries, chopped down trees, evaded or avoided payment of the agricultural tax, tried to get out of selling produce to the state, extracted cash advances against future deliveries of industrial crops, and lay down in the fields at harvest time. 113 In short, they succumbed to the three slogans of rural economism: share out all and eat up all, retain more, sell less, share out more and store up less. 114 To counter the wave of economism among the peasants and assure essential food supplies, the army was called out to help the peasants with the harvest, protect commune and state property, especially storage bins and farm tool sheds, and prevent the peasants from traveling and paying too much attention to their private plots. Army units were ordered to assume control of all wheat stocks in the main ports, suggesting a history of looting. More than the handful of persons in ultimate authority, factionalism among the masters from the top down, made economism possible. 115 What strikes one in reading the mass of conflicting reports about the cultural goings-on is not so much the desperate seriousness of the leaders, their fuming and fulminating, their calls for revolutionary vigilance and their near paranoid fear of ghosts and demons lurking everywhere, rather it is the good-natured going about their business of the peasants and workers, deftly grasping and hanging on to every little freedom presented to them by the confusion at the top, whipping the devil of diktat round the village maypole, trading, slaughtering pigs, making rice cakes, visiting with friends, and roughing up Red Guards and revolutionary rebels of all factions whenever they interfered too much with the really serious business of wresting from nature a modest living. Rural cotters deprived of clear-cut orders and backing from the center, easily and perhaps even enthusiastically submitted to peasant manipulations. Work points were accorded more generously and VAT plots grew in size. Small-scale but satisfying private initiative flourished beyond the reach of the enrages. Some enterprising souls even cashed in on the recurrent shortage of Mao buttons as their own special little contribution to the revolutionary upsurge. The cellular character of Chinese society reasserted itself with the breakdown of central authority and the complicity of local officials. An underground private industrial and handicraft system came into being, producing and distributing textiles, leather goods, hardware, glassware, electrical equipment, bricks, tiles, cement, and an array of other goods. Underground construction teams did good business in private contracting jobs. The raw materials needed were acquired or filched from state enterprises and peasants through freelance middlemen. Private business in wheat, rice, cotton, and edible oils thrived in the economic base, while the superstructure was being cleansed of bourgeois and petit bourgeois conceptions to the accompaniment of lofty slogans and the beat of the East is red. It is not unreasonable to speculate that the sloganers had met their match in the imperturbable passivity of the people who in their millennial experience had seen ruling dynasties come and go, and whose memories of the Great Leap Forward were not obscured by dialectical ex post rationalizations. Revolutionary violence. Physical violence erupted sporadically and reportedly took heavy toll of life. The peak of violence was probably reached in the early months and in the summer of 1967. During this period, wall posters in Peking and other cities, revolutionary rebel and Red Guard newspapers, and on occasion the national and provincial press and radio reported battles between Maoists and their opponents, among Mao's opponents, among Maoists, between workers and students, among workers, among students, between peasants and Red Guards, between Red Guards and the PLA, and even among detachments of the PLA. The violent turmoil was directly related to the call of December 26, 1966 to extend the revolution to farms, factories, and enterprises. The revolutionary pendulum swung sharply from right to left, December 1966 to January 1967, then to the right again, February 1967, later called the month of the right adverse current, then during the summer very far to the left, period of the extreme left deviation, a little to the right, September 1967 to March 1968, and to the left again, April 1968. In January 1967, Po Ipo, chairman of the State Economic Commission, had reportedly tried to commit suicide, as did Teng Xiaoping and Yang Xiufen, Chief Justice of the Supreme Court. Fighting between workers and Red Guards and among Red Guards and revolutionary rebels was reported from Canton in January and February 1967, the adversaries raiding the army's arsenals for weapons. Heavy fighting and bloody incidents occurred in Shanghai during this time, near anarchy reigned in Nanking. Peasants beat up Red Guards in Anhui. There was violence in Honan and Heilongjiang, where workers and peasants attacked revolutionary rebels. Bloodshed was reported daily from almost every province. The worst incidents apparently occurred in Xinjiang, Inner Mongolia, and Tibet. At the new town of Shihatse, Xinjiang, some 10,000 anti-Maoists, including demobilized soldiers who had been settled in the area, attacked pro-Mao factions with army support. One report indicated that General Wang and Mao's dissident forces comprised 7 of the 8 regular army divisions in Xinjiang, in addition to about 20,000 former soldiers organized in a so-called 8/1 field army. 116. It was also hinted that a Kazakh liberation army, some 60,000 strong, staffed with refugees from Xinjiang, was directing anti-Mao guerrilla operations out of Alma-Ata, USSR, under the command of Zunum Tapov, a former MVD man who in 1958 had been Deputy Chief of Staff of the Xinjiang Military Region and had defected to the Soviet Union in 1962. Wang and Mao, who re-emerged as one of the 170-odd Presidium members of the 9th National Party Congress in April 1969, held a trump card which for some years he played with consummate skill. The nuclear testing site at Lop Nor and some of China's major oil fields were in his province. Wang was violently denounced by Red Guards in Xinjiang and Peking in 1967. But a little later, September 1968, he was named third-ranking vice-chairman of the province's Revolutionary Committee. Still later he was removed from that post and replaced by Lung Shuqin from Hunan. 117. The anti-Maoist movement in Xinjiang was fed by resentment against the excesses of the Red Guards, the wrecking of Muslim mosques and the humiliation of Muslim religious personages, the restlessness of the young members of the Xinjiang Construction Corps, many of them natives of Canton, Shanghai and other eastern cities, and the dissatisfaction of former soldiers who had been invited to settle in the region, often presumably against their will. Wang and Mao and his deputy traveled to Peking to negotiate with the faction-torn helmsmen and helmswomen of the revolution. On February 25, 1967, i.e., during what was later called the right adverse current, Zhou Enlai implored one and all to put an end to the Cultural Revolution in Xinjiang in order not to fall into the trap of Soviet revisionism. But things picked up again in May when Wang started putting the heat on local Maoists while publicly expressing loyalty to the chairman and wholehearted support for the Cultural Revolution. There was grave trouble in Tibet where opposition to Red Guard excesses raised the specter of yet another rebellion. The guards had ordered Tibetans to cease and desist from all religious practices, take down prayer flags, burn all joss sticks. They invaded the monasteries, beat up the monks, burned sacred images, desecrated what could not be physically destroyed. According to Zhou Enlai, 100,000 lamas enthusiastically engaged in supervised production activities as a means of spiritual salvation and correct moral rebirth. The resentment against these measures reached such proportions that full-scale war seemed inevitable. This was apparently too much for General Chang Kuo-hua, regional commander of the PLA forces charged with the security of this strategically sensitive territory. On February 9, 1967, he reportedly moved against the Maoist youngsters who had seized power in Lhasa, arrested 400 of them and manhandled the rest. Airborne forces dispatched from Peking to help the Maoists soon found themselves fighting Chang's troops. Bloody battles, daily executions, and refined cruelties continued through April. In May, Chang was transferred to head the Qingsha region of Sichuan province. He survived the twists and turns of the revolution, and together with Wang and Mao re-emerged at the 9th Party Congress in April 1969, just as if nothing had ever happened. One prominent victim of the Tibetan anarchy was the Panchen Lama who, following the Dalai Lama's exile, nominally assumed the spiritual headship of Tibet on behalf of Peking. The Panchen Lama had opposed Maoist policies in Tibet, especially the recruitment of monks for productive activities under the supervision of the masses. He was stripped of all his offices and disappeared from public view, February 1967. Revolutionary violence was reported from Inner Mongolia where troops loyal to deposed General Ulanfu turned on the Maoists and for a time, mid-February 1967, reportedly took control of the region. 118 As in Tibet, troops loyal to the Lin Mao faction had to be dispatched from Peking, and bitter fighting ensued. The situation in Heilongjiang, another sensitive area and key industrial region, was extremely confused. In January the army apparently wavered, supporting anti-Maoist forces on at least one bloody occasion. And so it went throughout the country. In February a shift seemed to have occurred in what power there still was at the bickering summit. From Peking came orders, instructions, injunctions, messages, plans, urgent notices, all aimed at restoring a measure of calm and order, stressing discipline and organization, condemning sectionalism and splitism, calling on students to go back to their schools and make revolution in the classrooms under PLA supervision, insisting that the PLA pull itself together and encourage all the warring factions to put aside their differences. A Hung Chi editorial of February 1, 1967 suggested that revolutionaries of all hues try a modified united front approach toward leading party cadres, who, it was said, could not all be bad. Arbitrary arrests, the dragging out of offensive persons, seizure of property, house searches, and many other favorite pastimes of the Red Guards and revolutionary rebels were banned at least on paper. On February 23, 1967 Zhou Enlai deplored the public humiliation of the former minister of the coal industry, Chang Lin-chi, who died following his interrogation by the masses. Yao Yilin, the Minister of Commerce, was granted a leave of absence to rest and recuperate after being manhandled and morally mauled by Mao's youngsters. The Red Guards were ordered to stop stomping through the country in imitation of the classic Long March. At the end of February and in early March schools were reopened, but attendance was spotty at best. In spite of the white gauze masks worn by the revolutionary youngsters, there was talk of epidemics as the adolescents carried with them more than germinating ideas. On March 10 it was forbidden to put up big character posters that divulged state secrets, party documents, and speeches by top party persons still in authority. By then the question was who was in authority? The adverse current of February 1967 was later ascribed mainly to the machinations of Vice Premier Tian Qianlin. It was allegedly intended to reverse the denunciations of Liu Shaokai and Teng Xiaoping. According to the left spokesman Chen Pota, Chang Qing, and Kang Sheng, the adverse February current meant, persistently supporting the Liu Teng line and pointing the spearhead at the proletarian headquarters headed by Chairman Mao and with Vice Chairman Lin as its deputy leader when the Great Proletarian Cultural Revolution entered the stage of power seizure, denying the achievements of the Red Guards and the Great Proletarian Cultural Revolution, and launching a new attack against the Cultural Revolution group headed by Chen Pota and Chang Qing. 119 It is likely that the shift in influence toward the right was not unconnected with the state of China's agricultural arts and the impending spring activity in the fields. The February right adverse current was short-lived. As soon as the sowing and the planting had been done, revolutionary fever rose again. A second wave of violence swept the country during the summer months of 1967, and the turmoil was worse than ever. This time the extreme left elements of the left-wing faction had their field day. The top men associated with this particular outburst were Wang Li, Kuang Feng, a former editor of Hung Chi, and Qi Penyu, all members of the Cultural Revolution Group, Chang Qingji's ideological colleagues, small lizards and evil agents of China's Khrushchev, as it transpired later. By the end of August, China was on the brink of civil war. In some localities civil war was actually in full swing. Attacks on Liu Shaochi became more virulent than before, his philosophy was described as cannibalistic, his voice was that of vampires and parasites, his soul was bourgeois and filthy. Hung Chi, April 2, 1967. Low-level speech poured forth in all its four-character ugliness throughout April, May, June, July, and August. Yet a few weeks earlier Mao Zedong, himself a poet and a man charged by history with attending to the birth of new revolutionary aesthetics, criticized, or at least was said to have criticized, some of the poster language and many of the photographs displayed by the builders of China's communist future as lacking in artistic merit and short on good taste. On February 26 Mao said that some of the revolutionary wall literature was of a very low level. The summer months saw fierce fighting in almost every province and autonomous region of China. Only one serious incident is recounted here, the Wuhan Revolt. 120 The triple city of Wuhan, comprising Hankou, Hanyang, and Wuchang in Hebei province, is an important industrial center with a population of over 2 million. It boasts the only rail and road bridge over the Yangtze River for hundreds of miles, and by virtue of this fact is a vital north-south traffic link. Soviet arms for North Vietnam passed across the bridge. In March 1967 the administration of the city was nominally taken over by local army units headed by General Chen Tsai-tao, flanked by Chung Han-hua, second political commissar, and Wang Zhencheng, first secretary of the Central South Bureau and first political commissar of the region. General Chen proclaimed his loyalty to Mao Zedong. He apparently found it difficult to govern the city because of the existence there of many rival organizations whose propensity to splinter and abuse each other was limitless. A complicated struggle developed during the spring and early summer months, in the course of which hundreds of people were killed and over 2,000 factories and workshops were affected. Traffic over the Chanchang Bridge was interrupted on a number of occasions. Faced with imminent chaos, Chen Tsai-tao backed the largest and, as it turned out, most conservative faction, the 1 million heroes composed of industrial workers allied with peasant formations and elements of the local militia. 121 Toward the end of July the Peking Lin Mao faction sent 2 emissaries to Wuhan to mediate the differences which threatened the city and province with civil war. The emissaries, Xi Fuqi and Wang Li, were detained and beaten up by anti-Maoists and at least one of them, Wang, was reportedly paraded through the city wearing a dunce cap. Zhou Enlai flew to Wuhan to negotiate for the release of Xi and Wang, and narrowly missed being arrested. On July 22 the 2 emissaries, somewhat worse for wear, returned to Peking having apparently been released through the personal intervention of General Chen. The release of the emissaries was followed by heavy fighting between Lin loyal parachute troops and gunboats sent to the city, and local troops supported by security forces and sections of the population. 122 On August 4, Canton radio reported that Wuhan's hospitals were filled with wounded soldiers. Although it was claimed that a Maoist administration was in charge of the city and province after August 1, heavy fighting apparently continued both in the city and throughout the province as late as August 15. The Wuhan incident had shown that there was disaffection, or at very least disorientation in the army, and that anti-Maoist forces could count on widespread popular support. 123 In September 1967 the revolutionary pendulum swung to the right again. The summer excesses were roundly denounced as left extreme deviation. The small lizards and evil agents Wang Li, Kuangfeng, and Qi Penyu were removed from the Cultural Revolution Group, and the task of rebuilding the country's civil administration began under the supervision of an imperfectly loyal army. 124 The autumn harvest was approaching, and the more exciting but economically negative cultural activities had to be called off, or at least suspended for the time being. Revolutionary committees, 3-in-1 combination. The multiplication of groups claiming to exercise power in the name of Mao Zedong's revolutionary proletarian line was not only intellectually confusing but downright unworkable and prejudicial to the orderly conduct of economic affairs. Since late 1965 the revolution seemed to have been running in circles. At some time or other just about everyone fell victim to its tantrums, yet in the end the same actors reappeared, familiar faces smiled from the rostrums, the same old voices called on the people to be vigilant. True, many people formerly in top authority vanished into outer darkness, but at the middle and lower levels of the rambling power structure the survival rate was amazingly high. Perhaps in the long run the principal victims of the upheaval were the young, whose credulity and inexperience had been used to the full by hardened manipulators behind the scenes. Youthful ideals, hope, and aspirations had been dashed to the ground, trampled upon by the inexorable need of society to survive as a structured whole, perhaps a little more intolerant and rigid than before. As soon as disorder is turned into order, said Zhou Enlai, production can quickly pick up and rise. 125 So the little long mini marchers were marched by the PLA back into their classrooms, where they read and reread the chairman's works, with peasants and soldiers acting as intellectual mentors. 126. Asterisk. The loading and unloading of ships on the waterfront and to other activities of a manual character. The revolution ceased to be fun and games and became the hard-nosed drudgery of economic construction, up at 6, toil at the lathe and the mine face, with Mao study for recreation. While the youngsters were cleared off the streets and highways of China, the adults set about rebuilding the machinery of government. One thing the Cultural Revolution had shown was that the adults' views on how social engines should be put together were quite divergent but fairly evenly balanced. One could not settle the differences by resort to arms, even though one had tried, because as soon as an armed confrontation occurred the contending sides split and splintered, fought among themselves while fighting each other, confused and demoralized the army, and ended up almost exactly where they had begun. The compromise solution consisted in the establishment of new organs of provincial and municipal administration called revolutionary committees. These were to be based on a triple alliance or 3-in-1 combination of revolutionary rebels, that is, leaders of revolutionary organizations who truly represented the masses, as well as up-and-coming representatives of the revolutionary masses, i.e., young people, former Red Guards, etc. 127 Rehabilitated party cadres, that is, the majority of cadres who had proved to be good or comparatively good, and representatives of the PLA. Nominally the three participants in the committees were to be equal, but in practice the representatives of the army came to be more equal than the other two. The reason was simple: there was no such thing as a coherent revolutionary rebel community. There were only factions ready at the drop of a hat to fly at each other's throats, compete with each other for the distinction of being the most revolutionary, and accuse each other of revolutionary deficiencies. Nor was there any such thing as a clear-cut no-nonsense good or comparatively good cadre community. Cadres vied with each other for the honor of being classified as good or comparatively good, denounced each other, some were rehabilitated in February, only to be found bad in March, comparatively good in April, and sent down to the country for remolding in May. Thus neither the rebels nor the rehabilitated cadres could govern the country by themselves. The 3-in-1 combination was designed to bring them together under army supervision, if not in perfect harmony, at least with a minimum of bloodshed. By virtue of this function, the army became the de facto ruler of China. 1-8 The best that could be said for the army was that it, a. remained the only organized social body in the midst of chaos, b. was less split than other social formations, c. had a sense of duty, and d. possessed the argumentative power of the gun. With occasional lapses and a compromise here and there struck between independent-minded regional commanders and the Lin Mao Center, the PLA could, on the whole, be counted on by the left and even more by the slightly right of left pragmatists among the leftists. 1-9 Throughout 1967, but especially after September of that year, and until September 1968, the PLA set about the arduous task of spontaneously creating revolutionary committees in the 28 administrative regions of China. It was tough going. The way in which the three-way alliances were spontaneously set up seems to have been through democratic mass consultations between warring rebel and cadre factions sponsored by the army. Democratic consultation usually meant that the local PLA authorities picked rebels and cadres most likely to meet with the least resistance from the masses, and that having picked them, the army protected them from the fickle mood and angry temper of the masses. Some committees were preparatory and provisional for months on end, other were permanent only to fall apart, be reorganized, fall apart again, be reconstituted with different personnel, sometimes by different army commanders. 130 It was a makeshift arrangement, which seemed to satisfy nobody, but it was the best the Cultural Revolution could come up with, somewhat against its will and its original intent. This stroke of organizational genius was, of course, attributed to Mao. The first intimation that after experimenting with Red Guards, revolutionary rebels, Paris-type communes, and other forms of power-wielding, the correct form of power seizure was to be that of the revolutionary committees, came from Shanxi on January 14, 1967. 131 The Shanxi experience was commented on by the Central Committee, or what was left of it, in a broadcast from Peking on January 30. Something similar happened in Heilongjiang on the same day. On February 10 the Heilongjiang model was analyzed by Zhenmin Jipao, which on that occasion used the term 3-in-1 for the first time. The scriptural authority for the 3-in-1 combination was found in Mao's 1929 essay on correcting mistaken ideas in the party. 132 On February 24, 1967 a 3-in-1 revolutionary committee was set up in Shanghai and was soon hailed as another model of correct power seizure emanating from the Shanghai January Revolution. Thus theory and practice were combined and offered as examples for other troubled cities and provinces to emulate. It took Tientsin another 9 months to settle down, however, its democratic consultations did not spontaneously produce a 3-in-1 revolutionary committee until December 6, 1967. By November 1, 1967 there was a grand total of 8 such committees, 6 provincial, including Inner Mongolia's formed that day, and 2 municipal, Shanghai and Peking, out of a possible 28. Between January 1967 and January 1968 only 9 committees were established, in the provinces of Shanxi, Heilongjiang, Shantung, Queichao, and Xinghai, the autonomous region of Inner Mongolia, and in the municipalities of Shanghai, Peking, and Tientsin. This left more than 2/3 of the country without provincial, autonomous region, or municipal government, or with government organs unacceptable to the Lin Mao Changqing group. 133-12 committees were set up between January and April 1968, most of them relatively conservative, and 3 more were created in May. The party's 9th National Congress was postponed until such time as a countrywide democratic consultation was certain to produce the correct representation rather than unpleasant surprises. This state of affairs was not reached until April 1969, although by September 1968 the spontaneous process of forming revolutionary 3-in-1 committees throughout the country had been completed. The Ninth Congress was almost 8 years late by the party's official count, but 8 years is as nothing in the majestic sweep of history. Factionalism. The Cultural Revolution was plagued from the beginning by what came to be euphemistically called bourgeois and petty bourgeois factionalism. It was described by those in authority, but presumably not, or not yet, taking the capitalist road, as the placing of personal gain and the benefit of small groups above everything, showing groupism, sectarianism, and mountaintopism, anarchism, outward attention to the chairman's instructions but inner resistance, etc., in action. It was, in fact, an incredibly complex splintering of the contending forces, rampant petty jealousies, personal and group score settling, which as time went on had less and less to do with ideology and more with a confused, compassless compulsion toward activism. The bitter wrangling of men at the top seeped down into the very marrow of society. The destruction of the authority of some leaders eroded respect for all authority, since authority in people's China, the people were told, went hand in hand with a propensity for treason, untrustworthiness, personal ambition, ulterior motives, black-handedness, and plain unreliability. By mid-1967 all sense of direction and purpose seemed to have been lost. There was uncertainty about what to rebel for and whom to rebel against. It was everyone for himself and devil take the hindmost. Even the PLA, as we have seen, did not escape the contagion. On March 7, 1968 the acting chief of staff, Yang Chengwu, was seen at a public rally, a pillar of revolutionary will. A few days later he was sacked from his post in company with the political commissar of the Air Force, Yu Liqin, and the commander of the PLA's Peking garrison, Fu Chengpai. According to Chang Qing, Yang had been an ambitious man. Later it came out that, in fact, he was a traitor who had tried to seize power from Chang Qing and her oft-purged group. There were dark hints that some other persons in authority had plotted with Yang. Reference to Mao's quotations failed to clarify the faction-ridden issues. The helmsman's words were taken out of context, and even in context they were often platitudinous. Communists, said the chairman, must always go into the why and wherefore of things, use their own heads to carefully think over whether or not it corresponds to reality and is really well-founded. He also said, grasp class struggle and all problems can be solved. That was not much of a help. Pregnant with elusive meaning, the words were learned by heart, but failed to arrest the mounting wave of anarchy. 134 In 1967 Chang Chuntiao, deputy director of the Cultural Revolution Group, tried to clarify the problem. All Mao's works, he said, are not of the kind you can comprehend after one reading. Even repeated readings do not guarantee understanding. All the more, one should add, since such understanding depended on who at the particular moment was in the power saddle, in charge of interpretation. The conjunction of factionalism at the top of society, stresses at the bottom, and the difficulty inherent in understanding the chairman's guiding thoughts, even after repeated readings, spawned revolutionary upmanship on a scale hitherto inexperienced. To unite, went the slogan, you must admit to our faction that you are wrong because our faction is more revolutionary than yours. 135 The harassed Place A officer sent to investigate a reported power struggle in the Model SIPA production brigade, the Paupers Co-op, early in 1967, wrote to his superiors, who hopefully were still in place. Both Wan Kuofan, the Commune's director, and Tu Ki, the brigade chief, are party persons in authority. But which of them is taking the capitalist road? 136 A Red Guard transcript of a reception given by the central leaders, Chen Po-ta, Chang Qing, Kang Sheng, to representatives of the masses from Sichuan, March 15, 1968, records Kang Sheng's analysis of one particular situation. In the course of struggling against former party secretary Li Qingchuan, the Hung Cheng group was actually struggling against Lu Qiting and Chang Shiting. Such a lack of distinction between friend and foe is impermissible. 137 Memories of bloody skirmishes between splinter groups rankled on, debts of blood must be repaid with blood, proclaimed one Canton faction after it had been coaxed by the PLA into sharing power with those who a few months earlier had thinned its ranks with the gun. By September 1967 the question was posed whether China was governable otherwise than on an ad hoc regional basis. The answer was to institutionalize the revolution with the assistance of the army. But no sooner was this relatively pragmatic course implemented, than the extreme left was on the move again, and factionalism became a virtue overnight. On May 1, 1968, Hung Chi wrote in its editorial, "Apart from uninhabited deserts, wherever there are groups of people, they are invariably composed of the left, the middle, and the right. This will still be the case after 10,000 years. Whether factionalism was right or wrong depended on the faction's class content. Many of the larger factions were well organized on paramilitary principles. They were directed by central committees, possessed a network of lower echelon subcommittees, departments of propaganda, finance, and organization, printing presses turning out tabloid publications, special fighting corps, weapons, seized from or supplied by the PLA or the militia, representatives in Peking, couriers, liaison men, and even clandestine radio stations. There were conservative factions composed of senior party cadres, skilled workers, intellectuals, some students, and peasants, and there were radical factions composed of unskilled workers, contract laborers, disgruntled ex-servicemen, ex-students doing manual work, lower-level teachers and cadres, and others who had a stake in change. 138. Stage 6, Revolutionary Pause, September 1967 to March 1968. From September 1967 to April 1969 the Army made efforts to bring into being revolutionary committees to replace the old organs of party and state power. During this period the revolutionary committees devoted their energies to internal struggles pitting the left authoritarians against right and middle-of-the-road authoritarians in the name of Mao Zedong's thought, the Marxism-Leninism of the present era. On the whole the leaders of revolutionary organizations truly representing the masses and the up-and-coming revolutionaries, young devotees of Chen Po-ta and Chiang Ching fared less well than the old apparat men whose Marxism-Leninism was rooted in a Stalinist predilection for centrally imposed order and whose talent lay in playing the old rules of the game. It was a period of revolution through the committee in preparation for the long-awaited Ninth Party Congress. However, the task of committee building was interrupted for a while by a left revival, March-July 1968, so that it seems advisable to divide the period into two parts. From September 1967 to March 1968 the work of administrative reconstruction was carried on with relative calm, the Army exercising its authority firmly if cautiously. On August 25, 1967 Mao Zedong personally instructed the masses to support the Army and cherish the people, 139 a slogan chiseled out jointly by the State Council, the Military Affairs Commission, and the Cultural Revolution Group. One of the ways to support the army was not to steal arms and equipment from it. An order to that effect was issued on September 5, 1967. If some semblance of order was to be restored and the revolution was to be grasped, carried through to the end while promoting production, the army had to be protected from public censure by bad elements, counter-revolutionaries, black gangsters, and other agents of China's Khrushchev posing as leaders of the revolutionary mass organizations. If sacking of military personages was to be done, it was up to the true revolutionaries to do it, even if it was not always easy to identify these. 140 The campaign was to be concretely carried out through the conclusion of Support the Army and Cherish the People pacts. From top to bottom and bottom to top. One item in such pacts was the prohibition of verbal and physical attacks on the PLA, such attacks having tended to sap the Army's morale and undermine its prestige. The Great People's Liberation Army is the mainstay of the dictatorship of the proletariat, even if in certain places, some comrades in local army units commit temporary mistakes in giving their support because of the intricate and complex conditions of class struggle. 141 The army was to set an example in loving the people by modestly learning from the masses. If disputes arose as to who was to be counted among the people, they were to be settled through democratic mass consultations, a not overly helpful guideline for harassed local army commanders. All revolutionary comrades must keep a cool head and not get confused. 142 The army was to continue promoting three-way alliances, play a key role in the formation of revolutionary committees based on such three-in-one combinations, but at the same time it was to lean toward the revolutionary left, which, however, was by no means unequivocally defined. We must support all revolutionary organizations. Favoring one while becoming estranged from another cannot be allowed. Nor is it permissible to support one against another. It is also wrong to support whatever you do if you are the left. Instead, we should support all words and deeds that conform to Mao Zedong's thought. 143 The army was to assist in economic work and provide leadership in offices, schools, organizations, communes, and enterprises whenever necessary. In fact, the army was to do almost everything from tilling fields to administering and defending the country, with only the vaguest of central guidelines to help it steer clear of possible charges of revisionist deviation. Later in the fall of 1968, Mao Zedong's thought propaganda teams composed of veteran factory workers and peasants came to the army's aid in defining what the chairman's thought on this or that concrete subject really was, but since the teams survived only because the army backed them up and, in fact, was part of them, the uncertainty surrounding correct interpretations of Mao's thought remained as acute as ever. And yet the chairman's typical latest directives were clear enough. He said, historical experience merits attention. Line and viewpoint must be talked over constantly and repeatedly. It won't do to talk them over with only a few people, they must be made known to all the revolutionary masses. 144 The support the army part of the campaign was, no doubt, intended to stem growing popular resentment against the all-pervading role of the armed forces in the life of the country, amounting to an all-out military dictatorship. The wily class enemy, it was said, resorted to sugar-coated bullets under the guise of supporting the army. He tempted the soldiers with money and women. 145. Stage 7, opening to the left, March 1968 to July 1968. The moderate trend dominated by the PLA from September 1967 was abruptly reversed in March 1968 when a flurry of left-wing activity produced new conflicts and factional disputes. The following events were among the more significant. 1. Dismissal of Acting Chief of Staff, Yang Chengwu, Air Force Political Commissar, Yu Liqian, and Peking Garrison Commander, Fu Chengpai, end of March 1968. 2. Rise in the influence of Chiang Ching-hu at the May Day celebrations in Peking was catapulted from 19th to 9th place in the official hierarchy. Miss Jiang's mediocre taste in art and literature found expression in a flood of portraits of the chairman in various saintly poses, and in a pedestrian literary output consisting mainly of worn revolutionary phrases. 1463. Renewed wall poster attacks on vice premiers Nye Yung-chen, Tan Chenlin, and Li Fuchun. 4. Insistence that the army's role in the revolutionary committees be trimmed and that greater voice be given to revolutionary rebels. 5. Calls for intensification of the class struggle. 1476. Support for proletarian factionalism. We oppose bourgeois factionalism precisely in order to safeguard the factionalism of the proletarian revolutionaries. 1487. Formation of left-leaning revolutionary committees in Shenzi, Liaoning, and Sichuan, May. 8. Renewed violence during the summer, especially intense in Guangxi and Guangdong, possibly also in Tibet, Xinjiang, and Zhejiang. 9. Temporary, June-July, halt to the formation of revolutionary committees in a number of sensitive areas, especially Fujian, Guangxi, Yunnan, Tibet, and Xinjiang. There were, however, signs that the left was weaker and more weary than a year earlier and that it was rapidly losing support in a nation tired of anarchy and factionalism. The 8th stage, preparing for the 9th National Party Congress, July 1968 to April 1, 1969. In July 1968 the power vacuum in Peking began to be filled again, mostly it would seem, by left moderates and army pragmatists. In the provinces a crackdown began on feuding factions, the extreme left beating a hasty retreat. Spontaneously and voluntarily, Red Guards and other left organizations were dismantled province by province. Many leaders of revolutionary organizations truly representing the masses and large numbers of up-and-coming revolutionaries were sent to work on PLA farms and to other places of intellectual remolding. The young, Mao told student representatives on July 27 to 28, had let him down, they were no longer to bask in the warm rays of the red sun. Absolute obedience to the PLA became the order of the day once again, and the leading revolutionary role of the working class was given prominence. The party apparatus at the provincial and lower levels was slowly and painfully being rebuilt on new foundations, which on closer examination were not so new after all. Mao Zedong Thought Propaganda Teams 149. Beginning in late July 1968 and modeled on an earlier PLA experiment, a new formation came into being, the purpose of which was to explain to the masses the correct meaning of the chairman's instructions and so crack down on factionalism through struggle criticism transformation. 150 The Mao Zedong Thought Propaganda teams consisted of veteran factory workers and soldiers, or veteran poor peasants and soldiers who soon fanned out over the country, penetrating every school, hospital, government office and other spheres of the superstructure. The first team was introduced into Peking's Tsinghua University in August, and into the city's two other major universities shortly thereafter. 151 To commemorate the event, Mao sent the Tsinghua team a gift of mangoes. Soon artificial mangoes became the symbol of the Cultural Revolution, next only to the Book of Quotations and Mao buttons. Factories, schools, and other institutions displayed bowls of mangoes in prominent places, and visitors bowed before them. Everyone, including the most extreme ex-Red Guards, was to learn from the teams. In Sichuan, membership in the teams was said to have numbered about 1 million, in Guangdong, 50,000 factory workers and 280,000 peasants were harnessed to this task, in Hopei, population 44 million, over 22.5 million peasants attended Mao thought classes during the winter of 1968-69, in the country as a whole, team members were estimated to have numbered nearly 10 million. Although the movement was nationwide, it was apparently most marked in the industrialized provinces and in areas and institutions in which the interpretation of the chairman's instructions had been most confused in the past. The stress from then on and until further notice was not on the young up-and-coming, who in spite of their simulated long marches had disappointed the chairman, but on the experienced working class. Our country, Mao had said, has 700 million people, and the working class is the leading class. It is essential to bring into full play the leading role of the working class in the great cultural revolution and in all fields of work. For its part, the working class should always raise its political consciousness in the course of struggle. It was the last injunction which may have worried the working class and spoiled its satisfaction at being selected to lead the struggle against higher wages and for longer working hours. To supply the teams and Mao Zedong study classes with reading materials, 86.4 million sets of the selected works of Mao Zedong were published in 1967 in addition to 350 million copies of quotations from Chairman Mao Zedong, 47.5 million copies of selected readings from the chairman's works, and 57 million copies of the chairman's poems. Printing workers said, every extra set of the selected works of Mao Zedong is so much added strength to the world revolution and another spiritual atom bomb of incomparable strength. Let the brilliant thought of Mao Zedong light the whole world, they said. 152 By the end of 1968, 740 million copies of the quotations and 150 million sets of Mao's selected works had been printed. 153. Campaign to purify class ranks. The Mao Zedong thought propaganda teams and leadership core groups within the revolutionary committees were instrumental in pushing forward a campaign to clean out class ranks in preparation for the establishment of a new revolutionary party based on the thought of Mao Zedong. Those to be cleaned out were the 7 black elements: former landlords, former rich peasants, former capitalists, rightists, counter-revolutionaries, bad elements, and black gangsters. The campaign gathered momentum in the autumn and winter 1968, but as almost all the earlier cultural revolution movements, it, too, had its snags. It was not always clear who was a counter-revolutionary or a black gangster for that matter. Former landlords, capitalists, and rich peasants were more readily spotted, but even here there was some difficulty since many of them had managed to get themselves reclassified under the Liu regime. Some succeeded in having their dossiers destroyed during the more anarchic months of the revolution, others had had their verdicts reversed during the February 1967 right adverse current. Frequently the reason for classifying a man as counter-revolutionary, black gangster, or bad element was quite simply a personal grudge by someone in temporary authority. Most often, however, the predominantly conservative revolutionary committees interpreted the vague instructions from Peking in an anti-left sense and came down hard on the extremists. Many ultra-revolutionary former Red Guards and other leftists fared badly in the cleaning process. The usual penalty was forced labor in a remote frontier region or work in the victim's place of residence under the supervision of the masses. Sun terms were not uncommon. Death sentences carried out on the spot following struggle and accusation sessions have also been reported. 154 In some localities the army resorted to workers' provost corps, conservative-oriented public security bodies, to enforce law and order and weed out troublemakers. That Peking was worried about the new organs of people's power and not quite sure how the chairman's strategy was being interpreted in the provinces, was revealed in the 1969 New Year's editorial published jointly by Zhenmin Jipao and the Liberation Army Daily. Su Chao, the non-proletarian class trend. Finds channels of representation in the very heart of the leading organs' revolutionary committees and jams up the process of the strategy laid down by Chairman Mao. 155 In a speech to students of Nanking University and the Nanking Engineering Institute on June 11, 1968, Hsu Shihiu, the commander of the Nanking military region said, "You must set up revolutionary committees quickly, and when they have been set up, our troops will be withdrawn. The audience, please don't take them away. They cannot be withdrawn at present, of course, because you are still fighting one another." 156 The precise place of the revolutionary committees in the new party structure was far from clear and possibly the subject of acrimonious debate among the central leaders. In planting so-called revolutionary committees, wrote Wang Ming from his Moscow exile, Mao Zedong counted on creating a weapon of his personal military dictatorship. Their paramount task is to persecute and annihilate communists, communist leaguers, revolutionary servicemen, and foremost workers, peasants, and intellectuals. As soon as a so-called revolutionary committee was set up, Hung Weiping's led by the chairman of the revolutionary committee publicly smashed the signboards of the local CPC committee and of the People's Committee. This was followed by the publication of notices ordering all officials of local party organizations and communists as well as cadres of the organs of power to register at the revolutionary committee within 3 days and await further sanctions. Arrest, exile, imprisonment, or murder awaited many of those who registered and also those who did not register but were later discovered. 157. Rebuilding the party apparatus. A step on the road to party rebuilding was the secret Extended Central Committee meeting, 12th Extended Central Committee Plenum, held in Peking reportedly from October 13 through 31, 1968. The word extended meant that the meeting was attended by various progressive elements who were not regular members but were granted full voting rights. It is possible that these progressive elements included a number of military men whose views were relatively conservative. That at least was the impression one got from the inconclusive communiqué issued by the meeting, a subdued document, which apart from a violent attack on Liu Shaochi did not say very much. 158 Lu was stripped of all positions inside and outside the party, an illegal procedure, since the chief of state's removal from government offices could be finalized only by the National People's Congress. The ousting of Lu was generally interpreted as a symbolic gesture toward the extreme left, which apart from this appeared to have gained very little from the extended plenum. A nationwide Lu denunciation campaign was immediately launched. 15 million people in Peking, Shanghai, and Tianjin, and another 100 million in provincial capitals and smaller towns were said to have celebrated the event with gongs, drums, cymbals, and fireworks. That Lu was a scab who hated the people was witnessed to, among others, by the crew of the warship Loyang. In 1958 Lu visited the ship for 4 hours only. When a fighter poured a glass of water for him, Lu Xiaochi immediately gave a hint to a member of his entourage to throw it out and bring him a glass of ever-safe drinking water which they had specially brought with them from Hangzhou. 159. The extended Central Committee discussed the calling of the Ninth Party Congress and approved the completed new structure of revolutionary committees. It probably also addressed itself to the continuing strife within many of the committees and to the formulation of the party's new draft constitution. 160. A copy of the draft constitution became available in the West early in January 1969 and was published in the New York Times on January 8. Compared with the 1956 constitution, the new charter was short and imprecise. The party was no longer declared to be the party of the working class with ties to intellectuals and other patriots, it was thenceforth the political party of the proletariat. Composed of advanced elements of the proletariat, that is, workers, poor peasants, lower middle peasants, revolutionary servicemen, and other revolutionary elements who have reached the age of 18. The document omitted all references contained in the earlier constitution to the identity of interests between the party and the people, and failed to mention the objective of unifying the broad masses of the people. 161. Instead of secret ballot elections to party bodies at all levels, the new draft constitution stipulated that leading organs of the party at all levels were to be produced through democratic consultation and election. 162. The National Party Congress and the Central Committee produced by it were to remain the nominally highest party organs, but the Congress was to meet every 5 years instead of annually as provided by the 1956 Constitution. Nothing was said about how frequently the Central Committee was to meet. The plenary session of the Central Committee was to produce a Politburo and a standing committee of the Politburo as well as the chairman and vice-chairman of the Central Committee. There was no mention of the party's secretariat or the Secretary-General. The Constitution also made provision for local party congresses at the Xi'an level and above, and, in the case of the PLA, at the regimental level and above, to be held every 3 years instead of annually as provided by the earlier document, but did not elucidate the relationship between those bodies, and the party committees issuing from them, and the revolutionary committees. The idea was probably for the revolutionary committees to take an active part in producing, presumably through democratic consultation, party leadership core groups which, in turn, would be responsible for re-examining party membership, summoning party congresses, and setting up provincial and other party committees. The draft constitution named Lin Piao Mao Zedong's successor, and proclaimed the thought of Mao to be the Marxism-Leninism of the present era. With minor modifications, the draft was adopted by the Ninth National Party Congress in April 1969, Chapter 12 and Appendix 1. The Ninth National Party Congress, April 1 to 25, 1969, was a murky affair. 163. Its opening date was not announced beforehand and its exact location in Peking was not revealed. These details, however, did not deter hundreds of thousands of citizens from jubilantly celebrating its advent with gongs, cymbals, and firecrackers. Chairman Mao Zedong and his close comrade in arms, Comrade Lin Piao, mounted the rostrum at 5 p.m. sharp, to be greeted by the assembled delegates with prolonged, thunderous applause. The delegates cheered most enthusiastically. 164. The chairman acknowledged the welcome by giving an extremely important speech, the substance of which was not revealed except for one sentence. "We hope," said Mao, that the present Congress will be a Congress of unity and a Congress of victory, and that, after its conclusion, still greater victories will be won throughout the country. 165 The delegates unanimously expressed with elation their determination to respond to the great call of Chairman Mao. With full confidence they declared, "Under the direct leadership of Chairman Mao, our Congress has been going on very smoothly and in great unity, and it is very fine." 166 There were 1,512 delegates on hand, compared to 1,021 at the first session of the 8th Congress in 1956. In the course of a public discussion sponsored by the Peking Press in 1967, it had been suggested that to make the gathering really popular and fully participatory, the Congress should be attended by 10,000 people who would fill the Great Hall of the People to Capac. Ity. The proposal was adopted by the Central Committee on November 27, 1967, but nothing more was heard of it. 167 The 1,512 delegates were a politically ill-assorted lot, even though they had been picked by democratic consultations. They were described by the official communiques as industrial workers in factories, mines, and other enterprises. Poor and lower-middle peasants in people's communes, and delegates of women party members on all fronts. Veteran fighters of the Red Army, as well as new fighters. And delegates from among Red Guards who were attending a party congress for the first time. 168 As a matter of fact, a close analysis of the 176-member Presidium of the 9th Congress, revealed the following: A. 58% of the old Central Committee members were missing, suggesting that the handful of party persons in authority taking the capitalist road was a majority handful. B. About 40% of the Presidium members were Army people, including 11, out of a possible 13, regional PLA commanders, all of them chairman or vice chairman of provincial revolutionary committees. 169, c. 38 Presidium members could not be positively identified by Western experts. 170, d. The balance was about evenly divided between old party hands and newly emergent revolutionaries of the Chen Po Ta, Changqing, Kongsheng breed. E. There was only one Red Guard representative who could be positively identified, Nye Yuanza of the Tsinghua big character poster fame. And she had joined the ranks of the left establishment 2 lunar years before. All in all, the student Red Guards who had responded to the chairman's call in the hour of need, were underrepresented at the Congress. Their utopian idealism and chronic factionalism had little to contribute to an assembly devoted to unity. 171, f. The coterie of 14 men and women around Mao included 2 wives, 1 ghost writer, 1 former Mao bodyguard, and 1 professional propagandist. Among the top 24 members of the Presidium were a number of survivors of the old Politburo who had been frequently criticized during the Cultural Revolution. They included the Foreign Minister Chen Yi, the party's Vice Chairman Tung Paiwu and Chu Te, Vice Premiers Li Fuchun and Li Xianian, and 4 PLA generals, Lu Pochang, Hsu Shangqian, Nye Yongchen, and Ye Qianying. Of the former 97 Central Committee members, 60 had been publicly attacked during the Cultural Revolution and 50 failed to show up in public since late 1966. G. The low priority assigned by the Congress to economic matters was evidenced by I. The omission from the agenda of any discussion of the economic plan. 2. The presence on the Presidium of only 2 economic planners, Li Fuchun and Li Xianyan, in 19th and 21st places respectively. The Congress listened to a political report by Lin Piao, 172, which summed up the basic experience of the Great Proletarian Cultural Revolution, analyzed the domestic and international situation and put forward the fighting tasks of the party. Comrade Lin Piao's report was warmly welcomed by the delegates and punctuated by prolonged applause and cheers. 173 Beginning April 2, all delegates held group discussions. Not surprisingly, they expressed their warm support for Chairman Mao's extremely important speech, denounced right and left opportunism and the bankrupt headquarters of Lu Xiao Chi, analyzed the party's 48-year-old history, conscientiously discussed again and again the political report made by Vice Chairman Lin Piao, paragraph by paragraph and sentence by sentence, and found that the report summarized all that they want to say, and that the more they read this report, the happier they feel, the more they read it, the more it warms their hearts. 174 The new Central Committee which emerged from the Congress was an ideologically and temperamentally curiously mixed group. It consisted of 170 full members and 109 alternates, compared with 97 full members and 73 alternates in the previous Central Committee. The authoritarian pragmatists emerged stronger than they had entered the Congress, but failed to displace the most vociferous Maoists. 35 of the original 176 Congress Presidium members, all but one lower-level Maoists, 175 failed to obtain posts on the new Central Committee. Of the new Central Committee members, 141 were old hands picked from outside the Congress Presidium, including about 60 military men and a smattering of party and government bureaucrats who had weathered the cultural storms. These included Wang Anmao of Sinkiang fame and Yu Chuli, the highly criticized Minister of Petroleum Industry, Admiral Wang Hongkun, and Generals Wang Shusheng, Wang Hsinting, Kuang Zhenjuing, and Peng Xiaohui. The delegates also conscientiously discussed the draft of the revised Constitution of the Communist Party of China, chapter by chapter and article by article, and found it to their unanimous liking. What they liked best of all was that the document clearly stipulated that Comrade Lin Piao is the successor to Chairman Mao. 176 At an April 14 plenary session, the great leader Chairman Mao made an extremely important and inspiring speech. Comrade Lin Piao made an important speech. Others also spoke. The Lin Piao report and the Constitution were adopted. In the meantime, the whole nation has been in jubilation. Hundreds of millions of revolutionary people of all nationalities held grand parades and meetings to celebrate the convening of the Congress. 177 Foreign party representation at the Congress was practically non-existent. To guide the party and the revolutionary people through the twists and turns, and ups and downs, the shoals and perils of revolutions to come, the Congress laid down a clear directive: in solving a problem, we should note both its positive and negative aspects. When taking notice of one main tendency, we should also pay attention to the other tendency, which may be covered up. We must take full notice and get firm hold of the main aspects and at the same time solve problems of the minor aspects one by one. Leading comrades at all levels must understand the whole situation, be good at grasping typical examples, sum up experience, closely follow the trends, do their work in a deep-going and meticulous way, and overcome the tendency of falling into generalities. 178 The Congress sent warm regards to patriotic overseas Chinese and patriotic compatriots in Hong Kong and Macau, to compatriots in Taiwan, warm and militant salute to the Albanians and to the revolutionary people of the 5 continents. Warm and militant salute was also sent to the Vietnamese people. It had harsh things to say about the sugar-coated bullets of the bourgeoisie and its attempts to corrupt and split the party and the revolutionary ranks, about modern revisionism with the Soviet revisionist renegade clique as its center, and about imperialism headed by the United States. The Congress expressed its determination to liberate Taiwan and defend the sacred territory and sovereignty of the great motherland against the schemes, sabotage, and shameless aggression by U.S. imperialism, Soviet revisionism, and the reactionaries abroad, and all the schemes and sabotage by domestic reactionaries, who presumably were no small handful. The mountain of the great proletarian cultural revolution gave all indications of having given birth to a mouse. Things would never be quite the same again, but they were not all that different either. The great and abiding problem of the economy received the scantiest of attentions. The working class, the poor and lower middle peasants, and the people of all nationalities were to persist in building socialism independently and with initiative in our own hands and through self-reliance, and by going all out, aiming high, and achieving greater, faster, better, and more economical results. They were to grasp revolution and promote production and other work in preparedness against war. Because it was a Congress of unity, it displayed a tendency to fall into generalities, and really did not take account of one tendency while paying attention to the other tendency, which was probably covered up. It failed to take notice and get firm hold of the main aspects and at the same time to solve problems of the minor aspects one by one. Because it was a Congress of victory, it neglected to take note of the bothersome problems of the economic base and answer the question of what to do about the loss of 2 years of formal education for all those spirited youngsters. It wished the chairman a long life to him. It sensed that if this wish were not to come true, there would have to be more mass democratic consultations, and that there would probably be some first-rate turmoil in spite of the clearly stipulated condition that Comrade Lin Piao was the successor of Chairman Mao. The earthly condition of the chairman hung heavily over the Congress. On April 28 the Central Committee picked a 21-man Politburo and a standing committee of 5. 179. The 5 were Mao Zedong, Lin Piao, Chen Po-ta, Zhou Enlai, and Kang Sheng, with the official order of precedence applying only to the first 2. The former standing committee had 7 members, enlarged to 10 during the Cultural Revolution. The former Politburo had 17 members, and 6 alternates, later enlarged to 21. Chen Yi and Chen Yun, an economic planner, were not included in the new Politburo, nor was Li Fuchun. All of them were formerly members of that body. However, Mrs. Lin Piao, Ye Chun, and Mrs. Mao, Chang Qing, made it, 180, as did 2 veteran military leaders, Ye Qianying and Lu Po Chang, Chu Te, one of the founders of the PLA and the object of numerous attacks during the Cultural Revolution, and a number of other military leaders including Air Force Commander Wu Fashan, Chu Huizhou, Director of the Army Service and General Rear Department, and Yang Sheng, the Army's Chief of Staff, attacked during the Cultural Revolution. All in all, 9 out of the 21 Politburo members were military men. With the exception of Li Xianian, there were no economists of rank on either body. The striking fact which emerges from a reading of Chinese literature in the years 1966 to 69 is the silence on the great economic issues facing the country. Throughout the Cultural Revolution the space devoted by Chinese publications to the economy was minimal. What little information was given, took the form of appeals to grasp the revolution thriftily and promote production, one clarion calls to put politics in command of economic work, assurances that the situation was excellent, very good, or comparatively good, 2 examples of how Mao Zedong's thought could inspire men to superhuman effort, move mountains, change the course of rivers, and better men's minds. The usual percentage claims were released from time to time, veiled threats were made against economic saboteurs and others who despite repeated warnings persisted in bourgeois-inclined errors. But all this did not add up to much hard information about how the economy was faring, which way it was going, and what kinds of priorities it was adhering to. It was far from clear who, if anyone, was in charge. The overwhelming preoccupation was with the superstructure of ideas and with political power play. The fact that the Cultural Revolution affected primarily the superstructure of China's society, that it concentrated on the cities, and that it unfolded in a period of relatively propitious weather, leads one to suspect that the rural economy continued to function, if not smoothly, at least without major countrywide breakdowns. Some of the temporary disruptions have been mentioned earlier, Chapter 11. They seem to have affected primarily industry, transportation, and distribution, and were serious enough at the time. 3. But the kind of superstructure. Disturbances caused by the Cul. 1. That is, make revolution in one's own locality and in one's spare time. 2. In his latest instructions, the great leader Chairman Mao pointed out. The situation of the great proletarian cultural revolution throughout the country is not just good, it is excellent. In a few more months the situation will become better still. Peking Review, February 23, 1968, p. 17. 3. See Prybyla, Communist China, The Economy and the Revolution, Current History, September 1968, and China's Economy, Balance Sheet After 20 Years, Ibid. September 1969. Cultural revolution are bound to have longer-run consequences which it is difficult to predict, much more quantify at this stage. Some of them may turn out to be positive, for example, the shock administered to the new priestly class of party officials and government bureaucrats, the challenge to the sanctity of the party, the demonstrable proof of the wrath of a people aroused and of the almost infinite diversity that exists under the surface of a totalitarian society, the condition of relative freedom brought about by confusion at the center and by a loosening of the center's control over the grassroots of society. 4. The continuing preoccupation with the poor, an almost pathetic striving for popular participatory democracy vitiated by the totalitarian temper, a yearning for equality among the people wrecked by the dogmatic conviction that some people are more equal than others and that some people are not people at all. There will also be negative consequences. What China needs and what it probably wants above all else, semantic heroics notwithstanding, is to free itself from the clutches of poverty. Economic development, however, does not fare well on political slogans and permanent superstructural upheaval. Industry. The greatest dip in industrial production seems to have occurred in 1967. Western estimates pointed to a drop of between 15 and 20% in industrial output in 1967 compared with the previous year. 5. Speaking before 10,000 activists gathered in Peking on April 2, 1968, Zhou Enlai admitted that planned targets had not been realized in 1967 and output figures for many products were lower than those of 1966. The coal industry appeared to have been the most affected by anarchism, i.e., idleness, absenteeism, disregard for working hours, slackness, and so forth. It is possible that coal output in 1967 declined by as much as 20 to 25% from the level of 1966, or to about 190 million tons. Since coal supplied 90% of China's energy consumption, the troubles of the coal mining sector must have had adverse repercussions on almost every department of the industrial economy, the more so since railroad transportation was seriously disrupted in the summer and early fall of 1967 until, that is, the establishment of military control over the railways. On July 25, 1968, Kang Sheng lectured Guangxi revolutionaries representing two factions' mass organizations in the following terms: the railway lines in Guangxi ceased operation for more than 2 months. I will ask you now, do you or do you not support the Vietnamese in their struggle against the U.S. mass? We do. Now that the supplies to aid Vietnam have been seized, over 100,000 cases of them, the railways stop operation. Who is happy about that? The U.S. imperialists. The Soviet revisionists. The traitors and special agents. They are all happy. 6. The army was also apparently sent into the mines and steel mills in 1968 to forestall a major breakdown of the economy. 7. Phenomenal percentage increases in coal output were reported in the latter part of 1968, they could be explained only in terms of recovery from very low output levels. HNZ reported a 50% increase in coal production between June and July 1968, Guangdong 51% during the same period. In some Yunnan mines damaged by the 1967 factional fighting, output had risen 2.8 times in December 1968 compared with November. Coal shortages and labor troubles affected the steel industry in 1967 and the early months of 1968. The iron and steel industry, comprising some 20 large plants in southern, central, and northeastern China, turned out an estimated 15.5 million tons of pig iron and 12 million tons of crude steel in 1967. 9. These estimates appear to be on the high side. Relatively few capital expansions were reported from the steel sector during the Cultural Revolution. The one exception was a rolling mill at Baotao commissioned in the early months of 1969. But Baotao failed to report any output data throughout 1968. Instead, it reported continuing purges of latent class enemies and double dealers among managers and workers, the establishment of revolutionary committees, but only in about 80% of the factories and mines belonging to the Baotao Iron and Steel Corporation, the stationing of troops and paramilitary worker formations in the mills, and other revolutionary gossip of like kind. It would appear, in fact, that very little industrial capital construction was undertaken during the Cultural Revolution. Only in the latter part of 1968 and early 1969 was it possible to detect an upturn in industrial construction with the announced opening at Funchun of a hydroelectric power station with an annual capacity of 900 million kilowatt-hour, a large, 100,000 tons annual capacity, nitrogenous fertilizer plant, a diesel locomotive repair works, a few small fertilizer, chemical, and machine tools plants, a new bridge over the Yangtze, and the launching of a 10,000-ton freighter. Even in 1969, however, abandoned and half-finished industrial construction projects could be seen up and down the country. The slogan still was "Make Revolution Thriftily," and the main emphasis was on repair and adaptation of existing plant and equipment. Although the working class was once again declared to be the vanguard of the revolution, economic policy was in the melting pot. There seemed to have been no clear guidelines, and references to the Third Five-Year Plan were ritualistic, few and far between. Occasionally economic policy statements sounded like a throwback to the Great Leap years. There was talk, 1969, of a new flying leap, about a revolution in the economy, and about politics in command of economics. But still the leap did not develop. The only jump was from low production levels. China's pride, the petroleum industry, had also suffered during the cultural turmoil. Economism at Taching had already been mentioned. The unsettled state of affairs in Xinjiang, Karamai fields, must also have affected crude oil production. There were persistent reports of trouble at the Lanzhou refinery. Western estimates pointed to a drop of 10 to 15% in oil output in 1967 compared with 1966, i.e., a 1967 output of 8.5 to 9 million tons, about 10 million tons in 1966. By 1969 crude oil production had recovered to an estimated annual rate of 12 million tons, up 4 million tons from pre-cultural revolution, 1965, levels. There must have been a decline in cement production in 1967 early 1968 of at least 20% from 1966. Reports from one major plant in Anhui indicated that output rose by 78% from August 1968 to September of that year, by 69.3% from September to October, and by 24.3% from October to November, suggesting a very low starting point for these leaps. 1966 cement output was estimated at about 12 million metric tons, compared with about 10 million tons a year later. Workers were said to have abandoned their posts in the first half of 1967, they destroyed equipment and installations. 12 physical confrontation reportedly broken up by the PLA occurred in the Peking cement plant in July 1968. It is possible that the disruption of railroad transportation and the drying up of agricultural bank credit affected chemical fertilizer production in the smaller plants, while worker stoppages reduced output in the larger ones. Throughout 1968 and 1969 peasants were urged not to depend too heavily on chemical fertilizers and to go in for organic manure in a big way. In the spring of 1968 Zhou Enlai admitted that fertilizer supplies had fallen by 50% from previous year's levels. Consumer goods production probably suffered, although it is difficult to say how severely. Vague claims were made in 1968 that the previous year's output of a number of consumer goods exceeded the levels of 1966. These claims could not be substantiated. 1-3 The only consumer goods which undoubtedly broke all records were plastic covers for Chairman Mao Zedong's works, Mao badges, and paper for printing the chairman's sayings and poems. Reports of fulfillment of the 1967 state plans ahead of schedule have been coming in from an increasing number of enterprises and areas, stated the Peking Review on January 3, 1968. The workers and staff charged with the glorious task of producing paper for printing Chairman Mao's works and portraits have surpassed their target. The output of red plastic covers for Chairman Mao's works and of Chairman Mao's badges has greatly exceeded the plan. 14 delays in distribution and sudden shortages were reported from a number of cities in 1967 and 1968. Nuclear development, primarily with military applications in view, was pushed ahead. Reference to an unsuccessful test in December 1966 has already been made, Chapter 11, footnote 69. Another test having a yield of 3 megatons, equivalent to 3 million tons of TNT, was carried out on December 27, 1968. Further tests were conducted on September 23 and 29, 1969, the first involving an underground explosion in the low intermediate range, the second a 3 megaton device exploded in the air. The tests, besides being ascribed to the invincible thought of Mao Zedong, were said by the New China News Agency to have provided encouragement and support for various revolutionary peoples struggling against U.S. and Zionist aggression. On April 24, 1970, see Chapter 11, a 380-pound Earth-orbiting satellite was successfully launched from a site believed to be located near Shuangchengzi in western Inner Mongolia, some 400 miles northwest of the nuclear center of Lanzhou. It was believed in Western intelligence circles that, given the booster rocket needed to place such a payload in orbit, China was capable of deploying a medium-range, ca 1,000 miles, ballistic missile by 1975 at the latest. The Soviet Union's Sputnik I, launched on October 4, 1957, weighed 184 pounds. The first U.S. satellite, January 31, 1958, weighed 30 pounds. Japan's 50-pound satellite, denounced by Peking as a first attempt to unleash wars of aggression, was launched in February 1970. The need to disperse industry throughout the country in preparation for war against U.S. imperialism, Soviet social imperialism, or both, was stressed throughout 1969. With a view to preparedness against war, every area, province, and city was to pay attention to rational geographical distribution and appropriate multi-purpose development of industries in line with Chairman Mao's instruction. Various localities should endeavor to build up independent industrial systems. Where conditions permit, coordination zones, and then provinces, should establish relatively independent but varied industrial systems. Hung Chi, which commended this course of action under the signature of the Peking Municipal Revolutionary Committee, October 14, 1969, made it clear that in the event of such a war, the Chinese people would have many big and small reliable industrial bases which provide them with more room for maneuver, so that all parts of the country can fight the war on their own, become impregnable, wipe out the enemy, and win victory. All parts of the country could not only fight the war on their own, they would also have to pay for their industries on their own. More precisely, local industries, small power stations, fertilizer plants, agricultural tool and repair shops would be set up with commune funds, and the payroll of their workers would be met from the same source. The Anshan Constitution. From late July 1968 onward, emphasis was placed on Chairman Mao's so-called Anshan Constitution, which outlined the Cultural Revolution's approach to the management of industry. The document was reportedly drawn up by Mao himself for the Anshan iron and steel works and was to serve as a model charter for all of China's industries. The pillars of the Anshan Constitution were, 1. Politics in command of all work, 2. Worker participation in management and management participation in physical labor, i.e., workers and officials were periodically to change places, 3. Worker innovation, and 4. Abolition of reactionary rules and regulations. The document was anti-intellectual and anti-expert in spirit, Maoist in its emphasis on the inventive capacity of the masses and in its scorn for material incentives, lumped together with other reactionary rules and regulations. 1.5 A rural variant of the Anshan Constitution was the TK work point system, under which commune members' performance was to be measured not only or even mainly by the amount of work done, but by the degree of the workers' revolutionary spirit. The old piece work rate system was to be replaced by periodic awards based on scales established by revolutionary pace setters. Better troops, simpler administration. The slogan was launched reportedly by Mao himself in the spring of 1968, and soon everyone was saying, "It is fine that the revolutionary committees carry out better troops and simpler administration. It brought us the work style of the 8th Root Army." 16. The idea was to struggle against overstaffed departments, superfluous personnel, bureaucratic habits of mind, the expert above the masses mentality, and other manifestations of the new class, while saving the state money. The concrete expression of better troops and simpler administration was the dispatch of large numbers of cadres, managers, technicians, experts, bureaucrats, officials, and others to the countryside, where they modestly learned from the masses of poor and lower middle peasants. Lingbaoxian in Honan province served as model. It had fostered revolutionary consciousness of its administrative personnel and improved its managerial work by sending 80% of its cadres to work on farms. The model was emulated by many provincial revolutionary committees, which by July had instituted a rotating system under which 1/3 of their members labored on farms or in factories at any one time. Lower-level revolutionary committees followed suit. Some sent 20% of their managerial personnel to the farms, others as many as 80%. The bureaucrats carted manure for at least 3 months before returning to their desks. To make sure that the instruction was properly understood and carried out, the chairman issued another latest directive on October 4, 1968. It was based on the experience of the Heilongjiang Revolutionary Committee's Luho Commune in Qing'an, which on May 7, 1968 had formed a May 7 cadre school. The school represented a creative embodiment of better troops and simpler administration. The cadres labored in the fields for long periods of time, the bad ones permanently, the good and comparatively good ones for 2 or 3 months in the year. 17 Soon the movement was transformed into a mass exodus from the cities, for in addition to adult cadres, young educated people were caught in the swell. Back to the soil movement. The educated youth, said Mao, must go to the villages and accept re-education from the poor and lower middle peasants. The cadres and others in the cities must be persuaded to send their children to the villages when they have finished study in lower and higher middle schools and in the universities. They must be moved to do so. The comrades in the villages must welcome them. 18 Resounding cheers burst forth throughout the country. 19 The comrades in the villages who had enough problems without having to take care of millions of educated youths, who despite their cheering lived bodily in the countryside but had their hearts in the cities. 20 Followed the chairman's latest teaching in their own way. In accordance with this great teaching of Chairman Mao, the poor and lower middle peasants in Huining County welcomed the educated young people and town residents who have come to settle in the countryside. The first thing they do is to present the newcomers with the treasured red books of Chairman Mao. 21 After the chairman had informed the young educated people that they had disappointed him, July 27 to 28, 1968, the movement to send the young to the countryside got in stride. In the latter part of 1968 and early 1969, some 20 to 25 million people, most of them youthful, were shepherded out of the cities. Besides the chairman's disappointment, there were other more cogent reasons for the exodus. The second half of 1968 and the year 1969 looked very much like 1961 to 62 from the standpoint of rehabilitating the economy. It was a period of consolidation and filling out. The influx of people into the cities during the Cultural Revolution, including large numbers of peasants, too produced urban unemployment and the concomitant problem of social, non-laboring, i.e., unemployed, youth. Millions of youngsters had been out of school for 2 years, tasting the joys and sorrows of making revolution but not promoting production very much. For many of them continuation of formal education seemed pointless, all the more since new curricula had not yet been fully worked out and many teachers had left their profession for safer jobs. The state of the economy was such as to raise apprehensions even among the most ardent revolutionaries at the center. It seemed wiser to revolutionize the young by contact with the soil, political camping, than by giving them a free hand to write posters, handbills, and tabloids. The workers, too, were unwilling to put up with any more nonsense from the youngsters. A right reaction gradually set in. The workers and peasants concerned with making a living, hence with a measure of stability, were given pride of place backed by appropriate reprints from the chairman's more moderate works. 23. Education. Carrying their manure baskets, students arrive at school. 24. To accomplish the proletarian revolution in education, the chairman said in one of his latest directives, it is essential to have working class leadership. The masses of workers must take part in this revolution and, in cooperation with Liberation Army fighters, form a revolutionary 3-in-1 combination with the activists among the students, teachers, and workers in schools and colleges, who are determined to carry the proletarian revolution in education through to the end. The workers' propaganda teams should stay permanently in the schools and colleges, take part in all the tasks of struggle, criticism, transformation there, and will always lead these institutions. In the countryside, schools and colleges should be managed by the poor and lower middle peasants, the most reliable ally of the working class. 25. The first item on the agenda of the Cultural Revolution, it will be recalled, was to downgrade bourgeois intellectuals and bourgeois academic authorities, who, like the party cadres, had taken on airs and isolated themselves from the masses contrary to Mao's teachings on the class character of art, literature, science, and technology. The second item of the cultural drive was to close down all schools. Now the chairman's latest instruction showed how a totally new culture could be built on China's cultural wasteland. The instruction contained all the basic ingredients of educational reform. Resounding cheers and thunderous applause greeted the master plan, and everyone said that the chairman's latest directive was fine. The first ingredient of Mao's educational reform was the substitution of the chairman's works for the numerous, irrelevant, complicated, and long-winded works of the bourgeois academic authorities. The latter tended to confuse people because they were not easily assimilable by poor and lower middle peasant intellects and because they surrounded the life of the mind with an aura of mystery. The thought of Mao Zedong, spelled Mao Zedong since April 1969, 26 was to form the core of the new curriculum at all levels. It is difficult to say how thoroughly this was carried out. A report from one school in Kweichow province showed that Mao thought study took up 58% of the curriculum time, and basic subjects 21%. 27. The second ingredient of Mao's educational reform was the substitution of the worker, or poor and lower middle peasant. Mao Zedong thought propaganda teams for bourgeois academic authorities who had formerly directed and supervised the schools. The teams were to stay in the schools permanently to make sure that the process of struggle and criticism produced the correct transformation. The third ingredient was to substitute workers and poor and lower middle peasants for the former bourgeois-inclined teachers, and to recruit, where possible, student and teacher activists to do the teaching. The new worker-peasant activist teachers were to become one with the peasant and worker masses in a 3-in-1 combination. Concretely, they were to be paid like industrial workers or like commune members on the basis of ticket-type work points, presumably calculated by the propaganda teams. 28. Another concrete manifestation of the Triple Alliance carrot as the combination of study and manual labor. Education was to be applied rather than theoretical, relevant to the immediate needs of the economy. The fourth ingredient was to make the nation's school system an integral part of the life, and finances, of the farm and factory. Primary and secondary schools were to be turned over to factories, enterprises, and, in the countryside, production brigades. In this way both ideological and state financial objectives would be achieved, the burden of educational expenditure being shifted onto the economy's basic production units. Hopefully, some of the outlay would be recovered from the students' labor contribution to the unit's income. 29. The poor and lower middle peasants could say, our school has not cost the state a cent. Those quoted by the national press did just that. The system was to be made more democratic in a class sense by abolishing entrance examinations and age restrictions, and lowering or dispensing with tuition fees. It was found that many poor rural families could not afford the old school fees, modest as these had been, and that consequently many farm youths had remained illiterate despite the phenomenal successes claimed by earlier anti-illiteracy campaigns. Needy families were to receive allocations from the commune's general fund to help them pay for such items as children's clothing. It remained problematical, however, whether the general funds of most communes would be in a position to sustain such expenditures. There is little doubt that the educational system of Communist China was in need of reform and that the ingrained habits of centuries had to be changed. As in many developing countries, there was a tendency for educated people to spurn physical labor and look down on laboring people. The danger that the system was producing a new elite class divorced from the everyday realities of society was probably quite serious. Some of the reform proposals advanced by various institutions during the educational campaign sounded like pages out of John Dewey. Here is one, submitted by the Peking Teachers University in November 1967. Examinations, it said, are aimed to promote study. They should not be a test of memory, but of the power of reasoning. Mechanical repetition of teaching material should be opposed. Students should be encouraged to study creatively, to apply what they have learned, and to expound their own ideas. There should not be too many examinations and an end should be put to surprise tests. Examinations may be done away with altogether in some subjects. Examinations may take various forms, students may be given a choice of questions to answer, they may be allowed to use textbooks, notes, and reference materials during examinations, or they may be examined while engaged on some practical work. Examinations should be so designed as to give full play to the student's ability to reason things out. They should be allowed to discuss the questions together and use reference books. 3. The trouble with the proposal was that it was made in a society in which the reference books, the notes, and textbooks were written by one author, the discussions had to conform to the class line, and the answers had to be loyal to Chairman Mao Zedong, to his thought, and his proletarian revolutionary line. The democratic educational reform was doomed from its inception by the totalitarian spirit which animated it and the intolerant political system in which it was to be implemented. Public health. One of the byproducts of 2 years of turmoil and mass migrations was a decline in the people's health and at least a partial breakdown of the public health service. In this area, as we have seen, Communist China had in the past made substantial progress. Travelers in China's larger cities reported in 1968 and 1969 that rubbish had been left to pile up in the streets for weeks on end, and that in some localities night soil collections had been suspended. There was a spread of communicable diseases, reportedly an alarming increase in the incidence of cerebral and spinal meningitis. It was thought in some quarters that the Asian flu epidemic which swept through the world in the autumn and winter of 1968 originated on the mainland of China, having first been carried to Hong Kong by Kwangtung Chinese who crossed the border back and forth. The problem was not made any easier by the suspension of classes in medical schools and by the hospitals and clinics' preoccupation with making revolution to the detriment of disease prevention and cure. Early in 1968 the China Medical College, formerly the Rockefeller Institute, came under attack for alleged bourgeois proclivities. 3. Its admissions policy, it was said, was too restrictive, its graduate program too long and T60 narrowly professional. The institution was too heavily oriented toward large urban hospitals, paying little heed to the needs of the rural areas. Students of peasant and worker origin were discriminated against. 3. Their academic failure rates were inordinately high. There was too much emphasis on examinations and grades, too little attention was paid to the student's revolutionary quotient, even less to political study and activism. Far too few students and professors were assigned to serve in the countryside where in addition to alleviating pain they could learn from the poor and lower middle peasants and acquire knowledge of acupuncture. Students, it was said, had no voice in the development of the curriculum. The proposed reform of the China Medical College served as model for a nationwide campaign to shorten the period of medical training, reduce theoretical content, instill practical experience into the curriculum, abolish professional entrance examinations, and replace them with political recommendations and ideological means tests. specialize in diseases common to the rural areas, and replace the three bigs, big universities, big cities, big hospitals, with the three smalls, small schools, small towns, small clinics. In the first medical college of Shanghai, according to Zhenmin Jipao, nurses operated under the new dispensation. They were so skilled that even brain operations were entrusted to them. 3. In the hospital in Anhui, separate surgery and medicine departments were reportedly abolished, and all doctors were required to do everything. 3. Large numbers of doctors were sent to settle permanently in the countryside. 3. Cooperative medical service. The reform of medical schools was part of a drive to focus medical work and public health services on the countryside. The blueprint for a cooperative medical service in the countryside was developed by the PLA and the Revolutionary Committee of a county in Hopei province and published in Zhenmin Jipao in early December 1968. Under the plan, each commune member was to pay 1 yuan per year to cover costs of operating the commune clinic. The commune contributed 10 fen, 1/10 yuan, per person from the common fund. The state contributed nothing. Each commune member was also to pay a very small registration fee, 5 fen, on each visit to the clinic. The doctors in the Hopei clinic were young peasants, barefoot doctors, 3/6 with 3 years primary education and some training in traditional Chinese medicine obtained at the local county town. Of the 12 doctors, all but 2 were attached to production brigades, i.e., worked part-time in the fields, and were paid on the basis of work points earned, most of the earnings being in kind. The 2 remaining doctors received regular salaries. The chronically ill were excluded from the Hopei plan. In a discussion of the system launched by Zhenmin Jipao on December 5, 1968, 4 questions were asked. 1. What was to be done if the money collected through annual members' contributions, registration fees, and commune subsidy from the general fund proved insufficient? 2. How was the cost of drugs to be covered? 3. If only 2 doctors were to be permanently on duty in the commune clinic, would they be able to cope with the work? 4. Were the descendants of the 4 elements, landlords, rich peasants, counter-revolutionaries, bad elements, to be allowed to join the system? 7 Fantastic results were reported from all parts of the country, as health teams combined labor with the application of Mao Zedong's thought in the prevention and cure of disease, including malignant tumors. Marvels of world medical history were allegedly performed by barefoot doctors equipped with the correct ideology. 8 Under the guidance of the great thought of Mao Zedong, the Mao Zedong's thought medical team of the Chinese PLA Unit 3125 treated 105 students of the Fuxian School for Deaf Mutes in Liaoning Province, enabling all of them to recover their hearing and speaking faculties. Now every one of them can cheer long live Chairman Mao, and recite quotations from Chairman Mao. 9. Agriculture. Until late 1968 the countryside had been left more or less alone by the Cultural Revolution. The weather in 1967 was good. It was poor, but not disastrously so, in 1968. 40 Central controls over commune economy had been weakened and the peasants apparently profited from this to relax and engage in a little economism on the side. Throughout 1967 and to some extent in 1968 and 1969, the state found it difficult to extract from the peasants its full quota of compulsory deliveries of produce and to collect the full amount of agricultural tax. 1 Troubles on the railways hampered the smooth flow of food from the farms to the cities, but no widespread or severe shortages were recorded, although local disruption of food distribution, especially in the more remote provinces, may have been common. There occurred a steady drift of peasants into the cities that was not reversed until the second half of 1968. Many of the town-bound migrants had their travel and incidental expenses paid for by disaffected rural cotters. The 1967 harvest was at first said to have been greeted with lively rejoicing, and the harvest itself was officially declared to have been excellent, later scaled down to rather good. 4.2 grain output was said to have shown fairly big increases compared with 1966. 4.3 output of cotton was reportedly good, 4.4 as was that of oil-bearing crops, sugar beet, sugar cane, bast fiber crops, tobacco, and livestock. The 1968 grain output was probably a little below 1967 levels. Only 6 provinces reported increases over the previous year, and there were insistent warnings against overeating and eating meat every day. Wheat purchases from Canada in the 2 years 1966 and 1967 amounted to 235 million bushels at an estimated cost to China of $106 million, 25% payable in cash, the balance due in 18 months with interest. Wheat purchases in 1968 were probably in the region of 5 million tons. Most of the foreign wheat was probably used to feed the army and the cities, a portion being reserved for export to Albania and North Vietnam. Contracts with Canada and Australia specified delivery of about 4 million tons of wheat in 1969. Estimated domestic food grain output in 1966 through 1968 is shown in Table 12:1. Although these estimates represent not more than general orders of magnitude, it is fairly certain that there had been neither a significant decline in food grains output nor an important improvement compared with the last pre-cultural revolution year 1965. In fact, output was almost exactly where it had been in 1957, the last year for which meaningful official figures are available. As the Cultural Revolution ebbed in the cities, a crackdown began in the countryside. Mao Zedong's thought propaganda teams fanned out over the provinces. The language of the Great Leap filled the Peking and especially the Shanghai press. Material incentives and private plots were vigorously denounced. The campaign to restore discipline in the countryside took several forms. 1. Peasants were urged to emulate the Takei spirit, work primarily for the good of the cause, and adopt the Takei work point system of remuneration in which revolutionary consciousness paid off more handsomely than mere slogging for material reward. 2. The peasants were told to be loyal, that is, as we have seen, p. 560 above, loyal to Chairman Mao, to Chairman Mao's thought, and to Chairman Mao's proletarian revolutionary line. Such loyalty involved active participation in 3. The process of purifying class ranks in the countryside by means of criticism struggle transformation. It meant, above all, dragging out hidden class enemies who, in spite of 20 years of proletarian vigilance by the dictatorship of the proletariat, had managed to conceal their family backgrounds and forge family records. 4. The state's treasury having been strained by 2 years of cultural activity, industrial strife, administrative confusion, and planlessness, the slogan of commune financial self-reliance was revived, and the peasants were instructed to pay for their own medical insurance, schools, and agricultural machinery stations. 4.5 In addition, the peasants were expected to absorb millions of presumably reluctant and resentful town dwellers, house them, feed them, and find work for them to do. In spite of injunctions to the comrades in the villages to welcome the new arrivals, frictions between villagers and townspeople turned peasants were probably frequent and the resulting contradictions quite antagonistic. In line with the poor and lower middle peasants' promotion to the rank of revolutionary avant-garde, tough and self-reliant, the villagers were told not to look for agricultural credit to the state, but rather to supply it from their own savings. 5. Production teams which under the Liu-influenced policy of 1961-65 had assumed the principal responsibility for basic production planning and income distribution, saw their prerogatives curbed in the autumn of 1968 and early 1969. 4.6 The idea seemed to have been to supersede the teams by production brigades, move toward great production brigades, and eventually to the communes, thus reversing the 1961-65 trend of filling out and raising standards. 6. The size of private plots was to be reduced. The exact interpretation of this directive was difficult to determine. During the period of feverish cultural activity in the cities and in the party apparatus, the peasants surreptitiously enlarged their family holdings. The campaign against private plots might have been not much more than a drive to shrink the swollen plots back to regulation size. 7. Water conservation. The Great Leap Forward, it will be recalled, Chapter 8, was heralded by an immense drive to conserve and contain water. The Cultural Revolution in the countryside was similarly announced by a stepped-up effort to build dikes, irrigation canals, and reservoirs. Neglected in 1967 and 1968, the water conservation campaign picked up momentum in the winter and spring 1968-69. More than 37 million people were reportedly digging irrigation ditches and building dikes in 11 provinces. In the Pearl River Delta alone, over 5,000 water control projects were said to have been completed in the winter. In Hunan, tens of thousands of real and transfer peasants dug a canal 330 feet wide, 2 miles long and 25 feet deep in 50 days. The canal bypassed a bend in the Yangtze River. In Jiangxi Province, 40,000 water conservation projects were completed in a matter of months. Revolutionary settlers from the cities accounted for the bulk of the labor force put at 3.5 million people. In Jiangsu, 2.5 million regular and transplanted peasants did the same thing. 4-7 By promoting production in the countryside, the former Red Guards, teachers, doctors, young revolutionaries, old counter-revolutionaries, revolutionary rebels, less than comparatively good party codders and officials were grasping revolution in a concrete way. In the meantime in the cities, a new generation of Red Guards was being brought up. 3 to 7-year-olds were organized in teams to propagate the thought of Mao Zedong on street corners. In Peking alone, 1,300 such teams were said to have been brought into being in the early months of 1969. They quoted the chairman at passers-by unaware of the fact that their elder brothers who had done that very thing a year or two earlier were at that moment grasping revolution and promoting production down on the farm. There was a Fourierist touch to these armies of youngsters performing menial labor, a Kafkaesque denouement to their revolutionary zeal. 8. At the end of 1967 the movement for popular innovations and mass farm tool reform was resuscitated. Almost like during the Great Leap Forward, the poor and lower middle peasants were harnessed to the task of technical and scientific invention, which they performed with statistical gusto. 4-8. Foreign trade. The Cultural Revolution had no noticeably adverse effect on China's foreign commerce in 1966. There was, however, some decline in exports, especially to hard currency areas, resulting in a trade deficit of about $50 million. In 1967 this trend continued, the trade deficit rising to an estimated $200 million. The drop in exports was probably traceable to disruptions at Chinese ports, especially in 1967, and to confusion on the railroads. The fall in trade in 1968 was less rapid than expected. Japanese exports to China, mainly steel, rose by 13% during the year, and Canadian exports, mainly wheat, showed an upward trend. The 1961-65 geographical pattern of trade was maintained. Total turnover with communist countries in 1966 amounted to about $1,150 million, falling to $865 million in 1967, the greatest decline being registered in China's trade with the USSR. Turnover with Western countries was $3,160 in 1966, and $3,200 in 1967. In 1965 through 1967 China bought some gold on the London market, $99 million in 1965, $37 million in 1966, and $137 million in 1967. The 1965 and 1966 purchases were probably made as a hedge against the expected devaluation of the pound. China did not join in the rush on gold at the end of 1967 and in early 1968. 4-9. The master said, "The phoenix does not come, the river gives forth no chart. It is all over with me." But Confucius erred. The heavens did intend him to play the sage's part, and his thought influenced 25 centuries of man. The new master said, everyone should create several successors. Do not simply behave in accord with your own interest, as if the world would stop going around when you are gone. There is nothing to fear about death. Is not Marx dead? But we should prepare successors for the next 3 generations. The new master also spoke of preparing to meet God and of the young successors who had disappointed him. The phoenix did not come, the river gave forth no chart. Whether, in spite of the absence of such portents, the thought of Mao has about it the touch of immortality is a question which none but the most ardently faithful Maoist would dare answer. But how is he to be found for sure? Have not many who called themselves the followers and disciples of Mao turned out to be scabs and renegades, red of mouth and white of heart? Have not the chosen young successors fallen prey to the lures of petty bourgeois factionalism and anti-revolutionary anarchism? Has not the working class itself yielded to the attractions of material reward, refusing to create wealth with political awareness, not money? The young have trickled away from contact with the soil and communion with poor and lower middle peasants, toward the neon signs and the Nanking Road whenever the opportunity presented itself. And have not the leaders failed to live up to the high standards of probity and moral rectitude which they urged on others? They have had their affair of the necklace, their tawdry cherche la femme, in the Politburo, their proletarian salons in which an aging actress set the tone and laid down the rules for opera, theater, and literary creativity. They have lived off their Long March reputations, nibbled away at past glories, bickered over socialist construction and the nature of contradictions, until nothing was left of the myth of unshakable unity. They have compressed 30 centuries of intrigue into 2 decades and built on shaky ethical foundations a monument to the future society of moral stimulation. On the ashes of a totalitarian bureaucratic party they 568 erected a sprawling myth of Mao, O Chairman Mao, Chairman Mao. You have summed up the experience and lessons of the international communist movement and led 700 million people to a completely new stage of socialist revolution. You told us, I give you my firm support. You grasped the newborn thing of exchanging revolutionary experience on a big scale. Where is the greatest revolutionary of the present era? He stands by our side and before our eyes, and he is our most respected and beloved great leader Chairman Mao. An important achievement of the 20th Congress of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union, said the renegade, scab, and capitalist Roder Teng Xiaoping, lies in the fact that it showed us what serious consequences can follow from the deification of the individual. Our party has always held that no political parties and no individuals are free from flaws and mistakes in their activities. Our party abhors the deification of the individual. Likewise, it has been against exaggerating the role of leaders in works of art and literature. 210, of course, was taking liberties with the truth. Communist parties have been known to accommodate themselves to personality cults of incredible proportions. In fact, they often became mere shadows of the cult, as did the Chinese party after 1965. A personality cult does not stop at the person of the leader. It extends to his thought, thus hoping to span the generations. What the communists found facing them when they came to power were centuries of economic neglect and thousands of years of a unique and almost unchanging culture. To scale the formidable mountain of economic retardation required not only policy but faith. To overcome cultural immobility, called for an upheaval in the superstructure, a constant churning of ideas or, as Mao saw it, a permanent cultural revolution. The communism of Mao's conception was not so much an upsurge of economic development as an explosive growth of the human spirit, a broadening of men's horizons, the creation of a collective being. Material growth would inevitably follow, but it was never to be allowed to corrupt the soul. Its tentacles of comfort and leisure were to be strictly disciplined in the collective interest. The new society emerging from continuous mass struggles would be democratic in the sense that heaven is democratic, a communion of beings in the state of highest perfection bathing in the rays of an eternal truth. There would be broad discussions and mass consultations, the outcome of which would be obvious and natural in a communist Enlightenment sense. There would be equality and all-roundedness, each atomistic unit a microcosm of the collective whole. There would be no domineering, no bureaucrats, no apparatus, no classes, no toadying sycophants, pedants, and villainous tyrants, only a willing, self-imposed discipline, a compulsive merging of individual interest in the communal will. On the basis of such superstructure the Marxist, economic base of society would grow and prosper. The attainment of this vision demanded qualities of character in the leaders worthy of a Buddha, combined with the wrath and asceticism of a John the Baptist. It was, perhaps, asking too much of millions of men whose earthly condition placed them beyond the pale of absolute purity and destined them to pass their lives in a state of tolerably normal perfection, with all the backsliding that this implies. In the event, neither the people nor their high priests have lived up to expectations. The Great Leap Forward hurled millions of people against the barrier of economic backwardness on the assumption that the people had been spiritually readied for the task by earlier mass campaigns, notably by the Little Big Leap of 1956. Formally, from the standpoint of property relations, the superstructure was equal to the job, it had been collectivized, then swiftly communized. But, as it turned out, the essential ingredient of the superstructure, a fired-up revolutionary spirit, was lacking. The leap in property relations failed to bring about an equally startling jump in the material technical base of the economy, just as Marx had implied. The traitors and black hands within the leadership, the rightists, rotten sensualists, and capitalist roaders had argued that the leap had put the Maoist ox before the Marxist cart, that the development of the material productive forces should precede not follow the radicalization of production relations. They had little trust in spiritual rebirth as agent of a revolutionary transformation of the economic base of society. They approached the problems of revolution dogmatically, like scholars whose thought was petrified by constant scanning of the texts, like old women with bound feet, un-Lenin-like. They, a handful but a big one, failed to set the correct example of courage, confidence, imagination, and 61. Cemented in emotionally irrelevant issues of policy, they were paralyzed by conservative notions of the people's material welfare as this related to output and labor productivity. They babbled about working hours, pensions, periods of rest, and wage incentives, and were blind to the limitless possibilities of correct politics outlined and explained in the works of Mao. Lacking in faith, the handful failed to see that the Chinese Revolution was a spiritual phenomenon, that it had succeeded thus far in the teeth of incalculable adversity by reason of its inner strength, resilience, and determination. A further nurturing of these qualities was a prerequisite for raising the revolution to new heights and carrying it through to the end. Such, broadly, was the Maoist interpretation of the events of 1958–60. On this interpretation, the task ahead was not to develop the base step by step, as the Apparatmen revisionists one and all had argued before and after the Great Leap score was in, but to fashion new, bigger, and better revivalist clean UPS, deep plow the people's mind, change the people's habits, instill the masses with the revolutionary spirit, in short, profoundly alter the cultural makeup of Chinese society, beginning with the cities where the dangers of material debasement were the greatest, fanning out into the countryside, sweeping away all obstacles, right up to the party itself if need be. This vast cultural revolution had not only to rid the nation of old, die-hard revisionists and unreformable elements inherited from the past, but to ensure that the new generation on the threshold of adult life be knowledgeable in the letter and filled with the spirit of Mao Zedong's thought. The new generation had been born and raised in time of peace. It had not known the hardships of pre-evolutionary years which tempered a man. One had to simulate hard times by denying the young the modest dividends of progress, furnish them with manure baskets and other appurtenances of poor peasant culture, and send them off to where the going was the roughest. One could use the young, as one had used the private sector, to destroy the old. Revolutionaries are monkey kings, wrote the Red Guards of Tsinghua University on June 24, 1966, their supernatural powers far-reaching and their magic omnipotent, for they possess Mao Zedong's great invincible thought. We wield our golden rods, display our supernatural powers and use our magic to turn the old world upside down, smash it to pieces, pulverize it, create chaos, and make a tremendous mess, the bigger the better. 3. The price of smashing the old was disorder, factionalism, and disarray verging on anarchy and civil war, certain signs of disunity within the revolutionary ranks, as the Maoists put it. During the turbulent process of creating that newborn thing, a social conscience, the old line-cotters were loath to discipline the masses for fear of making right opportunist mistakes for which they would have to pay later. The veil of authority and respectability had been torn from their faces. The masses had a field day, some rampaging, others traveling, some playing mahjong deep into the night. Soldiers argued with their commanders, students talked back to their teachers, workers failed to clock in on time, peasants lay down in the collective fields or tended to their private plots with a single-mindedness unusual in the annals of utopia builders. Within the confines of the Mao myth, China exploded in all its youthful diversity, making the foreign barbarians think that it was falling apart, when it was only reliving in an instant thousands of years of its history. In the end, the party disappointed Mao, the government bureaucracy disappointed Mao, and the young disappointed him too. Only the army remained, and it also had disappointed Mao now and then. One by one the myths of revolutionary righteousness, rule by persuasion, unity, and mass enthusiasm faded away. In the loneliness of his grand design, the master stood alone. The phoenix did not come, the river gave forth no chart. But it was not all over with him yet. Bereft of a party and a government, his mass organizations dissolved, he set about institutionalizing his thought once more, implanting it on the base of China's society. To give frame to the spirit of his vision, Mao entwined the country in a net of revolutionary committees and self-sufficient communes in which workers, peasants, soldiers, and intellectuals were to perform one another's jobs in turn, where peasants ran small factories, health clinics, and schools, see Appendix B, and urbanites plowed the fields and modestly learned the things all new socialist men should know. The kingpin of the system was moral incentive, the turning out of material goods with little material reward and much spiritual uplift. The core of moral, incentive was correct politics, internalized and taken on faith. With consummate skill, Mao choreographed his revolutionary minuet, 2 steps forward, 1 step back, now spirit and struggle, now hard-headed policy, a little turmoil, and a pinch of planning. The known canons of civil rule, Mao seemed to be saying, did not apply to a vast, underdeveloped land, weighed down with a millennial tradition and peopled by the very young whose numbers rose vertiginously. Totally new ways of conducting the business of such a society had to be found. A single injection of revolution followed by decades of administrative bureaucracy would not do. The magic of revolution had to be made permanent, the drama of seizure of power had to be replayed over and over again, allegiance to the center had to be sought in a complete abnegation of the self, which would enable the center to devolve policy-making authority onto local communes and revolutionary committees in the knowledge that these communes and committees would automatically and without prodding act as the center would. If, during the interval between experiment and perfection, moral correctives were needed, the PLA would take care of that. Democratic centralism was organizationally redefined, but by the end of 1969 it was still not clear what precisely was the role of the party in the new scheme. Mao's disappearance from the stage will leave a void which his thought and its present organizational extensions may find it difficult to fill. The latest instructions will no longer come from the living Mao, but from his continuators who, at least for a time, will speak in the name of Mao. The revisionists, the operat men thirsting for revenge, the lumpen bureaucrats and office-wallahs, the PLA, the left groupies, and, above all, the restless young are in the wings, anxiously watching and waiting. The ghosts and monsters of cupidity, personal ambition, score settling, and fatigue are there too. As late as July 1969 they burst upon the scene in Taiyuan in a frenzy of petty bourgeois factionalism. Only the intervention of the PLA's moral disincentives prevented the situation from getting out of hand. More important perhaps, the common human desire for a better life now clamored for recognition. Indications were that it would not be exorcised by dialectical squirming or the promise of betterment in the future conditional. Ominously, the two experiments in pure Maoism, the Great Leap Forward and the Cultural Revolution, have apparently failed to lift China out of the morass of poverty, nor have they brought about a moral rebirth on a scale that would guarantee the coming of Mao's vision. Agriculturally and, barring certain subsectors, industrially, China in 1969 was not much better off than in 1957, the last year of the apparat-based first five-year plan. More than a decade of potential growth was squandered in ideological muscle flexing, frittered away in politically induced business cycles. The turmoil of 1967 may have been as much a manifestation of the regime's failure to move the country away from the hunger margin as of Maoist intent. There has been a net gain in the public expression of China's underlying diversity and in the exteriorization of leadership tensions. This, however, was not enough to answer the problem raised in Chapter 1, how to adequately feed, clothe, house, and keep in good health, and good temper, a population which increases by over 200 million every 15 years. The country is in flux. There are no clear trends on which reasonably accurate predictions could be made. If such trends do, in fact, exist, the outside world is not allowed to detect them. All one can say is that with Mao's death China will reach yet another momentous turning point in her history, and that the most exciting annals remain to be written. The present rejection of policy as a right opportunist deviation cannot perhaps go on for long. Reliance on the power of the spirit to produce policy may yet turn out to have been a mirage. The master said, "I once spent a whole day without food and a whole night without sleep, in order to meditate. It was no use. It is better to learn." Chapter I General Program. The Communist Party of China is the political party of the proletariat. The basic program of the Communist Party of China is the complete overthrow of the bourgeoisie and all other exploiting classes, the establishment of the dictatorship of the proletariat in place of the dictatorship of the bourgeoisie, and the triumph of socialism over capitalism. The ultimate aim of the party is the realization of communism. The Communist Party of China is composed of the advanced elements of the proletariat. It is a vigorous vanguard organization leading the proletariat and the revolutionary masses in the fight against the class enemy. The Communist Party of China takes Marxism-Leninism Mao Zedong thought as the theoretical basis guiding its thinking. Mao Zedong thought is Marxism-Leninism of the era in which imperialism is heading for total collapse and socialism is advancing to worldwide victory. For half a century now, in leading China's great struggle for accomplishing the new democratic revolution, in leading her great struggle for socialist revolution and socialist construction, and in the great struggle of the contemporary international communist movement against imperialism, modern revisionism, and the reactionaries of various countries, Comrade Mao Zedong has integrated the universal truth of Marxism-Leninism with the concrete practice of revolution, inherited, defended and developed Marxism-Leninism and has brought it to a higher and completely new stage. Comrade Lin Piao has consistently held high the great red banner of Mao Zedong thought and has most loyally and resolutely carried out and defended Comrade Mao Zedong's proletarian revolutionary line. Comrade Lin Piao is Comrade Mao Zedong's close comrade in arms and successor. The Communist Party of China with Comrade Mao Zedong as its leader is a great, glorious, and correct party and is the core of leadership of the Chinese people. The party has been tempered through long years of class struggle for the seizure and consolidation of state power by armed force. It has strengthened itself and grown in the course of the struggle against both right and left opportunist lines, and it is valiantly advancing with supreme confidence along the road of socialist revolution and socialist construction. Socialist society covers a fairly long historical period. Throughout this historical period, there are classes, class contradictions, and class struggle. There is the struggle between the socialist road and the capitalist road, there is the danger of capitalist restoration, and there is the threat of subversion and aggression by imperialism and modern revisionism. These contradictions can be resolved only by depending on the Marxist theory of continued revolution and on practice under its guidance. Such is China's Great Proletarian Cultural Revolution, a great political revolution carried out under the conditions of socialism by the proletariat against the bourgeoisie and all other exploiting classes. The whole party must hold high the great red banner of Marxism-Leninism Mao Zedong thought and lead the hundreds of millions of the people of all the nationalities of our country in carrying on the three great revolutionary movements of class struggle, the struggle for production and scientific experiment, in strengthening and consolidating the dictatorship of the proletariat and in building socialism independently and with the initiative in our own hands, through self-reliance and hard struggle and by going all out, aiming high and achieving greater, faster, better and more economical results. The Communist Party of China upholds proletarian internationalism. It firmly unites with the genuine Marxist-Leninist parties and groups the world over, unites with the proletariat, the oppressed people and nations of the whole world and fights together with them to overthrow imperialism headed by the United States, modern revisionism with the Soviet revisionist renegade clique as its center and the reactionaries of all countries, and to abolish the system of exploitation of man by man on the globe, so that all mankind will be emancipated. Members of the Communist Party of China, who dedicate their lives to the struggle for communism, must be resolute, fear no sacrifice and surmount every difficulty to win victory. Appendix A. Chapter 2 Membership. Article 1. Any Chinese worker, poor peasant, lower middle peasant, revolutionary army man, or any other revolutionary element who has reached the age of 18 and who accepts the constitution of the party, joins a party organization and works actively in it, carries out the party's decisions, observes party discipline and pays membership dues may become a member of the Communist Party of China. Article 2. Applicants for party membership must go through the procedure for admission individually. An applicant must be recommended by 2 party members, fill out an application form for party membership and be examined by a party branch, which must seek the opinions of the broad masses inside and outside the party. Application is subject to acceptance by the general membership meeting of the party branch and approval by the next higher party committee. T. Article 3. Members of the Communist Party of China must, 1. Study and apply Marxism-Leninism Mao Zedong thought in a living way, 2. Work for the interests of the vast majority of the people of China and the world, 3. Be able at uniting with the great majority, including those who have wrongly opposed them but are sincerely correcting their mistakes. However, special vigilance must be maintained against careerists, conspirators, and double dealers so as to prevent such bad elements from usurping the leadership of the party and the state at any level and guarantee that the leadership of the party and the state always remains in the hands of Marxist revolutionaries. 4. Consult with the masses when matters arise. 5. Be bold in making criticism and self-criticism. Article 4. When party members violate party discipline, the party organizations at the levels concerned shall, within their functions and powers, and on the merits of each case, take appropriate disciplinary measures: warning, serious warning, removal from posts in the party, placing on probation within the party, or expulsion from the party. The period for which a party member is placed on probation shall not exceed 2 years. During this period, he has no right to vote or elect or be elected. A party member who becomes politically apathetic and makes no change despite education should be persuaded to withdraw from the party. When a party member asks to withdraw from the party branch concerned shall, with the approval of its general membership meeting, remove his name from the party rolls and report the matter to the next higher party committee for the record. When necessary, this should be made public to the masses outside the party. Proven renegades, enemy agents, absolutely unrepentant persons in power taking the capitalist road, degenerates, and alien class elements must be cleared out of the party and not be readmitted. Chapter 3 Organizational Principle of the Party. Article 5. The organizational principle of the party is democratic centralism. The leading bodies of the party at all levels are elected through democratic consultation. The whole party must observe unified discipline, the individual is subordinate to the organization, the minority is subordinate to the majority, the lower level is subordinate to the higher level, and the entire party is subordinate to the Central Committee. Leading bodies of the party at all levels shall regularly report on their work to congresses or general membership meetings, constantly listen to the opinions of the masses both inside and outside the party and accept their supervision. Party members have the right to criticize party organizations and leading members at all levels and make proposals to them. If a party member holds different views with regard to the decisions or directives of the party organizations, he is allowed to reserve his views and has the right to bypass the immediate leadership and report directly to higher levels, up to and including the Central Committee and the chairman of the Central Committee. It is essential to create a political situation in which there are both centralism and democracy, both discipline and freedom, both unity of will and personal ease of mind and liveliness. The organs of state power of the dictatorship of the proletariat, the People's Liberation Army, and the Communist Youth League and other revolutionary mass organizations, such as those of the workers, the poor and lower middle peasants and the Red Guards, must all accept the leadership of the party. Article 6. The highest leading body of the party is the National Party Congress and, when it is not in session, the Central Committee elected by _P. The leading bodies of party organizations in the localities, in army units and in various departments are the party congresses or general membership meetings at their respective levels and the party committees elected by them. Party congresses at all levels are convened by party committees at their respective levels. The convening of party congresses in the localities and army units and their elected party committee members are subject to approval by the higher party organizations. Article 7. Party committees at all levels shall set up their working bodies or dispatch their representative organs in accordance with the principles of unified leadership, close ties with the masses and simple and efficient structure. Chapter 4 Central Organizations of the Party. Article 8. The National Party Congress shall be convened every 5 years. Under special circumstances, it may be convened before its due date or postponed. Article 9. The plenary session of the Central Committee of the Party elects the Political Bureau of the Central Committee, the Standing Committee of the Political Bureau of the Central Committee and the Chairman and Vice-Chairman of the Central Committee. The plenary session of the Central Committee of the Party is convened by the Political Bureau of the Central Committee. When the Central Committee is not in plenary session, the Politi. 580 Appendix A. Cal Bureau of the Central Committee and its Standing Committee exercise the functions and powers of the Central Committee. Under the leadership of the Chairman, the Vice-Chairman, and the Standing Committee of the Political Bureau of the Central Committee, a number of necessary organs, which are compact and efficient, shall be set up to attend to the day-to-day work of the party, the government, and the army in a centralized way. Chapter V Party Organizations in the Localities and the Army Units. Article 10. Local party congresses at the county level and upwards and party/J congresses in the People's Liberation Army at the regimental level I, and upwards shall be convened every 3 years. Under special circumstances, they may be convened before their due date or postponed. Party committees at all levels in the localities and the army units elect their standing committees, secretaries, and deputy secretaries. Chapter 6 Primary Organizations of the Party. Article 11. In general, party branches are formed in factories, mines, and other enterprises, people's communes, offices, schools, shops, neighborhoods, companies of the People's Liberation Army and other primary units. General party branches or primary party committees may also be set up where there is a relatively large membership or where the revolutionary struggle requires. Primary party organizations shall hold elections once a year. Under special circumstances, the election may take place before its due date or be postponed. Article 12. Primary party organizations must hold high the great red banner of Marxism-Leninism Mao Zedong thought, give prominence to proletarian politics and develop the style of integrating theory with practice, maintaining close ties with the masses of the people and practicing criticism and self-criticism. Their main tasks are, 1. To lead the party members and the broad revolutionary. Appendix A. 581. Masses in studying and applying Marxism-Leninism Mao Zedong thought in a living way. 2. To give constant education to the party members and the broad revolutionary masses concerning class struggle and the struggle between the two lines and lead them in fighting resolutely against the class enemy. 3. To propagate and carry out the policies of the party, implement its decisions and fulfill every task assigned by the party and the state. 4. To maintain close ties with the masses, constantly listen to their opinions and demands and wage an active ideological struggle within the party so as to keep party life vigorous. 5. To take in new party members, enforce party discipline, constantly consolidate the party organizations and get rid of the stale and take in the fresh so as to maintain the purity of the party ranks. Appendix B. Samples of new educational materials and healing techniques. Emerging from the Great Proletarian Cultural Revolution. One example of new teaching material on arithmetic from Yuechin Brigade, Chinchiapa Commune, Wuqiang County, Kiangsu Province. The material was prepared by Chi Fuqing, a commune member of poor peasant origin. Reprinted from Some Problems in Arithmetic, China Pictorial, No. 8, 1969, pages 38 to 39. Full text. Before liberation, there were altogether 6 in my family. Working as hired hand for a landlord, I had to cultivate 15 mao of land and reaped about 620 jin of grain per mao a year. The landlord, who was more deadly than a poisonous snake, did everything he could to exploit us poor and lower middle peasants. It was made clear beforehand that he was to pay me 8 pickles of rice a year as wages. But charging me for this, that, and the other as he willed, in the end he meted out to me only 6.5. It was impossible to support a family on that, and we lived like beasts of burden. At the time, in our Sitsun village and its neighborhood, there were 13 hired hands and 4 girl children were forced to be child brides. The east is red, the sun rises. Chairman Mao led us in overthrowing the 3 big mountains. We have become masters in our own country and our lives improve with each passing day. We should never forget that it was the Communist Party which emancipated us poor people and that it was Chairman Mao who brought us happiness. But the arch-renegade Liu Shaochi desperately tried to drag us back onto the capitalist road, and we are determined to fight him with all our might. Now, let us calculate the following. 1. What was the total number of hired hands and child brides in Sitsun village and its neighborhood before liberation? 2. How many jin of grain was poor peasant Chi Fuqing able to grow by laboring for a year? 3. The landlord gave Chi Fuqing only 6.5 pickles of rice, 1 pickle of rice equals 200 jin of grain, as wages. How many jin of grain did Chi Fuqing get after a year's labor? How many jin of grain did exploitation by the landlord amount to? What percentage of the total output of grain did exploitation by the landlord amount to? And what percentage of the total output did Chi Fuqing, who had toiled the year round, receive as wages? 2. Overcoming the sequelae of infantile paralysis. Reprinted from China Pictorial, No. 9, 1969, pages 32 to 35, abridged. In August last year, revolutionary medical workers of the PLA No. 208 hospital relying on the invincible Mao Zedong thought, succeeded in curing Chang Kai-chi, a young woman worker who had been paralyzed for 4 years and diagnosed by the reactionary bourgeois medical authorities as incurable. As the good news spread, other paralytics came to the hospital from all parts of the country, full of hope. Most were diagnosed as suffering from the after-effects of infantile paralysis. The sequelae of infantile paralysis had long been considered as irremediable. Now, a serious test faced the revolutionary medical workers, whether to push the class brothers out of the door, or to tackle this difficult problem in the interest of the people. The hospital's party committee considered that in order to cure the after-effects of infantile paralysis, it is necessary first of all to cure the ideological after-effects on the medical workers of the poison of the counter-revolutionary revisionist line pushed by the big renegade Liu Shaoxi in medical and health work. Therefore it organized the medical workers to intensively study Chairman Mao's series of brilliant instructions on medical and health work and to go among the workers and poor and lower middle peasants to investigate and study the history of the struggle between the two lines in medical and health work. Cherishing profound proletarian class feeling, they looked at the victims crippled by the after-effects of infantile paralysis, and listened to accusations from the patients and their families. These vivid lessons on the two-line struggle filled them with revolutionary ardor. They solemnly pledged to the great leader Chairman Mao. Chairman Mao. Ah, Chairman Mao. We are the People's Army, loyal fighters defending your revolutionary line. The people's needs are our fighting order. We are determined to restore more sick class brothers to health so that they can closely follow you in making revolution. Enduring acute pain, they tried the big acupuncture needles out on their own bodies. Their thighs became swollen, and their eyes were red after sleepless nights. But the revolutionary medical workers armed with Mao Zedong thought regarded this as pleasure and happiness. They said, to defend Chairman Mao's revolutionary line, we are willing to acupuncture our legs to pulp. Through repeated practice on their own bodies, they eventually created advanced experience in the use of a new acupuncture therapy to treat the after-effects of infantile paralysis. Now, the overwhelming majority of the more than 6,000 patients treated show marked improvement, and victims who had been crippled or paralyzed for several years or even more than a decade can stand up again and take part in socialist revolution and socialist construction.